Jiang Jin has diligently toiled for over a decade, only to have her hard-earned wealth, including her home, seized by her biased mother and bestowed upon her younger brother, Jiang Debao, who is waiting to marry. She had hoped that life would improve after the apocalypse, yet to her dismay, she found herself ensnared by a family of vampires, subjected to emotional manipulation, and relegated to a state akin to that of a slave in this frozen world. Reborn a month before the apocalypse, Jiang Jin awakens her spatial abilities and begins to frantically hoard supplies. Lacking clothing and food, Jiang Jin promptly empties the large supermarkets of the neighboring Sakura country. Concerned for her safety, she utilizes top-tier materials to construct the premier shelter. As the apocalypse descends and the world is engulfed in ice, while others plead for mere sustenance, Jiang Jin has already cultivated a charming soldier within her fortified haven. Upon witnessing the vampires seeking her out, she scoffs, "I wouldn't even give you a morsel meant for pigs." Chapter 1 After being persecuted by her family, I was reborn. The cold, it pierced to the marrow. Enveloped by a chilling despair, Jiang Jin felt the icy grip of desolation consume her. This frigid sensation far surpassed the pain of any wound, etching itself deeply into her memory as she hovered on the brink of consciousness. Visions of her parents, brother, and sister-in-law, all wearing triumphant, sinister smiles, flooded her mind. They were the architects of her suffering, leaving her and the injured Lung Feng to perish in this frozen wasteland. Despite her relentless efforts to procure supplies for them, despite the fact that she could no longer consume the food they hoarded, they refused even her humble plea for medicinal aid and a few days of recovery. Their indifference was chillingly profound. Seizing the opportunity while Lung Feng lay unconscious and she was too weak to resist, her family callously discarded her and Lung Feng as if they were worthless refuse. They even stripped them of their meager clothing, as if fearing they might survive the cold and seek vengeance. Jiang Debao brutally stomped on her arm, binding it to the icy surface, leaving her to scream in agony, unable to free her voice from its constraints. He spat at her feet, "Useless waste. If you can't even manage to find food, you might as well stand outside like a living statue." With that, he turned away, closing the shattered window behind him, leaving her to hear the mocking laughter of her family. "She's truly amusing. Not only did they give us the house before the apocalypse, but now she's here to serve us as a beast of burden. What a useless girl. We raised her only to repay us, and now that she's lost a leg to the cold, she still thinks she can stay. Whatever they risk their lives to bring back will suffice for our family for 5 years. Let's hope this blizzard passes within that time." As Jiang Jin listened to their derision, a bitter chill gripped her heart. How foolish she had been to seek warmth and affection in such a family. Her resentment surged, yet upon seeing the injured Lung Feng beside her, her anger dissipated, replaced by profound guilt. Summoning her last ounce of strength, Jiang Jin extended her unbound arm toward Lung Feng, curled up in a ball like her. The howling wind and snow lashed at her wrist, and as she moved, she felt her other arm, frozen to the ice, snap without her awareness. Jiang Jin continued to reach out, her arm growing cold and numb in the air, losing all sensation like the one that had just broken. In her final moments, she never touched Lung Feng again. Guilt coalesced into tears as she closed her eyes, a single tear freezing at the corner of her eye. In her mind, her last thought emerged. "If there is another life, I will never allow you to risk yourself to provide for me, nor will I permit you to care for these vampires. If I could nurture you, I would ensure that no harm would ever come to us again." As darkness enveloped her consciousness, Jiang Jin felt her body suspended in a state of absolute weightlessness. In this abyss, the biting cold seized every fiber of her being. Suddenly, she forced her eyes open, the frigid air engulfing her, pain coursing through her body, and she gasped for breath. The haunting memories of her nightmarish existence replayed vividly before her. The snowstorm had raged for 7 days, burying the ground floor of the apartment building, and after only a brief 24-hour respite, another blizzard descended, lasting an entire month. The low-lying structures of the city were completely submerged beneath the ice and snow. To seek out supplies, one must break through the frozen surface and enter the buildings. Yet the most crucial aspect was surviving long enough to bring something home. Once a frozen cave was breached, a horde of scavengers would rush in, and it was commonplace for many to perish in the fray. Those who did not die in the struggle had enough to fill their shopping bags. It was during her first venture into the ice that she and Lung Feng had met. Gratefully, it was his assistance that allowed her to preserve the food she had unearthed from beneath the snow. However, soon after, that family of vampires had caught wind of her success, and she and Lung Feng were forced into servitude, seeking enough supplies to satisfy their insatiable hunger. As the painful memories threatened to overwhelm her mind once more, a sudden alarm jolted Jiang Jin from her reverie. Ding ding ding. Startled, she reached for her phone to silence the insistent ringing. Once the alarm was off, she glanced at the time. September 5th, 2025, at 1:30 p.m. Less than a month remained until the apocalypse erupted. So, I have been reborn? A month before the catastrophe? Jiang Jin pondered, pressing her hands against her head. The agony of my previous life must not be endured again. Those so-called family members? I shall witness your struggles and your self-destruction beneath the winter's grasp. Calming herself, Jiang Jin suppressed her hatred and began to strategize. With the icy apocalypse upon them, warmth and sustenance were paramount, closely followed by safety. In this treacherous new world, human nature was perilous. She had first-hand experience of the cutthroat competition for food, a scene where one's survival depended on the outcome of a brutal contest. A single misstep could result in abandonment amidst the storm, left to be consumed by the elements. Yet, all of this hinged upon money. She needed an abundance of it. With that thought, Jiang Jin reached into the refrigerator, retrieving a bottle of cold beverage, and downed it greedily. Just as she prepared to return the drink to the fridge, it inexplicably vanished from her grasp. At the same time, Jiang Jin sensed a presence of a spherical object in her mind. Gently touching the sphere, she was instantly transported into a boundless expanse. In the center of this vast space lay the half-consumed drink she had just been enjoying. Jiang Jin swallowed hard, her thoughts guiding her back to the infinite realm. As the image of the half-empty bottle surfaced in her mind, it materialized instantly in her hand. Holding a bottle of cold drink, Jiang Jin's mind stirred once more, and the beverage vanished in an instant. After several repetitions, Jiang Jin was utterly convinced that she had indeed acquired a spatial ability. She mused inwardly. Could it be that you have brought me back? Grant me another chance. As she pondered, her phone suddenly erupted with notifications, incessantly chiming ding-dong. Picking up the device, Jiang Jin unlocked the screen, only to be inundated with a barrage of messages from numerous contacts labeled Mother. Diving into the conversation, she was met with a flurry of accusations and reprimands. Jia Yufeng, have you given any thought to vacating the house for your brother to marry? Jia Yufeng, stop playing dumb. I know you're glued to your phone 24 hours a day. Jia Yufeng, though it's Monday, your office doesn't start until 2:30, right? You should still be at home. Jia Yufeng, stay put. I'm bringing your brother and sister-in-law over to see the house. Jia Yufeng, if we arrive and find no one home, you can forget about me as your mother. Staring at the chat screen, Jiang Jin's expression stiffened. Yet, her fingers delicately tapped out a response. Okay. With the newfound spatial ability, she had been fretting about how to acquire some funds, and here they were, practically delivering the opportunity to her doorstep. As for their presumptuous expectation of free handouts, not a chance. Before the apocalypse descends, she would extract some interest from them for the exploitation she had endured. Chapter 2. The wicked mother appeared, eyeing the compensation. Creak. The door swung open, and a group of 4 rushed inside. At the forefront was Jiang Jin's unworthy mother, Jia Yufeng. Upon entering Jiang Jin's abode, she acted as if it were her own home. With practiced ease, she began to introduce the space to the woman embracing Jiang Debo. This is the master bedroom, decorated in an elegant Italian style, just like the living room. This is the kitchen, equipped with all necessary appliances and smart home features throughout. This room serves as a media room, and when you two move in and have children, it can be transformed into a nursery. Jiang Jin stood at the doorway, coldly observing Jia Yufeng as she described every detail of her home to Jiang Debo's girlfriend, Yang Yu. Yang Yu surveyed the property, nodding in satisfaction. The location is quite good. It's actually the most luxurious Tianhai garden in our city, and it's a single unit per floor. Moreover, I'm quite pleased with the decor. It's intact and clean, ready for marriage. And there's no mortgage, right? Is there a property deed? I'd like to see it. In response to Yang Yu's demands, Jiang Debo quickly glanced at Jiang Jin, addressing her in a tone reminiscent of summoning a servant. Hey, go fetch the property deed for Yang Yu to see. Previously, Jiang Jin might have grown accustomed to their subservient demands, never perceiving anything amiss. But now, the very notion made her stomach churn. Hey, is that what you call me? Am I nameless? Indeed, she was, for within the Jiang household, she was known as Pandai. Everyone in the Jiang family and their relatives called her Pandai, a name chosen solely with her brother in mind. Thus, in her brother's eyes, she possessed no identity of her own, having been born into this family, devoid of her own life. Everything revolved around ensuring Jiang Dabo's comfort. "What are you dawdling for?" Jiang Dabo, irritated by his sister's defiance, raised his voice. This was embarrassing in front of his girlfriend. How could this sister be so inconsiderate? As he simmered with frustration, he noticed that Jiang Jin remained utterly unmoved. His gaze shifted to their mother, Jia Yufeng. "Didn't you hear your brother asking for the property deed?" Jia Yufeng glared at Jiang Jin, demanding an answer. Jiang Jin extended a hand, pointing to herself. "Was that barking directed at me? I'm not a canine. I can't comprehend that. And you, are you addressing me? I have no name?" Faced with Jiang Jin's sudden rebellion, Jia Yufeng's anger flared, her fists clenching. In the past, she would have unleashed her wrath upon Jiang Jin without hesitation. Yet now, with her future daughter-in-law present, she refrained from losing her temper. After all, if she left a poor impression of a wicked mother-in-law, it could jeopardize her son's hard-won girlfriend. Meanwhile, Jiang Dabo, likening her to a dog, exploded. "Who are you calling a dog?" Hearing his rage, Jiang Jin merely fanned herself. "Tisk, it's said that the barking of dogs echoes in the deep alley, but I am no canine." Just as Jiang Dabo was about to confront Jiang Jin, Jia Yufeng intervened, restraining him. Their purpose was to negotiate for the house, not to engage in a brawl. If Jiang Jin were harmed, their visit would be in vain, and they might even lose their prospective daughter-in-law. Suppressing her fury, Jia Yufeng commanded, "Pandai, fetch the property deed for your sister-in-law to see." Jiang Jin shot a disdainful glance at the group and replied, "The property deed is in the cabinet right next to you. Just open it and you'll find it." With that, Jia Yufeng disregarded Jiang Jin's defiance and turned to open the cabinet. Sure enough, she discovered the red booklet signifying the property deed. Taking it in hand, she presented it to her future daughter-in-law. Yang Yu accepted it, her dissatisfaction with Jiang Jin reaching a boiling point as she flipped through the document. Upon seeing that the owner's name was Jiang Jin, her expression shifted dramatically. "Jiang Jin? Who is that? Isn't the owner Jiang Dabo?" Yang Yu scanned the room, directing her inquiry at Jia Yufeng. Seeing her future daughter-in-law's face change, Jia Yufeng quickly interjected with a smile. "Oh, it's just a misunderstanding. Jiang Jin is the full name of our Pandai. I'll have Pandai accompany Dabo tomorrow to transfer the property. Pandai, come over and reassure your sister-in-law that we'll transfer the house to Dabo's name tomorrow, so she can feel at ease." Yang Yu, upon realizing, cast a glance toward Jiang Jin at the door, noting that Jiang Jin, in terms of stature and beauty, surpassed her significantly, a flicker of jealousy flashing in her eyes. Jiang Jin could easily sense the malice emanating from her. In her previous life, Yang Yu had often treated her with disdain. "Transfer? Who agreed to transfer it to him?" Jiang Jin frowned, loudly refuting, showing no regard for Jia Yufeng's dignity. Having played along with this family charade for so long, they had finally arrived at the crux of the matter. "You?" Jia Yufeng, infuriated by Jiang Jin's rebuttal, felt her chest heaving, her finger pointing accusingly at Jiang Jin, foul language seemingly on the brink of escaping her lips. Yet, upon noticing her future daughter-in-law nearby, she swallowed her anger, demanding, "Didn't we agree over the phone? You were supposed to bring your brother to see the house, and then you would vacate it for him." Faced with Jia Yufeng's shameless demands, Jiang Jin shook her head. "From the very beginning, I never explicitly stated that the house would be transferred to Jiang Dabo for free. If you want me to transfer it, fine. This property is worth 8.2 million. I'll give you a discount and sell it for 6.5 million in cash." Her forceful demeanor left Jia Yufeng momentarily taken aback. Was her daughter possessed by some malevolent spirit today? How had she transformed from compliant to so resolute? To persuade Jiang Jin, she turned her gaze toward Jiang Jin's father, Jiang Xingjian, who had maintained a stoic silence. Jiang Jin, recognizing the look in Jia Yufeng's eyes, found it amusing. Her father was renowned for his indifference. Would he truly sacrifice his established persona for the sake of monetary gain? Do not jest. It seems that under the duress of Jia Yufeng, Jiang Xingjian has indeed found his voice. "Dear sister, we have but one sole heir in our family, Dabao. After your marriage, your maternal family will also rely on Dabao for support. We are all family. Discussing finances can strain our bonds. Then you shall bear the cost," Jiang Jin remarked to Jiang Xingjian, directly targeting his vulnerable spot. Upon hearing that he was to pay, Jiang Xingjian turned his head aside, displaying a disdainful demeanor as if to say, I want no part of this sordid affair. Yet internally he pondered, him paying? Preposterous. His retirement funds were off limits to anyone. Jia Yufeng, witnessing Jiang Xingjian's refusal to engage, felt an irritable heat rise within her. Jiang Xingjian, every time we need you, you are as pliable as rubber. We have been married for decades. Can you not stand firm for once in this matter? Jiang Xingjian, unable to maintain his composure under Jia Yufeng's scrutiny, snorted coldly. You, woman, should refrain from uttering such nonsense. I merely disdain to converse with someone who is blinded by greed. Such an obsession with wealth, I cannot help but question if you are truly Jiang Xingjian's offspring. In my opinion, a daughter so consumed by avarice ought to be cast out to fend for herself. Jia Yufeng, noting Jiang Xingjian's indiscreet remarks, swiftly placed a hand over his mouth, desperate to prevent any further comments that might provoke Jiang Jin into severing ties with them entirely. Once she silenced Jiang Xingjian, Jia Yufeng turned to observe Jiang Jin's expression, relieved to find no signs of discontent. As long as there are no thoughts of division, all is well. Jiang Jin, observing the relief on Jia Yufeng's face, urged her. If you are unwilling, I shall sell it to an agent at a 10% discount. In this market, a property in Tianhai City sells within the same day. Upon hearing Jiang Jin's veiled threat, Jia Yufeng understood her resolve to not relinquish the house to Dabao. A wave of resentment washed over her. Yet, she repressed her anger and appealed to Jiang Jin's emotions and reason, for the sum of 6,500,000 is no trifling matter. You are well aware of our family circumstances. How could we possibly come up with such a sum? Before she could finish, Jiang Jin interrupted. 3 days ago, the compensation for the highway construction in the old hometown, totaling 6,500,000, should have already been deposited into your account, correct? 6,500,000 for a house valued at 8,200,000. Miss this opportunity, and it shall not arise again. Or, do you simply hesitate to invest this money into Dabao's marital home? Jia Yufeng felt a vain throb on her forehead at Jiang Jin's insinuation. This wretched girl dares to plot against the relocation compensation, further sowing discord between her and Dabao. Yet, she had kept this matter so well concealed that even her son, Jiang Dabao, was unaware. How did she come to know? Chapter 3. A house, 3 loans. Seeking the property from unscrupulous lenders and banks, Jia Yufeng turned her gaze towards Jiang Dabao. As expected, upon hearing Jiang Jin express her reluctance to spend the money on his marital home, his eyes were fixed on her, waiting for her to relent. Disappointed by Jiang Dabao's lack of resolve, Jia Yufeng silently cursed him. An opportunity for a free house was slipping away. And now they would have to invest all the relocation funds into it. How could her son not grasp this? Despite Jiang Jin's insistence, Jia Yufeng, in front of her daughter-in-law Yang Yu, had no choice but to concede. Then it shall be, as you wish. 5 million, I will purchase your house. The payment will be made, and the title transferred. Jiang Jin shrugged, opened the door, and gestured for the Jiang family to leave. Feeling humiliated as Jiang Jin shooed him away in front of his fiancée, Jiang Dabao threatened fiercely, You better hurry and move your worthless junk. Once the title is transferred, you won't set foot in this house again. No sooner had he spoken than a heavy door slammed shut in his face. Bang! Hearing the sound, Jiang Dabao displayed an aggrieved expression and complained to Jia Yufeng, Mom. Look at her, daring to slam the door on us. Quickly send her the money, so she can transfer the house to me. I want to kick her out just like this. Jia Yufeng initially intended to deceive Jiang Jin into transferring the title first, but in front of her daughter-in-law, she suppressed that thought, nodding repeatedly and assuring, I will send her the money right away, and tomorrow she will take you for the title transfer. After sending the Jiang family away, Jiang Jin leaned against the door and slowly sank to the floor. Within a quarter of an hour, her phone chimed with a crisp text notification. Ding dong. Upon checking, she found a message from Jia Yufeng confirming the arrival of the 6.5 million transfer. Subsequently, messages flooded in on her chat app. Jia Yufeng, the money has been sent. Jia Yufeng, tomorrow, take your brother for the title transfer. Jia Yufeng, the house is considered bought for you by the family. But as the elder sister, you should express something, right? In a few days, your brother wants to look at a new car. You could contribute $1 million or $2 million to buy him a nice one. A luxury car to match the house will give him face when he gets married. Jia Yufeng, awaiting your response. Observing Jia Yufeng's commanding tone, Jiang Jin's lips curled into a cold smile as she replied with a simple "oh" emoji. Buy a car? Let us see if you can find me tomorrow. Rising from the floor, Jiang Jin straightened her clothes, tucked the property deed into her bag, and stepped outside. With just over 20 days until the onset of the first snowstorm of the impending apocalypse, time must be utilized wisely. Tianhai Garden truly lived up to its reputation as a luxury estate. Shortly after leaving her home, Jiang Jin noticed a loan agency at the corner of the community street. It was one of those completely unregulated mortgage loan companies. Approaching the entrance, she was taken aback by the cramped space inside, which couldn't exceed 5 square meters. What kind of loans could be issued from such a small area? Curiosity piqued, she stepped inside, having never been to such a place before. Upon entering, her striking appearance immediately drew the attention of 2 men sitting inside, who quickly stood up. Their eyes sparkled as they looked at Jiang Jin. "Miss, are you here to apply for a loan?" One of the slimmer men asked respectfully, his demeanor exceedingly courteous. Jiang Jin noted their obsequious smiles and mused, "Are loan companies always this accommodating?" She nodded slightly. The 2 men expertly began to outline their services. "Miss, our loan offerings are primarily secured loans. However, for esteemed clients such as yourself, we can also accommodate unsecured loans. Would you prefer to choose a secured loan?" Jiang Jin raised an eyebrow and softly articulated her intentions. Their eyes widened with excitement. A woman of means, a prime candidate for lending, had crossed their paths today. The collateral would be the fully paid property in Tianhai Garden. Unable to bear their sycophantic demeanor, Jiang Jin rested her forehead with one hand and said, "You mean the fully paid property in Tianhai Garden?" The 2 men were momentarily taken aback. But their doubts vanished upon seeing her red property deed and the name and registration information it contained. "What is the intended use of the loan?" the slender man inquired cautiously. Jiang Jin, seeing their reaction, candidly revealed her plan. "I intend to use the house as collateral to secure the maximum loan from you. And then I will use the funds to mortgage it at the bank. My company is experiencing cash flow issues, and I need a month's time for funds to circulate. I will repay the loan in full with interest within a month. If I fail, you may reclaim the house from the bank." Before Jiang Jin could rise, the slender man pressed her back down. "Of course, that's no problem." They specialized in such arrangements and understood precisely what Jiang Jin meant. Under her watchful gaze, the 2 men wore ingratiating smiles and continued, "Having reviewed your property type and size, we estimate its market value at no less than 8 million. Our policy allows for a 70 loan, totaling 5.6 million. If you repay within a month, the interest will be approximately 400,000. However, as you know, high-interest loans are often illegal, so you will need to sign several additional contracts, and other fees will be charged as processing fees." Listening to their pitch, Jiang Jin felt no trepidation. This was advantageous. With merely 20 days until the apocalypse, who could say if they would still be around to collect? Repaying was out of the question. Money borrowed based on capability need not be repaid. After signing a dozen documents, the 5.6 million was promptly transferred to her account. Emerging from the small loan office, she felt dazed. It had gone too smoothly. Upon checking her bank balance, she saw a cold figure, 12,855,888 yuan. After securing a mortgage at the bank, she would have at least 20 million in hand. With this thought, Jiang Jin hurried towards the nearest bank. Upon stating her intention to process a loan, the business manager's eyes gleamed with desire. The fully paid property in Tianhai Garden was a coveted asset. Once secured, it could be easily sold at a premium. Securing a deal would yield excellent performance metrics. Instantly, 7 or 8 business managers surrounded Jiang Jin, each vying for her attention. She selected one moderately attractive manager and followed him to the adjacent credit center. "Miss Jiang, after a comprehensive assessment of your creditworthiness, our bank is willing to offer you a loan equating to 90 of your property as value. The loan term is set for 1 year, and you will only need to repay a portion of the principal and interest monthly." The business manager presented the prepared loan contract for Jiang Jin's review. She glanced at the loan amount and nodded nonchalantly before signing her name without hesitation. Once again, repayment plans were irrelevant. The apocalypse awaited, and repayment was not an option. The bank's notification chimed again. Ding. "You have received a deposit from the bank's credit department. 7.3 million. Your current balance is 20,155,888 yuan. Just surpassing 20 million. Jiang Jin exhaled in relief and then noticed a WeChat message from Jia Yufeng. "Don't forget to take your brother for the title transfer tomorrow morning. As the elder sister, you must cover the transfer fees." after replying with another O emoji. Jiang Jin secretly chuckled. Did she think I would go through with a title transfer tomorrow? You may go and converse with the unscrupulous loan companies and banks, and see if they will transfer the property to you. Chapter 4. When the socially anxious military king encounters terrorists. With the money secured, the next step is to find a rental property and transform it into a safe house. Jiang Jin contemplated as she hailed a taxi, heading straight for the Ingtai Garden community in the southern part of the city. There is someone here whom she has long desired to meet. In her past life, after losing her home, it was he who took her in, only for her to become a tool for his family's exploitation in the aftermath of the apocalypse. Lung Feng. In this life, I shall not fail you. Prepare yourself to be cherished like a delicate flower by me. While seated in the taxi, Jiang Jin couldn't help but let out a series of peculiar chuckles at the thought of Lung Feng's icy visage and the hidden social anxiety beneath it. This startled the driver, who glanced at the rearview mirror, only to be shocked to find the second mental health hospital of Tianhai City on his right. In an instant, he pressed the accelerator to the floor, racing through the city as if fearing that Jiang Jin might succumb to madness if she lingered in his vehicle for even a moment longer. With a screech of sudden braking, the driver eagerly announced to Jiang Jin in the back seat, "We've arrived. Please take your time." Jiang Jin opened the door and stepped out, leaving it ajar, only to watch the taxi speed away. She raised her hand in bewilderment, exclaiming, "Slow down. I haven't paid yet." As if reacting to her words, the taxi slowly reversed. After successfully scanning the QR code presented by the driver, the taxi darted off once more, showing no inclination to linger. Jiang Jin mused to herself, "I haven't even entered my password yet. Is the driver in such a hurry because the next customer is rushing him?" Little did she know, the driver was merely apprehensive about her possibly causing a scene. Standing by the roadside, after entering her payment password, Jiang Jin looked up to see Lung Feng affixing a rental notice. In a moment of surprise, she jogged over and promptly tore down the notice he had just posted. As Lung Feng turned back to the bulletin board, he was taken aback to find his rental notice missing, his expression one of confusion. "I had just put it up. How could it be gone?" As he pondered, his head tilted slightly. Upon noticing the familiar paper in Jiang Jin's hand, he was about to inquire when he caught sight of her elegantly long fingers adorned with sparkling nail art, causing his face to flush instantly. He became tongue-tied, mumbling for a long while without finding his voice. Internally, Lung Feng was anxious. What should I do? How do I speak to a woman after 10 years? Familiar with Lung Feng, Jiang Jin smiled and extended her other exquisite hand, breaking the ice with warmth. "Hello. I see you have a property for rent. The first floor, 155 square meters, with a 500 square meter basement. I am quite satisfied with the conditions. Can we discuss the price?" Faced with Jiang Jin's enthusiastic gesture, Lung Feng's hand trembled slightly. He instinctively reached out to shake hers. After Jiang Jin finished speaking, he remained dazed. It was a scorching summer day, yet her palm felt icy, a stark contrast to the rough hands of the men he was accustomed to in the military. Jiang Jin, familiar with Lung Feng's demeanor, sensed his current thoughts were inappropriate and raised an eyebrow. Gently, she reminded him, "It is rather impolite to hold a lady's hand for too long." Upon hearing her reminder, the so-called cold-faced king finally snapped back to reality, hurriedly releasing her hand. He stammered an awkward apology, his words sounding unusually stiff. "I apologize. I was lost in thought." As his words fell, a peculiar sense of loss welled up within him, a feeling he had never before experienced in his life. "The price?" Lung Feng, slowly regaining his wits, murmured softly. "Yes, the price can be discussed. What monthly rent do you have in mind?" For reasons unbeknownst to him, he felt compelled to rent the property to this unexpected woman, even at a lower price, or even for free. In the southern part of the city, which could be considered suburban, the average rental price was around 3,000 per month. Although the space was ample, charging 5,000 for such a large basement was unreasonable. Who would need such a vast basement otherwise? "Let's settle on 3,000 per month. I'll pay this month's rent up front." As Jiang Jin spoke, she took Lung Feng's phone, skillfully unlocked it, and added him as a friend. Lung Feng watched in astonishment as her actions unfolded, his eyes wide as saucers. "My password is 6 zeros. Isn't that quite simple? I thought you set such a password for others to access your phone freely." Jiang Jin shrugged, playfully recalling the jibes she had made in her previous life. Lung Feng lowered his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed to refute her. He had a poor memory, and complex passwords were easily forgotten. Yet, to have his phone accessed by someone he had just met felt rather humiliating. The money has been transferred. Jiang Jin waved her phone to show Lung Feng. He gazed at the 3,000 yuan transfer, remaining silent. Internally, he mused. Didn't Commander Lu say something about requiring a deposit for renting? What is a deposit? Never mind. Renting it out is what matters. As he pondered, Jiang Jin, sensing his distraction, inquired, "Do you know any renovation companies? I need one capable of converting a house to withstand a bombing without sustaining damage." Upon hearing Jiang Jin's inquiry, a great question mark appeared in Lung Feng's mind. A house that could withstand a bombing? What on earth was she planning? This was domestic territory, not the harrowing battlefield of the Russians. Yet, despite his confusion, he found himself nodding in agreement. Silently, he thought, "I do know a friend who is currently in the military. He should be able to renovate the house to your specifications. Give me your phone, quickly." Jiang Jin urged, as if they were longtime friends. Lung Feng instinctively handed over his phone. Once Jiang Jin dialed the number, it dawned on him. "Hello. You are renovating my house, right? Please hold." Jiang Jin said to the person on the other end of the line, then covered the receiver, turning to Lung Feng. "So, what's the matter?" "And nothing. Go ahead and renovate. After all, the house is still mine," Lung Feng mumbled, completely flustered. It was his first encounter with a woman in a decade, and Jiang Jin was unlike any he had ever met, leaving him utterly unprepared. Her simple question scattered all the astonishment he had been building up, leaving him with no temper at all. More effective than Commander Lu's strict orders. If his superior, Commander Lu, were to learn of this, he would surely exclaim, "Indeed, there are no towering trees to shield the heavens. Only one thing subdues another." When he regained his composure, Jiang Jin had already finalized the discussion. "All right, it is settled then. Please bring someone for an on-site inspection this afternoon. After that, we will sign the contract. Please ensure the renovations are completed within 15 days. After all, there are only a little over 20 days until the onset of the frozen apocalypse. Completing the external and structural renovations within 15 days would allow time to further enhance the internal refuge for comfort." After hanging up the phone, Jiang Jin noticed Lung Feng was staring at her in a daze. She approached him, gently waving her hand. "Earth to you. As the landlord, aren't you going to show me around the property?" Lung Feng stood up in a daze, completely oblivious to the fact that since their meeting began, he had been led by the nose, not even knowing her name. Chapter 5. The Contrast of the Military King and Compliments. After viewing the property, Jiang Jin turned to Lung Feng and asked, "It's noon now. Your friend is coming in the afternoon. Would you like to join me for lunch?" In response to Jiang Jin's inquiry, Lung Feng turned his face away, internally contemplating the flirting techniques his comrades had taught him. Is it appropriate to have a meal together so soon after meeting? According to their teachings, one should wait a day after the first meeting to invite a girl to dinner, right? If Jiang Jin were aware of the thoughts swirling in his mind, she would undoubtedly pry open the heads of his comrades and inquire, "With such limited abilities, how dare you mislead others?" Jiang Jin glanced at Lung Feng, took his hand, and led him outside, saying, "Look, there's a fresh seafood restaurant over there. I've been wanting to eat there for ages, but due to delays, the opportunity slipped away." Confused by Jiang Jin's comments regarding the post-apocalyptic world, Lung Feng was inadvertently pulled along towards the seafood restaurant. The opulent hall enveloped them as they entered, the lavish atmosphere palpable. While this grandeur was commonplace for Jiang Jin, having purchased a property worth over 8 million at a young age, it was a stark contrast to Lung Feng's experiences. He had grown accustomed to communal meals in the military, and outside of it, his diet consisted of compressed biscuits. Even at home, he was offered nothing but a version of Soviet military mashed potatoes. Thus, upon entering, he was left in awe by the extravagant sights before him, intricately carved beams and a pure gold toad perched on the counter, seemingly at risk of being stolen at any moment. Standing at the counter, Jiang Jin informed the server that there were 2 of them, preparing to follow the attendant to select their lunch. However, to her surprise, Lung Feng attempted to lift the golden toad. After several attempts, he was astonished to discover that the toad was embedded into the counter, firmly secured by some mechanism. Realizing the attention he had drawn from numerous watchful eyes, he sheepishly lowered his head and hurried to catch up with Jiang Jin. Selecting 2 Australian lobsters, 10 black tiger prawns, 1 imperial crab, and 6 abalones, Jiang Jin pointed at the dishes continuously, accommodating Lung Feng as hearty appetite. Otherwise, she could not possibly consume such a quantity by herself. Lung Feng stood by, silently observing. Mentally noting, Australian lobster? Imperial crab? So, that's what they're called. I had never even seen them before. I thought there were only compressed biscuits and canned food in this world. After discovering mashed potatoes, I now ponder how Australian lobster and imperial crab taste. As they settled at the dining table, Lung Feng watched Jiang Jin intently as she fiddled with her phone while waiting for their meal. Leaning closer, he noticed she was posting a query. What supplies should one stockpile after the arrival of the Ice Age? Several responses caught his eye. Cheese tart. Naturally. One should hoard compressed food and canned goods. Their shelf life is long. I once opened a box of Soviet military rations that was 80 years old, and it was still edible. If uncertain, one can ask Chunfeng. It's said to be the Ice Age, so warm clothing must be a priority. What high thermal rating to purchase, and a complete home insulation upgrade must follow. You're so sharp. Energy is fundamental, isn't it? If there's a generator that can provide long-term heating for the room, then the apocalypse would feel like paradise. Jiang Jin found their comments reasonable and highlighted the insightful ones to guide her future purchases. Raising her gaze, she suddenly locked eyes with Lung Feng. He instinctively turned his head away, but his entire being was leaning forward, so turning away didn't truly hide him from her gaze. Was it that my eyes are unappealing? Why do you look away every time we make eye contact? Faced with Jiang Jin's inquiry, Lung Feng, like a blank slate, fumbled to respond. No, it's not that. Your eyes are quite beautiful. After a long pause, he finally managed to stammer out this compliment, evoking a series of delightful laughs from Jiang Jin. Midway through their meal, Lung Feng excused himself to the restroom and hurried to the front desk, inwardly muttering, following Commander Lu's advice. One should take the initiative to pay the bill when dining with a girl for the first time. Hello, I'll take care of the bill, he said to the front desk attendant, who, having recognized his clumsiness, printed the bill without even asking for their table number. Ding. As the transaction completed, Lung Feng's jaw dropped in astonishment. 3,858? Over 3,000 for a meal? The new mashed potatoes he purchased online would last him a month for just about 100. Why was this meal so exorbitantly priced? Exiting the payment page and returning to the chat interface, he noticed Jiang Jin had transferred him 3,000 yuan for rent, plunging him into contemplation. Should this meal signify their friendship? Charging rent among friends seemed a tad inappropriate, especially since he had just returned from the military and hadn't paid a cent while staying at a friend's place. As he pondered, a payment reminder chimed in. Ding. You have successfully paid 38.58, current balance, 385W 55.57 yuan. Turning off his phone screen and returning to the room, he found Jiang Jin had already finished her meal and was engrossed in her phone, yet a considerable amount of seafood remained on the table, particularly the Australian lobster and imperial crab, which Jiang Jin had barely touched, having only sampled a bite. Lung Feng, now at ease, began to indulge. Realizing that the high price of these delicacies was justified, they were decidedly more delectable than compressed biscuits, canned goods, or even mashed potatoes. Heaven knows how a special forces soldier with a retirement fund exceeding 10 million, after purchasing 2 houses in the suburbs, was living such a meager existence. Suddenly, Jiang Jin's phone rang, and upon answering, her face lit up with joy. You've arrived? Great, I'll take him back right away. Hanging up, she turned to Lung Feng, only to find that he had completely devoured the table of seafood, comfortably lounging in his chair. Seeing her gaze upon him, he quickly pulled down his shirt to hide his exposed abdomen, his face flushed with embarrassment, resembling an awkward newlywed. This was a stark contrast to his usual cold demeanor in the military. Let us head home after we've eaten, Jiang Jin said, gesturing for Lung Feng to follow. At the front desk, upon hearing that the bill had already been paid, she glanced back at Lung Feng, who wore a proud expression, akin to a child awaiting praise for a good deed. Clearly, he had absorbed the lessons from his comrades well. Next time it should be your treat, Jiang Jin remarked, suddenly noticing the stiff expression on Lung Feng's face and quickly added, very gentlemanly of you. All right, Lung Feng nodded earnestly, clearly approving of Jiang Jin's words. Under normal circumstances, Jiang Jin would not have been so accommodating, but given the impending apocalypse, keeping money in a bank account was merely a cold string of numbers. Utterly useless. It was far better to spend it on enjoyment. After the end of the world arrives, she could then support him in return. Chapter 6. The Soldier King's good brother is a crazy loan shark? Upon entering the community, Jiang Jin spotted a man with a beer belly, clutching a briefcase. Making his way toward her, he warmly called out, Lung Feng. "You rascal, have you retired and not thought to greet your elder brother? If it weren't for this lady calling me, I wouldn't have known you settled in Tianhai City after leaving the military." As he spoke, he abruptly enveloped Lung Feng in a bear hug. Following their embrace, their playful banter ceased, and he turned to Jiang Jin, asking, "Aren't you going to introduce me to this lady?" Hearing this, Lung Feng glanced at his former comrade, now sporting a beer belly, with a complex expression. Introduce? He himself was still unaware of the man's name, only knowing that he had transferred him 3,000 yuan to rent a room. Beyond that, he knew nothing. Not even after sharing an extravagant meal together. Noticing Lung Feng's awkwardness, Jiang Jin graciously extended her hand and introduced herself. "I'm Jiang Jin, an individual businesswoman. I have 3 million followers on my social media accounts." "Hello, Xiongli," as mentioned on the phone, Xiongli said, shaking Jiang Jin's hand briefly before releasing it, exhibiting far more politeness than the emotionally oblivious Lung Feng. Unlike Xiongli, upon hearing Jiang Jin's introduction, Lung Feng quietly thought to himself, "So her name is Jiang Jin." He discreetly took out his phone and began to search for her online. To his surprise, as soon as he entered her name, relevant videos appeared instantly. Completely unaware that Xiongli and Jiang Jin had already reached an agreement, he followed the engineer towards the house. Suddenly, Xiongli noticed the absence of a footstep behind him and turned to see Lung Feng engrossed in his phone. He called out loudly, coming back to his senses. Lung Feng hurried to the door, opened it, and handed over the key to the basement. Watching Lung Feng rush off to watch videos again, Xiongli mused to himself, "This is definitely a case of secret admiration. As an old comrade of 10 years, I must help him." After the engineer measured the house's area and assessed the renovation's complexity, he quietly reported the price to Xiongli. Not concealing anything, Xiongli generously told Jiang Jin, "The total renovation cost, according to your specifications, is approximately 25 million. However, since you were referred by Lung Feng, I won't charge you the full amount. It will be just 22 million. Are you certain?" Jiang Jin responded to Xiong Li's quote, not finding it excessive but rather confirming, "Complete the renovation according to my requirements within 15 days, and I will inspect it." "Absolutely. We will work continuously for 24 hours. And I'll even prepare a generator in advance, employing the quietest methods to resolve any noise issues," Xiong Li said proudly, puffing out his chest. While it may be challenging for others, he is a man of military distinction, equipped with top-notch resources and numerous retired personnel willing to work overtime for a good price. Seeing Xiong Li's confidence, Jiang Jin felt a sense of relief and told him, "However, I currently lack sufficient funds, only having 20 million. "Oh, is that all?" Xiong Li's eyes lit up at Jiang Jin's admission of insufficient funds. He had just been pondering how to assist his good friend in pursuing a girl. And now an opportunity had presented itself. "Fortune truly favors me." He walked up to Jiang Jin, tugging at her sleeve as he led her to a side room. "What are you doing?" Jiang Jin exclaimed, startled by Xiong Li's sudden action. "Nothing much, just borrowing your phone," he replied, noticing her wary demeanor. He shrugged and pointed to the open door behind her. "The door is wide open. If anything happens, the engineer and my brother Lung Feng can rush in immediately." Upon hearing this, Jiang Jin glanced back and saw the door indeed ajar, with the engineer visible outside, which put her at ease. She reluctantly handed her phone to Xiong Li, thinking, "Was I being overly cautious? But what does he need my phone for?" While she pondered this, Xiong Li waved her phone in front of her, and within 5 minutes, her phone buzzed with incoming message alerts. Ding dong. Satisfied. Xiong Li nodded while Jiang Jin looked on in confusion. He then returned her phone. When Jiang Jin opened her banking messages, she was astonished to see 18 million. No. Wait, it's over 38 million. How did I gain an extra million? Hearing Jiang Jin's exclamation, Xiong Li calmly patted her shoulder, adopting a big brother demeanor. "Didn't you say you lacked funds? This is all online credit I helped you secure. I was concerned about your creditworthiness. So, I used your property deed and the follower count on your social media as collateral. Now you not only have enough for the renovation but also for any future improvements you desire. No need to thank me." After saying this, he instinctively glanced towards the door where Lung Feng was still watching videos, thinking, "Brother, just wait for her gratitude to come pouring in. Once you get involved with loans, it's like a drug, nearly impossible to shake off. When the time comes, you'll appear like an angel from a fairy tale, helping her repay the debt. And she will undoubtedly fall for you." Jiang Jin was momentarily taken aback by Xiong Li's words, but instead of focusing on his outrageous thoughts, She realized a new avenue for financial gain: online loans. When the impending apocalypse arrives, order will collapse. Who will have the means to repay their online debts? After all, currency will become worthless paper. Why not help them retrieve their funds for the benefit of the common people? After all, both she and Lung Feng are part of the populace, right? Wait a moment, Jiang Jin exclaimed, pushing Xiong Li out of the room as she began to operate her phone. Perhaps due to her swift actions, too many companies failed to respond in time. They flooded her with offers, and adhering to her principle of not letting any opportunity slip through her fingers, she capitalized on the online loans until she had exhausted all options, withdrawing every penny. The pleasant sound of incoming messages echoed in her ears as her bank balance surged. You have received a transfer of 6 million. Current balance, 44. 8 million. You have received a transfer of 2 million. You have received a transfer of 1 million. Current balance, 99. 9 million. In the name of loans. She was going utterly mad. In just 1 hour, Jiang Jin had maximized every platform available to her. She was on the brink of joining the ranks of billionaires. Stepping out of the room, she overheard Xiong Li telling Lung Feng, just wait. When she can't repay her loan, you will swoop in to save her. And she will undoubtedly fall for you. Don't forget to invite me to the wedding. Hearing this, Lung Feng did not respond but slowly looked up to see Jiang Jin watching them, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face. Xiong Li, realizing the implications of his words, turned around and saw Jiang Jin. He thought to himself, surely, the volume of my voice wasn't so loud that she heard everything? Jiang Jin regarded Xiong Li with a look of incredulity. Did you and Lung Feng learn your courting techniques from the same teacher? What a grotesque notion of a hero saving a damsel by leading her down the treacherous path of loans and becoming a loan shark. All to have your friend come to her rescue? Moreover, do you think that an 18 million loan can be easily managed? Chapter 7. Love-struck Lung Feng splurges millions for a grand meal. Let us repay the loan. Lung Feng said, somewhat awkwardly. I have 85 million here to transfer to you. I should contribute something towards the renovation of my house. Xiong Li is just joking with you, Xiong Li interjected. Seeing Lung Feng directly offering Jiang Jin money, lamenting internally. Brother, with such sincerity, how else can I assist you? The loan plan was already halfway successful. Jiang Jin stared at Lung Feng with her large eyes for a lengthy moment, causing him to awkwardly turn his head away, unable to meet her gaze. I'll accept that money, Jiang Jin declared, waving her phone. Without hesitation, she sent her bank account number. Based on her understanding of Lung Feng, that 85 million was likely all the cash he had left. However, she wasn't taking it for free. When the apocalypse arrives, she would repay him 100-fold. He would live better than any American capitalist. Ding dong. Another familiar message alert rang out. Jiang Jin quietly opened the message, stunned by the figure displayed. Ding. You have received a transfer of 557 yuan. Your current balance is 557 yuan. Looking up, Jiang Jin gazed at Lung Feng in astonishment. This number could signify 3 million or 385,000, but it was 557 yuan, representing a person's complete and unreserved trust. Just as Jiang Jin regained her composure, she noticed Lung Feng, somewhat bashfully, saying, I'm sorry, this is all I have. However, I do receive a monthly veteran's allowance of 10,000, and I can also find work. Thank you. Jiang Jin interrupted Lung Feng, sincerely uttering those 2 words. She believed in love at first sight, a conviction that resonated with her both in the moment before her rebirth and in the present instant. This unwavering trust did not stem from Lung Feng's limited social interactions, nor was it indicative of his foolishness. Rather, it was as if, upon getting closer to her, he had instinctively lost some of his logical reasoning, akin to those love-struck individuals online who remain oblivious to reality. Otherwise, given his capabilities and his inherent indifference to life, how could he have endured such misery in the post-apocalyptic world, unable to even secure a meal, while allowing all his resources to be consumed by a horde of starving souls? Their meeting in this life felt more like a fateful bond, entwining them irrevocably. Upon seeing the tears glistening on Jiang Jin's upturned face, Lung Feng was momentarily flustered. He clumsily reached out, his finger brushing against a tear that had fallen from her eye, the warmth of it compelling him to withdraw his hand. I'm sorry, please don't cry. This is all I have. When Jiang Jin noticed Lung Feng's inclination to explain further, she extended her slender, delicate hand to grasp his somewhat rough palm, bringing it to her face to wipe away the tears. This intimate gesture made Lung Feng's breath quicken, his heart pounding like a lost fawn desperately seeking an escape. Unbeknownst to him, this sensation was the essence of love, though he could not articulate it. It felt peculiar, yet comforting and joyous. Beside them, Xiongli observed Jiang Jin taking the initiative to hold Lung Feng's hand, feeling a pang of envy. Having retired 2 years earlier, he found himself devoid of the vigor he once possessed, left only with a beer belly and no love to show for it. Meanwhile, Lung Feng, who had only recently left the military, had discovered his own romance. Truly, it resonated with the saying, one's fortune can outshine another's. I won't disturb you any longer. Please settle the project payment, and I will take my leave, here marked, the bitterness evident in his tone. After the funds were transferred, Jiang Jin addressed Lung Feng. I will send you 10,000. Please oversee the renovations here and purchase some tobacco and alcohol for the workers. Understood, Lung Feng replied, his demeanor shifting to seriousness, clearly taking Jiang Jin's assignment to heart. Confident in Lung Feng's execution, Jiang Jin waved. I'm off to procure some supplies. I'll contact you. As she departed, Lung Feng felt an inexplicable emptiness within him. The little fawn that had been thrashing about now felt a tinge of sadness. If only Jiang Jin were here, she could explain that this feeling was called the pain of parting. Wandering aimlessly down the street, Jiang Jin felt a headache creeping in. With nearly 80 million in cash, how should she spend it? As she pondered, she reopened her previous post and was astonished to find its popularity soaring. 4 or 5 top comments had emerged, listing essential supplies for the impending harsh winter. Nodding in agreement with their suggestions, Jiang Jin edited her post, pinning a new question to the top. The next moment, those perusing her post received immediate notifications. Upon clicking, they promptly began offering suggestions. How to spend 80 million. With the ice-cold apocalypse approaching, I'd head straight to the Tianhai food processing base and stockpile their inventory. After all, Tianhai is the largest food processing base in the nation, and the value of the goods there is worth millions. I'm definitely going to buy oil from the neighboring country. If I don't purchase $1 million worth of oil, how can I live comfortably? After all, both heating and daily entertainment require oil. Let us party at 5-star hotels. Indulge in Michelin-starred dining. If the ice-cold apocalypse arrives, I'd rather wait for death than live in such a dull world. With a myriad of suggestions flooding in, Jiang Jin resonated deeply with their ideas. 5-star hotels could indeed be opened. As she currently had no place to stay, she could reserve for 20 days. While she might not finish all the Michelin-star meals, her space would allow her to enjoy whatever she desired. Time stood still for her. Reserving 100 tables for 10 million would be worthwhile. Such experiences would be unattainable once the apocalypse descended. As she hailed a cab, Jiang Jin stated her destination clearly. Finding the Michelin-star restaurant she had previously visited, she made a call, directly articulating her requirements. The person on the other end was left bewildered. 100 tables, totaling 10 million? Are you serious? The driver scoffed. 10 million? If you had that kind of money, would you be taking a taxi? Nowadays, young people are just. Jiang Jin found herself at a loss for words with the taxi driver's incessant chatter. She felt no need to explain herself to someone so dense. Instead, she chose silence, although he seemed to take this as an opportunity to continue his unsolicited advice. During the 15-minute ride, she simply tuned him out, engrossed in her post. Once she exited the cab, she swiftly paid and strode confidently into the Tianhai food processing base. The vast expanse felt akin to an airport, though the large processing plants and warehouses indicated she was indeed at the largest food processing factory in Tianhai. A security guard approached her as she walked in with purpose, clipboard in hand. Hello. May I have your guest registration? May I inquire which food processing company you are visiting? Before he could finish his sentence, he felt the intense gaze of Jiang Jin's bold, unrestrained eyes, which made him feel a surge of nervousness. His body stiffened, and he swallowed hard, feeling the weight in his throat. Just as he was at a loss on how to prompt Jiang Jin to fill out the guest registration, her voice broke through the air. Do you know the person in charge of sales here? I wish to procure the entire stock of unsold goods from the Tianhai food processing plant. The security guard's mind momentarily short-circuited upon hearing Jiang Jin's inquiry. Procure the entire stock of unsold goods from Tianhai food processing plant? Good heavens, I must be mistaken. He had heard from the sales team that the unsold goods here were valued at no less than 20 million. If he could facilitate this deal, the sales commission would certainly reward him with 30 to 50,000. With this thought, his eyes gleamed with fervor. His body relaxed, and he picked up his phone, saying, "Please wait, I know someone in sales." As he spoke, he retrieved the guest registration list he had just handed over. For such a significant client, who needed a guest registration, it would be a calamity if someone else stole the opportunity. "Hello, Brother Wang. This is security guard Xiao Li at the entrance." Once the call connected, he introduced himself and relayed Jiang Jin's intention to procure all the unsold goods. There was a brief silence on the other end, followed by a serious and stern response. "Xiao Li, you must be certain. This is not a matter to joke about. If you are deceiving me or the entire Tianhai, you might find it difficult to continue working at Tianhai Food Processing Plant." His warning was subtle, a caution against believing any fool. At that moment, as he looked up, a phone screen caught his eye. Upon seeing the text message, he gulped. 10, 100,000, million, 10 million, 80 million. Xiao Li exclaimed in surprise, voicing the astonishing figure. On the other end, sales Brother Wang's brows furrowed at Xiao Li's abrupt statement, and he shouted in anger, "What do you mean? 80 million? Without waiting for him to finish questioning, Xiao Li shouted back, the client's bank card balance is 80 million. I saw it with my own eyes. I am not joking." At this revelation, the sales representative on the other end was also taken aback. If Xiao Li was so adamant, even if it were false, he would have to investigate further. After all, he couldn't imagine that Xiao Li, who earned a monthly salary of 15,000, would joke about such matters. "Wait for me," came the anxious voice from the other side. "If this is true, it could work out. You will be my Xiao Li from now on." He raced down, even daring not to hang up the call. The elevator ride from the 13th floor to the 4th took time. He bolted down the staircase. Upon arriving at the entrance and seeing Jiang Jin standing before security guard Xiao Li, he was certain this was indeed real. After adjusting his attire slightly, he hurried to Jiang Jin and respectfully said, "Good day, ma'am. I am Wang Hicheng, the head of sales at Tianhai Food Processing Plant. You may call me Xiao Wang." Observing the stark contrast in Wang Hicheng's demeanor compared to his earlier phone conversation, Xiao Li thought to himself, indeed, he is a Xiao Wang. "Please brief me on the situation regarding the unsold inventory at Tianhai Food," Jiang Jin stated plainly after a brief handshake with Wang Hicheng. "If the price is suitable, I will make an immediate payment. However, these goods may need to be stored in Tianhai's warehouse for a month, during which the keys must be handed over to me. No one is permitted to enter the warehouse without my consent." Jiang Jin's straightforwardness caught Wang Hicheng off guard. He cautiously inquired, "May I ask if you are an internet celebrity, representing a top-tier influencer to stockpile goods in advance for a sales event?" Jiang Jin did not conceal her identity, but slightly misrepresented her intentions. Upon realizing this, Wang Hicheng immediately lowered his posture further. "Ah, so you are from an MCN company. We will certainly provide you with the best possible price. However, we need to conduct an overall inventory assessment. Could you please share a contact number so we can inform you once the assessment is complete?" Jiang Jin furrowed her brow. "Can't it be organized within 2 hours?" Wang Hicheng quickly recognized her displeasure and assured her, "Yes, we can definitely sort the inventory within 2 hours. We maintain strict records for incoming stock. Furthermore, I guarantee we can finalize the pricing and produce a contract within 10 minutes. Then I assure you, I will settle 50% of the payment up front," Jiang Jin replied. Seeing Wang Hicheng pledge his guarantee, she reciprocated with assurance. "The remaining balance will be settled upon delivery in 30 days, as stipulated in the contract." "Excellent." Wang Hicheng's eyes sparkled with delight. An advance payment of 50% shatters industry norms. Most transactions only require 30% upfront, with the remainder contingent upon returns. No one is as forthright as Jiang Jin. While waiting, Jiang Jin transferred 10 million for the Michelin 3-star dining experience into the company's account. Upon receiving the payment, the company confirmed Jiang Jin's seriousness and scheduled the entire restaurant for a banquet at 9 o'clock. What a joke! A 10 million turnover, which typically takes a month to achieve, was ordered in a single day. There was no way they could afford to treat this lightly. An hour and a half later, Wang Hicheng appeared before Jiang Jin with the organized data and respectfully stated, "The total value of our unsold inventory amounts to 48.55 million. Here is the inventory list and unit prices for your review." Chapter 9. Anxiously racing to sell goods in the city. 40 million? If that's half. Doesn't that mean I only need to pay 20 million? Moreover, what he was offering was merely a standard wholesale price, not the clearance inventory price. As Jiang Jin contemplated, she looked up at Wang Hiqing, who appeared tense and anxious. Suddenly, she realized, this price certainly had considerable room for negotiation. Manager Wang, if I'm not mistaken, the price list you provided is based on retail wholesale pricing, correct? Wang Hiqing nodded in agreement, humility etched on his face. Fearful that any misstep might drive away this windfall. Yes, since the unsold inventory is packaged together, we have never sold it at this price before. The pricing is negotiable. Then, let's eliminate the cents from that price, Jiang Jin suggested. Wang Hiqing's delight was palpable as he repeatedly nodded. This price was within his authority to approve without needing to report. That would be 48 million. Jiang Jin shook her head upon hearing the quote. You may have misunderstood. I meant to reduce it by 8,500,000 for a total of 40 million. All bundled together. 40 million? Hearing Jiang Jin's counteroffer, Wang Hiqing gasped in shock, realizing the audacity of this woman. Is this how business is conducted? Indeed. There's no need for you to negotiate with me. Consult your superiors, Jiang Jin said, adopting a tone of urgency that suggested he lacked the authority. I will purchase this batch of unsold inventory at 40 million, and within the next 20 days. You must deliver a batch of goods valued at no less than 60 million. The terms will be the same as before. 50% upfront, and the remaining 50 upon delivery in 30 days. Please hold on. Wang Hiqing, trembling at Jiang Jin's proposal, realized he had the opportunity to handle an order amounting to 100 million. This year's sales champion would undoubtedly be him. In less than 5 minutes, a man claiming to be the general manager of Tianhai Food Processing Factory approached Jiang Jin, having specifically requested his secretary to brew a cup of exquisite coffee. We have accepted your terms, the manager announced, his face lighting up with palpable joy after finalizing the contract. Pleasant cooperation, Manager Lin, Jiang Jin replied, securing the contract after signing her name. Acquiring goods worth over 100 million at the price of 50 million was a substantial profit. As for the remaining payment? What remaining payment? When the apocalypse strikes, who will concern themselves with contracts? Upon receiving the transfer notification, Manager Lin felt as if he had rejuvenated 20 years. Not only had he resolved the backlog of goods, but he had also secured a monumental order. All challenges faced by Tianhai Food Processing Factory seemed to dissolve, akin to a serendipitous windfall. Before bidding farewell to Jiang Jin, the harbinger of fortune, he was suddenly reminded of the warehouse where his friend had rented space for storing goods. He pondered, since these items were intended for sale, could they also consume this batch of products from the Russians? With this thought, he proactively inquired, Miss Jiang, we have a batch of surplus Russian goods originally intended for export to Indonesia. Would you be interested? Taken aback by Manager Lin's inquiry, Jiang Jin asked, how do you still have surplus Russian goods? Why weren't these items listed in the inventory I reviewed earlier? At this point, a sheepish smile spread across Manager Lin's face as he pulled out his phone to show Jiang Jin a video, explaining. This matter was reported in the news a few days ago. The Russian Minister of Agriculture, Alexander, due to certain circumstances, has seen a decline in sales. They intended to sell these goods, originally meant for European countries, to Indonesia and thus transported them to our country. This includes a significant amount of canned pork and sausages. However, Minister Alexander was rather careless, forgetting that Indonesia is a Muslim nation that does not consume pork. Consequently, these goods have been sitting idle in our factory's warehouse. If you're interested, I can facilitate contact with their ambassador. I believe they would be willing to dispose of these goods at a low price, as they would incur substantial storage fees otherwise. Ultimately, he was merely a middleman hoping to foster goodwill between both parties for future collaborations. Upon hearing this, Jiang Jin's eyes lit up. Although various departments from Russia were unreliable, the sausages were indeed authentic, packed with pork, making them a worthy investment. I am indeed interested. This aligns perfectly with my need to procure additional goods to diversify our inventory, she expressed with enthusiasm to Manager Lin. Should this transaction be successful, I intend to prioritize cooperation with your factory for next year's shopping festival. This promise, though not inscribed on paper, was more than sufficient for Manager Lin. After expressing gratitude, he promptly contacted the Russian ambassador. Upon learning of a potential market, the ambassador was overjoyed, akin to a giddy child, and immediately boarded a diplomatic vehicle, racing toward Tianhai Food Processing Factory. Please ensure we retain the client, he exclaimed in standard Russian-accented Mandarin before hanging up, which elicited awkward expressions from those present. Manager Lin internally chastised. Are all Russian diplomats this reckless? Don't they fear startling our client? In Tianhai City, a diplomatic vehicle adorned with black plates sped down the central highway at an astounding 200 kilometers per hour. The sight left the rookie traffic officer dumbfounded, prompting him to turn to the veteran officer beside him, asking, should we pursue for exceeding the speed limit by 500? The veteran officer, hearing the inquiry, smacked the rookie's head and retorted, 500? That's a diplomatic black plate. They have immunity. Even if you catch up, you can issue a ticket. But they better pray their driving skills are exceptional. Otherwise, even if they're foreign guests, I'll have to detain them for a few days. He instructed other traffic officers at intersections to keep a vigilant watch. Should an accident occur, all parties, regardless of nationality, would be detained. At the entrance of Tianhai Food Processing Factory, the driver who had previously completed Jiang Jin's order was now engaged in another business transaction. Stepping out for a smoke while conversing with a security guard, Shaoli, buddy, you wouldn't believe how much cargo there is in the world. Just earlier, I had a passenger who called to order a meal worth $1 million, requesting 100 tables. Can you believe that? That girl looked to be barely 20, so vain. After I pointed it out, I had to lecture her all the way. Listening to the taxi driver's tale, Shaoli appeared lost in thought. Barely 20? I just encountered someone with over 80 million in her bank account. That is the most cash I've ever seen. As he pondered, a black business sedan screeched to a halt at the factory entrance, startling the taxi driver into the security guard's arms. It nearly collided with him, a truly shocking experience. After regaining composure, the taxi driver stormed toward the black sedan, only to find a tall, bearded European man in a suit emerging from the vehicle, casting a cold gaze upon him. Brother, you're blocking the way. The taxi driver was taken aback by the commanding tone, his bravado evaporating as he instinctively lowered his head and stepped back, watching the Russian strut past him into the factory. Observing the man's retreating figure, the driver's resentment grew. How could he, having nearly been run over, now feel intimidated by that foreigner? This was the land of the daxia. He had to demand an apology. Resolute, he positioned himself on the hood of his car, awaiting the Russian's return, determined to reclaim his earlier bravado. Approximately half an hour later, a procession approached the entrance, including the very Russian who had almost collided with him. The taxi driver, seated in his cab, unconsciously straightened his posture as he recognized the woman surrounded by the group. Wasn't she the millionaire from earlier? Why was she amidst such a crowd? As they drew nearer, he overheard the Russian expressing gratitude in Mandarin to the woman at the center. Thank you for helping us purchase and sell this 40 million worth of goods. The Russians will always be your best friends. After shaking Jiang Jin's hand, he turned to leave, catching sight of the bewildered taxi driver. The driver's mind raced. 40 million worth of goods? Could she be orchestrating a performance in collaboration with the Russian? Yet that couldn't be. He had only exchanged glances with the Russian. So, she truly had secured a banquet worth millions? As this realization struck, the taxi driver's face flushed crimson. Regardless of the circumstances, he had unwittingly been schooled by a billionaire beauty in his humble taxi. How foolish. If only he had been more amiable. Even just to exchange contact information, it could have been a lifelong benefit. Just as he lamented, the Russian loomed over him, casting a shadow from the scant sunlight. A pair of eyes, filled with fury, glared at him. Sir, this is the hood of my car, not your household toilet. Please leave. The taxi driver, startled by such an outburst, instinctively straightened his posture, but he could not escape the oppressive gaze of the imposing figure. The pressure was palpable. You nearly ran me over just now. You owe me compensation for emotional distress. Under the weight of this intimidation, the taxi driver mustered the courage to demand reparations. The imposing man, listening to this audacious claim, was immediately amused by the absurdity of being extorted by a stranger. As for the claim of nearly being hit, what did that even mean? Since he was not actually struck, why should he pay? Let us go to the police station, he declared in a distinctly Tianhai accent, using the colloquial name for the precinct. Today, I refuse to be swindled. With that, he forcefully pushed the taxi driver into the passenger seat, fastened the seatbelt, and sped towards the police station. After bidding farewell to the crowd, Jiang Jin strolled through the Tianhai food processing plant, holding the corresponding warehouse key. Just moments ago, She had spent her last 20 million acquiring a batch of goods worth 50 million from the Russians. Their products were genuine and abundant. Of that sum, 10 million was the discounted price she had negotiated, while another 20 million was to be paid a month later. However, by then, if the ice-cold apocalypse had erupted, she would owe nothing. Warehouse 15, this must be it, Jiang Jin mused, glancing at the number on the key and confirming it against the large spray-painted digits on the warehouse door. With a gentle press, the electric shutter rolled upward. Once the opening was wide enough for a person to pass through, she entered, switched on the lights, and pressed the button to close the shutter behind her. The vast warehouse was filled with a myriad of supplies, with boxes upon boxes of instant noodles stacked into towering mountains. Upon closer inspection, she noted flavors like tomato and egg, braised beef, and countless spicy varieties. With a thought, all the instant noodles were drawn into her space. It should be noted that this batch occupied 200 cubic meters, yet within her space, they took up barely a small fraction. In comparison, the vastness of her space could only be described as infinite. Jiang Jin felt a surge of confidence. Small breads, ham sausages, spicy sauces, dried meat, and marinated eggs were all present. After merely wandering through the expansive warehouse, she also absorbed the shelves into her space, including some forklifts used for transporting goods. According to the contract, the other party was prohibited from entering these warehouses within a month of her inspection, granting her full ownership during that time. Taking everything away with confidence, she knew that leaving it behind would only lead to spoilage when the ice-cold apocalypse arrived. Once she had finished collecting the goods, Jiang Jin turned off the lights, reopened the warehouse door, and exited with satisfaction. The supplies from this one warehouse would suffice for her for hundreds of years. Not to mention, she had 2 more like it. In 20 days, she would acquire 3 more warehouses of this scale. A person with provisions is never anxious. Aptly described Jiang Jin's current state. As she ambled, Jiang Jin arrived at the entrance of the second warehouse, number 22, and unlocked it. Upon entering, she found the interior completely different from the last. It was filled with fragile items. Vinegar, cooking oil, soy sauce, there were far too many to count. For household use. If the entire warehouse were filled with these, it would likely last a millennium. With a thought, she absorbed them into her space and continued forward, feeling a wave of relief. Only the shelves at the entrance were stocked with condiments. Deeper inside lay various compressed vegetables and cooked grains. But there were no raw grains or flours. That made sense, as the Tianhai food processing plant was primarily a secondary food processing industry. Raw grains would be considered materials, which they would not sell off directly, as that would incur losses. After absorbing all the supplies from this warehouse, Jiang Jin stood at the entrance, about to open the large door when she suddenly felt a mysterious force emanating from the sphere in her mind. This force flowed through her body's meridians, spreading throughout her limbs, bringing an indescribable sensation of comfort. Once this feeling dissipated, Jiang Jin noticed that the waistband of her pants felt a little loose. Looking down, the exquisite lines of her physique were revealed. Clenching her fist, she observed the elegant muscle definition that had developed. With a thought, Jiang Jin retrieved a sausage weighing about 100 pounds from her space and lifted it effortlessly, feeling a surplus of strength. When she summoned 100 kilograms of weight upon her, she felt a slight heaviness, but it was far from her limit. After storing everything in her space, Jiang Jin suddenly noticed a percentage progress bar indicating her space usage, reading 1. She speculated. Could it be that as the space usage increased, it would continuously enhance her physical attributes? If that were the case, maximizing this space usage would render her invincible. Chapter 11. Spatial Abilities. The overbearing sister-in-law exploiting her mother entering the 31st warehouse, representative of Russian goods, Jiang Jin was left awestruck. As the shutter door opened, several thick sausages rolled out. Jiang Jin picked them up and squeezed through the open door. Without waiting to turn on the lights, she was greeted by a sight that exemplified Russian romance. The warehouse was overflowing. There was hardly any room to stand. The goods could be stacked as high as one could imagine. No wonder the sausages had rolled out of the warehouse. The 5 million worth of Russian goods truly lived up to the praise of being high quality and plentiful, far surpassing the combined inventory of her 2 previous warehouses from the Tianhai food processing plant. With a clang, Jiang Jin pressed the button, and the massive shutter door slowly descended. Once it completely cut off the outside light, she concentrated, and a multitude of products surged into her storage space. Russian loaves of bread, large sausages, and, most importantly, an array of pork products, including various cuts, preserved meats, and copious amounts of frozen pork chops, filled her vision. After thoroughly exploring this warehouse, it was now 8 o'clock in the evening. Thankfully, her body had been enhanced previously, otherwise, she would have been utterly exhausted. As she stored the last item in her space, the usage percentage leapt from 1 to 2. In that instant, Jiang Jin felt a smaller orb split off from the larger one within her mind, orbiting it slowly. A rush of unique memories flooded her consciousness. Jiang Jin extended her palm and pressed it against a shelf. A wave of mysterious light rippled from her touch. To her amazement, her entire hand passed through the shelf effortlessly. Overjoyed, she thought, spatial abilities, teleportation? With this in mind, Jiang Jin conducted another experiment, channeling the orb's power throughout her body. Walking directly through the shelf. In an instant, she found herself enveloped in that peculiar light, passing through the shelf, though she felt a slight fatigue afterward. Jiang Jin realized, it seems the use of this ability is linked to her physical prowess. After several repeated experiments, Jiang Jin felt a hollow sensation in her stomach, accompanied by a series of rumbling sounds. She promptly retrieved a Russian-style sausage and began to devour it. To her astonishment, she finished the sausage, which was as thick as her arm, in merely 2 minutes, carelessly tossing aside the packaging. Upon opening the warehouse door and bending down to exit, she securely closed it behind her. Despite possessing extraordinary abilities, Jiang Jin had no intention of abusing them. Particularly, she was cautious about emerging from the warehouse door, a sight that could incite fear and potentially expose her to danger before the impending apocalypse. Concealing her strengths was a strategic choice, enabling her to deliver a decisive blow to her adversaries when least expected. As she approached the entrance, Jiang Jin's gaze fell upon the security guard, Xiao Li, stationed there. Xiao Li, recognizing her despite their brief encounters, found Jiang Jin's striking beauty etched in his memory. Under the dim light, he perceived her allure to be magnified, leaving him momentarily entranced. As she passed by, he snapped back to reality and cheerfully exclaimed, "Thank you, Miss Jiang, for your generous procurement." While speaking, he offered her a respectful salute, considering her as his benefactor, having played a part in securing a substantial deal worth tens of millions, which would surely yield him a handsome bonus. Jiang Jin merely acknowledged his enthusiasm with a polite smile before hailing a taxi, swiftly making her way to the Michelin 3-star restaurant in the city center of Tianhai. Outside the exclusive establishment, Jiang Daba and Yang Yu strolled along the street, each holding a Starbucks coffee, searching for the perfect angle to capture photographs. Jiang Daba busily flitted about, appearing exhausted. Yet when Yang Yu seized his phone to check the photos, her expression abruptly soured. She scrolled through the images repeatedly, growing increasingly dismayed. Noticing the change in her demeanor, Jiang Daba felt a pang of anxiety and, before he could suggest retaking the photos, Yang Yu scolded him. "When will you ever practice your atrocious photography skills? Is my face really that round? And my legs, can't you crouch down for a better angle? How many times must I repeat myself? How many lessons will it take for you to take this seriously? Look at this picture. It makes my long legs appear as short as a child's." Jiang Daba, chastised by Yang Yu's relentless critique, lowered his head, feeling too embarrassed to retort. They were in a bustling area filled with pedestrians, and being publicly reprimanded like this made him feel humiliated. Yet, Yang Yu remained oblivious to the inappropriateness of her outburst, continuing to vent her frustrations. Passers-by observed the scene, internally questioning, 18? She barely exceeds 150. And her face looks far too aged. She appears to be barely 20. What could he possibly see in her? She hardly seems affluent. Suddenly, Yang Yu was interrupted by a notification on her phone, and her earlier displeasure vanished, replaced by joy. Unlocking her screen while concealing it from Jiang Daba, she quickly responded. Jiang Daba, still gazing down, was unaware of the shift in her mood. After a while, noticing Yang Yu had ceased her tirade, he sighed in relief and suggested, "Shall we dine at this restaurant? It seems quite upscale. You could order something nice and take some photos." Glancing at the establishment and buoyed by her recent good news, Yang Yu brightened. "Just don't shortchange me, all right?" Jiang Daba felt a shiver run down his spine. He had heard this sentiment numerous times before, at least 4 or 5 times each month. "I understand," he replied, mustering courage. "My photography skills are lacking, you can guide me. When it comes time to order, you can sit and take your own pictures." Yang Yu's expression softened at his concession, and she happily linked her arm with his as they entered the restaurant. The sound of bells chimed as they stepped inside, where a server promptly greeted them, saying, "Welcome, esteemed guests. Please follow me. However, we must inform you that if you wish to dine, please conclude your meal within half an hour, as we will cease operations after that time." Upon hearing this, Yang Yu's earlier enthusiasm dissipated, and she exclaimed, "What do you mean half an hour? Don't you operate until 11? It's only 8. Jiang Daba attempted to reach for Yang Yu's arm, but her fierce glare immobilized him, leaving his hand suspended in the air, hesitant to touch her. The server, sensing her strong demeanor, patiently explained, "Today, we have a significant client hosting a banquet here. As you can see, all the tables are already set with dishes. The banquet begins at 9, and we must clear the premises." Yang Yu rolled her eyes in response to the explanation, but still made her way to a nearby empty table, showing no concern for Jiang Daba as she began to place her order. Jiang Daba glanced at the prices listed next to the food and felt his heart sink. After Yang Yu finished ordering, he calculated the total. It exceeded 10,000. How could he afford this with his bank balance? Feeling increasingly distressed, he quietly texted his mother, "Jiang Daba, Mom, please transfer me 10,000. I don't have enough to treat your daughter-in-law." Upon receiving his request, Jia Yufeng frowned. Having just received 650,000 from a demolition payment, she felt a pang of regret. Knowing that this money would go to her extravagant daughter only deepened her dissatisfaction. She swiftly messaged Jiang Jin, "Jiang Jin, your brother and sister-in-law need some money for their meal. Could you send some over? As the elder sister, you should support your brother." Reading her mother's messages, Jiang Jin couldn't help but sneer. Why should she bear any responsibility for her brother's financial woes? "Today, my bank card has reached its limit. I'm unable to assist," she replied curtly. On the other end, Jia Yufeng's frustration grew upon receiving Jiang Jin's response. She began to plot again, thinking, "Limit? I didn't give you that money to squander. You're an adult now. You should know how to save." She continued, "How about you transfer some money to me, and I'll save it for you? When you get married, I'll convert it into your dowry, ensuring you have a grand wedding." Jiang Jin rolled her eyes at her mother's audacious suggestion and promptly turned off her phone screen, choosing to ignore her. The thought of her mother hoarding her money only to squander it on her favored son was infuriating. The prospect of a lavish dowry seemed utterly far-fetched, considering the mother's overt favoritism. Having been reborn, Jiang Jin was no longer naive enough to believe in her mother's intentions. Inside the Michelin 3-star restaurant in Tianhai, perhaps due to the extravagant meal prices, or perhaps because Yang Yu had managed to take some decent photos, or maybe it was the sudden influx of good news, Yang Yu's mood had brightened considerably. As I watched Jiang Daba, the complaints and dissatisfaction arising from the act of taking photographs diminished significantly. Occasionally, I managed to offer a few smiles, which made Jiang Daba's heart flutter. I was completely oblivious to the fact that I had once again failed to appear in Yang Yu's phone album that day. By the time dinner was finished, it was nearly 8:30, and while they were not in a hurry, the waiter beside them was clearly anxious. The manager had informed them earlier that the restaurant would cease operations at 8:30. Fortunately, after Yang Yu had taken pictures of the sumptuous meal, she finally paused her photographic endeavors and picked up her knife and fork. Only then did Jiang Daba eagerly take up his own utensils, indulging heartily at the table. Yang Yu speared a piece of Wellington beef and savored it, her face radiating pleasure. Seeing this, Jiang Daba hastily followed suit, but he could hardly stomach the rare beef. Struggling to swallow it, Yang Yu chuckled softly at Jiang Daba's predicament and pushed a special drink towards him to help wash down the beef. Once Jiang Daba managed to swallow, Yang Yu turned to him and remarked, "Look, we have no conflicts or quarrels at the moment, right? How wonderful this life is." As she spoke, she thoughtfully handed him a napkin to wipe the sauce from his mouth. Jiang Daba nodded repeatedly, feeling the atmosphere had lightened considerably compared to the previous stifling tension that had nearly driven him to despair. He cherished the current mood immensely. Yet, he soon heard Yang Yu's voice again. "So, please don't shortchange me, okay?" Faced with her earnest gaze, Jiang Daba turned his head away, unable to meet her eyes or make any promises. With the meager allowance he received from his parents each month and no stable income of his own, how could he frequent such places? Unless he managed to get his hands on the 6 million cash that Jiang Pankai held. The thought sparked a glimmer of hope in his mind. He turned back to Yang Yu, meeting her slightly aged eyes, marked with a hint of crow's feet. and nodded emphatically. As long as we can acquire that 650,000 cash from Jiang Pankai, we can live like this every day. I would never let you down. Yang Yu smiled and nodded in agreement. The fundamental reason she found herself with Jiang Daba was her recognition of Jiang Jin's earning potential and the family's ability to obtain money from him. Otherwise, how could Jiang Daba's meager monthly income support their outings to various establishments? Regardless of who earned the money, as long as she could spend it in the end, it sufficed. Had this been 2 years prior, she would never have settled for such modest expectations. However, as time passed, she distinctly felt her body aging rapidly and realized that marrying into wealth was no longer a possibility. Even those truly affluent businessmen wouldn't squander much money on her. Jiang Daba was merely a reluctant second choice. After finishing the meal, Yang Yu cheerfully declared and continued to stand in the restaurant, more unrestrained than before. She boldly moved the prepared tables and chairs, photographing the lavish spread. The waiter observed from the side, relieved to see that she hadn't uncovered the covered dishes, allowing his furrowed brow to relax somewhat. Meanwhile, Jiang Daba, having heard Yang Yu's words, hastened his eating to an almost ravenous pace. Clearing the table of food in a whirlwind. Content, he patted his stomach, thinking to himself, no waste here. When it came time to settle the bill, Jiang Daba smiled and called for the waiter, who promptly approached with a ready POS machine. Jiang Daba presented his payment code, which the waiter scanned, only for the machine to emit a series of beeps indicating insufficient balance and a failed transaction. The waiter felt his forehead tighten with veins throbbing, internally cursing. Eating here with no money? Unbelievable. Yet, he maintained a professional smile and addressed Jiang Daba. Sir, it seems there might be an error in your payment method, as the transaction has failed. Jiang Daba furrowed his brow at the waiter's words. ISNT at just over 10,000? He inquired. The waiter affirmed that it was indeed just over 10,000. Jiang Daba felt puzzled and asked again, then how could the transaction fail? Please try again. Unwilling to give up, he presented his payment code once more, but the machine sounded the same warning again. At this point, the waiter's patience wore thin. If you have no money, then you have no money. Trying again won't change anything. As Jiang Daba withdrew his phone, the waiter reminded him, Sir, please check your balance. If it's insufficient, perhaps the lady over there can help you cover the bill. We have already ceased external operations, so please settle your bill promptly. What is the total? Jiang Daba asked the waiter. The bill amounted to 10,820, with an additional service charge of 1,623, totaling 12,443 yuan. The waiter explained patiently. Upon hearing the initial 10,820, Jiang Daba sighed with relief, knowing he had over 11,800 yuan in his bank account, more than enough to cover the meal. However, when he heard about the additional service charge, he was taken aback. Why was there a service fee in such a place? He had never encountered such a charge before. The waiter, noticing Jiang Daba's astonished expression, silently cursed, country bumpkin, while urging him, Sir, all Western restaurants charge a service fee. It's standard practice. If your funds are insufficient, you might want to discuss it with that lady and cover the bill together. Jiang Daba's expression darkened at the waiter's words. He lowered his head and frantically texted Jia Yufeng. Unfortunately, Jia Yufeng was out visiting, and her phone had died, leaving her unable to receive his barrage of messages. Attempts to call her yielded no response. This infuriated Jiang Daba, nearly causing him to hurl his phone. The waiter observed Jiang Daba's distress, nearly unable to suppress a laugh. In 3 years of service, he had never before seen someone dining in a Michelin 3-star restaurant unable to pay their bill. Jiang Pankai. Yes, I can ask that woman for money, Jiang Daba thought, pulling out his phone to message Jiang Jin. Jiang Daba, transfer me 10,000 yuan. Don't say you don't have money. I saw you just received 650,000 from Mom today. Jiang Daba, hurry up, I need it now. Having just settled a taxi fare, Jiang Jin stood outside the Michelin 3-star restaurant, glancing at the message that popped up on his phone, smirking coldly. Didn't he get money from the old one? So now the young one comes begging? Why was I born into such a family of leeches? The same applied to Jia Yufeng. Jiang Daba was no different. Chapter 13. Jiang Daba stopped and asked for compensation. Jiang Jin, haven't you learned how to be polite at your age? What kind of upbringing did you have? Jiang Jin, figure it out yourself. Don't come to me for everything. I'm very busy. After sending the messages, Jiang Jin prepared to enter the Michelin 3-star restaurant. However, looking through the glass window, he spotted Jiang Daba inside, as well as Yang Yu, who was taking pictures at another table. It was apparent that the food on that table was what he had ordered, and Jiang Jin frowned deeply, capturing the moment on his phone. He then sent the image to the manager with the message, "Is this how you conduct your business? Allowing others to take pictures of my meal? I refuse to accept this entire table. I demand a full refund. If the food at other tables is also uncovered, I have the right to demand a full refund for the entire table." Jiang Jin. At the moment Yang Yu opened the table and was taking pictures of the food. The manager, who was busy in the back, suddenly perked up upon receiving a notification. It was already 8:30. The esteemed client who had made a reservation was about to arrive. He could not afford to let this important client leave dissatisfied. Moreover, hosting a grand banquet at a Michelin 3-star restaurant was no small feat, and as a mere manager, he could not afford to offend anyone. Upon opening his phone and seeing the message from the esteemed client, the restaurant owner's face was instantly clouded with anger. He quickly apologized to Jiang Jin, promising to replace the table with a new one while refunding the previous one, effectively compensating Jiang Jin with 100,000 yuan, which would result in a net loss of 200,000 for the restaurant, something the manager simply could not tolerate. After gaining Jiang Jin's forgiveness, he stormed out of the kitchen, fuming. "Where are the waiters? Isn't anyone watching over this area? Who allowed other guests to come in and uncover the food?" Faced with the manager's furious shout, the waiter who was settling the bill for Jiang Daba felt a jolt of fear. She quickly turned around to see the manager pointing angrily at her designated area. There, the female companion of a customer who could not afford the meal was taking pictures. She rushed over to the manager's side, apologizing respectfully. "I'm sorry, manager. It was my negligence not to watch over the customer's order. However, the male companion of this customer has yet to complete their payment." The manager cast a cold glance at her and barked, "You won't be getting your salary this month." The waiter nodded repeatedly, not daring to retort. After all, this was a mistake on her part, and offending the esteemed client could force her to seek employment in another city. The manager then showed his phone to the woman taking pictures. "Ma'am, because you uncovered the food's cover, the ingredients have lost their flavor and cannot be enjoyed at their best. The esteemed client has canceled their order for this table. Therefore, you may need to cover the cost of this meal." Yang Yu, who had been displeased upon hearing the manager reprimand the waiter, immediately sprang up from her seat when the ire was directed at her. "What? Can I take pictures while eating here? You haven't stated that photography is prohibited, have you?" The manager, witnessing the woman act defensively, scoffed inwardly. At over 40 years of age, he had seen all kinds of situations. Dealing with a customer like her, reasoning would only lead to her posting a negative review online, which would harm the restaurant's reputation. Hence, the best course of action was to call the police. With that thought, he calmly stated, "Ma'am, we are merely asking you to pay for the meal. Photography is not prohibited in our establishment, but you have damaged someone else's meal and compensation is necessary. We kindly ask for your cooperation. Otherwise, we will have to contact the nearest police station to resolve this issue." As his words fell, he swiped away the picture and opened the dial page, revealing the police's contact number. In an instant, Yang Yu's face flushed crimson. Compensate for the meal? Or for an entire table? She hadn't even eaten. Merely had a look and taken a few pictures. How could the taste possibly change? Moreover, who would be so unreasonable? The manager was just being obstinate. "I only uncovered 2 dishes. You cannot expect me to cover the entire cost," Yang Yu retorted defiantly, seeking to negotiate a lower compensation. The manager merely smiled at her, not responding, while his hand hovered near the dial button. Seeing this, Yang Yu's anger flared. "Then I'll pay half. You can still sell those dishes to the other customer and make a profit. Don't be greedy." Witnessing that the manager remained unmoved, she widened her eyes and gritted her teeth. But he was entirely unfazed and pressed the call button. Yang Yu, seeing the police call connected, immediately begged, "I'll pay. I'll pay." At that moment, she could not afford to be taken to the police station. If it delayed her plans for tomorrow, the loss would be immense. The manager, seeing her desperation, hung up the dialing call. He then exchanged a glance with the nearby waiter. The waiter quickly added, "Ma'am, regarding the table where you were dining, that gentleman has not completed his payment, which may require you to cover that as well." Yang Yu was instantly engulfed in fury. Turning to Jiang Daba, "You haven't paid for that table? Where's your mother? Hasn't she given you any money?"
Faching ang US akusasyon.
Jiang Daba was already furious from the message he received from Jiang Jin and felt his blood boil. If he were a bit older, he might have suffered a stroke on the spot. The pent-up dissatisfaction erupted. What are you shouting about? My mom's phone is off. And how was I supposed to know there was a service charge here? Then just message your sister and have her send the money.
Yang Yu glared at Jiang Daba.
Thinking, how dare he talk back? But now was not the time to settle scores. They needed to resolve the meal payment first. She then asked the manager, how much is the total for both tables? 112, for 143 yuan, the waiter promptly quoted.
What?
Yang Yu's voice rose 8 octaves. We only ordered 2 steaks and some sides. It couldn't he possibly exceed 15,000. Why is this table 10,000? In response to Yang Yu's inquiry, the manager gestured for the waiter to open the menu and introduce each dish, even bringing the menu to display the prices. Yang Yu's face turned ashen. Had she earned that money from those people over the years? How could she possibly pay the restaurant? Realizing this, she turned to Jiang Daba, shouting, ask your sister for 15,000. Settle the bill, and then transfer it to me. Consider it your apology, and I'll forgive your earlier outburst. Hearing Yang Yu's demand, Jiang Daba's face twisted in distress. After being scolded by that wicked sister, he was supposed to go ask her for money? But upon meeting Yang Yu's threatening gaze, he swallowed his indignation. He pulled out his phone and called his father. On the other end, Jiang Xingjian snorted coldly upon hearing his son's request. Every day, you two siblings act as if you've fallen into a money pit. I'll go ask your mother to transfer you some money. Jiang Daba felt a headache coming on as he listened to his father's lecture. This father had more money than anyone else. Instead of transferring money to him right away, he wanted to go find his mother. This was an urgent situation. He couldn't leave without settling the bill. Just as the standoff continued, Jiang Jin pushed open the door. Walking in gracefully, she addressed the staff. Good evening, ladies. Our establishment is now closed and no longer accepting guests. For dining, you may consider other nearby restaurants. The receptionist at the entrance politely informed Jiang Jin. Jiang Jin shook her head, pointing inside. I am here to attend the banquet of 100 tables. Upon hearing Jiang Jin reveal her identity, the receptionist's face instantly brightened with a flattering smile. Esteemed guest, please come in. Following behind the receptionist, Jiang Jin wore a serene and dignified smile. The commotion drew the attention of the manager and Jiang Daba, as well as Yang Yu. Upon recognizing Jiang Jin, Jiang Daba's face lit up with joy as he exclaimed, Hey, just as you arrived, please settle the bill for me, 150,000. Jiang Daba, while stating the price, inadvertently revealed the amount that Yang Yu and he intended to collect from Jiang Jin. Jiang Jin rolled her eyes at Jiang Daba, choosing to ignore him. She walked past both Jiang Daba and Yang Yu, taking a seat at a nearby table. Lifting the lid off the delectable dishes, an enticing steam wafted through the air. Jiang Jin picked up her knife and fork, ready to indulge in the meal. The manager subtly signaled to a waiter, who promptly approached Jiang Jin, whispering a few words in her ear. The manager's expression transformed from anger to delight as he hurried to Jiang Jin's side, lifting the lid off her meal personally. Jiang Daba, observing Jiang Jin eat without acknowledging him, shouted again, I'm talking to you. Buy me the bill. Before he could finish his sentence, Jiang Jin set her cutlery down with a crisp clink and addressed the manager. Are the people here so rude? I come to dine, a stranger, and I am shouted at to pay the bill? Isn't that rather detrimental to the dining experience? In response to Jiang Jin's inquiry, beads of sweat appeared on the manager's forehead as he repeatedly bowed in apology, his demeanor akin to that of a modern-day serf. After placating Jiang Jin, his demeanor shifted entirely as he turned to Jiang Daba and Yang Yu, stating, It appears I must ask you both to accompany me to the police station. Without giving them time to react, he signaled to 4 waiters, who promptly ushered the 2 out. Simultaneously, the manager dialed the police. Outside the Michelin-starred restaurant, Jiang Daba, pointing through the glass at Jiang Jin who was dining elegantly inside, berated the waitstaff. How can you not recognize her? That's my sister, my real sister. She has money and can pay our bill. In his fluster, he mistakenly forgot Jiang Jin's registered name. Stammering, he struggled to articulate his thoughts. Yang Yu, standing beside him, frowned, questioning, are they truly family? How can he not even remember his sister's name? He too racked his brain, hoping to recall another name for Jiang Pan.
Meanwhile,
the manager sneered at them. Though that esteemed guest shares the surname Jiang, you cannot simply assign names arbitrarily.
Jiang Pan. What?
Hoping for a brother like you? That would be a stroke of misfortune. When the police arrived, They disregarded Jiang Daba's protests, taking everyone away. It is only natural to pay for a meal. He refused to pay and caused a scene among other diners, so he was brought in for questioning. Jiang Jin smiled as she watched Jiang Daba being taken away, secretly relishing the moment. Look at you now, she mused. But remember, this is merely the interest I'm collecting from you too. As the final table was cleared, Jiang Jin closed all the curtains in the expansive restaurant, dismissing the staff. Alone in the candlelit ambience, she savored her second meal of rebirth. Indeed, the Michelin-starred cuisine, though delicate and petite, was more than sufficient for her enhanced appetite, leaving her with plenty to spare. With a mere thought, she packed all the food into her storage space. Upon exiting the Michelin restaurant, Jiang Jin leaned against the entrance, gazing up at the sky. The twinkling stars seemed exponentially brighter than before. She knew this was a harbinger of the icy apocalypse. Overnight, 100 stars would fall, plunging temperatures and unleashing relentless snow. They were now exhibiting the final flickers of their existence, thus shining more brilliantly than ever. On her way back to the five-star hotel, Jiang Jin scrolled through her phone while contemplating her storage space's usage rate, which seemed to be determined by the quantity of items stored. Thus, before the apocalypse arrived, she needed to fill it to the brim with supplies, yet she had already exhausted all her borrowing capacity. It was unlikely that spending money on supplies would even suffice to fill her storage space's initial usage rate. Suddenly, a news alert popped up. Breaking. Japan defies global opposition and insists on discharging tritium-contaminated nuclear waste into the ocean. Jiang Jin was taken aback. She thought to herself, these little cherry blossoms are utterly outrageous. They care only for themselves, disregarding the fate of humanity. No wonder that in the later stages of the apocalypse, land would be plagued by mutated sea creatures. It stemmed from their nuclear waste discharge. As she pondered, a bold idea struck Jiang Jin. She could traverse walls, entirely capable of zero-cost shopping next door. The thought ignited an uncontrollable excitement within her. After securing a ticket to Japan, Jiang Jin reclined on the solitary king-sized bed in the presidential suite of the five-star hotel, silencing her phone, and drifted into a comfortable slumber. Minutes after she fell asleep, her phone buzzed with a flurry of notifications. Fortunately, she had silenced it, though the screen flickered incessantly. Meanwhile, Jiang Daba and Yang Yu had just left the police station, spinning a dramatic tale of events to their mother, Jia Yufeng. Over the phone, enraged, she hung up and bombarded Jiang Jin with messages, accusing her of being cold-hearted and unsupportive in her brother's time of need. As Jiang Daba and Yang Yu walked back to the hotel, the atmosphere grew increasingly heavy. Suddenly, Yang Yu glanced at her phone, which lit up with a message confirming her ticket purchase, her face lighting up briefly with joy. However, she quickly concealed her excitement, turning to Jiang Daba and saying, "I'm going home today." Jiang Daba was taken aback by her sudden statement. "You ate a meal worth over 100,000, and now you want to leave? So my efforts were for naught. Didn't we agree?" Jiang Daba attempted to salvage the situation, but Yang Yu coldly retorted, "How dare you say that? This meal led us to the police station. And what about the betrothal gifts? When will you deposit the 1.88 million into my account? Only then will we meet again. I am utterly disappointed in you. Please stop taking advantage of me." With that, Yang Yu hailed a taxi, leaving Jiang Daba standing in a daze. After a long moment, he regained his senses and looked up at the twinkling stars, murmuring, "Didn't we agree to buy a car tomorrow and then discuss the betrothal? Was I truly out of line today?" At 9:30 a.m., Jiang Jin sat at the airport en route to Japan, opening her phone to find 99 notifications from Jia Yufeng. She dismissed them without a second thought. As she contemplated ordering a coffee, a familiar voice suddenly called out, "Zhang Ge, this time I'm going to Japan with you. And I expect the cosmetics you promised upon landing." In the first-class cabin, as Jiang Jin pulled back the curtain, she immediately spotted Yang Yu, cozily nestled against a portly man. The sight was nauseating. She recalled how Yang Yu had always maintained an air of superiority in her own home, regardless of her family's presence. It was as if her family had married her off as a result of their ancestors' virtues. It was a complete act of descending in status, yet they still expected Jia Yufeng to wash her feet. In her previous life, she had tirelessly assisted in fetching water for this very purpose, but beneath that facade of superiority, she harbored such a concealed identity? Jiang Jin pondered, promptly activating the video function on her phone. Through the gap in the curtain, she pointed her camera towards the opposite side. To her surprise, Her phone's camera was remarkably powerful, capturing the scene with stunning clarity. Even the finest hairs were distinctly visible in the video. I heard you were getting married? In the video, the man monopolized Yang Yu, disregarding her words and diverting the conversation with keen interest. Upon hearing the mention of marriage, Yang Yu's brows furrowed. Soon, a palpable expression of disgust crossed her face. I initially thought that his family was reasonably well off, which is why I agreed to date him. But as our relationship progressed, I discovered that his financial support solely relied on his sister. Now that there is some misunderstanding between them, she has ceased to provide him with money. Just yesterday, he couldn't even afford a meal, which landed me in the police station. To put it bluntly, it's too unfortunate. At least for now. I do not wish to marry him. Brother Zhang, are you implying that you have thoughts of marrying me? Her words elicited a cascade of laughter from the man, leaving Jiang Jin feeling utterly disgusted. However, the more unpleasant her words were, the more impactful they would be when Jiang Debao and his family eventually witnessed them. Observing the way Yang Yu clung to the man, she realized that even if she were to jump into the Yellow River, she could never cleanse herself of this situation. As the plane took off, the curtain opposite her descended. Jiang Jin tucked her phone away and silently took a nap. Upon disembarking, she brushed past Yang Yu and the greasy brother Zhang, who was tightly wrapped around her. Perhaps due to Jiang Jin wearing a hat and mask, Yang Yu failed to recognize her. As soon as Jiang Jin opened her phone after exiting the airport, a flurry of notifications appeared. Most were from Jia Yufeng and her son. Yet, there was no way she would genuinely transfer them any money. She swiftly adjusted their notifications to Do Not Disturb. Simultaneously, she posted a status on her social media, announcing her arrival in Japan. While waiting for her ride, Yang Yu and the greasy brother Zhang reappeared beside Jiang Jin. Their nauseating presence made Jiang Jin turn her head in disgust. She opened her phone again and shamelessly began recording a video from behind them. In the video, Yang Yu clung to brother Zhang, conversing in Chinese. Brother Zhang, is it true? As long as you get divorced, I will immediately kick that fool Jiang Debao to the curb. Then I'll bring along the house, car, dowry, and compensation from my sister to marry you. Just give your current wife the house, and we can live even better. But the company must not be relinquished, as we will need it to travel the world. Brother Zhang, startled by Yang Yu's plans, cast a surprised glance her way. However, his expression quickly transformed into one of delight as he praised her. Good. Let us do as you say. Once we return from this cherry blossom trip, I'll divorce that old hag. Though there's a 30-day cooling-off period, I may have to inconvenience you a bit. How could I feel inconvenienced if I can marry brother Zhang? Yang Yu replied, gazing dreamily at the man she spoke of. Jiang Jin captured all of this in high-definition pixels. Once the two boarded a taxi and left, she finally set her phone down and headed straight for the cherry blossoms and Mount Fuji. It is worth noting that Mount Fuji spans 4 administrative regions, brimming with resources and undoubtedly a premier tourist destination. Jiang Jin's first stop was a luxurious hotel suite at the base of Mount Fuji. While checking in, she once again brushed past Yang Yu. The two conspirators exuded an unpleasant odor, causing Jiang Jin to turn her head and hold her breath for a moment. After they walked away, she silently mused, this entanglement truly runs deep. I can encounter them wherever I go. After settling her luggage, Jiang Jin took a map and purposefully wandered around the Cherry Blossom Mountain. She meticulously explored large shopping centers, shops, and even distribution hubs, committing each location and route to memory. As evening fell, she sought out a seemingly commendable cherry blossom private dining establishment. At 200,000 yen per person for 18 courses, she found herself still unsated. The small portions typical of Japanese cuisine, coupled with her enhanced physique from the space, required her to consume more energy, which she needed to derive from food. Consequently, her appetite naturally expanded, especially since she could take advantage of this increased capacity to savor the finest delicacies. It was an exquisite experience. After exiting the private dining establishment, Jiang Jin leisurely strolled along the street food corridor, sampling everything, regardless of taste. Eventually, her gaze fell upon a ramen shop, and she stepped inside. Glancing at the menu on the table, she immediately spotted the most prominent item, the super-loaded ramen. The price was exorbitantly high, 88,000 yen, equating to over 40,000 Chinese yuan. While many patrons were present, none dared to order this dish. The moment Jiang Jin placed her finger down, the server was taken aback, confirming, "You mean you wish to order the super-loaded ramen for 88,000 000 yen? Yes. Jiang Jin replied calmly, perplexed by the server's demeanor. The server then inquired, "What about your noodle firmness?" "The hardest," Jiang Jin answered, remaining composed. Yet the server's eyes gleamed with excitement. Her choice indicated a discerning palate. Given the addition of ingredients, the dish's diversity increased, prolonging the time it would take to consume the noodles, which would be at their most perfect state when served. As Jiang Jin dismissed the server and was about to remove her mask, she heard the server announce loudly, 88,000 yen for the super-loaded ramen, the hardest. Instantly, the entire establishment erupted in cheers. Although they cheered in Japanese, Yang Yu felt a tingle of desire. Turning to the greasy man beside her, she remarked, "Brother Zhang, this ramen seems delicious. Shall we order one to try?" Brother Zhang, hearing Yang Yu's request, glanced at the price, his heart skipping a beat. 88,000 yen? That's over 40,000 yuan. I to spend that much on a bowl of ramen for you? What are you thinking? The cosmetics I promised you were only a few thousand. He was far from foolish. He remained astute when dealing with a woman like Yang Yu. He had merely sought a casual outing, finding any excuse to placate her with a small expenditure. Moreover, he was certain that ordering a bowl of ramen costing over 40,000 yuan would undoubtedly result in expenses exceeding 500,000 yen for this trip to the cherry blossoms. After all, people have psychological expectations. Starting with too high of a standard can lead to difficulties in managing subsequent demands. Thus, he said to Yang Yu, "There is still so much food left on this table. Let us not waste it. We can come back tomorrow." Listening to his placating words, Yang Yu gazed at the uneaten dishes, left with no choice but to nod silently. With 2 bowls of ramen untouched, she had to swallow her disappointment to avoid displeasing her benefactor. Jiang Jin, overhearing this, couldn't he help but chuckle internally. Yesterday, Zhang Debao must have spent over 100,000 yuan on that meal. And now, he has returned to seek a man whom she believes she can rely on. Yet this man is unwilling to spend even a little over 40,000 on a bowl of ramen for her. Indeed, women must rely on themselves. Before the end of days, the end is nigh. The money earned through one's own endeavors and the loans acquired through skill, are they not both one's own? After all, there is nothing to repay. Returning to the hotel, Jiang Jin gazed at the darkening sky, allowing herself a brief respite. As the night deepened, she opened her eyes and glanced at her phone. It was 1 a.m. Aside from the 24-hour convenience store, all large supermarkets had certainly closed for the night. From her storage space, Jiang Jin retrieved a set of loose-fitting black night attire and, with a mere thought, enveloped herself in her ability to traverse dimensions. She appeared in a secluded corner behind the hotel, focusing on the direction of the largest supermarket at the foot of Mount Fuji, silently declaring that her operation to rob Japan had commenced. Chapter 16. The Goose That Lays the Golden Eggs, the collapse of the cherry blossoms on the pitch-black streets. The absence of honking cars and the rarity of passing vehicles created an eerie silence. Jiang Jin wandered through the even darker alleys, cloaked in her loose night attire. She was virtually invisible to anyone, let alone distinguishable. Particularly in Japan, where modern infrastructure was not as robust as in China, surveillance facilities were scant. Unless Jiang Jin brazenly stepped into a major thoroughfare, the cameras would hardly capture her presence. In a matter of minutes, she infiltrated the supermarket. Faced with the vast expanse of shelves, Jiang Jin wasted no time. Approaching one shelf, with a flicker of thought, it vanished along with the myriad of beverages piled upon it, all absorbed into her storage space. She continued her sweep. Cigarettes, alcohol, gift boxes, trinkets, essential goods, sanitary napkins, all manner of items were retrieved. In a brief span of half an hour, she had thoroughly plundered all 4 floors of the supermarket, leaving no piece of jewelry or clothing unclaimed. Even the mannequins used for display were not spared, filling her storage space to capacity. As fatigue began to set in, Jiang Jin paused in a corner, leaning against the wall to rest while consuming high-calorie food to replenish her energy. Suddenly, amidst her brief respite, the usage rate of her storage space surged from 2 to 4. Surely, this was indicative of the magnitude of Japan's large supermarkets? Once the space usage rate updated, another sphere of pure energy materialized in her mind, spinning around the original sphere, slightly displaced in position and shifting vertically. Familiar energy coursed through Jiang Jin's body, further enhancing her physical form. She could visibly see the improvement in her skin, now appearing more radiant and supple, truly akin to the delicate skin of youth. With a sigh of relief, Jiang Jin remained vigilant. The wrappers of her consumed food were swiftly discarded into her storage space. Sensing the newly formed sphere, a novel ability emerged in her consciousness: co-located movement. This allowed her to transform her body into an invisible specter on the surface, while her true self traversed underground, sharing the sensory perceptions of her surface form. Moreover, her underground form could utilize other abilities as well. With a mere thought, she activated this power, her body instantly descending to the layer beneath. She had already scouted this area previously. Below lay a large storage facility, stocked with frozen goods and accumulated merchandise. Typically, there was only one entry for the underground warehouse and a replenishment passage above, both monitored by surveillance cameras. If she intended to pilfer its contents, she would inevitably be recorded. However, endowed with the power of spatial traversal and now the added ability of co-located movement, Jiang Jin felt at ease. Influenced by her powers, she discovered a new maximum retrieval distance. Previously, items had to be touched, but now, she could extract connected items from a meter away. Furthermore, her speed had more than doubled. In less than 5 minutes, the vast underground storage was completely emptied. Rising from below, Jiang Jin did not pause, heading directly to nearby shops. By 4 in the morning, after a night of relentless labor, she realized that some convenience stores were also shuttered. Reluctantly, she pressed on, emptying their stock as well. By dawn, the entire commercial district at the foot of Mount Fuji had been thoroughly stripped bare. Even the food storage in her hotel room was not spared. Nothing was left behind. Lying in bed, Jiang Jin marveled at the progress of her storage space usage, which had escalated from 4 to 7. She pondered, why had no new abilities manifested yet? Could it be that each new ability appeared in successive doubling? Reflecting on her past experiences with her powers, she recalled the first usage rate of 1, which enhanced her body, the second, 2, which strengthened her physique and granted her spatial traversal, the third, 4, which improved her skin and bestowed co-located movement. Thus, the next should logically be 8, she mused, before drifting into a contented sleep, her belly full. The next morning, while Jiang Jin enjoyed a peaceful slumber, chaos erupted throughout Japan. The police station was inundated with emergency calls.
What?
The commercial street at the foot of Mount Fuji had been emptied, even the mannequins were missing, and the computers housing the surveillance data had vanished. In the vicinity of the Fuji commercial district, the police chief, overwhelmed by the flurry of calls, slumped to the ground. Eyes vacant as he gazed at the ceiling, the sky had fallen. The entire commercial area had been looted in a heist of unprecedented scale. While the investigation would be straightforward, after all, emptying such a space required numerous trucks to transport the goods. He bore direct responsibility for this incident within his jurisdiction. The consequences of failure to solve this case could result in his dismissal, a light punishment at best. He dared not contemplate the repercussions if this case remained unresolved. Due to the opulence and fame of the Fuji commercial district, media outlets flocked to report on the incident, eager to capture the unfolding drama live. Behind me lies the largest commercial street at the foot of Mount Fuji. As you can see, this unprecedented heist has left no stone unturned. Even the windows were not spared, indicative of a thief unlike any seen before. The host, moving toward an employee emerging from the building, inquired, "Sir, what transpired inside?" The distraught employee, collapsing to the ground in tears, lamented, "Those scoundrels even stole my hidden savings from my workstation. That was money set aside for my wife's gift, 200,000 yen. I had saved for 3 years. All gone in one night." Observing the interviewee's emotional breakdown, the host swiftly pivoted the narrative. Meanwhile, online discussions buzzed with fervor. Enthusiastic Chinese netizens remarked, "These little days of hardship are merely retribution for the misdeeds committed." Cherry Blossom viewers lamented, "Do you not possess any conscience? This is the livelihood of countless individuals.
Today,
Surely, those near Mount Fuji will find themselves without food." An Indian netizen retorted, "Isn't it you cherry blossoms who lack conscience? How many lives will be harmed by your nuclear wastewater discharges? It's a global concern." Fortunately, the waters of the Ganges had not interfered. Otherwise, I would have had to capture an Indian to replace the lizard. The instigator, Jiang Jin, took a day of rest. By evening, the hotel had resumed its normal dining services. As she dined and gazed out of the window, Jiang Jin mused to herself, "It seems that tonight's operation must commence earlier." The nearby granary cannot be overlooked. With this thought in mind, Jiang Jin made her way swiftly to the outskirts. Chapter 17. Negligence. No food beneath Mount Fuji. What was referred to as a granary was, in truth, a distribution center for goods. A portion of the supplies had been transported to the vicinity of the Mount Fuji commercial district for the daily consumption of the populace. However, a greater quantity remained within. After all, the notorious thief of Mount Fuji had yet to be apprehended. Should the supplies be stolen again, it would certainly be entertaining. Yet, this situation conveniently favored Jiang Jin. Clad in loose-fitting nocturnal attire, she navigated the dark corners of the city. Occasionally, she would overhear passers-by discussing the infamous thief of Mount Fuji, their voices tinged with excitement and intrigue. With her spatial abilities, she was virtually undetectable, and this talent proved quite suitable for a private detective. Upon reaching the outskirts, Jiang Jin observed a significant presence of night patrol officers. Armed with standard-issue firearms, they patrolled in clusters. Hidden in the shadows were military snipers, including some American soldiers. Clearly, they were well prepared to prevent another incident reminiscent of the Mount Fuji thief. With such a level of security, even the infamous Kaido Kid would find it impossible to completely deplete the granary of its provisions. Alas, they were confronted by Jiang Jin. Mastering her spatial abilities, she infiltrated the largest granary as if it were an unguarded sanctuary. Upon entering, Jiang Jin was astonished by the sight before her. The granary was brightly illuminated, casting light across nearly every corner. Piles of rice and flour loomed like mountains, and apart from these, various legumes filled the space. However, atop these prominently displayed resources, Jiang Jin noticed dozens of surveillance cameras. These devices meticulously monitored the granary's conditions, leaving no blind spots. It was evident that considerable effort had been expended to safeguard this principal granary. Standing directly beneath the stockpile of grain, Jiang Jin's thoughts surged. Countless grains rushed into her storage space, and the utilization rate of her spatial capacity soared past 8. But this was merely the beginning. This granary was the linchpin supporting the entire commercial district beneath Mount Fuji. Thus, as Jiang Jin eagerly gathered the supplies, the utilization rate escalated further. 9, 10, 11. It continued to rise until it reached 15 before finally stalling. Exiting the main granary, Jiang Jin was enveloped in elation, entirely oblivious to the fact that her physical prowess had once again been enhanced. She remained unaware that a new sphere representing her storage space had split off from the original in her mind. Utilizing her spatial abilities, she infiltrated the remaining granaries, emptying them with stealth and precision. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, the few individuals tasked with overseeing the surveillance were engrossed in a game of cards. Is it really all right for us to play cards here? Inquired a young officer who had just won some money. After all, if another incident akin to the theft of the Mount Fuji commercial district occurred, they would bear direct responsibility. Dismissed by the others, who rolled their eyes at his hesitation. They retorted, "Kakuzuru, don't get too greedy. Besides, why worry about the grain? With so many colleagues patrolling outside, our duty to monitor is entirely redundant. Who could possibly slip past so many eyes and make off with the grain? If they had that skill, even the best surveillance would be futile. The snipers wouldn't be able to intervene." Encouraged by their dismissive attitude, the apprehensive officer lowered his head, silently continuing to play. In half an hour, he had amassed over 1,000,000 yen before the eyes of some fellow officers, who had lost their own savings watching him. "Who will check the monitoring room?" Kakuzuru asked his colleagues, who were merely spectators. The others exchanged glances, showing no inclination to leave. Seeing this, Kakuzuru produced 2 10,000 yen bills and declared, "Whoever goes to check the monitoring and returns to inform me, this 20,000 yen will be yours." Upon hearing this, the previously discontented officers immediately brightened, rushing towards the monitoring room. "I'll go. I'll return for the money."
Count me in.
As they entered the monitoring room, they approached the screens, joking about Kakuzuru-esque cowardice and the numerous patrols outside, dismissing any concern about the granary. "Forget it. He's just a fool with money. I'll win back what I lost." As they engaged in conversation, they reached the surveillance screens, where one officer excitedly pointed at the display, exclaiming, "See? There's no way the granary could be compromised." However, when he turned back, he was met with the shocking sight of the screens displaying emptiness. "Is my vision failing me?" one officer uttered in disbelief, signaling to a colleague to slap him. The sound of the slap echoed sharply. The pain jolted him back to reality, confirming he was not dreaming. "Quick, sound the alarm." he shouted to his colleagues. In a panic, one officer stood frozen, flailing his arms in confusion until he finally rushed forward to activate the alarm. The moment the alarm was triggered, the entire granary trembled. Officers engaged in card games and other rooms abandoned their games and sprinted towards the monitoring room. Upon their return, they found their peers frantically rewinding the footage at 10 times the normal speed. The surveillance images depicted grain vanishing into thin air, one by one. The officers were left in disbelief, unable to comprehend how the grain had disappeared. Concurrently, some individuals responsible for monitoring the grain hastily opened the granary doors to conduct an immediate inspection. Staring at the vacant granary, they were rendered speechless. "Where has all the grain gone? It's all vanished." The head of the granary lamented, "My political career is ruined. All the food reserves beneath Mount Fuji have been depleted. Even with the prospect of grain support from other cities, they would still face shortages." His cries of despair only intensified the chaos among the already frantic officers, who frantically searched for any signs of a breach, yet found nothing. The instigator, Jiang Jin, listened to the blaring alarm with a smirk, having used her spatial abilities to escape thousands of meters away before resurfacing from underground. Standing in a shadowy corner, she noted that her space utilization rate had increased significantly, reaching an astonishing 20. At that moment, as Jiang Jin stood on solid ground, the pure energy accumulated within the sphere of her mind erupted, coursing through her limbs. A new sphere emerged, joining the previous three, resulting in a celestial dance of 4 spheres orbiting the central one, reminiscent of a cosmic system. Upon the completion of her physical enhancement, Jiang Jin was overwhelmed by an unprecedented hunger. She immediately retrieved food from her storage space to replenish her energy. For nearly half an hour, she consumed without pause, only slowing her pace once she felt her stomach had been sufficiently filled. As her thoughts drifted to the third small orb that had appeared, a surge of information regarding a new ability detonated within her mind. Chapter 18. The Concerns of Lung Foam, Sowing Discord. Short-range spatial leap. It was an extraordinary ability, akin to a bug. It allowed her to traverse through space, enabling her to leap directly from ground level to the rooftops of towering buildings, even covering distances of a kilometer. Of course, the current maximum limitation was 1 kilometer, but such a distance was ample for numerous endeavors. Suppressing her elation, Jiang Jin continued to engage with the 4th small orb, and new information cascaded through her consciousness. It was a teleportation anchor point. As long as she established a teleportation anchor at a specific location, she could traverse between 2 points, albeit limited to just 2 anchor points. Nonetheless, this was more than sufficient. Given that she rested during the day and worked at night, she was certainly under scrutiny in Japan. After returning to her hotel, she planned to travel near Tokyo, establish a teleportation anchor, and then return. Daytime theft. They would never suspect her audacity. With this thought, Jiang Jin narrowed her eyes. While consuming her food, she utilized her short-range spatial leap to head towards the hotel. It wasn't that she wished to avoid taking a taxi. Rather, she couldn't explain her sudden appearance outside. With no surveillance footage of her departure from the hotel, appearing outside could easily arouse suspicion. If linked to the theft, being forcibly detained in Sakura would jeopardize her return home. Upon her arrival at the hotel, Jiang Jin immediately laid out 2 lavish spreads and indulged heartily. Previously, she could not finish a single table's worth of food, but now she found herself desiring even more after 2. Gently caressing her flat stomach, she mused, "Where did all that food go?" Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from the door. Jiang Jin cautiously rose and approached the entrance, inquiring, "Who is it?" The voice outside quickly replied, "Police, we are conducting an investigation and hope for your cooperation." Following the announcement, the door lock clicked and Jiang Jin opened it. Upon seeing her still within the hotel, the officers nodded in acknowledgement of their records and said, "Apologies for the disturbance. Due to the extensive nature of the theft case, we are required to conduct a thorough search. We hope we haven't inconvenienced you." With that, the officers descended the stairs. The luxury suite had only a few rooms. Clearly, Jiang Jin was either the sole occupant or the last to be checked. After watching them depart, Jiang Jin returned to her room, firmly closing the door behind her. Leaning against it, she exhaled a sigh of relief. Thankfully, she had returned just in time. Otherwise, if they had conducted a search while she was absent, it could have led to significant trouble. However, with this investigation, she felt a sense of security for the time being. Being at the foot of Mount Fuji, It was unlikely they would suspect her of involvement in the thefts occurring in Tokyo and other locations. With this thought, Jin altered her plans for nighttime excursions. Given the current state of heightened security throughout the city, it was wiser to remain in the hotel and observe the unfolding situation. She would act the following day. Meanwhile, Japan's officials remained in turmoil throughout the night. The media sensationalized the leaked information, reporting extensively. Anxiety gripped the populace beneath Mount Fuji. Amidst various reports, Japanese netizens expressed their dissatisfaction with the governing authorities. Yamato Nadeshiko, does this mean I won't be able to buy food tomorrow? My household is running out of supplies. And I can hardly believe that in the 21st century, people can still starve to death. Naomura Kyujiro, a conspiracy. This is undoubtedly a colossal scheme. What kind of force could infiltrate our Sakura officials, facilitating the transport of food? I refuse to believe that food simply vanished without explanation. Tokumura Kaori, I have a premonition that this is just the beginning beneath Mount Fuji. Soon, reports will emerge from all over the country, right? The so-called Fuji Mountain thief is merely a cover for your corrupt officials seeking to erase evidence of their embezzlement and corruption. After waking up, Jin exited her room and hailed a taxi straight to Tokyo. She was still far from utilizing her storage space to its full capacity of 100. She needed to maximize her limited time. With this in mind, Jin's eyes suddenly widened. Why must it be beneath Mount Fuji? She decided to head to Tokyo first, then Osaka and Kyoto at night. After arranging her itinerary, she closed her eyes. Suddenly, her phone vibrated with a buzzing notification. Logically, she had blocked that eccentric family of hers. After all, while out in the world, she had little time to deal with them. Who could be sending her messages now? With that thought, Jin opened her phone. To her surprise, the message notification revealed it was Lung Feng. Upon entering the chat, his messages appeared before her. Lung Feng, are you in Sakura? Lung Feng, it's not safe there. It seems a major robbery has occurred. If you encounter any issues, feel free to contact me. I might be able to help. Jin felt a warm flutter in her heart at his concern for her. Being in a foreign land, engaged in such significant undertakings, she cherished this sincere sentiment deeply. Jin, I'm quite safe. I'll be back in about 10 days. Please keep an eye on the construction team for me. Jin, I'll treat you to a meal when I return. After sending the message, Lung Feng sat at the construction site, anxiously watching his phone. He had seen Jin's moments on social media and commented below, but her silence had left him feeling disheartened. Upon hearing of the grand theft in Japan, his concern for her peaked. After nearly an hour of hesitation, he finally sent his message of concern. His palms were unwittingly slick with sweat. It was remarkable that, having once navigated the battlefields of Europe without breaking a sweat while holding a gun, he now found himself anxious over sending a simple message. If his former comrades saw him now, they would undoubtedly tease him mercilessly, but he had no mind for such thoughts at the moment. Finally, the phone chimed with a notification. Lung Feng's eyes widened as he stared at his phone screen. Upon reading Jin's response, he lifted his gaze to the workers in the room and nodded decisively, then composed a reply for Jin. Lung Feng, all right, I'll keep a close watch. Nothing will go awry. With Lung Feng's assurance, Jin felt a profound sense of security wash over her. After exiting the chat, she found the numerous messages from Jia Yufeng and Jiang Daba, which had accumulated to 99, to be bothersome. Even her grandfather, Jiang Xingjian, had sent her no fewer than 10 messages. After careful consideration, Jin drafted a message for Jia Yufeng and Jiang Daba, creating a group chat to convey, Jin, I'm negotiating for sources in Sakura. If I succeed, I can sell everything through my reputation back home, and my little brother's Maybach will be secured. Upon sending the message, Jia Yufeng, who had been searching for her, instantly perked up. Jiang Daba's eyes sparkled at the mention of the Maybach. A car of that caliber would undoubtedly start at $1 million. Just the thought of driving it out filled him with pride. Jia Yufeng, hurry and finalize the deal. Once it's done, come back and sell the goods. Your brother's marriage cannot be delayed. Jiang Daba, sister, are you really buying me a Maybach? I knew you loved me the most. If Yongyu knew you were getting me a wedding car, she'd probably be overjoyed. Observing their responses, Jin couldn't help but smirk. So, they're still thinking about marrying Yongyu? She has gone on her honeymoon with someone else behind your back. However, perhaps it's for the best. The greater the expectation, the more profound the disappointment. Jiang Jin's fingers delicately tapped the keyboard, sending out a message concerning Yang Yu. Chapter 19. Has Yang Yu severed ties with Jiang Daba? Murder. Jiang Jin, recall. The first segment of the video recorded on the plane was hastily dispatched by Jiang Jin, only to be retracted in an instant. Yet, that brief moment allowed enough time for Jiang Daba to have viewed it, albeit not in its entirety. As anticipated after the retraction, a message from Jiang Daba promptly followed. Jiang Daba? Jiang Daba, what does it mean that you retracted the video? Also, where and when was this video taken? Confronted by Jiang Daba's inquiries, Jiang Jin feigned innocence, insinuating, Jiang Jin, my phone was glitching. I clicked the wrong button. However, the video was filmed at 9 o'clock the morning before yesterday. Jiang Jin, the person in the video resembles my sister-in-law, but I have only met her once. And I wouldn't want to cause any misunderstandings about your relationship. Jiang Daba's gaze fixated on the message from Jiang Jin, his fury igniting. Memories from the previous morning flooded his mind. Indeed, at 9 o'clock, he had been incessantly messaging and calling her, yet she had completely ignored him, only responding after disembarking from the plane, claiming she had fallen asleep. The timing of the video aligned perfectly, and that face, along with the mole on her waist, was captured with undeniable clarity. He could not be mistaken. Even twins could not share a mole in the same location. Coupled with the recollection of her resolute rejection of him that night, when she had left him in silence, Jiang Daba's fist clenched tightly, striking the wall beside him with force. Once he regained his composure, he took out his phone and directed his query at Jiang Jin. Jiang Daba, send the video. Jiang Daba, I must confront that wretched woman. Jia Yufeng was equally incensed. Her son's marriage was intended for the continuation of their lineage. If Yang Yu were to stray, bearing a child that was not of the Jiang bloodline, it would spell the end for their family. And she would be raising someone else's offspring. Jia Yufeng, send it. This concerns the very fate of our Jiang family. Jiang Jin observed the duo. Their focus completely shifted from the matter of the vehicle, and she chuckled softly. She unleashed the first video. Then, she turned off her phone screen. No longer concerned with how Jiang Daba and Jia Yufeng would react upon viewing the video. Upon watching the entirety of the video, Jiang Daba felt an explosion of rage within him. For that man, she had remained chaste. It was no wonder that throughout their relationship, even sharing the same bed, she had never allowed him to touch her. Wretched woman. Jiang Daba ground his teeth as he spat those words. He then sought out Yang Yu's contact information, dialing in a frenzy. One call went unanswered, so he proceeded to the next. Having been disturbed throughout the night, Yang Yu slept soundly during the day. Upon awakening and glancing at her silenced phone, she felt her head throb. 999 missed calls. Upon inspecting, she found they were all from Jiang Daba. Has he lost his mind, bombarding her with calls while she merely slept? As she pondered this, another call from Jiang Daba came through, and she answered immediately. His raspy, furious voice echoed in her ears. Wretched woman, turn on your location sharing. Hearing Jiang Daba address her with such derogatory language ignited her anger, and she retorted sharply, say that again. Jiang Daba instinctively recoiled at the sudden rise in her voice. Yet, recalling his own infuriating predicament, his voice elevated again, shouting, I said, wretched woman, turn on your location sharing. Don't make me repeat myself for a third time. As he spoke, Yang Yu's mind was filled with confusion. Jiang Daba had never acted like this before. Whenever she raised her voice, he would typically apologize. What had happened to him today? While she felt displeased, her confidence remained unshaken. I am in Japan. What is the big deal about sharing my location? She had not considered the possibility of her infidelity being discovered, convinced that Jiang Daba was too foolish to uncover her secret. Faced with Yang Yu's defiance, Jiang Daba trembled with fury. By conceding, she had essentially confessed to being in Japan, admitting to her betrayal. Just look at the chat app, Jiang Daba declared. And with that statement, all his strength seemed to drain away, leaving him slumped on the floor. Yang Yu, bewildered by Jiang Daba's instruction to check the chat app, was at a loss. What of the chat app? As she pondered, she opened it and found the interface surprisingly clean, save for a single video sent by Jiang Daba. However, upon seeing the video thumbnail, panic seized her. It was her. It was a clip of her on the plane, and as she gently tapped to view the video, she saw herself, graceful and uttering flattering words to Zhang Ge. Her entire being spiraled into chaos, her palms sweating profusely. This was disastrous. Her outing with another man had been discovered, and the lies she had told were thoroughly exposed in the video. Zhang Ge, observing Yang Yu's frantic typing and subsequent deletions, felt a pang of confusion. Then he noticed the video playing on her phone. Upon recognizing the footage of their intimate actions being surreptitiously recorded, he furrowed his brow. What is happening? Were we filmed in first class? Yang Yu, in a daze, nodded at Zhang Ji's inquiry. She looked at him, softly asking, Zhang Ge, will you marry me? Internally, Zhang Ge cursed. How could I ever marry someone like you? Yet since they were on this outing together, he refrained from tearing his mask off in that moment and nodded in response. I will get a divorce when I return. What had transpired? Did the video threaten her? Yang Yu shook her head, offering no response. As night descended, Jiang Jin donned a new set of night gear and utilized her spatial teleportation ability to leap from a hotel in Osaka to Tokyo in an instant. A faint fatigue emanated from deep within her body. Scanning her surroundings, her gaze met that of a homeless man slumped on the ground. The man opened his mouth in alarm, about to scream, but before he could utter a sound, Jiang Jin appeared before him, her slender hand gripping his neck tightly. With a gentle but firm squeeze, she crushed his throat, the body swiftly vanishing into her storage space. Having committed murder countless times in her previous life during the icy apocalypse, Jiang Jin felt no remorse. After all, venturing out in search of supplies was akin to placing one's life on the line. Robbing and killing for resources was a common occurrence, as everyone fought to survive. In this instance, Jiang Jin truly felt the extent of her formidable power. Moreover, having taken the life of a stranger in Japan, she felt no guilt whatsoever. Entering the Tokyo Commercial District's supply storage, Jiang Jin's face radiated with excitement. Chapter 20. A sleepless night in Japan and cold front canned goods, military rations. An abundance of everyday supplies. With a mere thought, Jiang Jin began to clear the surrounding space while sprinting through the warehouse. Vast quantities of supplies flooded into her storage space, causing its usage rate to soar once more. 20, 25, 32. Just from this Tokyo warehouse. The utilization rate of Jiang Jin's storage space skyrocketed to 40. Within her consciousness, a new small sphere began to form, orbiting the original one. The pure energy spread throughout her body, alleviating the weariness from using her teleportation ability. However, an overwhelming sense of hunger suddenly struck. Jiang Jin grasped the high-calorie food and began to eat once more. As her hunger subsided, her consciousness collided with the small sphere again. A vivid piece of information exploded in her mind, a spatial barrier. It could completely isolate a certain area from the outside world, preventing those inside from escaping and outsiders from entering. They could see each other, yet they could not harm one another. Sound could not traverse either. If utilized to safeguard her sanctuary, it would undoubtedly ensure absolute security. With this thought, Jiang Jin's spirit soared. She lifted her gaze, focusing intently on Osaka. With a mere thought, she materialized within a hotel in Osaka. Harnessing her spatial abilities, Jiang Jin swiftly arrived near the commercial district's warehouses. Observing the dazzling array of goods just within reach, she exhaled, internally proclaiming, the operation to seize the nation has commenced once more. In the early hours, chaos enveloped the entirety of Tokyo. Particularly, the police flooded the streets, conducting extensive searches, disturbing both residents and visitors alike. Some media outlets, sensing the tense atmosphere, ventured into the streets of Tokyo. Upon witnessing the striking resemblance between the Century supermarket and the commercial district beneath Mount Fuji, they were utterly astonished. The online community was similarly rocked by their live coverage. Countless Japanese citizens were awakened in the dead of night by friends and family, their phones buzzing with urgent news. Shock. Tokyo's billion-yen warehouses were emptied overnight. A mysterious organization has indeed struck Tokyo. Alarm bells rang as fears arose that many in Japan might starve, who had pilfered the nation's granaries. At this moment, Jiang Jin had concluded her previous operation and lay quietly in her hotel room in Osaka, scrolling through her phone. Clicking on a trending news story, she was met with a torrent of protests from the Japanese populace below. Oshima Masato. Scoundrels. Are the self-defense forces and police utterly useless? With so many goods vanishing overnight, shouldn't you provide an explanation to the nation? Komuro Jun. What kind of organization could orchestrate such a grand scheme, leaving both Tokyo and Osaka ravaged? Does Tokyo have a curfew? Can't you see the trucks? Can't you investigate? Yen Yuanrong. You don't even pretend anymore. If the capital, Tokyo, can be robbed, what's next? Kyoto? Or the fishing grounds of Hokkaido? Jiang Jin chuckled to herself as she noted the mentioned locations in the comments. She had been uncertain about where to go next. Thank you. As she pondered, she suddenly noticed a new trending alert on her phone. Osaka had also been emptied overnight. What kind of sorcery was this? 2 major cities had been cleared in a single night. Clicking to investigate, she found it was indeed the Osaka commercial district she had just cleared. Jiang Jin gazed at the desolate mall, her satisfaction growing. Truly, her handiwork was impeccable. Nothing remained. The utilization rate of her storage space had surged to 56, tantalizingly close to the 64 needed for her to regain her abilities and enhance her physique. Moreover, Jiang Jin eagerly anticipated reaching a 100 utilization rate, curious about the potential transformations this marvelous space might undergo. Meanwhile, Japanese netizens unleashed their ire upon the ruling party. Nico Ishin, damn it. I was just in Osaka's entertainment district, wondering why the vending machines had vanished, only to discover they were cleared out by that damned mysterious organization.
Tsutaya Ibuki, impossible. Absolutely impossible.
With such a distance between Tokyo and Osaka, how could they manage to empty both cities simultaneously? So many trucks couldn't possibly be mobilized. Koguchi Tomomi, I might have seen what happened in the Osaka mall. I checked the surveillance footage and saw a shadow. It was it, clearing the entire mall in an instant. Everything that passed by simply vanished. Suddenly, a comment caught Jiang Jin's attention, prompting her to click on it. To her surprise, Koguchi Tomomi had shared the surveillance video from the mall. In an instant, anxiety spread throughout Japan. Peculiar. If earlier suspicions had leaned towards corruption among the ruling officials, now the sentiment shifted to a belief that something unnatural was afoot, instilling a deep-seated fear across the nation. Jiang Jin's heart raced. Thankfully, she wore a thick night cloak, rendering her figure undetectable. But did she truly appear so handsome while running? Whatever the case, they would never trace her back to her. With these thoughts, Jiang Jin nestled into bed, drifting blissfully into slumber. In stark contrast, the entirety of Japan remained wide awake. In the city of Amakusa, Cold Front, supervising the workers, found his eyelids growing heavy. He crouched in a corner and soon fell asleep. When he opened his eyes, he immediately spotted several trending news items about Japan. Upon seeing Tokyo and Osaka emptied overnight, Jiang Jin's visage once again surfaced in his mind. He pulled out his phone and typed a message. Cold Front, perhaps you should return home. Cold Front, things are too chaotic over there. I'm worried that if you wait too long, you might not be able to come back. Sending the 2 messages, he tossed his phone aside, pretending not to look. Yet, from the corner of his eye, he kept glancing at the device, hoping to see the screen light up. After a lengthy wait, his phone finally illuminated, and a smile spread across Cold Front's face as he retrieved the device. However, to his dismay, it was merely a new trending notification. He considered putting the phone down but worried Jiang Jin might miss his messages, so he lingered on the chat page. After an indeterminate amount of time, another message was sent. Cold Front, remember to reply when you see this. Simultaneously, Jiang Jin lay comfortably on the grand bed of her presidential suite, sleeping soundly. When she finally opened her eyes, Cold Front had been sleepless for 6 hours, his eyes bloodshot. Upon reading his messages, she promptly responded, feeling a surge of satisfaction. 6 hours ago, given her understanding of him, she knew he hadn't slept, anxiously awaiting her reply. It was truly a test of his character, being able to restrain himself for 6 hours without messaging her. Jiang Jin, don't worry, I am safe. I will definitely return before the deadline. While Cold Front embraced his phone, a notification chimed, prompting him to look at the screen with his tired, bloodshot eyes. Seeing Jiang Jin's reply eased his anxiety, but upon noting the time frame she provided, his unease intensified. Chapter 21. The Return of the Nation's Thief. Cold Front's forgotten romance, 10 days swiftly passed. In the vast expanse of Japan, aside from the large supermarkets, distribution centers, and Hokkaido fishing grounds, Jiang Jin had not overlooked military arsenals or strategic oil reserves, completely siphoning them into her storage space. At the airport, Jiang Jin donned heavy black-framed glasses and casual attire, presenting herself as a typical tourist, even carrying a few legitimate Japanese products. After passing through security, she settled into the exclusive waiting lounge for first-class passengers. Pouring herself a cup of coffee, she closed her eyes to rest. In those 10 days, she had managed to fill her storage space to a staggering 95. Moreover, With each item she collected, she distinctly perceived her storage space expanding, as items of the same volume now fit with an increase of 1, or even 10 or more. Otherwise, there was no way her utilization rate could remain below 100 after such a grand heist in Japan. A familiar voice echoed in her ears. Zhang Ge, make sure to finalize your divorce when you get back home. You're all I have left. Recognizing the voice, Jiang Jin didn't even need to open her eyes to know it was Yang Yu. How could she possibly encounter this pair, while already on a flight from Hokkaido? Truly relentless spirits, Jiang Jin thought, tilting her head aside to feign interest in the view outside the glass window, while secretly embracing her newly acquired power, the vacuum barrier. In the midst of the experiment, a small bird unexpectedly flew to the window where Jiang Jin was watching. Just as it intended to depart, Jiang Jin swiftly employed her abilities. In an instant, the bird became ensnared within a minuscule space of merely 15 cubic centimeters, where all the air was extracted, rendering it a true vacuum. The poor creature struggled violently for a brief moment, its head incessantly colliding against the invisible boundary of the confinement, until it succumbed to asphyxiation, rigidly falling into the space isolated by Jiang Jin's barrier. Observing its descent, Jiang Jin promptly dissipated the vacuum to avert any suspicion from onlookers. The moment the barrier vanished, the bird plummeted to the ground with a sudden force. Yang Yu, witnessing the once fluttering creature's abrupt fall, displayed a look of dismay. In that fleeting instant, she saw a reflection of herself in the bird, akin to it desperately striving to soar upwards. Yet, the bird's inexplicable struggle and subsequent demise seemed to serve as an ominous foreshadowing for her own plight. Contemplating this, she glanced at Zhang Ji's composed sleeping visage, her heart laden with anxiety. Seizing a moment when Zhang Ge was distracted, she retrieved her phone and accessed Jiang Debao's chat. She composed a message, extending her apology to him. A proud canary, yearning for a life of distinction, found herself apologizing to the sparrow upon the ground, intent on securing an avenue for retreat. Ultimately, Jiang Debao had an elder sister named Jiang Panting. Abandoning him would make it exceedingly difficult for her to find another man as easily manageable as he was. One ought not to place all one's eggs in a single basket. With this thought, she lifted her gaze once more to Zhang Ge, who was reclining in his chair. Feeling a profound sense of loss in her heart, she still harbored a desire to walk alongside the successful Zhang Ge until the very end. Jiang Jin alighted from her flight at Tianhai City Airport, immediately spotting Lung Feng, who had come to welcome her. The reason was apparent. The aloof military king held aloft a sign exceeding 2 meters in length, emblazoned with the words, "Welcome Miss Jiang back to the country." This sight filled Jiang Jin with an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. As she passed by Lung Feng, she instinctively averted her gaze, avoiding any recognition. With a multitude of passengers disembarking, everyone could easily see the sign he held, and she wished to evade becoming the center of attention, let alone trending on local social media. What a predicament! How could such a dignified military figure be so abstract? Jiang Jin felt her toes curl in embarrassment as her heart raced while walking past Lung Feng, just as she thought she could slip by unnoticed. Lung Feng unexpectedly lowered the sign and grasped her escaping wrist, softly inquiring, "Did you not see the sign I held for you?" Jiang Jin longed to assert that she had indeed seen it, but did not wish to acknowledge him. However, upon meeting his earnest gaze, she quickly capitulated. How could a person's eyes exude such clarity? "I'll explain at home." Jiang Jin inhaled deeply and, in a moment of spontaneity, took hold of Lung Feng's hand as they proceeded towards the airport exit. Lung Feng was momentarily taken aback by her action and instinctively attempted to withdraw, yet halfway through, he found himself returning her grasp. Feeling the chill of her hand, his heart, which had been in a state of anxiety since Jiang Jin's departure for Japan, gradually settled. As they walked, he couldn't shake the feeling that Jiang Jin appeared to have lost weight. This realization sparked a twinge of pain within him. With the theft of supplies in Japan, she must have been unable to eat properly. He recalled how much she had enjoyed seafood during their last encounter. Should he take her out for another meal? With this thought, he opened the door of a taxi parked by the roadside and asked, "Shall we indulge in another seafood feast like last time?" Surprised by Lung Feng's invitation, Jiang Jin's expression momentarily shifted to astonishment. Had this fool actually changed? How could he be the one to extend such an invitation? "Sure," she replied, her face lighting up with a radiant smile. Yet, her smile faltered as she caught sight of the gaudy sign still clutched in Lung Feng's hand. "Lung Feng, Noticing the joy on Jiang Jin's face as she looked at the sign, thought to himself, it seems she genuinely likes it. I must remember to express my gratitude to Xiongli later. By the way, the renovation of the houses has been completed. The basements of both properties have been interconnected as requested, although they currently only have basic electrical connections. It's fortuitous that you are back. Upon passing inspection today, Xiongli will have the workers vacate the premises. Half an hour after departing the airport, Lung Feng finally found the moment to speak. Listening intently, Jiang Jin nodded gently. Please inform Xiongli that we need to install a temperature control system and a ventilation system in the houses. Particularly the ventilation system, which must have both internal and external circulation capabilities. As for the payment, I will settle it in gold. Lung Feng, upon hearing Jiang Jin's requests, exhibited no hesitation, promptly relaying her instructions to Xiongli. Soon a notification chimed. Ding dong. Lung Feng looked at his phone to find a response from Xiongli. However, there were additional messages that followed in quick succession. Xiongli, it seems you've picked up Miss Jiang. Xiongli, how did it go? Was the sign I prepared impressive enough for Miss Jiang? Xiongli. Oh, and remember to open the trunk to show her the flowers before she gets in the car. No woman can refuse a romantic man. Upon reading Xiong Li's reminders, Lung Feng snapped back to reality. Of course. He had driven himself and the trunk was filled with flowers. Why had he ended up in a taxi with Jiang Jin? Hesitatingly, he pulled out his phone and typed, Lung Feng. Xiong Li, I left the car at the airport. Chapter 22, An Astonishing Appetite, Lung Ningxiang.
Xiongli.
Upon receiving Lung Feng's message, let out an exasperated sigh. The most romantic gesture. And you forgot about it? How had he never realized that Lung Feng was so inept? While arranging for someone to retrieve the car from the airport, Xiong Li personally sought out the best temperature and ventilation systems available. He was determined to procure the finest. Although he still couldn't comprehend why Jiang Jin was so insistent on renovating 2 residential properties. With this amount of money, one could easily construct a bomb shelter. Yet, since his good friend had no objections, he felt there was no need to pry further. Upon returning to the Ingsong Garden community, Jiang Jin and Lung Feng began to explore the 2 renovated houses. To her astonishment, the thick iron doors were so formidable that even a chainsaw would struggle to breach them. The walls were fortified beyond measure. As for the glass, Jiang Jin effortlessly produced a standard-issue handgun and discharged 2 rounds into the glass. The bullet struck, yet the bulletproof glass remained unscathed. Moreover, due to its special modifications, the sound of the gunfire did not escape the premises. Lung Feng stood beside her, utterly dumbfounded. A gun. Jiang Jin had just conjured a Japanese standard handgun out of thin air and fired at tempered glass. Her wrist was so steady. If she wasn't extraordinarily strong, she must have had considerable experience handling firearms. Yet, looking at Jiang Jin's slender frame, it was clear that strength could be ruled out. So where did the gun go? Lung Feng's eyes darted around, scrutinizing Jiang Jin for any concealed weapon. However, her delicate physique and casual attire left no apparent hiding places. Turning back, Jiang Jin naturally locked eyes with Lung Feng and softly remarked, "It's a supernatural ability. I stored the handgun in my space. Do you believe me?" As she spoke, her voice elongated slightly, her gaze fixed intently on him. Rebirth, the chilling end of days, spatial abilities, such concepts would hardly be believed if shared online, given their absurdity. Yet, as Jiang Jin gazed into Lung Feng's eyes, she found no trace of doubt. His expression was resolute. Of course.
With that,
Jiang Jin retrieved the handgun from her storage space once more and presented it to Lung Feng. He merely cast a fleeting glance at the firearm. He had never received one, and casually remarked, "The M60 revolver from the south is a standard-issue sidearm for Japanese police. It has a 6-round capacity and decent accuracy." Jiang Jin listened to Cold Feng's account with little interest. Her only concern was its practicality. The model and origins of the pistol were of no consequence to her. "If you like it, I can give you one," she said, and with a thought, retrieved another identical revolver from her storage space, extending it towards Cold Feng. He swallowed hard at the sight of the weapon. Although he had a fondness for guns and had long been accustomed to them, this was China, where firearms were strictly prohibited. No matter his affection for guns, he could not conceal one for personal use. If the need arose, he would apply for a gun permit before even considering handling a firearm. No, Cold Feng shook his head, rejecting Jiang Jin's offer. "Do not reveal any firearms in public. It could lead to trouble." Jiang Jin nodded in acknowledgement of his warning. Then, with another thought, she stored away the previously fired bullets. "Let us go eat,"
she said,
her eyes sparkling with invitation. Cold Foam nodded and hurried to follow her. Upon arriving at the seafood restaurant, the front desk immediately became vigilant. The receptionist's eyes were fixed on Cold Foam, wary that he might attempt something with Jean Chai again. Unlike before, Jiang Jin was swift in ordering. This one, that one. And that too. The waitstaff diligently noted her selections, only to be met with the unforgettable command. "Do not prepare these few. Make everything else, and serve it to our private room. You may handle the preparation as you see fit." The server's eyes widened in disbelief as she replied, "Miss, are you sure you want all of these?" "The quantity is quite." Before she could finish, Jiang Jin's voice cut in again. "Absolutely. I want them all. If you doubt me, I can pay up front." Cold Foam watched the exchange, bewildered. "All of them? The last order nearly made me burst. If we order everything, we wouldn't finish it in 3 to 5 days. Just then a notification chimed as Jiang Jin successfully completed her payment. The server, seeing the amount credited, beamed and said, "Miss, please, this way." Seated in the private room, Cold Foam watched in astonishment as dish after dish was presented. The sheer volume was staggering, to his disbelief. Aside from a small portion, Jiang Jin consumed nearly everything. Yet when he glanced at her abdomen, it remained flat. How curious. Where did all that food go? After the meal, he turned to Jiang Jin, concern etched on his face. "Are you really sure you don't need to go to the hospital?" In response to his worry, Jiang Jin shook her head gently and replied, "This is my normal appetite. It relates to that thing." She gestured as if holding a pistol. Cold Foam understood immediately. On their way back to the welcoming garden community, a girl in a purple bodycon dress hurriedly collided with Jiang Jin at a corner. The meticulously crafted hem of her dress picked up dirt from the ground, forming small clumps. Jiang Jin, with her enhanced physical abilities, remained unfazed, not even shifting her feet. Locking eyes with the girl, she exclaimed, "Are you blind while walking? This is the latest collaboration from Hermes. If it's damaged now, can you afford to pay for it?" Jiang Jin's eyes crinkled with a smile as she replied softly, "Can I afford it? Don't be ridiculous. I could buy the authentic version without a second thought. Yours is a counterfeit. How could I possibly owe you anything?" She recognized the woman instantly. It was Lung Ningxuang, a quintessential opportunist known for her seductive charm and knack for creating discord among men. In her previous life, it was this very woman who had caused her and Cold Foam severe injuries while gathering supplies, leading to her abandonment by the Jiang family and ultimately perishing in the cold. Faced with her enemy, Jiang Jin unceremoniously exposed Lung Ningxuang's hypocritical facade. Upon hearing Jiang Jin call her clothing fake, Lung Ningxuang erupted in fury. "What are you talking about? I spent 150,000 at the boutique for this. Do you even understand Hermes? How dare you say it's fake?" Jiang Jin observed her frenzied demeanor with a light chuckle. "Since you claim it's real, let us go to the Hermes boutique for authentication. As for your receipt, I don't recognize it. After all, such things can be easily forged." Chapter 23. The shelter renovation completed, the super sunset, the icy apocalypse approaches, Lung Ningxuang. Upon hearing Jiang Jin's insistence on going for authentication and her dismissal of the receipt, was left speechless. She stared at Jiang Jin, her eyes wide, surveying her as if trying to decipher her. How peculiar. This woman was a stranger, yet she seemed to know so much about her. Moreover, she was certain she had only recently moved here, making it impossible for her to be a former customer. Regardless of her past, there was no way she could accompany Jiang Jin to the boutique. With that thought, Lung Ningxuang stood up, rolled her eyes at Jiang Jin, and said, "Pauper, do you even know what a boutique is? Just forget it. I'm generous enough not to ask you to compensate." With that, she attempted to brush past Jiang Jin. But Jiang Jin would not let her pass unchallenged. "Since when do people wearing fakes have the right to call others paupers? I thought wealthy individuals avoided counterfeit goods. Which affluent person would continue wearing a fake after being exposed instead of promptly changing their attire?" Lung Ningxuang, infuriated by Jiang Jin's mockery, nearly stumbled as she walked ahead. With a venomous glare cast back at Jiang Jin, she hurriedly fled the scene. Jiang Jin watched her retreat with a smirk, while Cold Foam observed the verbal sparring with confusion. He did not know the woman from earlier, nor did he comprehend the authenticity of the brands. But having seen Jiang Jin's disdain for her, he silently vowed to remember her face and avoid her in the future. A crisp notification chimed on Jiang Jin's phone. Nestled comfortably on the plush sofa of a five-star hotel, a message appeared on the screen, sent from Tianhai Food Processing Factory. Manager Wang, we have completed production and stocked the goods you requested. Would you like to inspect them? After contemplating Wang's inquiry, Jiang Jin crafted a response. In the domestic context, it was unwise to make such overt moves, especially since the apocalypse had not yet descended and modern developments were far from comparable to Japan. The tens of millions in goods warranted a personal visit. Jiang Jin, leave the keys at the security booth for Shaoli. Jiang Jin, I will come by later to collect the keys. As usual, no one is to enter the warehouse before I arrive to pick up the goods. Upon receiving Jiang Jin's message, Manager Wang was invigorated, responding with enthusiasm. Though the final payment had not yet been made, the deposit, half the total amount, had been received, ensuring no breach of contract. His position as the annual sales champion was secure. In the security room, Shaoli greeted Manager Wang with a bright smile as he opened the door. Manager Wang, Team Leader Li. They shook hands, and Manager Wang handed over the keys to several warehouses. Thanks to Jiang Jin's order, Shaoli had been promoted to security team leader. Moreover, there was a substantial bonus of 300,000, which rendered the atmosphere jubilant. Working felt invigorating, as if one had been energized by a potent elixir. Upon hearing Manager Wang's reminder that a significant client would be arriving tonight to collect the keys, the security guard on duty straightened up, completely oblivious to fatigue. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Jiang Jin lazily emerged from the plush sofa of a five-star hotel. Approaching the front desk, she inquired, "Does our hotel provide a dedicated vehicle? I need to visit the Tianhai City food processing plant." The receptionist, upon hearing her question, immediately looked up. Upon meeting Jiang Jin's gaze, the details of the presidential suite guest flashed through her mind, and she promptly nodded, "Certainly we do. As a distinguished guest of our presidential suite, you are entitled to our finest services. Please hold on." With that, she swiftly picked up the phone to make arrangements. Before long, a dapper young man clad in a suit appeared at the hotel entrance. Upon spotting Jiang Jin, he hurried over with a gentlemanly demeanor, introducing himself, "Miss. I am your steward, Xiao Su. The car is parked at the front." Jiang Jin regarded the young man with a slight nod. It was evident that a five-star hotel chose its stewards for both their youth and charm. As she settled into the luxurious business vehicle, Jiang Jin relished the massage and warmth of the seat and inadvertently dozed off. When she opened her eyes again, they had arrived outside the Tianhai City food processing plant. "Please wait for me here for an hour while I take a look around," she instructed her steward, who nodded in agreement. His sole duty was to serve Jiang Jin, and he complied without question. Security guard Shaoli, dutifully manning his post, stood up when he recognized the familiar silhouette approaching. Under the glaring white light, he was momentarily taken aback. This beautiful lady seemed familiar. How could he not recall having encountered such exquisite beauty before? "Keys," Jiang Jin said, extending her hand toward Shaoli, who was momentarily lost in thought. At the sound of her voice, he snapped back to reality. "Is that you, Miss Jiang?" he stammered, frantically rummaging through his pockets for the keys. After handing them over, he watched her retreating figure, astonished. Why hadn't he felt such awe upon their previous encounters? Upon entering the food processing plant and observing the warehouse number inscribed on the key, Jiang Jin headed straight for the warehouse. She opened the large door and, as before, bent down to enter, subsequently shutting the door with a firm thud. Thanks to her enhanced physical capabilities, she was able to gather the entire warehouse's inventory in less than 10 minutes. Following the same procedure, she emptied several warehouses. To her surprise, the usage rate of her space increased from 95 to 96. It was noteworthy that during her previous scavenging in Hokkaido, she had only managed a mere increment of 2. The goods she had collected could not possibly account for such an increase. The only plausible explanation was that the usage rate had been on the brink of reaching 96. After securing all the warehouse doors, Jiang Jin returned to the vehicle and softly instructed, "Back to the hotel." The business car set off smoothly. The 5 days passed swiftly, and the temperature and ventilation systems had been successfully upgraded. Seated before the reinforced glass, Jiang Jin gazed outside, through the floor-to-ceiling windows. The fiery sunset appeared larger than ever before, casting intense red light that illuminated the interior, enveloping her in warmth and comfort. Yet, she remained acutely aware that this was merely the prelude to the chilling apocalypse. Fortunately, she had adequately prepared for the impending frost, avoiding the struggles of her previous life spent scavenging for supplies. Online, discussions about the breathtaking sunset ignited across China, reminiscent of her past life. Cat Daily, astonishing. A super sunset, unprecedented. Chapter 24. Provoking conflicts, snowstorm, apocalypse unfolds. Ding dong. Ding dong. Jiang Jin's phone, resting on the coffee table, suddenly emitted a sound. With a thought, she utilized her storage space to make it vanish, only for it to reappear in her hand. Upon opening it, she found an unfamiliar number calling. Frowning, she answered, only to be met with a frenzied shout from the other end. Jiang Jin. So you think you're clever, disappearing like that? Can your brother's car be purchased or not? What about the house deed? Can it be transferred? The compensation for the land acquisition has already been given to you. Jia Yufeng. Listening to her tirade, Jiang Jin couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. In her past life, she had sacrificed everything for the absurdity of familial ties, becoming a micro-business influencer with millions of followers while leading a woeful existence under her control, ultimately meeting a tragic end. In this life, she would refuse to be governed by them again, let alone be exploited as in her previous incarnation. Buying a car? Jiang Jin chuckled lightly. Is this about that Yangyu? Does Jiang Dabo fancy being a green-haired turtle? Jia Yufeng, you must have seen the video I posted, right? With Yangyu looking like that, are you certain she will bear Jiang family's offspring? Jia Yufeng was rendered speechless by Jiang Jin's barrage of questions. The woman in the video was indeed Yangyu, and she couldn't fathom how Jiang Dabo had fallen for her. However, she was deeply concerned about the potential parentage of future children. On the other end of the line, a cacophony of pleading ensued, followed by Jia Yufeng's reluctant capitulation. You need not worry about that. Just tell me if the car can be bought tomorrow, and if the deed can be transferred. Before Jiang Jin could respond, a familiar voice erupted amidst the noise. It was Jiang Dabo. I want a Rolls-Royce. It must be a Rolls-Royce for it to be respectable. Hearing her son's demands, Jia Yufeng immediately acquiesced. All right. It will be a Rolls-Royce. Jiang Jin. Did you hear? We'll see you tomorrow. Jiang Jin refrained from providing a definitive response and hung up, amused by the absurdity of it all. Given the impending blizzard, they would be fortunate to leave their home tomorrow. To ensure her family had no inclination to gather supplies that night, Jiang Jin reopened their previous group chat. Disregarding the flurry of messages bombarding her phone, she sent out a second recorded video. Jiang Dabo, lost in thoughts of acquiring a Rolls-Royce, was abruptly interrupted by a notification sound from his phone. Looking down, he was alarmed to find a video from Jiang Jin in the group chat. Upon watching it, his face turned a shade of green. In the video, his infatuation, Yangyu, appeared to be clinging to a greasy man like an octopus, incessantly chattering. Zhang Ge, are you serious? As soon as you divorce, I'll kick Jiang Dabo to the curb. I'll take his sister's house, the car, the bride price, and the demolition compensation to marry you. Just tell your current wife to give you the house. We can live in something better. If I can marry Zhang Ge, I wouldn't he feel wronged at all. With the video concluding, Jiang Dabo hurled his phone to the ground in a fit of rage, shouting, Good. Very good.
Yangyu.
You're quite something. So, as soon as Zhang Ge divorces, you'll abandon me with my house, car, and money to be with him. It seems this plan was all premeditated. I was foolish to believe you had repented. Jiang Mu, Jia Yufeng, upon hearing the commotion, opened her phone to investigate. As the video concluded, her complexion turned pale with disbelief. How could this woman be so malicious? Attempting to deceive and abscond with the entire savings of her family spanning 2 generations to support that so-called brother Zhang, the overweight man in the video? Where do you think you're going? Jia Yufeng exclaimed, noticing Jiang Dabo picking up the phone from the floor and storming out with fury. Without acknowledging his mother's call, he shoved a fruit knife from the coffee table into his pocket. Alarmed by this, Jia Yufeng hurriedly followed him outside, urgently shouting, Dabo, please don't do anything foolish. Our family is well off even in Tianhai City. There is no need to jeopardize everything for that woman Yangyu. However, Jiang Dabo was clearly blinded by rage, heading straight for the hotel, where Yangyu was staying. Inside the hotel, brother Zhang lay on the bed, engrossed in his phone, his face betraying impatience. He yelled at Yangyu to see who was knocking at the door. Having grown accustomed to his shouts, Yangyu approached the door and peered through the peephole, only to be confronted by the furious Jiang Dabo. Startled, she retreated, hurriedly nudging brother Zhang and whispering, "Quick, hide out the window. Jiang Debao is here, armed with a knife." Initially irritated, brother Zhang's demeanor shifted upon hearing the mention of a knife. As a married man, he realized the gravity of the situation and could not afford to take risks. Grabbing his clothes and shoes, he slipped out of the window and concealed himself on the side of the building. After ensuring no signs of a man remained in the room, Yang Yu finally exhaled in relief. Meanwhile, the door was being pounded from the outside, the sound echoing loudly. Yang Yu feigned sleepiness as she approached the door and opened it. In an instant, a cold fruit knife was thrust against her neck. Feeling the chilling metal, Yang Yu was too tense to swallow. She averted her gaze from Jiang Debao, who then forcefully shoved her against the wall. With a thud, pain shot through her back. "Are you insane?" she cried out. Jiang Debao glared at her, his expression icy. "Why did you betray me? I trusted you completely. Why do you want to deceive me out of my car and my home to live with that greasy man?" Yang Yu was taken aback, unable to comprehend how he had discovered her treachery. In response to her confusion, Jiang Debao pulled out his shattered phone and thrust it towards her, shouting, "Evidence. Look. Open your eyes and see clearly. Is this you in the video?" As the broken screen began to play the footage, her own voice echoed back to her, leaving her panic-stricken and at a loss about what to do. As the sun set, heavy snow began to fall from the sky. Brother Zhang, standing outside, felt the biting cold as the snow blanketed him. Attempting to push open the window, he overheard Jiang Debao's furious shouts. Through a crack, he glimpsed Jiang Debao with his knife poised against Yang Yu's neck. Fearful, he instinctively shrank back, his feet finding refuge on an air conditioning unit. The howling wind and falling snow soon enveloped him, freezing him to the core. As he reached for the window, a sudden gust caused him to slip, and he lost his grip, plummeting toward the ground from the 5th floor. The thud echoed ominously, yet the storm outside drowned out the sound, leaving no one the wiser. Inside the room, Jiang Debao frantically searched, but found no sign of brother Zhang. Yang Yu, startled by the commotion, felt a shiver of fear. When she confirmed there was no one outside, she sighed in relief. Where could brother Zhang have hidden? She mused before addressing Jiang Debao with a cold demeanor. "I told you we would discuss this calmly. Why don't you trust me?" Seeing her attitude, Jiang Debao's internal conflict deepened. Had he misjudged her? The video had indeed been recorded in Japan, and now she was right beside him, seemingly innocent. Jiang Jin gazed out at the heavy snowfall, contemplating the chilling end of days that had finally arrived. Chapter 25. In the face of an icy apocalypse, residents of Tianhai City observed the snowflakes falling like feathers, some rejoicing while others complained. Yet, they remained unaware that this sudden snowfall and drop in temperature marked not merely a meteorological anomaly, but heralded the onset of an icy apocalypse. From this moment onward, temperatures would continue to plummet, and the expanse of the world would become increasingly ensconced in frost, leading to an escalating series of calamities that humanity would ultimately find insurmountable. Nestled comfortably on her sofa, Jiang Jin basked in the warmth provided by the climate control system. She casually summoned a chilled snowflake beer from her storage space, pouring it into a glacier glass and savoring a sip once the foam settled. A lavish Michelin 3-star feast appeared before her, filling the table to capacity. As she lifted the lid from the dishes, steam wafted up, and the delightful aromas of exquisite cuisine enveloped her. After indulging in several dishes, her abode was saturated with the enticing fragrances of gourmet fare. While relishing the feast, Jiang Jin admired the snowy landscape outside, feeling utterly content. Suddenly, 2 crisp notifications pinged on her phone. Picking it up, she discovered messages from the homeowners group of the Welcome Garden community she had recently joined. This snowfall came so suddenly. I took a stroll outside, and it felt like the snow was blowing me away. Just moments ago, I was on the rooftop watching the sunset, and I nearly got swept off the terrace by this unexpected blizzard. Thankfully, I managed to grab onto the railing and carefully made my way back inside. Thinking about it now gives me chills. It's strange that the Meteorological Bureau didn't issue any warnings for the sudden snow. I've seen posts online. It seems like snow is falling nationwide, even in the southern islands and abroad. The short video platforms are going wild with it. Who knows if the snow will stop tomorrow? If it doesn't, I dread the thought of having to go to work. Jiang Jin chuckled at the lively discussions, bemused that some were still considering going to work if the snow ceased. They likely would never have the opportunity to return to the mundane jobs that troubled them. Moreover, Their conversations revealed a shocking lack of awareness regarding the gravity of this global snowfall, completely dismissing the implications of a worldwide temperature drop. As she extinguished the screen of her phone, Jiang Jin retrieved 2 more cans of chilled snowflake beer, savoring the delectable food and drink. Perhaps due to her enhanced physical state, even after consuming dozens of bottles, she felt only a slight buzz. Riding the wave of this mild intoxication, she nestled deeper into the luxurious sofa, surrendering to a comfortable slumber. This sofa, an exquisite creation pilfered from a Japanese ergonomic laboratory, was said to be the product of collaboration among hundreds of experts in the field. The previous version had been sold for an astronomical sum of 1 billion yen.
Outside.
The tempest raged, stripping the vegetation bare and encasing everything in ice. Inside, the climate control system functioned seamlessly, maintaining a pleasant temperature that enveloped Jiang Jin in comfort as she drifted off to sleep. Cold Front gazed through the transformed floor-to-ceiling windows, staring outside. His expression was a stark contrast to Jiang Jin's. It was laden with deep concern. Before him, on an opulent table identical to the one in Jiang Jin's room, lay a bag of imported mashed potatoes from Russia, a far cry from the lavish feast in Jiang Jin's quarters, yet he savored it with great relish. Once he had polished off every morsel, he took out his phone and dialed a number, only to hang up decisively after instructing someone to store some food at home. He repeated this call throughout the night, without a moment's sleep. This might be one of the downsides of having numerous comrades. The next morning, Jiang Jin groggily opened her sleep-laden eyes to find dozens of missed calls on her phone. Frustration welled up within her. Even amidst an apocalypse, they still had the leisure to call her. Picking up the phone, she connected the call, her tone sharp as she addressed the caller. "Why are you calling so early? You make dozens of calls without a response. Are you mad?" "Jiang Jin, how can you speak like that?" The voice on the other end, startled by her outburst, quickly regained composure and responded with an accusatory tone. Without needing an introduction, Jiang Jin recognized the voice. Who else could it be but her biased and troublesome mother, Jia Yufeng? With such an attitude, she dared to disturb her peace? Jiang Jin, irritated, stood her ground. Before the apocalypse, she still had to tolerate her antics, which caused the police to chase after her. Now that the end was upon them, should she still accommodate her chaos? Besides, even if she called the police now, they would likely be too occupied to respond, with a heavy snowfall rendering the roads impassable. As for the salt spread on the roads by the municipal services overnight, completely ineffective, blown away by the storm. Even the trucks that distributed the salt were now stuck in the blizzard. Well. Jia Yufeng clearly did not expect Jiang Jin to respond with such defiance. Anger bubbled within her as she gritted her teeth and spat out a few words. "I know I'm fine. Of course I'm fine," Jiang Jin replied impatiently. "If there's nothing else, I'm hanging up. If you keep calling, I'll block Yang Yu's number too." Upon hearing Jiang Jin mention blocking her, Jia Yufeng became frantic, shouting, "Well, no wonder every time I or your father or Dabao call you, it's always busy. You've blocked us all. You've gotten bold living in the big city, treating your mother this way." Listening to Jia Yufeng's tirade, Jiang Jin found it amusing. "Cared for? Since I can remember. I've done all the household chores and even cooked. Until high school, I didn't even receive help with tuition. Was being given a leftover meal before high school considered care? Shouldn't I have repaid everything they spent on me during my college years?" Beep beep. The call ended. Jia Yufeng was left in stunned silence, hearing the busy tone. A furious shout escaping her lips. "Jiang Xingjian, look at the daughter you raised. This is how she treats her mother." Sitting nearby, Jiang Xingjian remained silent. Last night, Jia Yufeng had dragged him from their home to the hotel, and after sitting up all night, he was already feeling quite vexed. Now he had to endure her raging voice. He simply closed his eyes and feigned death. After venting her frustrations, Jia Yufeng realized her fists felt as if they were striking cotton. Her anger was mounting as both the instigator and the outlet remained unaffected. Once again, she took out her phone and angrily dialed Jiang Jin's number. The call connected. Without giving Jiang Jin a chance to speak, she yelled, "Jiang Jin, send us some food. The wind and snow outside are too fierce, the delivery platforms are shut down, and we have nothing to eat in the hotel. If you have a conscience and don't want your parents to starve, send us more. Who knows when this damned snow will stop." Chapter 26. Jiang Jin. Out of control, and Jia Yufeng's panic. Jiang Jin listened as Jia Yufeng attempted to morally manipulate her. Unable to contain her laughter, she responded, "Oh, so you want food? Send me your location, and I'll deliver it to you. With that, she hung up without waiting for more demands and blocked the number. Deliver food? Not in this lifetime. There was no way she would be foolish enough to send them anything. Seeing the call hang up again, Jia Yufeng, infuriated, flung her phone onto the bed. Yang Yu watched in pain as her heart ached at the sight of the phone being thrown. Quietly retrieving it, a wave of anxiety washed over her. Zhang Ge should be home by now, right? Why haven't I heard from him? She opened the chat page, recalling that she had previously messaged Zhang Ge and then deleted the conversation. The chat hadn't reappeared, fueling her growing unease.
Yet.
Fearing that Jiang Debao might notice something amiss, she dared not send a message, terrified of being caught and exposed. The suffocating feeling of having a knife at her throat was something she never wished to experience again, especially not after having just calmed Jiang Debao's earlier fury. Meanwhile, Jiang Jin, after hanging up the phone, joyfully retrieved 2 ostrich eggs from her storage space and cracked them into a pan to fry. Once the eggs were cooked, she took out some A5 grade Kobe beef and an array of Japanese delicacies. Aside from the warm beef, most of her food was cold. Perfectly complementing the freshly cooked, the unexpected optimism displayed by everyone was astonishing. Rather than expressing despair, they exuberantly exclaimed their relief and even celebrated. As sugar levels exceeded. Finally, no more work. They cheered, reveling in the prospect of lounging at home, free from the stern gaze of their disdainful employers.
Just think about it.
Lying in bed every day, the air conditioning on, waking up whenever I please. Pure bliss. Many remarked. The nation has finally made a commendable decision. I wholeheartedly support a nationwide holiday. I fervently hope we won't have to work for the entire month. Jiang Jin, observing these wildly optimistic comments, couldn't suppress a smile. She mused about the day when supplies would dwindle, making it nearly impossible to procure essentials, when the frosted doors of various shops would remain firmly shut, and the difficulty of acquiring resources would multiply. She wondered if they would still find joy in their situation then. 2 hours swiftly passed. Jiang Jin munched on snacks while binge-watching online dramas, caching a plethora of films on her devices. In just a few days, she could amass a comprehensive collection of cinematic works from the past decade. Suddenly, her phone rang, breaking her reverie. Frowning at the unknown caller, she hesitantly answered. A familiar voice echoed through the receiver. Jiang Pan, where are you? Your father and I are nearly starving. Why haven't you brought us anything yet? Responding calmly to the accusatory tone, Jiang Jin replied with a hint of sarcasm. The entire country is on lockdown. Where do you expect me to find food to bring you? As she spoke, she continued to graze on her snacks, the crinkling bag audibly reaching her mother's ears. Listening to her daughter's nonchalant responses, Jia Yufeng initially contemplated a persuasive argument. However, upon hearing the rustling of the snack bag, her fury erupted. You ungrateful child. You hide in your home, indulging in your own feast, completely disregarding your parents' plight.
How dare you?
I command you to bring food over. Our family should share both joy and hardship. With a light laugh, Jiang Jin retorted, share joy and hardship? As a family? When have you ever done either? Faced with the harsh reality of their circumstances, she questioned why she should bear provisions to them for their enjoyment. Jia Yufeng's face turned crimson with rage as she struggled to reconcile the shift in their dynamic after years of controlling Jiang Jin's fate. The authoritarian matriarch reasserted her dominance, declaring why? Because I'm your mother. I brought you into this world, provided for you, and gave you the chance to live. You should be grateful and remember that for the rest of your life. Jiang Jin, unfazed, simply scoffed and hung up. Remember your mother?
Goodbye.
The line went dead, leaving Jia Yufeng in stunned disbelief, her eyes wide with incredulity. How could Jiang Jin speak to her like that? What had transpired over the past 20 days to induce such a drastic transformation in her daughter, freeing her from her grasp? In Chapter 27, as supplies dwindled, Jiang Debao observed his mother, Jia Yufeng, seething with anger, and incited her further. Mom, I think she's just gotten too bold.
How dare she speak to you like that?
I suspect she's deliberately delaying buying me a car and transferring the house. Clearly not wanting me to marry or give you a grandchild. Upon hearing the mention of a grandchild, Jia Yufeng's fury intensified exponentially.
How dare she?
A worthless child is meant to serve her family. I will see how long she can resist. Once the snowstorm abates and she still avoids my calls, we will report her to the authorities. She cannot escape her responsibilities regarding the house, the car, the wedding, or the bride price. She has turned against her brother.
Mom.
Jiang de Bao protested, but upon meeting his mother's fiery gaze, he instinctively recoiled, realizing his precarious position in the household, entirely dependent on Jia Yufeng.
Outside.
A fierce snowstorm raged, blanketing the earth in a thick layer of snow, causing widespread devastation across the country. Many dilapidated rural homes collapsed under the weight of the snow, with some people tragically trapped beneath the rubble. Others narrowly escaped, only to succumb to frostbite from the bitter cold. Meanwhile, the latest news from Tianhai City painted a grim picture. Residents were in disbelief as they witnessed the devastation outside their windows. In the northern Linyu village, 90% of homes had collapsed, leaving the villagers with no route for survival. The final refuge in Wanghe village was overcrowded, while over 3,000 refugees gathered at the Nianqing temple in the south, desperate and without supplies. As Jiang Jin perused the news, she noticed a stark contrast in the public sentiment. Unlike 5 days prior, a pervasive gloom now hung over the people, reflecting their fears of impending disaster. How can buildings of brick and tile be brought down by the wind and snow? It defies logic. One user lamented. Another shared a harrowing account of hearing a loud crash followed by silence, their loved ones unreachable. Jiang Jin casually scrolled through the comments while approaching the window. She traced her finger across the glass, creating a visible mark in the condensation formed by the clash of warm and cold air. Climbing onto a stool, she wiped away the snow that had accumulated on the upper panes, realizing just how deep the snow had piled up outside. Despite the harsh conditions, Jiang Jin remained untroubled. Though she resided on the ground floor, the advanced shield tunneling machine she had acquired from Japan ensured her safety, allowing her to navigate through the frozen landscape without concern. After all, she had survived 3 years in this icy apocalypse, living in the 2 houses purchased from the cold front, which had not succumbed to the elements. A sudden knocking echoed from the basement. Jiang Jin, hearing the commotion, softly called out, "Come in." The door creaked open, revealing none other than the cold front, the only one bold enough to approach her sanctuary. The heavy iron door was impenetrable to mere knocks. It required force to breach its soundproofing barrier. In the corner of the basement, the slender figure of Lung Feng slowly emerged. His strong arms exuded an overwhelming sense of security. Jiang Jin, with her eyes closed, had tossed her phone aside onto the coffee table, comfortably nestled in her rocking chair. As Lung Feng approached, despite hearing his footsteps, Jiang Jin did not open her eyes. Observing her delicate profile, a significant question arose in Lung Feng's mind. Hadn't she just called him to come in? Why was she asleep upon his arrival? Her even breathing suggested she was truly resting. Turning his gaze to the side, Lung Feng picked up a small blanket and draped it over Jiang Jin. She caught the blanket, opened her eyes, and shot him a bemused glance. "Have you only just remembered me after 5 days of the snowstorm?" she inquired. Caught off guard by her question, Lung Feng awkwardly scratched his head. This was not his first visit to Jiang Jin. Yet each time he found himself hesitating at her front door, deterred by the heavy alloy gate that provided excellent sound insulation. He felt too shy to knock forcefully on a girl's door, so he postponed his visit. Today, however, he recalled that the 2 basements had been connected. Upon entering the basement, he was greeted by a plethora of supplies, including an unimaginable amount of oil and a neatly arranged, high-capacity generator. Just one of these could meet the power needs of the entire building, yet Jiang Jin only utilized it for her modest shelter, quite an extravagant use of resources. How long would the wind and snow continue? Lung Feng found himself slightly anxious under Jiang Jin's suddenly opened gaze, instinctively averting his eyes elsewhere. Jiang Jin chuckled at his aloof demeanor, realizing that his inquiry about the duration of the storm indicated a shortage of provisions. After all, he had transferred nearly all his funds to her, leaving him with just enough to purchase cigarettes and alcohol for the workers, leaving little for food reserves. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Jin replied, "About 3 or 4 days." "Is that so?" Lung Feng acknowledged, turning to leave the basement. However, Jiang Jin called out with a smile, "Why not consider dining at my place? Of course, you'll have to handle the cooking from now on." Upon hearing her invitation, Lung Feng's heart raced. How did she know he had no food at home? He had merely asked how long the snow would last. Nodding in a daze, he replied, "All right." Though his military career had mainly revolved around ration food, it didn't imply he couldn't cook simply. With that, he resolutely headed towards the kitchen, only to be struck dumb by the sight before him. An array of ingredients was neatly stacked, and various cooking utensils were readily available. He realized he had seen none of these, apart from a frying pan and a rice cooker, let alone knew how to use them. True to his reputation as a soldier, Lung Feng possessed an extraordinary ability to learn. Initially flustered upon entering the kitchen, he quickly opened a video app and began to work manually. The functions and usage of various kitchen tools flooded his mind as he memorized them at lightning speed. With his extensive hand-to-hand combat experience, his knife skills were remarkably proficient, and he swiftly chopped the ingredients. Considering Jiang Jin's impressive appetite, he hesitated before deciding to steam rice instead. He feared that using the electric rice cooker might leave him without food for himself, and that Jiang Jin would still be hungry, which would render the meal a failure. After all, the saying goes, to win a woman's heart, one must first capture her stomach. This was something Xiongli had mentioned previously, but he had never had the opportunity to invite Jiang Jin over for a meal. Unexpectedly, his inquiry about the snow led to a job offer, a delightful surprise. As the range hood turned on, the aroma of his cooking wafted out, yet in this storm-covered world, no one was outside to appreciate it. The fragrance was quickly whisked away by the howling winds. Perhaps confident in his cooking skills, Lung Feng managed to stir-fry 2 dishes simultaneously. Jiang Jin, watching from outside the kitchen, was mesmerized by the bustling figure within. Having subsisted on instant meals in her past life, she had never had the opportunity to use a kitchen, let alone monitor Lung Feng's culinary prowess. To her astonishment, a simple, lazy suggestion had resulted in such a grand surprise. The enticing aroma of the dishes enveloped her senses, prompting her to close her eyes and inhale deeply. The names of the dishes floated through her mind: fish-flavored shredded pork, stir-fried green peppers, braised eggplant, braised beef brisket, and red braised ribs. All the delectable scents permeated the air. Even some intricate dishes simmered on the stove as Lung Feng swiftly moved to the next pot, continuing to prepare new dishes. For burners were simultaneously ignited, a spectacle Jiang Jin had never witnessed before. Dishes that should have taken 3 to 4 hours to prepare were completed in just 2 by Lung Feng. Jiang Jin busied herself setting the table, carefully arranging the dishes, and then, standing on a chair, she took photos from above. Nearby, her tablet lit up, displaying the current date and time.
Click.
The photo was taken. After a brief edit for her social media, she published it and turned off the screen. Seated on the chair, Jiang Jin called out to Lung Feng, "Dinner is served." As her words fell, Lung Feng produced a large bowl and placed it before her. The bowl, at least 20 centimeters in diameter, was filled to the brim with rice, forming a small mountain. "You truly understand me," Jiang Jin exclaimed, giving Lung Feng a thumbs up as she gazed at the bowl of rice before her. Lung Feng felt a surge of happiness at her praise, yet maintained his cool demeanor. Silently sitting at the table, a bowl in one hand and chopsticks in the other, and began to eat. Jiang Jin happily picked up a piece of rib and stuffed it into her mouth. The aroma exploded in her mouth, the tender meat practically falling off the bone, enhancing the already exquisite flavor. A wave of satisfaction surged from deep within her. Just as she was enjoying her meal, her phone suddenly chimed with notifications. Opening the screen, she saw it was from the residence group of the Welcome Garden community. Messages popped up one after another, and as Jiang Jin scrolled through the screen, she was puzzled to find a notification from the property management. Property manager Lu Ziyunio, according to the highest directives from the state, residents are to band together to withstand the harsh winter. Our community, while still connected to the internet, electricity, and gas, is issuing this notice. Residents currently in the Welcome Garden community, please reply received. We will conduct a count and include everyone in a new chat group. In her previous life, she had never joined any residence groups and was entirely unaware of such matters in the community. Out of curiosity, Jiang Jin replied with a simple received. After about half an hour, she received a new notification for group entry. Shortly after entering the chat, she once again saw the property manager Lu Ziyunio's message. Property manager Lu Ziyunio, please remain calm. Currently food resources are scarce. We kindly ask everyone to report their remaining food supplies, after which our management will send personnel to collect the resources for centralized management and distribution as needed. To prevent waste, property manager Lu Xunyang stated, in the face of disaster, I urge everyone not to hoard food. Every grain surrendered provides hope for those of us striving to survive. Shortly after her message, a wave of responses flooded in. Resident from Building 2, Unit 203. An adult and a child. It is only right. We have 40 pounds of flour, 10 pounds of rice, a barrel of cooking oil, and all necessary condiments. Though we lack vegetables. Resident from Building 3, Unit 101, an adult and a child. I seldom buy vegetables and do not enjoy cooking at home. I only have 3 pounds of rice left, and I am willing to surrender it. Zhang Ji from Building 8, Unit 1101. Wonderful. We have the property management here. I have been seeking food for a day, without success. I wholeheartedly support the consolidation and equitable distribution of resources. Jiang Jin observed the chat with a cold sneer. Those without food will surely agree to band together for warmth. But how could those with food willingly contribute without compensation? In this time of disaster, with the state lacking any means of relief, who knows what awaits those who run out of provisions? As Jiang Jin scrolled, she finally spotted a sensible individual daring to refute the majority. Yet, the backlash he faced was overwhelming. Shame, insults, and accusations forced him to exit the group in discontent. A resident from Building 5, Unit 1201, an adult. I cannot contribute. You all lack vegetables and grains, yet you expect me to give mine away? Why should I? If resources are distributed based on need, how much can I expect to receive? Would I not be sustaining all of you at my own expense? Lu Meichin from Building 3, Unit 1803, resident of Unit 1201. You're being quite selfish. In times of disaster, can you not see the bigger picture? If need be, I will purchase your food. A family from Building 5, Unit 801, 2 adults and 3 children. Neighbor from Unit 1201, we have often crossed paths in the elevator. And I even had my child call you uncle. I regret that now. The resident from Building 5, Unit 1201, exited the chat. His departure prompted many residents with food supplies to leave as well, ignoring the property management and others' insults. Why should they part with their reserves and suffer alongside the entire community? Of the 400 residents in the chat, some remained steadfast in their belief that the disaster would soon pass and were willing to surrender their food. Ultimately, only 119 individuals remained in the chat, with Jiang Jin being the sole silent observer. After reviewing the list of participants, property manager Lu Xionyang noted Jiang Jin's silence and assumed she had not seen the messages. She tagged Jiang Jin in the group. Property manager Lu Xionyang, Jiang Jin from Unit 101, please respond if you received this. With Lu Xionyang's mention, a portion of the group clicked on her recent posts. The chat erupted. A resident from Building 3, Unit 103, 2 adults and a child. Resident of Unit 101. Have you lost your mind? Preparing 25 dishes for one meal? 2 sets of chopsticks for just 2 people? Wang Yuanlin from Building 2, Unit 1701. Braised pork. And fish-flavored shredded pork. Are you not wasting food? Given that our units are connected by a hallway, I brought my own chopsticks. Please open the door. Elderly residents from Building 6, Unit 1502, along with a child. What a shame. The amount of food could feed many. Resident of Unit 101. Please surrender your food for unified management. I cannot bear to see such waste. Jiang Jin listened to the cacophony of voices. So you covet my food? Do you think you deserve it? How audacious to ask me to open my door for you to dine. Chapter 29. Property management arrives. Forcing entry? Jiang Jin exited the group chat decisively. Initially, her curiosity about the property management's intentions had been piqued, but upon realizing their aim was to exploit others' resources, her interest waned. Lung Feng observed the shifts in Jiang Jin's expression, noting her evident disdain. He mused internally, is my sweet and sour pork not to your taste? As he sampled the dish, its tenderness and flavor delighted him, though he noted the acidity was quite pronounced. He mentally resolved to reduce the vinegar next time. Jiang Jin was oblivious to Lung Feng's meticulous thoughts as she savored her meal, leaving an empty plate in disarray. Lung Feng, resembling a stoic butler, promptly cleared the table and tidied up, then busied himself in the kitchen. Jiang Jin reclined in her rocking chair, luxuriating in the post-meal tranquility. Such a life had been unimaginable in her previous existence, where she had been drained of her savings by Jia Yufeng and forced to stay at Lung Feng's home, toiling for meager advertising work while subsisting on takeout. When the storm hit, she found herself stuck at home. Having exhausted Lung Feng's stock of mashed potatoes and compelled to buy overpriced rice within the building. On the 6th day of the apocalypse, she would be forced to leap from the 2nd floor and tread on a makeshift board to search for food. Meanwhile, the remaining residents from the earlier group chat were incensed, voicing their frustrations. In this disaster, our family is barely scraping by, yet she flaunts her abundance. Preparing over 20 dishes for a single meal, such shameful waste. This behavior is inherently immoral, with the law unable to sanction her. We must take matters into our own hands and seize her supplies for the property management to ensure equitable distribution. The fervent declaration resonated with the group, as hundreds echoed their agreement. To them, those who had exited the chat were merely sheep awaiting slaughter, selfishly withholding their excess provisions, particularly Jiang Jin. Her social media posts clearly demonstrated her lavish meal preparation, signaling an abundance of food that others envied, especially those left with only plain rice. Now that they had the opportunity to collectively reprimand those with surplus resources, how could they not respond? Since we are in Building 1, let us gather on the second floor before heading downstairs together. Yes, let's assemble. Our numbers will ensure she cannot refuse our demands for food. Previously, they had witnessed the first-floor residents renovating their homes, so those with tools should bring them along. This suggestion prompted some survivors to return home and grab hammers and other implements. 10 minutes later, the second floor of Building 1 in the Welcome Garden community was bustling with around 15 residents from their building, alongside 20 more who had traversed the connecting hallway. Together, they nearly filled the stairwell. Are we all here? Lu Xunyang, the property manager, rubbed her gloved hands together for warmth while addressing the gathering. Outside, temperatures had plummeted to minus 55 degrees Celsius. Despite the shelter of the building, conditions remained harsh, with indoor temperatures barely above minus 40 degrees. This is still a loss. Currently, the power supply system remains intact while every household is relying on air conditioning for warmth. Otherwise, the temperature in the hallway would plummet even further. Everyone should have arrived. I will make one last call in the group chat. A middle-aged man from Building 1, with cotton gloves on his hands, cupped his mouth as he spoke, attempting to minimize the intake of cold air to prevent bodily heat loss. At the same time, he exhaled warm breath into his gloves to provide some warmth for his palms, preventing them from freezing. After sending out the latest inquiry, a lengthy silence ensued, prompting everyone to exchange glances. Bending down, one person picked up a hammer and made a beeline for the first floor. Some had already caught a glimpse of the modifications on the first floor when they passed through the connected corridor, uncertain of the alloy door's hardness. They placed all their hopes in the tools at hand to break it down. Upon reaching the first floor, Lu Xunyang from property management stood outside Jiang Jin's door, hammer in hand, striking the door with considerable force while shouting, "Jiang Jin, open the door. The property management is collecting food for unified distribution. Please cooperate." Jiang Jin, who had been dozing in a rocking chair, was abruptly awakened by the unexpected knocking and shouting. Her brow furrowed in annoyance. This group had audaciously come to her home? While she pondered this, Cheng Feng, who was washing dishes in the kitchen, suddenly ceased his actions and walked into the living room. Upon seeing Jiang Jin roused from slumber, he thought to himself, when did the property management acquire such authority? Before they could respond, the knocking at the door intensified. To be precise, it was more like battering. The sound grew louder, accompanied by much noise. Look at her expression. She clearly has no intention of letting us in. Let's just break the door down. I refuse to believe a flimsy metal door can keep all of us at bay. Let me try. With this sledgehammer, I can smash the lock in 2 strikes. Then we can rush in, and I want to see if she can maintain her previous arrogance without the door's protection. As he spoke, everyone turned their gaze towards him, and a space was cleared at the entrance. The hefty sledgehammer was swung towards Jiang Jin's alloy door.
Bang!
A resounding crash echoed, yet the door remained immovable. The man wielding the hammer looked at the unscathed door and chuckled in disappointment. Well, she's lucky. That strike missed the lock. He continued, hammering 5 more times, 2 of which struck the lock area. However, it was futile. Even the lock showed no signs of damage. The battering ram was now panting, resting the hammer on the ground and gasping for breath. The onlookers shook their heads in dismay. Suddenly, an unassuming yet sturdy man stepped forward. Seizing the sledgehammer from the previous assailant, he struck Jiang Jin's metal door with renewed vigor. The thud was far louder than before. The faces of the onlookers lit up with anticipation. After all, no one had any rations left at home. That was why they gathered so eagerly to comply with property management's directives. Yet with every strike of the sledgehammer, the alloy door remained unyielding. Not even a dent to show for it. The earlier hope was swiftly dashed. The man wielding the hammer was now slick with sweat. Acutely aware of the heat building on his back, he could not afford to lose too much moisture in the sweltering 40-degree environment outside. If he were to catch a chill, it would lead to dire consequences. In this frigid catastrophe, Food could still be sought and purchased, but no one would part with medicine. After all, those were matters of survival. "This won't do," he exclaimed, taking a deep breath before addressing the crowd. "The material of this door is extraordinary. Its thickness exceeds 30 centimeters. We cannot break it down with sheer force." No sooner had he spoken than a man clad in a heavy white down jacket suddenly looked up and declared loudly, "Shout for her to open the door. If she still refuses, I will fetch my chainsaw from home. I work in renovations and no material can withstand my chainsaw." Upon hearing this, all eyes turned toward him. The renovation worker nervously swallowed, fixated on the door, hoping for a response. As half a minute passed in silence, someone finally urged, "It seems she won't open the door. You should go home and get your tools. While the power is still on, you can wire over from the second floor to saw the door. Once the power is cut, breaking in will become exponentially more difficult." The crowd echoed this sentiment, urging him to retrieve the chainsaw. However, he remained rooted in place, his gaze fixed on the door, his brow furrowed.
Ah.
Finally, a sigh escaped his lips as he met the stares of the crowd. "If I could truly get my hands on a chainsaw, why would I be here issuing threats? It's true I work in renovations, but the chainsaw is in my truck, which is frozen in the parking space behind our building." Upon hearing this, disappointment washed over the faces of the crowd. Yet when Lu Xianyang from property management learned that the truck was stuck in the parking lot, her eyes brightened with excitement. She grasped the renovation worker's arm and asked, "Do you know the location? The blizzard outside may be severe, but if you remember where it is, we can devise a way to retrieve the chainsaw." The renovation worker felt a tightening in his chest as she held his arm, but upon realizing she was merely inquiring about the location, he nodded vigorously. "I know. That's my parking spot. Of course I know. Let's go. 2 of you strong men come with us. Once we retrieve the chainsaw, opening the door will be a matter of course." Lu Xianyang called to 2 robust men before turning to shout at Jiang Jin behind the alloy door, a clear threat. Jiang Jin, however, remained steadfast behind the door, offering no response. Cheng Feng listened and asked Jiang Jin, "Do you want me to warn them by opening the door? I should be able to take them all down." As he spoke, he clenched his fists, confidence radiating from his eyes. If anyone else had said this, Jiang Jin might have dismissed it as boasting. But Cheng Feng's words held weight. In her previous life, she had witnessed Cheng Feng's prowess firsthand, as he had single-handedly taken down 25 icebreakers during the later stages of the apocalypse. These were not the same as the current group of survivors outside. Taking on 50 would be well within his capabilities. "No need," Jiang Jin shook her head, declining. Given the door's hardness, even a grenade wouldn't be able to breach it, let alone a mere chainsaw. The material of that chainsaw likely pales in comparison to that of the store. She continued, "Also, you should refrain from opening the door for the next few days. The material of our doors is the same. If they can't find a way in here, they might turn to you." "Understood." Cheng Feng nodded in acknowledgement and returned to the kitchen, busying himself. His eagerness was a stark contrast to his cold demeanor. Jiang Jin observed his stern face and couldn't help but smile inwardly, suddenly yearning to see him shed his proud exterior. In her previous life, he had died too abruptly, having raced ahead of her. It was a pity she had not witnessed him drop the arrogant facade. Lu Xianyang from property management, accompanied by the renovation worker and 2 burly men, arrived at the door of apartment 202. The renovation worker pointed to room 202 and said, "Our building has a 2-unit layout per staircase. If I'm not mistaken, that's the bedroom window of 202. Lu Xianyang listened intently, nodding in understanding. She knocked on the door, and just as her words fell, a burly man behind her stepped forward, striking the door with force. The sound echoed through the second floor. Soon after, the door of the neighboring unit opened, revealing a middle-aged woman who peered out. Upon seeing Lu Xianyang from property management, she remarked, "They've all gone back to their family home before the blizzard. No one is home right now, so there's no point in knocking." Hearing her words, Lu Xianyang raised an eyebrow. This was indeed their community's property, and as property management, she had no right to damage the owner's house. If she forced her way in, once the storm passed, the owner would come looking for her, and her meager savings would not suffice to cover the damages. With this thought, her eyes shifted, and she said to the renovation worker, "If no one's home, just open the door." Without hesitation, the worker took a hammer and struck the doorknob a couple of times, breaking the lock. He pushed the door open and confidently stepped inside, followed by Lu Xianyang and the 2 burly men. Once inside, the 2 men carried in 2 large wooden boards. They dropped the boards out the open window, striking the ground below with force, unconcerned about damaging any vehicles. With a thud, the boards hit the snow, causing a muffled sound as the snow sank several centimeters. The second board did not follow suit immediately, and Lu Xianyang, standing behind the renovation worker, instructed, "You should jump onto the first board, and then I will have them pass down more boards from above. You can control where they fall to make it easier to open the car door." The worker complied, leaping onto the board, standing at the window's edge. His jump caused him to drop more than half a meter, plus the added weight of the snow compressing down made him stumble, landing on his knees. The surrounding snow began to slide off the board, burying his knees under more than 10 centimeters of snow. Luckily, the snow did not continue to accumulate around him. Otherwise, he might have been completely covered by the over-a-meter-high snow surrounding him, struggling to stand against the blizzard. The renovation worker turned back and waved to the window on the second floor. The two men above extended the boards out the window. He caught a board and tossed it aside, causing another wave of snow to rush towards it. Battling the storm, he felt his body heat rapidly dissipating, especially after the snow shovel was dropped. He began to clear the snow, feeling for the outline of his bicycle beneath. By the time his hand touched the car's trunk, he was losing sensation in his body. He shouted towards the window, "Come down and help. I can't open the trunk." His voice echoed, but the people on the second floor couldn't make out his words. After several attempts, Lu Xianyang quietly instructed, "You two, go help him. Once he gets the food,
We can share some with those who assist."
The temptation of food instantly piqued the interest of the initially reluctant pair. As the chainsaw was retrieved from the trunk, Lu Xianyang, along with the renovation worker and two others, returned to the first floor. An extension cord snaked down from the second floor, and the renovation worker plugged it in, issuing a final ultimatum to Jiang Jin. "You have 30 seconds. Open the door and let us in, or after we break it down, not a single grain of rice will be left for you." Chapter 31. The Flywheel Cutter, the Thigh Removal Procedure.
Liu Xianyang's Achillesheel.
Jiang Jin listened to the incessant buzzing outside, akin to a swarm of flies. With a gentle wave of her hand, she summoned a state-of-the-art sound system from her storage space. Then, holding a brand-new tablet, she connected it to the speaker positioned at the door. The Bluetooth connected successfully. As the crowd outside heard this, they were momentarily taken aback. Then, a classic yet timeless melody began to play. Its melodious ethnic tones ignited fury among the crowd, who had just recovered from their stupor. "Enough. This is clearly a provocation," they thought. "That wretched woman, not only hoarding food, but she dares to taunt us after we come knocking." Voices erupted in a cacophony of outrage, each person expressing their discontent. Meanwhile, the renovation worker stepped forward, activating the chainsaw. This was not the long, tree-cutting type, but a circular cutting machine used for renovations, typically effective at slicing through wood. As he approached, sparks flew from the moment the gears met the alloy door. Suddenly, an unusual sound erupted from the chainsaw. The circular gear snapped in half, shooting off to the left. It struck the wall and then ricocheted into a man's thigh. The high-speed spinning gear shattered the bone, and as it exited, it collided with another person's arm. While this time it lacked the force to penetrate, it was enough to break the arm. Cries of pain and panic filled the hallway. "Ah, my thigh. My thigh is gone. My arm is broken. It hurts so much." In instinctive shock, the man with the severed thigh reached down to touch the wound, but he could not stem the blood that gushed forth like a torrent. The crimson liquid pooled on the icy floor, creating puddles of blood amid the frost. His eyes widened in horror as he noticed the freezing temperature slowing the flow of blood. "Cloth. Give me cloth," he shouted hoarsely, incredibly fortunate not to have passed out from the pain. Yet those around him wore thick winter coats, and no one would willingly tear their precious insulation to bandage his severed limb. They were clad in down jackets, and ripping them would send feathers flying in all directions. Without the down, the jackets would be useless. Moreover, in the bitter cold, with national aid delayed, any further electrical failures could render their warm clothing the only means of survival. Listening to his agonized cries, the crowd merely turned away or averted their gaze. Their indifference chilled him to the bone. Despite being a group, they allowed him to bleed out without attempting to help. As he looked down at the stump of his severed thigh in terror, he was startled to see frost forming where blood had once flowed freely. The blood vessels in his leg had frozen, and he felt as though he had narrowly escaped death. A flicker of hope crossed his tear-streaked face. But soon, dizziness from blood loss swept over him, and he fell towards the icy puddle of blood below. What would he do? A timid individual cautiously gazed at the man sprawled on the ground, softly inquiring about his condition. Another, whose arm had been shattered, grimaced in pain, exclaiming, "What should we do? Send me home as well. That blow surely broke my bones. What kind of wretched chainsaw is this?" Not only did it fail to cut through the door, but it also shattered the gears. "When we finally procure food, you must ensure I receive an extra portion." As his pained cries echoed, the onlookers regarded him with a hint of sympathy, recognizing the misfortune he endured amidst such calamity. If this blizzard persisted for another 10 days to half a month, and with no other able-bodied individuals in his household, it was likely they would starve. As for receiving extra rations, with so many of them, even if there were ample supplies in Jiang Jin's home, it would scarcely suffice to sustain them all. Thus, the prospect of obtaining additional food was utterly impossible. As the injured individual was taken away, the crowd remained rooted in place, exchanging glances filled with uncertainty. The chainsaw had failed. Not only had it not breached Jiang Jin's door, but it had also inflicted severe injuries on their own. Lu Xianyang, the property manager, approached Jiang Jin's door and traced her fingers over the area where the saw had cut. To her astonishment, the alloy door bore merely 2 scratches. The sparks emitted by the saw had not been the result of the door's wear, but rather the saw itself being ground against the alloy. It was no wonder that melodious songs still resonated from within. She had long known that their attempts with the chainsaw would be futile. With this realization, Lu Xianyang's expression darkened. As the property management representative, she had taken the lead for the first time. If this household were to thwart her efforts, the management's credibility would be irrevocably tarnished. Future organized actions would likely not garner the same response as today. Contemplating this, she instructed a few burly men. Use a sledgehammer to break down the wall. I refuse to believe her walls are reinforced steel. Even if they are rebar, surely a chainsaw could slice through them? Upon hearing Lu Xianyang's suggestion, the previously disheartened expressions of the crowd brightened with renewed hope. Indeed, the door was made of alloy. Could she possibly fortify the walls? Just as this thought crossed their minds, the strong men immediately began to strike the wall with the sledgehammer. After dozens of blows, the wall remained intact, with only the outer plaster flaking away. They had grossly underestimated the strength of reinforced concrete, let alone the fortitude of a house that had undergone renovations costing tens of millions. If their assumptions were correct, once the concrete was breached, they would still encounter over 10 centimeters of alloy steel behind it. Jiang Jin had reduced the actual usable area of her home by more than 20 square meters for this complete renovation. The safety factor of her abode was undoubtedly the highest in the city. Even some military bases might not match the security level of Jiang Jin's fortified dwelling. Furthermore, Jiang Jin had yet to utilize her spatial abilities. If she did, even a crane with a massive weight would fail to shatter her reinforced glass.
What now?
The group cast aside their hammers and looked breathlessly towards Lu Xianyang. Noticing the shift in their gazes, she felt a pang of anxiety. Suddenly, her phone buzzed with notifications. Checking her device, she found messages from her beloved grandson, who was urging her to return home. "Grandma, I'm so hungry. I want to eat meat, snacks, something delicious. You promised to bring me treats when you returned. You wouldn't deceive me, would you?" Seeing her grandson's plaintive messages stirred both a sense of heartache and a simmering frustration within Lu Xianyang. She and her cherished grandson had been subsisting on plain rice for days, while Jiang Jin managed to prepare over 20 dishes in a single meal. Why should Jiang Jin's life be more lavish than her own? Let's dismantle the wooden boards and break her windows. If we can't breach the walls, surely we can smash the glass. Lu Xianyang rallied the residents. They had seen earlier that, while on the template, a person could compress the snow to half a floor's height. This height would certainly allow them to locate her windows. She had observed that Jiang Jin had replaced an entire wall with floor-to-ceiling glass. If she refused to open her door, then they would not need her to. Standing on the stairs, Lu Xianyang called out to the residents, igniting their collective spirit. To smash Jiang Jin's windows, she led the group to her home, removing cabinet doors and fashioning them into makeshift projectiles. Once this was accomplished, they ascended to the second-floor residents' home. Positioning themselves, they executed the same strategy. But this time Lu Xianyang had cleverly tied ropes to the boards in advance, ensuring they could be reused after breaking Jiang Jin's windows. Those households with surplus food could also utilize this method. As several strong men leapt down, Lu Xianyang's imagination began to run wild. envisioning the scene of her standing on the first floor, watching as the others transported Jiang Jin's supplies to her home. Simultaneously, she envisioned the look of admiration in her grandson's eyes. Overwhelmed with excitement, she stood there, emitting an eerie, unsettling chuckle, prompting those nearby to distance themselves from her, whispering, "I never heard Lu Xianyang had mental issues before." Upon hearing their hushed comments, Lu Xianyang abruptly turned, locking eyes with the two who had spoken. They averted their gazes, feeling guilty. Below, the four burly men, each wielding a sledgehammer, approached Jiang Jin's floor-to-ceiling window. One of them swung his hammer against Jiang Jin's specialized tempered glass. Each man delivered a powerful blow, instantly shattering the icy exterior of the glass. Illuminated by the light from within, Jiang Jin opened her eyes and glanced toward the window, only to see four heavily bundled men staring intently at her through the glass. With a gentle wave of her hand, she drew the electric curtains closed, leaving the four men, hammers in hand, bewildered. What did this mean? Had she truly believed they couldn't break through this flimsy window? Even bulletproof glass wouldn't withstand the force of a sledgehammer. That wretched woman, especially with that disdainful gaze, she deserves to be punished. One of the men, unable to contain himself, swung his hammer once more, aiming for Jiang Jin's enormous floor-to-ceiling glass. The resounding crash echoed, penetrating even the music playing in Jiang Jin's room. While she had unwavering confidence in the glass's durability, the cacophony of blows was undeniably disconcerting. She waved her hand again, activating the spatial barrier, instantly silencing the noise from outside, preventing it from permeating her home. Simultaneously, the sounds of their strikes underwent subtle changes. Each time they struck with force, the impact against the layer of the spatial barrier would emit muffled thuds, failing to make contact with the protected glass beneath. After dozens of blows, the men, panting and exhausted from the relentless blizzard and wind, found themselves leaning against the spatial barrier outside the glass, exclaiming in confusion, "How peculiar! Despite our increasing strength, why does the sound diminish with each strike? Where did she procure this glass? It remains unscathed. Surely it surpasses even the bank's bulletproof glass." As the words fell, they simultaneously gazed through the glass, shouting loudly at Jiang Jin, "Hey, open the curtains, let us discuss this. If you provide us with some food, we shall no longer trouble you. Do not feign deafness. We know you can hear us." The four of them, hoarse from shouting outside Jiang Jin's window, received no response. In that moment, feelings of humiliation and indignation surged within them. Even God would struggle to endure such cold indifference. "Oh, Li Go, she is subjecting us to emotional neglect. I am reminded of my ex-girlfriend, who also refused to listen to me. I cannot bear it. My mother has never been this callous. She made me shout for 10 minutes, without uttering a single word." They began to pound on the glass. The muffled thuds echoed again. A deep sense of insecurity arose within them. "Li Go, let us stop." Once their hands became numb from the cold, even swinging the hammer became laborious. Kneeling on the wooden planks, they sighed, "This glass is truly unbreakable. Her emotional neglect makes my heart feel colder than the blizzard outside." "Let us return," they said, grasping the hammer and heading for the rope to ascend to the second floor. Back inside, the window was promptly shut tight. The warmth of the room quickly dispelled the cold from their bodies. Lu Xianyang inquired, "What is the situation? You've been gone for quite some time, and the glass remains intact? Are you all weak?" Faced with Lu Xianyang's merciless questioning, the four sturdy men felt on the verge of tears. They had not only failed to break the glass, but had also endured emotional neglect. Though they were warm now, their hearts were once again subjected to verbal abuse. Life felt bleak. "We are leaving," said the man known as Li Go, dejectedly tossing the hammer to the ground and raising his hand to call out. The other three men, seeing this, also discarded their hammers and followed Li Go, heads bowed in despair. Lu Xianyang, witnessing this, urgently shouted, "Hey, what does this mean? You're just leaving? Could you at least inform us of the situation down there?" In an instant, the four of them slammed the door shut, vanishing from sight.
Inside,
Dozens of individuals exchanged glances. "Shall we send more people down?" Lu Xianyang suggested. Curiosity appeared on the faces of several young and middle-aged individuals. They volunteered to jump out the window. Thanks to the groundwork laid by the previous four, they landed without any further shaking and quickly steadied themselves. They began to strike the glass that Jiang Jin had reinforced. After several blows, the glass remained unscathed. Exhausted, one young man exclaimed, What on earth is this material? Why does it feel as though the glass is absorbing the force of our strikes? It's so strange. He then took the hammer and pulled the rope back to the second floor. Upon reaching the second floor, he recounted the situation below. Lu Xianyang and the others were left dumbfounded. They had not only failed to break the glass, but there were not even any cracks or marks from the hammer. It was as if the glass had not been struck at all, despite the earlier loud noises they had heard. Was this truly glass? Could it be some new type of transparent material that merely resembled glass? Lu Xianyang pondered, harboring resentment. In a mere residential building? Do they think it's a fortress? Chapter 33. The greedy and bold property management unleashes new strategies. The doors, walls, and windows of Jiang Jin's home were impervious to their efforts, leaving Lu Xianyang and her companions utterly disheartened. One by one, they dispersed, leaving Lu Xianyang alone. Sitting in the second-floor residence, lost in thought and sighing repeatedly, filled with worry. How will I explain returning empty-handed to my grandson? Just then, her phone chimed with a series of notifications. It was the man who had previously suffered a leg injury, sending a message in the group, seeking medical supplies. Building 3. Apartment 402. Wangji. Does anyone have bandages, gauze, or hemostatic agents? I'm afraid to return home. If the ice melts and my blood starts flowing again, it could cost me my life. Building 3. Apartment 402. Wangji. I have 10 packets of Wujang pickles. I will trade them for bandages and gauze. Is there a doctor who can help stitch my wound? I am willing to offer 20 packets of Wujang pickles. Building 3. Apartment 402. Wangji. If someone can give me a blood transfusion or successfully stitch my leg, I am prepared to part with 3 boxes of instant noodles and a box of ham. Perhaps taken aback by Wang Ji's desperate pleas, Lu Xianyang hastily replied, Property management Lu Xianyang, I have a method to stop your bleeding, but the process may be somewhat painful. Property management Lu Xianyang, a flat rate of 30 bags of Wujang pickles, 1 box of instant noodles, and half a box of ham. This price was nothing short of extortionate. However, after she quoted her price, the community's doctor also chimed in, Zhu Jun from the Welcome Garden Clinic. If the body is preserved at 0 degrees, it can still be stitched. However, your situation is quite severe. If the other part of your leg is still viable, I can assist with the stitching. Zhu Jun from the Welcome Garden Clinic. But my price is also firm. 50 bags of pickles, 3 boxes of instant noodles, and 1 box of ham. Payment up front before commencing the procedure. In contrast to Lu Xianyang's self-proclaimed exorbitant demand, this Dr. Zhu truly sat in a position of power. Wang Ji's food supplies were demanded in their entirety, with no thought of leaving any for him. Lu Xianyang knew that Wang Ji's household consisted of 6 people, and these supplies were likely their entire rations. Despite Wang Ji's assurances in the group, it was probable that when he came to collect the supplies, his family would refuse to comply. After all, no one knew when the external disaster would cease, nor when national aid would arrive. Using all available resources to save someone who would require months of recovery? Anyone with a modicum of reason would not agree to that. As expected, following the responses from the 2 doctors, Wang Ji's family spoke up. Building 3, Apartment 402, for adults and 2 children. Wang Ji, listen to your father. Let us choose the first option. We have only the food you mentioned left at home, and if we give it all away, we will likely starve. Not to mention you still need to recuperate. Building 3, Apartment 402, child. Wu Lu Xianyang. How could you dare to set such a price? Have you forgotten that Wang Ji came with your group to gather supplies? How could he suddenly lose a leg and be dragged back home, with his severed limb just discarded on the ground? Wang Ji looked at his parents and wife, all urging him. A sense of infinite regret welled within him. Had he listened to his mother and wife's advice earlier and refrained from wading into this murky situation, he could have survived much longer with the resources hidden at home, supplemented by the supplies allocated by the property management. But his greed, longing for a share of the spoils, had cost him a leg in an unfortunate accident. Tears of remorse welled in his eyes, crystallizing into frost upon his mask. After a long while, he finally pulled out his phone again. In a chat filled with countless messages, he typed and sent, Building 3, Apartment 402, Wang Ji. Lu Xianyang, I choose the first option. Wang Ji, please come over. Seeing Wang Ji's agreement, Lu Xianyang sprang up from the second-floor residence and hurriedly made her way home, loudly reminding, Don't lose my wooden plank. I will come to retrieve it later. Watching Lu Xianyang leave, the couple on the second floor exchanged glances, with the wife muttering in dissatisfaction. This property manager Lu Xionyang is truly something else. The injury inflicted upon others has left them disabled, yet she demands an excessive amount of food before she is willing to offer aid. Observing the messages in the group chat, it is evident that she is resolute. Unless her demands are met, she will not extend a helping hand. From now on, it is prudent not to associate too closely with her, lest one becomes a victim of her insatiable greed. Heeding his wife's warning, the man nodded repeatedly. Outside the door of apartment 402, Lu Xionyang approached briskly with her hands tucked into her sleeves. She glanced at Wang Ji, who was barely conscious outside, and bypassed him, rapping forcefully on the door. The sound of her knocking echoed loudly. The door to 402 was soon opened from within. Upon seeing Lu Xionyang, the woman who answered was filled with resentment. If it weren't for this old hag summoning them under the pretense of property management, her husband would not have responded, and they would not be facing such dire circumstances. A group had boldly approached, yet before they could breach the door, they acquired not a morsel of food, and were left to surrender a large portion of their own rations to this old miser in order to tend to her husband's leg. Ultimately, her husband would be left crippled. Lu Xionyang was taken aback by the venomous glare from Wang Ji's wife. As she recoiled, she furrowed her brow and warned, "What are you planning? Do you wish to forego treating your husband?" In response to Lu Xionyang's threat, Wang Ji's wife cast her gaze down the hallway, where she noticed her husband had turned pale from the cold, breathing shallowly. Panic and urgency gripped her heart, and she reluctantly acquiesced to Lu Xionyang, saying, "I understand. Please bring forth the promised compensation. I must take it home first before returning to save him." Seeing Wang Ji's wife bowing in submission reignited Lu Xionyang's pride, and she commanded her, "You'd best hurry and fetch the items. Time is of the essence. Your husband may not withstand the wait." Wang Ji's wife, realizing Lu Xionyang was unyielding, called out to her father-in-law inside, urging him to bring out the goods. Lu Xionyang seemed wary of being deceived, even counting the items to ensure they were adequate, wasting no time. Wang Ji's wife knelt anxiously, while Wang Ji's father clenched his fists in anger. Were it not for the fact that his son's life depended on this old miser's treatment, he would have lunged forward to strike her. After confirming the goods were satisfactory, Lu Xionyang hurried back home. Upon her return, she wielded a small flame gun, commonly used for forging silverware. "What do you intend to do with that?" Wang Ji's wife stammered, watching Lu Xionyang approach with the flame gun. Lu Xionyang rolled her eyes and replied, "Of course. I shall use this flame gun to sear his lower extremities and heal the wound. With the burns acting as a protective barrier, no blood will flow, allowing him to recuperate in peace." With that, Lu Xionyang ignited the flame gun, and a roaring fire erupted. Terrified, Wang Ji's wife shut her eyes. What could she do? It was too late to seek Dr. Zhu Jun now. All she could do was hope this old miser truly knew what she was doing, and that her husband would not suffer needlessly. Wang Ji himself was numb from the cold, his senses dulled, unable to comprehend anything. The moment the searing flames made contact with his thigh, the ice-cold numbness began to melt away. The acrid scent of charred flesh filled the air, causing Wang Ji's wife and father to avert their gaze. Unable to bear the sight, only Lu Xionyang remained fixated on the mangled remnants of Wang Ji's thigh. Suddenly, as some sensation returned to him, Wang Ji let out a blood-curdling scream, instinctively reaching for the flames. Lu Xionyang, quick on her feet, deftly maneuvered the flame gun away from his grasp and instructed Wang Ji's wife, "Hold him down. If he touches the wound, all will be in vain." Responding to Lu Xionyang's command, Wang Ji's wife finally reacted, joining forces with Wang Ji's father to restrain his arms, preventing any erratic movements. Before long, Wang Ji succumbed to unconsciousness under the relentless heat, and the flames had cauterized the wound, sealing it shut, though the injury was gruesome to behold. Lu Xionyang, finding the situation under control, exhaled a sigh of relief, but a bold idea sparked in her mind. What if she were to subject the icy glass to the flames? Would it shatter or melt? If she succeeded, all the food in Jiang Jin's home would become hers. Chapter 34. The wrath of Jia Yufeng and Leng Ningxuang. With a flame gun in hand, Lu Xionyang hastened towards Jiang Jin's home, her pace swift and determined, fearing someone might beat her to it. Meanwhile, in the hotel where Jiang Daba and his family resided, Jiang Daba, engrossed in his phone, suddenly widened his eyes in disbelief. Hoarsely, he called out to his mother, "Jia Yufeng, Mom. Look at her posts." Hearing her son's urgent tone, Jia Yufeng frowned and opened Jiang Jin's social media. It was clear that the family had tacitly acknowledged Jiang Jin's status. As Jia Yufeng scanned the posts, she was immediately captivated by the images of 25 lavish dishes, sweet and sour ribs, braised pork, and her favorite, scrambled eggs with Chinese tune. Where did she acquire such an abundance of food? Wasn't it said that there was none to send us? In response to her mother's inquiry, Jiang Daba's stomach growled, clearly protesting the lack of sustenance in recent days. She is lying. Jiang Daba's eyes darkened with resentment as he seethed. She is food, yet she refuses to share it with us. This malicious woman clearly desires to starve us. With thoughts twisted by envy, he recalled Yang Yu's video shared in the group. Jia Yufeng rolled her eyes at the mention of Yang Yu, recognizing her son had been foolishly swayed again. Yet, she would not admit any fault in her son. Redirecting her frustration toward Jiang Jin, she demanded, create a group chat that forces her to send us food. Otherwise, I shall no longer acknowledge her as my daughter. With that, Jiang Daba swiftly established a new group chat. Under Yang Yu's prompting, he feverishly typed and sent messages. Jiang Daba, how can you feast while we starve? Jiang Daba, do you even remember your mother, your father, or this family? Jiang Daba, you used to think of us first in good times. How have you become so selfish? Jiang Daba, when you wanted to attend university, I sacrificed my chance to pay for your tuition. Now, you are indulging in a warm home filled with delicacies while we huddle in a cramped hotel room, fighting over a single bowl of instant noodles. Can you live with yourself? As the notifications chimed incessantly, Jiang Jin removed the blanket from her face and reached for her phone, surprised to find not the property management, but Jiang Daba reaching out. Opening the group chat, she read his accusatory messages and scoffed. Selfish? Is that a reflection of yourself? Over the years, I've been subjected to emotional manipulation by my family while working hard to support myself, yet I have contributed little to the household. Let us not even discuss the reason for my withdrawal from school. Was it due to financial constraints? Or was it because of my own reckless actions that led to an unplanned pregnancy and being confronted at my doorstep for over a month, ultimately resulting in my decision to leave school? In my previous life, I was foolish and reluctant to connect the dots, even when the truth was within reach. I deceived myself, nurturing feelings of guilt and remorse towards my brother and parents. In the end, my diligent contributions to the family culminated in abandonment after suffering injuries. Left to perish in the cold and snow. Jiang Jin, for people sharing a bowl of instant noodles, why don't you buy some food? Jiang Jin, is it that Jia Yufeng does not want her spendthrift son to squander money? Jiang Daba believed victory was assured, but upon receiving Jiang Jin's reply, he felt a surge of frustration. Is that why I've been struggling these past few days? My mother could buy food, even if it was a bit expensive. I wouldn't have to go to bed, hungry, every night. Surely, I wouldn't be left starving while a beautiful woman lies beside me, longing yet powerless? With this thought, he cast a resentful glance at Jia Yufeng. Jia Yufeng, too, had seen Jiang Jin's response and felt her heart sink as she met Jiang Daba's gaze, filled with animosity. Before he could voice his accusations, she sharply retorted, Jiang Daba, are you out of your mind? You are the sole heir of the Jiang family. As your mother, I would never harm you. The money we saved is for you. Remember the 10,000 spent at that Michelin restaurant? Do you think I'm stingy with money? Hearing Jia Yufeng's words, Jiang Daba's resentment dissipated. However, the memory of being swindled out of 10,000 at the restaurant and being dragged to the police station reignited his anger. Noticing this, Jia Yufeng took out her phone and replied in the group chat, the heavens have struck back. The blizzard has blocked the roads, and supplies cannot get through. Do you think we don't want to buy food? It's the vendors who want to sell. Jia Yufeng continued, you've hoarded supplies and flaunted your lavish meals without a thought for your family. Have you no heart? When you thought the snowstorm would prevent us from coming to you, where did you think your food came from? Jia Yufeng, I don't care what difficulties you face. You must deliver food to me before tonight. I cannot support you for free. Jiang Jin, observing Jia Yufeng's incessant emotional manipulation, could not help but smirk. Jiang Jin, then go ahead and call the police. If they order me to deliver food, then I shall comply. Faced with Jiang Jin's response, Jia Yufeng felt a wave of rage and suddenly collapsed to the ground with a loud thud. Jiang Daba rushed forward, exclaiming, Mom, don't scare me. As he leaned over his fallen mother, he shook her repeatedly. Jiang Xingjian, witnessing his wife on the floor, felt a mix of emotions and snapped a photo to send to Jiang Jin. Jia Yufeng has fainted. Jiang Jin, you should know better. Your mother is getting older and needs to be handled delicately. If you drive her away, you will be the one cleaning the house from now on. Upon reading Jiang Xingjian's message, Jiang Jin couldn't contain her laughter.
Ha!
Jia Yufeng, look at you now. Meanwhile, on the other side, the girl who had collided with Jiang Jin, Lung Ningxiang, snuggled up to a burly man, tracing circles on his chest while whispering, Yongjun, we're running low on instant noodles at home. What should we do? Hearing her query, Lei Yongjun grunted and sat up, rubbing his throbbing head. Have Xuanzi and Huzai come over. Since help is delayed, we need to find a way to borrow some food from the neighbors. Upon hearing Lei Yongjun's orders, Lung Ningxiang's face lit up with joy. Before she stepped out to gather people, she proposed with a smile that Jiang Jin has more food than she can eat. If we can charm her, we won't have to worry about food for the next 2 months. She had already infiltrated the small group created by Lu Xionyang of the property management, and her suggestion was far from coincidental. She had seen Jiang Jin's posts featuring pictures of her feasting, along with many snapshots of her daily life. Realizing Jiang Jin was the same woman who had accused her of wearing fake goods, Lung Ningxiang saw an opportunity to acquire food while also settling her score. When Lei Yongjun heard Lung Ningxiang's proposal, he merely nodded. Once Huzai and Xuanzi arrived, he straightforwardly stated, we only have enough food to last another 2 days. After that, we'll all be hungry. I suggest we borrow some grain from the nearby residents. As his words fell, he cast a cold gaze over Huzai and Xuanzi, noticing the eager anticipation on their faces, which prompted him to nod approvingly. Huzai, filled with excitement, declared, I'm tired of eating those miserable instant noodles. We've long outgrown that. Xuanzi, a bit bashful, scratched his head and added, you know my age, and with the weather being so harsh, people could die. It would all be blamed on the disaster. Who could trace it back to us? Huzai, encouraged by Xuanzi's words, looked at Lei Yongjun with hope. However, upon hearing Xuanzi's suggestion, Lei Yongjun's expression turned icy. Have you lost your mind? Xuanzi, do you forget how you ended up in prison for 3 years? With today's advanced forensic methods, you should know better, and we already have records against us. If they run a DNA check, they'll pin it on us. This cannot be forced. Listening to Lei Yongjun's reprimand, Xuanzi hung his head. His previous misstep had left evidence leading to his capture. Given the chance, he would ensure everything was clean. But upon hearing his brother's words about not forcing it, his eyes brightened with realization. The implication was clear. As long as the girl was willing, it was permissible. If they could seize food, then those without it would inevitably come begging for help. Just like Lung Ningxiang, who turned to Lei Yongjun for assistance on the 3rd day of the disaster due to food shortages. With this thought, his face gleamed with delight, transforming his previous despair into newfound enthusiasm. Lei Yongjun observed this transformation with a shake of his head. Although this blizzard was a global catastrophe, it could cease at any moment. Moreover, the national network had yet to collapse. If it did, they could ensure no information spread.
They could proceed as they wished.
Thus, even if it meant taking from others, they had to do so cautiously, leaving no evidence behind. With that in mind, Lei Yongjun instructed Xuanzi and Huzai, dress warmly. We are heading to Building 101. Lian Shuang remarked that the household was well stocked with supplies. They had managed to seize enough provisions to last for a considerable time, ensuring their survival until the network was completely severed. As her words echoed, Xuanzi and Huzai responded in unison, with loud agreement. After donning their attire, Lian Shuang followed closely behind the trio as they descended the stairs. Upon reaching the ground floor, they were met with the imposing sight of a heavy alloy door and the bloodstains frozen on the ground, leading the 4 of them to exchange glances, filled with trepidation. Lian Shuang's gaze fell upon the marks left by a hammer on the adjacent wall. Although the area had been struck, it appeared that only the outer layer of the wall had flaked off, evidently the work of the property management team, who had failed to breach the shelter despite their numbers. It seemed futile for their small group to attempt the same. Contemplating this, a look of despondence swept across Lian Shuang's face. However, Huzai, upon seeing the alloy door and sturdy walls, suddenly brightened. Brother, could the electric drill we used for theft be employed to damage the lock? He proposed. Before Lei Yongjun could respond, Lian Shuang interjected. Shaking her head, someone has already attempted to cut the door with a chainsaw, leaving only a shallow scratch and that pool of blood over there. It appears a man named Wang Ji was injured when the chainsaw backfired and struck his leg. What can we do now? Huzai's optimism waned at the futility of using the drill. Lei Yongjun, lost in thought, suddenly inquired, what about ventilation? Doesn't your home have a ventilation system? The door is tightly sealed, making airflow difficult, and with the snow outside covering the first floor, she must have a way to breathe inside. At this, Jiang Jin, who had been reclining in a rocking chair, sat up abruptly. Although the new ventilation system was discreet, if they made the effort to search with tools like an electric drill, they could potentially ruin it and access the ventilation to disturb her. Such a scenario must not be allowed to transpire. With this thought in mind, Jiang Jin retrieved a Japanese standard handgun from her storage space. Following recent underground shooting practice, she felt confident in achieving a perfect accuracy rate within 50 meters. It was time to teach these ill-intentioned individuals a lesson.
Creak.
Just as the group turned to leave, the previously closed door swung open from within. Jiang Jin, clad in the warmest technological attire, stood at the threshold, welcoming the frigid air that rushed in. Even though the corridor's temperature hovered around -50 degrees Celsius. Yet, she appeared unfazed, unloved and brandishing the handgun. Hearing the door creak, Lei Yongjun and the others turned to see the alloy door opening outward. Huzi instinctively rushed inside, pushing against the door with all his might to prevent Jiang Jin from closing it. A malicious smile spread across his face. Though Lei Yongjun and Xuanzi were bewildered, unsure why Jiang Jin had opened the door from the inside, they recognized that the door's opening was indeed fortuitous and approached from the staircase. Lian Shuang, however, wore a look of satisfaction, as if revenge was imminent. Jiang Jin, it seems you are self-aware enough to open the door yourself. Otherwise, when Brother Jun and the others find your ventilation, you'll be in trouble. Huzi, Xuanzi, Lian Shuang continued her tirade, halting as she noticed Brother Jun and Brother Xian had stopped moving ahead. Being shorter, she remained oblivious to the unfolding events. Assuming Jiang Jin had been captured by one of them, she went on, when you catch this woman, make sure to torment her thoroughly. Her tongue is quite loquacious. That day outside the community, when she crashed into me, she was so unreasonable that she ruined my limited edition clothing without offering compensation, and then accused me of wearing a fake, dismissing my receipt. It was utterly absurd. Suddenly, Lei Yongjun yanked Lian Shuang's sleeve, signaling her to silence. Misinterpreting his gesture, she boldly approached, intending to join him in entering Jiang Jin's home, suggesting, Brother Jun, you know better than anyone that we met at the Chanel boutique. If I were wearing a counterfeit, why would I visit the store to embarrass myself? I would surely be recognized and blacklisted by the Chanel outlet. As her words fell, she felt the grip on her sleeve tighten. Looking up in confusion, she was met with the dark muzzle of a gun, causing her body to tremble and her mind to go blank. A gun? How could she possess a gun? What was her identity? Wasn't she the newest resident of the Welcome Garden? Inwardly, Lei Yongjun cursed, realizing they were in a precarious situation. As he struggled to find the words to concede, Lian Shuang recalled the gathering of property management and owners outside her door. She suddenly exclaimed, Fake. Who are you trying to intimidate with a fake gun? If it were real, why didn't you escape when Lu Xionyang and her people came to smash the walls? If it were a real gun, why are you merely holding it and not firing? As she spoke, her courage swelled, her eyes gleaming with mockery as she looked at Jiang Jin, who remained silent, tacitly conceding. How foolish to brandish a fake gun and threaten them. If she hadn't opened that heavy alloy door from the inside, they might have truly been at her mercy, for the ventilation ducts were too small for them to infiltrate. Yet, Lei Yongjun found himself faltering under Lian Shuang's words. The cold, dark muzzle of the gun resembled those he had seen during his time in prison. This handgun was of a different make than any he had encountered before. The revolver, combined with the realization that the other party still hadn't fired, led him to irrationally believe Lian Shuang's assertion. Trying to intimidate me with a fake gun? Anger flared on Lei Yongjun's fierce countenance as he declared, You are the first. Meanwhile, emboldened by the exchange between Lei Yongjun and Lian Shuang, Xuanzi took a step forward toward Jiang Jin. Jiang Jin cast a glance at Xuanzi, but found no familiar recollections associated with him. With disdain, she adjusted her aim, lowering the barrel and pulling the trigger.
Bang!
The gunshot rang out, and the bullet lodged itself directly into Xuanzi's knee. As the bullet pierced his knee, he collapsed, instinctively clutching the injury while crying out in agony, meeting Jiang Jin's icy gaze.
Ah!
My leg! You actually used a real gun. Hearing Xuanzi scream, Lian Shuang's heart plummeted. Any lingering doubts she had dissipated, replaced by fear as the bullet struck the floor beside her, shattering her final thread of courage. Lei Yongjun, likewise seized by terror, raised his hands in surrender, reminiscent of his past encounters with law enforcement.
Speak.
Why are you silent? Jiang Jin, holding the revolver aimed at Lian Shuang, demanded. Faced with Jiang Jin's inquiry, Lian Shuang's expression morphed into one of sheer terror, particularly as the dark muzzle remained fixed on her, causing her legs to tremble and her bladder to tighten. Any hint of relaxation, and she would likely wet herself on the spot, a sight both embarrassing and pitiful. I was wrong, Cold Frost stammered, her gaze lowered, unable to meet Jiang Jin's penetrating stare directed at her like the barrel of a gun. As she fumbled her apology, Jiang Jin regarded her with a cold smirk, thinking to herself, this is no mere mistake. You are terrified. Terrified that my revolver might strike you as it did him. Cold Frost noticed Jiang Jin's silence following her apology, and amidst the frigid corridor, a thin layer of frost began to form on her face.
I am sorry.
I should not have worn counterfeit goods, nor should I have coveted the food in your possession. She bowed her head in remorse. Yet the flush upon her cheeks betrayed her true feelings. I shall grant you a chance at survival, Jiang Jin said with a gentle chuckle. Upon hearing that her life might be spared, Cold Frost's face lit up with excitement. What do you need me to do? She asked eagerly. Jiang Jin, elongating her words, replied, you must bring me all your food. If you can do so honestly, I will allow you to live. Without a moment's hesitation, Cold Frost nodded in agreement. Nothing mattered more to her than her life. As for food, she could always seek other men for sustenance or even join forces with Lei Yongjun to seize food from others. But to lose her life was an irreversible fate. All right. I shall go right away. With that, Cold Frost dashed up the stairs. Jiang Jin observed her retreating figure, amusement stirring within her. This was merely a lesson. In this apocalyptic landscape, to end your lives swiftly would be far too merciful. You must endure the relentless chill of this endless winter, succumbing to despair, and perish within it. Meanwhile, Lei Yongjun heard the fading footsteps behind him, only to feel that ominous barrel once more aimed at him. He swallowed hard, the sound echoing in the profound silence. His breath quickened, and after a moment, he turned to Jiang Jin and asked, what if Cold Frost does not return? Rolling her eyes at his question, Jiang Jin replied, then you should prepare to await your fate downstairs. As her words fell, a chilling dread spread from his core to the tips of his limbs. He fervently prayed that Cold Frost would be wise enough to fetch the food without deceit. Beside him, Xuanzi clutched his leg, kneeling on one knee and groaning in agony. Meanwhile, the initially terrified Huzai, who had cowered against the wall, now cast furtive glances at Jiang Jin. Noticing that her attention was entirely fixed on his brother, a bold idea emerged in his mind. If he could launch a surprise attack, they could retain their food without surrendering it to her, and they might even seize her supplies and, most importantly, her revolver. With the weapon in their possession, they could truly intimidate anyone they wished. With this thought, Huzai's legs tensed, and he lunged toward Jiang Jin. Hearing the commotion, Jiang Jin did not flinch. Instead, she lifted her foot and delivered a powerful kick in his direction. Having undergone multiple enhancements, her physical prowess far exceeded that of an ordinary human, an intensity that Huzai could not withstand. Without mercy, she aimed her revolver and fired at Huzai mid-flight. Chapter 37. A desperate counterattack? How naive. Every shot found its mark, expertly executed with unwavering precision. Jiang Jin had mastered the accuracy of her revolver to an extraordinary degree, striking all joints without delivering a fatal blow, leaving him to writhe in agony, slowly awaiting his demise in the biting cold.
Ah!
Lei Yongjun heard Huzai's cries and turned to see the gruesome sight of his elbows and thigh punctured by bullets, fresh blood seeping from his clothing. Enraged, he shouted, Huzai. Turning back, his eyes glared at Jiang Jin, filled with resentment. A frenzied thought crossed his mind. The revolver only held 6 bullets, and she had only 2 left. If he could somehow force her to expend those last 2 shots, he might have a chance to subdue her and claim her resources, weapons, and even her as his own. With this plan in mind, a wild glint sparkled in his eyes. Jiang Jin, perceptive as ever, sensed his shift in demeanor. What's this? Are you pondering how to compel me to exhaust my final 2 bullets before you try to overpower me?
She teased.
Startled by her light-hearted inquiry, Lei Yongjun instinctively stiffened and shook his head vigorously. And no, I would never entertain such thoughts. Observing his awkward attempt to deceive, Jiang Jin smirked inwardly. You'd best not. As she spoke, she subtly shifted the gun's aim toward Xuanzi, who knelt on the ground. Feeling the icy gaze of the barrel upon him, Xuanzi's forehead beaded with frost, the chill leaching his warmth. Nervously swallowing, Lei Yongjun pleaded, "Xuanzi dares not move. Cold frost. Yes, cold frost is fetching our food. She will not skimp on it." Suddenly struck by inspiration, he declared loudly, "It was cold frost who insisted we come to your home. She intended for us to take over your house and food." With Lei Yongjun leading the charge, Xuanzi also chimed in, neglecting to wipe the frost from his face. Yes. If it weren't for Cold Frost's suggestion, we wouldn't have bothered you at all. She is the true instigator." Upstairs, as Cold Frost descended the stairs, she was struck with a sense of dread upon hearing Xuanzi's accusations. Her mind momentarily blank, she stumbled before regaining her balance, only to collect the scattered food around her. Seeing the food she brought, Lei Yongjun's face brightened with joy. "I knew you would bring the food, Cold Frost. You wouldn't let us die at her hands. Quickly, hand it over to her. I'll ensure you get food from others. You shall not go hungry." Despite his coaxing, Cold Frost remained silent, a troubling sense of foreboding creeping into Lei Yongjun's heart, especially as she turned and dashed back upstairs. Noticing her retreat, Jiang Jin swiftly pulled the trigger. She aimed at the stairs beneath Cold Frost's feet. The bullet fired with a bang, striking precisely between her legs as she ascended the steps. The impact sent shards of stone into her ankle, causing her to cry out in pain. Yet, amidst her shock, she did not falter. Instead, she pressed on, bracing herself against the wall as she continued to ascend. Watching Cold Frost flee, Lei Yongjun cursed vehemently, "You wretched girl. Come back here. Otherwise, should I have the opportunity to find you, I shall undoubtedly flay you alive." Cold Condensation Frost trembled at Lei Yongjun's threat. Yet in an instant, she clutched her snacks and moved to a higher vantage point. The sound of her departing footsteps echoed like a death knell for Lei Yongjun and his companions. Each resounding step on the staircase grew fainter, gradually revealing the despair etched on their faces. In a moment of panic, Lei Yongjun cast a furtive glance at Jiang Jin, quickly averting his gaze but calculating his next move in silence. Just moments ago, Jiang Jin had fired another shot. This bullet did not find its mark on Cold Condensation Frost but struck the staircase instead, indicating her marksmanship was not as precise. At least from a distance it faltered. Moreover, with that shot fired, only one bullet remained in her pistol. If both he and Xuanzi acted simultaneously, it would surely miss its target. With this thought, Lei Yongjun's resolve solidified. He called out, "Xuanzi." Xuanzi, clearly hearing Lei Yongjun's summons, responded. Having shared countless battles, their bond was forged in fire. Though they were not telepathically connected, a basic level of cooperation existed. As soon as he spoke, he lunged toward Jiang Jin. Xuanzi, enduring the pain in his knee, followed suit, aiming to tackle Jiang Jin, hoping to incapacitate her and prevent her from taking aim. However, in that moment of attack, Jiang Jin stood her ground, and they both found themselves grasping at air. As they fell to the ground, cries of pain echoed around them. Despair washed over Lei Yongjun's face. With Jiang Jin still armed and a bullet remaining, their grip on fate slipped away entirely. If she fired, one of them would surely perish. And the choice would likely fall upon him, the one who had just shouted in anger. Realizing this, Lei Yongjun closed his eyes, resigning himself to his fate. Yet, after what felt like an eternity, he heard no gunfire. Above, Cold Condensation Frost cautiously peeked over the edge, fearing that Jiang Jin might be overwhelmed by Lei Yongjun and his companions. If that were to happen, she would surely face dire consequences. But upon seeing that neither Jiang Jin nor Lei Yongjun nor Xuanzi remained at the entrance, an ominous premonition gripped her heart. With urgency, she took off, clutching her food and running to higher ground. A sharp gunshot rang out once more. Bang. Chapter 38. The storm ceases, a hope for rescue. Victory. Jiang Jin triumphed. Cold Condensation Frost's knees buckled, and she knelt on the stairs, oblivious to the pain in her joints. She thought to herself. When she regained her senses, she felt her back drenched in sweat. Simultaneously, an overwhelming chill surged from behind, freezing her damp clothes and causing icy shards to pierce her back, solidifying the perspiration that had emerged from her pores. Her body temperature plummeted. Cold Condensation Frost rose, shaking off the ice as she strode purposefully towards home. She could not linger outside any longer, lest she succumb to hypothermia. Downstairs, at the entrance to Jiang Jin's shelter. Lei Yongjun had succumbed to despair upon hearing that final gunshot. After a prolonged wait, he felt his body growing colder from the sweat. Yet his consciousness remained intact, and the pain had yet to arrive. Slowly opening his eyes and adjusting to the light, he turned to Xuanzi and Huzi, discovering that none of them had been struck by the bullet. Had it missed? Was it intentional or merely an accident? After exchanging cautious glances, they tentatively lifted their heads towards the interior of the building. Upon spotting Jiang Jin, their hearts collectively tightened. A table had mysteriously appeared before her, upon which rested a mounted machine gun, fully loaded. Jiang Jin stood behind it, aiming at the three of them, prepared to fire at a moment's notice, sending them into sheer terror. This was no mere misstep. It was akin to provoking an arms dealer. In a city where firearms were strictly prohibited, encountering someone who could casually wield a heavy machine gun was beyond anything they could afford to offend. Regret swelled within Lei Yongjun and his companions, with Huzi and Xuanzi pleading for mercy. Please, we are not deserving of such a fate. Use the revolver instead. We are not worth your attention with such a weapon. Hearing their pleas, Lei Yongjun joined in, cursing cold condensation frost inwardly. That wretched woman. Had she not deceived them into seeking food from Jiang Jin, they would not have found themselves in this predicament. They had a chance to survive, yet she selfishly abandoned them. Jiang Jin regarded the trio with an upright posture and a soft chuckle. Do you three wish to live or die? At her inquiry, Lei Yongjun's eyes widened, and he shouted with fervor. We wish to live. We wish to live. Huzi and Xuanzi echoed his sentiment, their excitement palpable. Who would choose death, especially amidst such calamity? They had yet to showcase their true abilities. To perish now would be a tremendous loss. Very well. Jiang Jin's melodious voice rang in their ears, like cold condensation frost. I offer you a chance to live. From this day forth, you shall supply me with 30 pounds of food daily. Should you fail to meet this demand on any given day, I shall randomly take one of your lives. Do you understand? Under the weight of her oppressive gaze, the three nodded vigorously. In such dire circumstances, with a machine gun aimed at them, they would agree to anything, even 30 pounds. Or even 300 if it meant prolonging their lives. If they failed, death awaited them regardless. The machine gun, aimed squarely at them, could easily shred their bodies. Go. Jiang Jin commanded, seeing their eager nods. With a gentle wave of her hand, Lei Yongjun sprang to his feet, extending his hand to assist Xuanzi up from the ground. After they exited through the door, he thoughtfully helped Jiang Jin close the heavy alloy door behind them. Leaning against the formidable barrier, both Lei Yongjun and Xuanzi inhaled deeply, exhaling in relief. They were safe. Jiang Jin's alloy door could withstand even a machine gun's fire. They had anticipated this from the door's formidable thickness. After a brief moment, Lei Yongjun felt his body rapidly losing heat and turned to find Huzi, who had inexplicably closed his eyes. Cursing inwardly, he approached and slapped Huzi's face gently. As Huzi weakly opened his eyes, Lei Yongjun supported both him and Xuanzi as they ascended the stairs. Jiang Jin, utilizing her ability to traverse through space, emerged from the wall, observing the retreating figures of Lei Yongjun and his companions with a cold smirk. Cold condensation frost, this time you have forsaken them. Losing your greatest ally from your previous life. Even you have turned against your greatest supporter. I am truly curious how you intend to navigate this predicament. Without their backing, can you still thrive as you did in your previous life? On the 8th floor, the cold and resolute Ning Shuang had retreated to her home. Unable to fathom the miraculous escape of Lei Yongjun and his companions from Jiang Jin's clutches, the three of them, resembling lost and defeated hounds, weakly knocked on the door of a residence on the 2nd floor. Knock, knock, knock. The sound echoed. The unsuspecting resident, without a hint of caution, called out to inquire who it was, and promptly opened the door. The man was met with darkness, as a fist the size of a sandbag struck him squarely in the face, rendering him unconscious. Seeing this, Lei Yongjun dragged his two brothers into the room, procuring ropes to seize control of the entire territory of the 2nd floor household, including their provisions. They were now the unwelcome occupants. After counting the rice, he took 30 pounds and returned to Jiang Jin's doorstep, placing the rice down and loudly proclaiming, "The provisions have been delivered to your door. Please take note." With that, he ascended the stairs, convinced that no one would dare to pilfer from this formidable figure. Unless one was seeking death, no one would be foolish enough to attempt such a robbery under the watchful eye of a heavy machine gun. Overnight, The blizzard ceased abruptly. Jiang Jin sat in her home, gazing through the window, which had been partially cleared of snow by a board, peering outside. The sun rose slowly, a fiery orb identical to the one that sets each day, immense, magnificent. It cast its light upon the earth, yet instead of warming the air, it caused temperatures to plummet to a staggering and terrifying 65 degrees Celsius. In the coldest areas, temperatures could even reach 70 degrees. The melting snow absorbed a significant amount of heat, releasing a chilling sensation that further lowered the ambient temperature. As the sun ascended, survivors peered eagerly through their windows, their eyes glimmering with excitement. The blizzard had ceased. The sun had emerged. How far could national rescue efforts be? Chapter 39. The army enters the city. The tragic state of Japan. An unexpected outcry in Tianhai City. News reports resumed after days of silence. As they faced the blazing sun once more to commence their live broadcast, the female host, speaking without a script, declared, after several days of catastrophic blizzards, chaos has erupted across the nation. Do not fear or be lost. The National Rescue Forces are en route to major cities. Justice will prevail against the perpetrators, and victory will belong to all of us. Jiang Jin reclined in her rocking chair, gently swaying, absorbing the fervent oratory of the host. To her surprise, she found herself somewhat inspired. However, she held no illusions about the victory the host spoke of. What truly lay beyond her door? As a reborn individual, she was acutely aware of the harsh reality: intense ice, frigid temperatures. The military could only deploy helicopters to patrol urban areas, limited to the next 2 days. On the third day, the sun would retreat once more, and the blizzard would engulf the world entirely. The next opportunity for sunrise would not come for another month. Moreover, the lower floors of buildings would be completely consumed by snow on the day the blizzard returned, making entry impossible without breaking through the solid ice. Cold Foam sat on a sofa, watching the host's speech on his phone, his fists clenched. A twinge of worry crept into his heart. Jiang Jin had fired a weapon the other day. Although there was no video evidence, the bullets lodged in their bodies were undeniable. If they revealed the truth, he might have to seek help from Commander Liu. For her sake, it was worth it. With unwavering conviction and resolute determination, he glanced at the time and suddenly realized it was 11 o'clock. It was time to prepare lunch for Jiang Jin. The thought of her devouring every morsel of food he prepared for her filled him with a peculiar warmth. He whispered to himself, this time, I shall make 2 additional dishes. She seems to leave the table unsatisfied, yet too polite to voice it. If Jiang Jin knew Cold Foam was fretting over her appetite, she would likely give him a solid knock on the head. She had endured far too much suffering during the apocalypse before her rebirth, cultivating a habit of not wasting food. Although she never overindulged, she always felt satiated. Furthermore, to avoid indigestion, she frequently practiced her spatial abilities to burn off any excess energy. On the second floor, after 2 days of recuperation and a minor surgery performed by the community doctor, Zhu Jun, to extract the bullets, Lei Yongjun and his companions listened to the latest news reports with grim expressions. Hu Zi, slightly anxious, turned to Lei Yongjun and asked, Brother, should we report this? Living in the same building as someone like Jiang Jin, who wields a firearm, especially a machine gun, while demanding our food, poses a significant risk. If she decides to silence us, we would have no means of escape. Upon hearing Hu Zi's suggestion, Xianzi's interest was piqued. The food they had contributed over the past 2 days relied entirely on Brother Jun's efforts outside, extorting provisions. Without him, their lives would be in peril. However, Lei Yongjun, upon hearing Hu Zi's proposal, immediately issued a stern reprimand. Silence. If you wish to die, do not drag me down with you. Anyone capable of acquiring heavy weaponry in Tianhai City either possesses a highly unusual identity or is a powerful arms dealer. How many lives do you think you have to waste? If we make that call, it will surely be reported, and the information will reach the powerful figures who protect them. We may not die, but we would certainly wish we had. We cannot continue living as we are, with food and drink every day. By the way, let us take this opportunity to reconnect with some of our former brothers. If chaos ensues, we can look out for one another. With such high levels of ice outside, the army will not be able to complete a rescue in a short time. We must rely on ourselves for sustenance in the meantime. After reprimanding the two, Lei Yongjun swiftly outlined his plans. Xianzi and Hu Zi clearly held great respect for him, bowing their heads in submission to his reprimand. All right, brother. they replied, pulling out their phones to make calls. Seeing them take action, Lee Yongjun wearily leaned back on the sofa, his mind blank as he gazed out the window at the sky. The sun offered no warmth, merely presenting itself as a clear red disk. A sense of tranquility washed over him. The icy catastrophe appeared unlikely to pass quickly. Meanwhile, the external world was ablaze with activity, particularly regarding the plight of Japan, which had fallen victim to Jiang Jin's successful coup. The disaster had ended, but the nation's granaries stood empty. What fate awaited the people of Japan? Initial estimates indicated that the death toll of residents near Mount Fuji had reached 50% of the permanent population, and without additional rescue supplies arriving within 3 days, the number of deceased could rise to 80%. Japan was facing an unprecedented famine, with the ruling party offering no explanation, plunging the nation into chaos. Upon casually clicking on a piece of information, Jiang Jin was met with the heart-wrenching cries of countless Japanese citizens lamenting their fate. Oshima Itada. Woe is me. Return our food. I have contemplated many ways to die, but never imagined I would perish from starvation. Minamura Kai, above and below, neighbors, all have succumbed to starvation. All have perished within their homes. I even witnessed someone cooking children. This is not the Japan I desire. Why has it come to this? Mizumoto Yuki exclaimed. The sun has risen, yet there is still no military support entering the city. Suppression. The mafia, the Yamaguchi-gumi, have taken to the streets, looting malls, and seizing the scant resources. Is there truly no one to intervene? Jiang Jin, upon hearing mention of Japan's underworld, couldn't help but let out a soft chuckle. Previously, she had caught the attention of the Yamaguchi-gumi. However, Jiang Jin displayed no signs of fear. She had confiscated all the weapons from the Yamaguchi-gumi, rendering them incapable of producing even 100 guns, directly rendering half of their arsenal obsolete. Yet, compared to unarmed civilians, these criminal organizations undeniably possessed considerable strength, capable of banding together to fight for resources. As for feelings of guilt, one acts according to their own power. They do not feel remorse when releasing nuclear wastewater. She merely sought to uphold justice, reclaiming a portion of the reparations bestowed by the Empress. What is there to feel guilty about? However, what surprised Jiang Jin was that while perusing the grim state of Japan, an image circulating on the Tianhai City local network suddenly went viral. Shockingly, it revealed a disloyal daughter indulging in a lavish meal of 25 dishes while her parents and brother subsisted on a single bowl of instant noodles daily. Chapter 40. Attacked by online trolls? Jiang Jin faces the backlash head-on. This latest report surged to the top of the trending list in Tianhai City, overshadowing the official rescue livestream. The comments beneath the trending topic were flooded with vitriol. Canned peaches that can swim. Is this not pure savagery? In times of disaster, instead of conserving resources, she indulges in luxury, while people in her building are likely starving. Astonishing. Leaving her parents in a hotel. Is she even human? The hotel owner is equally despicable, hoarding food yet refusing to sell it at 10 times the price. Feast of gluttony. 25 dishes. I've never been so extravagant even during the new year before the disaster. How can she still eat like this after it has struck? A heartless internet celebrity. Jiang Jin exited the foreign network. Upon logging into her media platform, she immediately came across a video featuring Jia Yufeng and Zhang Debao accusing her, with views surpassing 10 million. Moreover, the views were steadily increasing, overshadowing the official Tianhai City rescue livestream below. Opening the comment section, she found survivors expressing their dissatisfaction born from the icy apocalypse. Among them were even neighbors from the same building verifying the truth of the situation. Grandma Lu, who can't manage her home. This is true. The woman who posted that on social media lives in our community, in Building 1. My son and the property management staff went to her home for food, but she refused to see them, completely indifferent to her neighbor's plight. I've never encountered someone so cold-blooded. Lu Dazi, a divorced father. The landlord of Building 1 is a man, apparently a retired soldier? I truly don't understand how he could rent to such a heartless, unfilial woman. Pickled fish without sourness or meat. I heard that when someone went to her house for food, not only did she refuse, but she also injured one of the landlords. Does the police not care about this? The comments below these testimonies and gossip drew numerous likes and responses from internet users. Additionally, she discovered that her social media account had been unearthed, as she was initially a social media influencer engaged in live stream sales. She had earned a considerable amount of money due to the booming e-commerce market, enabling her to purchase a house worth millions. Yet, She had not enjoyed any of it. The apocalypse had arrived, and under its chilling grasp, she had not reaped the benefits of her hard work, all of which had been consumed by that family, ultimately leading to her tragic demise in the snowstorm. Opening the comment section that had surged to over 99, Zhang Jin merely glanced through it, only to be incensed and amused. Not a blabbering snake. Is this the eyeliner pencil you sell for 79 yuan? Oh, my apologies, wrong grave. Official Three Kingdoms. In the face of an icy disaster, how can you, as an influencer, not promote positivity? Your unfilial and unjust actions are truly disgraceful. Panbei, you will fall. How can we trust your product quality when your character is so flawed? I want to return the items I bought from you. Fearing they might be defective, the humorous responses continued, especially the refund request amidst a disaster that had yet to conclude, where even if they attempted to return items, shipping would be impossible. Even if they found a way, they could not pay back overdue loans, let alone refund anyone. During this period of calamity, debt collectors relentlessly contacted Zhang Jin. They had already siphoned off funds from her bank account. Ultimately, they could only harass her, demanding repayment. Yet, Zhang Jin ignored every call, never answering. They resorted to bombarding her with calls. As for Zhang Jin, she simply switched her SIM card, acquiring a new one to continue her online activities, unaffected by their attempts. This left various debt collection agencies at their wits' end. Amidst the sarcasm and direct insults, Zhang Jin did notice some of her former supporters still voicing their support for her amidst the sea of criticism. This gesture genuinely touched her heart, having experienced the warmth and coldness of human relations. After some contemplation, Zhang Jin arranged a substantial amount of supplies in the basement and then activated her live stream. As Zhang Jin opened her live stream, tens of thousands of viewers flooded in, a spectacle far grander than her previous sales streams. However, these individuals were not there to purchase goods. Rather, they were there to criticize Zhang Jin. Blowing Bubbles, the turtle. Zhang Jin, how could you so shamelessly live stream to profit during such tumultuous times? Let me guess, are those products behind you your merchandise? Lin Bei's dog. I previously bought your products for my goddess, and now she completely ignores me. I demand a full refund. Only a full refund. Yao Ling, sister. It's so good to see you. When will you repay us? Our company lent you over $1 million. Can you pay it back? Zhang Jin merely skimmed through the comments, surprised to see a debt collector among them, unable to suppress a click of her tongue. Furthermore, she noted that her live stream's popularity was rapidly increasing, 30,000, 50,000. In just 5 minutes, it surpassed the impressive milestone of over 100,000 viewers, and the momentum showed no signs of slowing. Witnessing this, Zhang Jin chose to disregard the negative comments, instead addressing her true fans, those who defended her in the comment section. This time, I am not here to clarify anything. I want to announce something to my true fans. As her words fell, the comment section erupted in excitement, with thousands of comments pouring in within a second. Strange winds are too gentle. Here it comes. It's time to rake in some of the true fans' wallets. Classic sales live stream. Yao Yao. Sister, I am your true fan. I not only purchased many of your products but also defended you against others. How can you truly live stream to sell at this critical moment? Snow sledding without flying. Truly a beast. Not only do you fail to treat your fans as family, but you clearly disregard their humanity. Zhang Jin paid no heed to their mockery and continued. The icy apocalypse has not yet concluded, and the official rescue efforts have proven ineffective. It would be prudent for you to take advantage of this evening before the blizzard descends, to craft skateboards for traversing the ice, equipped with ice-picking tools, to gather provisions, particularly items like the canned goods and instant noodles behind me, which have a long shelf life, should be prioritized. Do not waste time on those that require further processing. The power grid will not withstand the strain for much longer. Chapter 41. Mysterious Fans. Waltz on ice. As Zhang Jin's words resonated, her small group of genuine fans had yet to register her message. The detractors, however, could no longer contain themselves and unleashed their vitriol towards her. Su Yixuan, look at you, acting so capable. Let us not even discuss the possibility of freezing to death outside. The government has stated that help is on the way. Does that not imply the disaster has passed? Are you more formidable than the country itself? Sun, you crack me up. A person who cannot even honor their parents has the audacity to go live and advise fans to scavenge for supplies? What good intentions could you possibly have? Yuan, it's freezing outside. I endure the bitter cold every winter, but this year, I dare not venture out. Most people from the South are in the same boat as me, Jiang. You show no consideration for our survival. Amidst the barrage of disparaging comments, Jiang discerned a few genuine fans' remarks, which warmed her heart. This live stream was not merely a response to their support online, but also a means to repay the kindness of an unnamed fan who had aided her in her previous life outside Tianhai City. Had it not been for that mysterious benefactor, both she and Lung Feng would likely have been entombed beneath the ice. She wondered if that unknown supporter could witness her live stream. Meanwhile, in a frigid building that had been without power for 3 days, a man with an artistic flair and a ponytail was seated near a crackling bonfire, engrossed in his phone. The glow illuminated his pallid face, adding a touch of frailty to his appearance. On his screen, Jiang Jin's live stream was prominently displayed.
Ding.
A crisp notification chimed, alerting him that his phone battery had dwindled to 10. Would he like to activate power-saving mode? He dismissed the prompt and tightened the heavy blanket around himself, murmuring softly, "It seems tonight is the perfect opportunity to gather food. There's no need to save the last of the provisions at home. I must eat them to regain some strength before nightfall."
Ha!
I used to scoff at my mother for insisting I learn to skate. But look how useful it has become. If only she were still here. His thoughts drifted back to his high school days. At the entrance of a prestigious school in Tianhai City, he recalled a girl with a high ponytail, her uniform faded. That day, his parents had perished in a car accident, leaving him adrift in confusion. Just as he contemplated dropping out, he received a large white rabbit candy from that stranger. Her words lingered in his mind. "When you're troubled, eat a piece of candy, and your mood will improve. I would have eaten this today, but seeing you so downcast, I'll share my joy with you." That girl was none other than Jiang Jin. He had verified her identity during one of her live streams. The unchanging face confirmed his memory. He would never forget. Since then, he had occasionally visited her streams, purchasing beauty products he had no need for, in an attempt to express his gratitude. Given his history, he believed every word she spoke, convinced that if the government could assist, help would have arrived long ago. Why wait until now? Aside from the distant sound of helicopters, there was naught but silence. The food he had left would last at most 3 days. Regardless, he resolved to venture out and take a gamble. Crunch, crunch. The sound of him chewing on crispy noodles echoed in the empty room. He melted ice cubes in a kettle to brew a bowl of fragrant instant noodle soup. As for the furniture, in these days, without power, he had dismantled nearly all of it to keep warm. The compensation from his parents' untimely death was still saved. He had no regrets over mere furniture. Ding ding ding. The man, savoring his soup, was suddenly startled by the low battery alert once more. Glancing at his phone, he discovered it had powered down.
Sighing,
He quickly finished his food, curled into a ball, and wrapped himself tightly in the blanket. His eyelids drooped, and he fell asleep. When he next opened his eyes, the bonfire had extinguished, and the blanket had lost its warmth, making him acutely aware of the cold that invaded his body. Waking with a start, he exhaled a puff of breath into his hands. He shifted to ensure his joints were not frozen, then donned heavy gloves and grabbed a sled, stepping outside. He murmured, "The welcome garden still has power. Perhaps I can take refuge there?" With that thought, he strapped on his skates and raced into the biting wind. The temperature plunged below 60 degrees Celsius, numbing his face instantly. He pressed his lips tightly together. Despite the scarf enveloping his neck, the piercing cold still seeped in. Fortunately, he was still within the community, able to weave between buildings. Once he exited the compound, the true test of frigid endurance awaited him. At that moment, some residents above heard the commotion below and peered out to witness him skating. Their faces wore expressions of disdain and contempt. I wondered if any fool would believe Jiang Jin, that heartless influencer. And here comes one just as the sun sets. Quick, close the window. Let us shine our flashlights on him so the neighbors can see. Yes, the powerful flashlight we bought earlier can finally be put to use today. With that, a woman dragged a large flashlight from under her bed. The man seized the flashlight and, disregarding the cold, aimed it at the skater outside. The intense beam illuminated him, tracking his movements. Soon, a crowd of neighbors gathered, intrigued. Hey, what's that light? Is it from the old Su family? Looks like they're chasing someone. Let us see what's happening. They craned their necks from the windows, watching the man illuminated by the light, gliding as if he were a figure skater performing a solo waltz. Some young women gasped in awe. So handsome. Is he from our community? His skating skills are incredible. If only he were my boyfriend, He could bring back food for us to share. Some even drew closer, recording video on their phones as he passed by. In Tianhai City, we might just catch someone. At 10:30, Zhang Jin ended her live stream, sighing in relief as she reclined in her rocking chair. She whispered to herself while scrolling through videos, "Surely, you'll see my live stream, won't you? With 70 fans flooding in, you must be among them." Chapter 42. The Unaware. Am I truly asleep? Zhang Jin, that despicable creature. Upon entering university, she not only acquired skills but also transformed into an online sensation, earning money through live streaming. What you may not know is that her education was funded by my son, who sacrificed his own future for her. Our family, burdened by poverty, could not afford to support 2 university students, leading to her brother's withdrawal from school to work. We hoped that by enabling her to complete her education, our family's circumstances would improve. However, the money she earned never reached home. Moreover, upon hearing about the family's relocation compensation, she shamelessly deceived us out of 650,000 yuan, claiming it was for her brother's car and house. I once believed we were family, and since she had the means to earn, how could she betray her old mother and her brother who supported her education? To my dismay, she absconded with the money. And there has been no trace of the promised house or car. She has gone silent. This is the evidence. As Zhang Jin opened her social media, she was met with the sight of her mother, holding the transfer proof she had sent, sitting in front of the camera, weeping loudly. Upon entering the live stream, she was shocked to see the audience had swelled to a staggering 100,000, rivaling the viewership of her own streams. The barrage of comments was unanimous, condemning Zhang Jin for her lack of conscience and rallying support for her mother, Jia Yufeng. Luo, in disbelief, remarked that Zhang Jin should have been drowned at birth, producing nothing but a thankless wretch. Another user commented that she was just like their own ungrateful child, suggesting that such children are irredeemable. Jia Yufeng, discreetly applying eye drops, caught a glimpse of the supportive comments, her heart swelling with joy. Her daughter-in-law, Yang Yu, gestured a number 115,000.
According to Yang Yu,
the worth of 1 million followers could surpass 500,000 yuan when leveraged for sales. As the situation continued to unfold, Yang Yu estimated that the total follower count could even reach 3 million, translating into a fortune exceeding 10 million. If she had known that she could profit from her seemingly useless daughter, she would have acted sooner. Moreover, if her memory served her right, Zhang Jin had over 3 million followers on her social media. Could it be that she had already amassed 15 million yuan? Considering the 8 million yuan in real estate, her heart festered with envy. How could she earn less than that ungrateful child? As her thoughts raced, she glanced back at the comments, only to find them flooding with shouts of "Zhang Jin is here." At that moment, Zhang Jin, using her account balance, sent a message that read, "Are crocodile tears meant for sales?" Faced with Zhang Jin's words, Jia Yufeng broke into a cold sweat. The truth of her earlier claims was half fabricated. At least for now, Zhang Jin was purportedly handling the arrangements for her brother's house and car. The assertion of not sending food, however, was true but only a fraction of her lament. Most of the followers were present in the live stream. Should Zhang Jin's words lead to a loss of followers, it would be a regrettable misstep. In a fit of anger, Jia Yufeng shouted, "How dare you show your face again? You haven't sent us any food while your father and I have been starving." Almost immediately, Jiang Daba echoed her sentiment, lamenting that their daughter-in-law, Yang Yu, had suffered a miscarriage due to their starvation. This display of misery garnered sympathy from many. Under the guise of their poor acting, Zhang Jin found herself subjected to a wave of insults and mockery. Had she not promptly closed her direct messages, her phone would have likely been bombarded with notifications. When Zhang Jin attempted to send another message, she discovered she had been removed from the room and blocked by the administrator. Watching the now empty live stream, she chuckled softly. Let them earn. The more they accumulate, the more they will realize that money is futile when the next storm hits. Their time spent chasing profit will cost them the opportunity to gather essential supplies. Their lives will become far worse than mere desolation. Perhaps they will find themselves succumbing to the harsh elements. With that thought, she turned off her phone, allowing them to create chaos online. Her sanctuary was secure, and she needed not worry about safety. She could comfortably enjoy her solitude, adhering to her routine of eating and sleeping. As the night deepened, the alarm rang, jolting Zhang Jin from her reverie. Her eyes widened as she peered out the window. It was time for an expedition. Tianhai City, besides its basic grain reserves, had a port ranked among the top 10 in the world. With the melting snow, many containers were trapped near the port, making retrieval exceedingly difficult and opportunity ripe for her to seize. According to her estimates, the cargo in those containers could elevate her storage usage from 96 to 100. She wondered what transformations awaited her. With determination, Zhang Jin donned her finest attire, and with a thought, she pierced through the glass into the outside world. Standing on the ice, she felt the biting cold wind, yet experienced no discomfort. Touching her face, she found it still warm. Removing her gloves, she felt a mere hint of chill, realizing that the cold posed no threat. This deepened her understanding of her physical resilience, if she could withstand such frigid temperatures. Perhaps in 3 years, when global temperatures plummeted to negative 100 degrees Celsius, she would be the only one able to navigate the outside world. With that in mind, she opened her phone and activated the navigation towards the port. Beyond the containers, her greatest prize awaited: ships. Each luxurious vessel, once invaluable before the apocalypse, still held worth in its aftermath. As long as fuel supplies remained, these ships would serve as warm havens, sought after by many factions. The last refuges would predominantly consist of such types. After Jiang Jin departed, a shadow slipped into the Welcome Garden community, carrying 2 large packages. Gently exploring, Jiang Jin focused on several uncrewed vessels and directly stored them within her spatial storage.
Boom. Crack.
However, she did not anticipate that her acquisition of these ships would cause the previously frozen ocean to develop cracks. These fissures caused other vessels trapped in the ice to sway as well. It is worth noting that such swaying had not occurred since the sea surface had frozen. Some crew members hastily rushed to the deck to investigate. Dozens of searchlights swept over the port, illuminating the formerly pitch-black area as bright as day. When their beams reached the locations of the vanished large ships, they suddenly halted. Upon seeing the illuminated area, those emerging from the vessels could not help but exclaim in astonishment. The Berkeley, which was docked over there, has disappeared. Good heavens, that ship over there is also gone. That was the cruiser whose officers had just gone out to assist during the day. How could it vanish? Additionally, the luxurious cruise ship of the Shengshi Group has also vanished. What on earth has happened? Amidst the chaos, the previously cracked ice was once again besieged by frigid air, quickly forming a thin layer of ice that immobilized some smaller vessels, ceasing the swaying caused by the lapping waves. Jiang Jin watched as the commotion subsided quickly. She exhaled deeply and sent the yacht video she had just recorded to her account. This is true opulence. In comparison, I have merely enjoyed a delightful meal. With the popularity of Jia Yufeng still soaring, the video soon went viral online. User Aishenkai commented, "How can they still enjoy such a privileged lifestyle in this apocalypse? That man moves like a rabbit. It makes my heart race. Those 8-pack abs." Real estate consultant Su Xiaoxiao remarked, "In this comparison, Jiang Jin's extravagance seems trivial. Dozens of dishes cannot compare to that large table. Moreover, I noticed many of them were simply discarded on the floor." Wild Fruit YYS added, "Are you calling it wasteful? Are we blaming you for being unfilial? In the midst of an apocalypse, you think only of yourself rather than your suffering elderly mother?" Amidst the comments from uninformed netizens, Jiang Jin's comment section was filled with inappropriate remarks. However, she had no time to peruse the comments. Instead, she utilized her spatial shifting ability to dive beneath the ice, weaving through the various containers. Soybeans? These soybeans are frozen solid, resembling ice beans. Nevertheless, they are still edible. I shall take them. Coconuts are stored in containers? Are they being shipped by sea? How extravagant. Is this a Bugatti Veyron? I have previously read about it. Such a sports car is regrettable. Utterly useless, as it cannot be driven on ice. Whose snow-resistant off-road vehicle is this? So cool. Jiang Jin examined each container, seemingly losing track of time, like a parched sponge eagerly absorbing precious water. As she delved deeper, she discarded useless items into the containers, paying them no mind, while all useful items were stored in her spatial storage. The utilization rate of her storage surged rapidly. 97. 98. In the vast port, having collected 1/3 of the items, the utilization reached an astonishing 99. Just 1 more %, and the storage would be full. Excited, Jiang Jin quickened her pace. Yet, in several containers, she found only sports cars. These nutritionally void items hardly warranted a glance from her. Even returning them as scrap metal would take up space. Just as Jiang Jin was taken aback, while shifting among the containers, she suddenly spotted some ice sculptures. Their skin was dark, possessing human-like bodies and features. Yet they appeared emaciated, clearly suffering from malnutrition. Observing their clothing, all were summer cast-offs, and some bore the inscriptions of Tianhai No. 1, evidently school uniforms that had been donated. Smuggling? Or human trafficking? An alarming hypothesis surfaced in Jiang Jin's mind. Continuing to wander among the nearby containers, she discovered that this peculiar situation was confined to a single container. Jiang Jin breathed a sigh of relief. Just ordinary smuggling? It seems there is corruption within the customs, a minor issue. As Jiang Jin continued to scour the expansive port, over half of the containers were already empty. As daylight gradually broke, she heard the sound of drilling in the distance. It seemed someone was using an electric drill to bore through the ice. Utilizing her spatial shifting to observe, she was astonished to see dozens of workers wielding tools, drilling holes in the containers and breaking the ice. The sound of drills striking the icy surface reverberated. Jiang Jin drew closer and overheard their discussions. If we drill down here, the nearby containers are all filled with food. If we secure this food now, we will not go hungry for the next 5 months. Understood. Listening to their cheers, Jiang Jin shook her head gently. It would have been one thing if they had not spoken of it in her presence, but now, regrettably, all the supplies in this section of containers belong to me. With this thought, Jiang Jin employed her spatial shifting and traversal abilities, moving back and forth among the containers beneath the ice. Rice, flour, various compressed foods, imported canned goods, and even dog food. She collected them all into her spatial storage. In just half an hour, Jiang Jin had completely emptied 90 of the containers in the port. The remaining 10 were either lacking space or filled with worthless debris. As she halted her actions, the utilization rate of her storage leaped to 100. A dazzling light suddenly flashed, enveloping Jiang Jin within a particular container. At that moment, the sphere of consciousness within her underwent a transformation, causing the small spheres rotating around it to alter their trajectories, spiraling closely around the center of the sphere. Chapter 44. In opulent indulgence, Jia Yufeng has arrived with cargo. Mere seconds passed in the blink of an eye. Jiang Jin opened her eyes once more, feeling as though she had shattered some constraints. Her use of spatial abilities was no longer limited by her powers. With a mere thought, Jiang Jin's figure emerged from the container, and upon opening her eyes again, she found herself in her refuge. Moreover, due to the utilization rate reaching 100, Jiang Jin discovered that her spatial storage had inexplicably doubled in size. Is this not an opportunity to fill it to its true capacity? Additionally, Jiang Jin realized that as long as she willed it, the area of her storage could extend even deeper, limitlessly. Gurgle. A growl of hunger emanated from Jiang Jin's stomach.
Em starven.
Exhausted, she collapsed onto a chaise lounge and retrieved food from her storage, devouring it with delight. Food sufficient for over 30 people filled her stomach, finally quieting her rumbling appetite. How voracious! Were it not for her pilfering a nation's supply reserves, she might have truly starved to death that day. This 30-person portion merely replenished her bodily energy deficits and did not signify that she could only eat this much in one sitting. Once she finished, the remnants of food and packaging in her storage had piled into a small mountain. Roughly estimated, it amounted to a quantity sufficient for 70 individuals. After satisfying her hunger, Jiang Jin comfortably nestled into her rocking chair, savoring life. Having developed a larger appetite has its advantages. Not only does it signify a stronger constitution, but it also means she can indulge in more exquisite delicacies, especially as Ling Feng's culinary skills have been improving tremendously with an increasing repertoire of dishes. Having a distinct appetite, he would never waste food. Jiang Jin gradually drifted into slumber. On the other side, a knock resounded at Cold Feng's door. Knock, knock, knock.
Outside.
A man clad in black quietly rapped on Cold Feng's door. Hearing the sound, Cold Feng furrowed his brow. He recalled the group from the property management that had previously come to Jiang Jin's home, seeking supplies, and he had witnessed Jiang Jin setting up a heavy machine gun. He thought to himself, could this be the same group at his door again? As he pondered, Cold Feng approached the alloy door. Peering through the peephole, he was met with the sight of a man dressed entirely in black, his face obscured by a mask, rendering his features indistinguishable. This attire instilled a sense of danger in Cold Feng. What is it? Cold Feng's cold voice emanated from within the door. Just as he prepared to take action, he heard a puzzled inquiry from outside. Excuse me, is this place available for rent? I can pay the rent with this bag of food. As he spoke, the figure in black unzipped the bag he carried, revealing a plethora of food items. There were white flour, rice, and an abundance of compressed food, definitely coveted commodities. In this building, aside from Jiangjin and cold foam, anyone would be tempted by such provisions. Unfortunately for him, the first door he approached was Cold Feng's. No need. Perhaps you should try elsewhere, Cold Foam replied, withdrawing his gaze from the peephole with an odd expression. To his surprise, the man outside did not press further and continued on his way. On the second floor, the door on the right was ajar. Upon entering the room, he found the window wide open and a gust of cold wind had swept in, scattering snow throughout the interior. Remarkably, the lights still functioned. Assessing the situation, he thought, having been turned away downstairs and having been reprimanded at the door on the left, why not tidy up and take refuge in this room with a broken door? With that in mind, he stepped inside, found tools to repair the door, and began cleaning the room. To his delight, the heating still worked. Turning it up to the maximum, he anticipated that the temperature would rise overnight, melting the frozen ground. Charging his phone, he quietly unlocked it. The first video on his short video app was from Jiangjin. Upon closer inspection, he was taken aback. The number of likes had exceeded 3 million. The views were nearing 100 million. It was crucial to note that this was a world amidst disaster. Although China boasted a population of 14 billion, how many remained unaffected? This implied that a considerable number of those untouched by the calamity had watched this short video. In astonishment, he delved into the comment section, where he stumbled upon the most popular remark, surprisingly authored by Jiangjin's mother, Jia Yufeng. Using her account for live streaming, Jia Yufeng stated, "This unfilial daughter flaunts the opulence of the wealthy. We are just ordinary people, not seeking your riches to burden you. We hope for your happiness. However, you must not deceive your brother out of money for buying a house or car." Beneath Jia Yufeng's comment, numerous individuals resonated with the sentiment. The wealthy are truly detestable. But that does not excuse Jiangjin's actions. Remarked Xiaoyan. Stealing from your family and deceiving them for money is wrong, especially when you're not in need. Echoed Hu Tsuetsue. If it were my brother, I would generously provide for him with a house and a car. After all, money is not an issue. Being filial and ensuring family stability is far more valuable. As he observed their unfounded accusations against Jiangjin, the man in black tightened his scarf, breathing heavily, and clicked into Jia Yufeng's profile. To his astonishment, he discovered that her follower count had skyrocketed alongside the viral video, reaching an astonishing 2.6 million. Although Jiangjin's followers were also increasing, they paled in comparison to her rapid rise. Entering the live streaming room, he witnessed a shift in tone. Instead of condemning Jiangjin, they had commenced selling goods, specifically the very food that everyone urgently needed. Jia Yufeng, adopting a sales pitch, proclaimed, "Unfilial children abound." At over 60, this is the prime age for striving for one's children. Old pickled vegetable noodles, for 55 a box. I'll throw in 2 more buckets. The comment section erupted with excitement. "I told you, the peak of live streaming is selling goods," admitted Bing Yao. "Although I don't fully agree, I genuinely need these noodles. Can they be delivered the same day?" asked Han Yue. "I need 2 boxes. I'll place an order now. This price is quite reasonable. I must start stockpiling food at home to avoid running out in times of disaster." The man observed the live streaming page with a click of his tongue. Suddenly, a notification popped up on his phone. His eyes widened in shock. Chapter 45, Heavy Weapons Exposed. The military is coming. In Tianhai City's Welcome Garden community, heavy weaponry has been discovered. Clicking into the news headline, he found a bald man and a dyed-haired individual, both appearing disheveled, curled up and sobbing uncontrollably. The bald man wiped his tears and lamented to the camera, "Isn't our country supposed to have a total ban on firearms?
Why?
Why are there individuals hoarding heavy weapons in their homes? That was a heavy machine gun, and our wounds were inflicted by its bullets." While crying, the bald man picked up several bullet casings from the ground and displayed them on screen. The combination of real injuries, bullets, and their heartfelt cries resonated with viewers. The authenticity was undeniable, prompting Tianhai City's official media to circulate the report. The dyed-haired individual, face twisted in rage, exclaimed, "Jiangjin. It's her. Not only is she unfilial, but she is also a concealed criminal. Do you know where her extravagant food comes from? It's all extorted from us. We are required to supply her with 30 pounds of food daily. How can she consume it all? We go to bed hungry while she revels in excess. If we do not comply, she threatens us with her machine gun. After the disaster struck, we endured. The government could not intervene, but now that the calamity has subsided, this vile perpetrator continues to flaunt her food reserves on live streams, devoid of humanity. As he spoke, he buried his face in his hands, weeping profusely. Those unaware would genuinely believe him to be the victim of oppression. The bald man leaned in closer, echoing, "Those provisions could sustain her for years. Why must she be so aggressive?" Sometimes, we wish to succumb to the cold and the snow and become mere ice sculptures. But because of our steadfast belief in justice, we trust that the authorities will deliver a fair verdict, ensuring that the wicked receive their due punishment. With that, the two men bowed sincerely in the video, pleading for societal assistance, tagging various police and military forces in Tianhai City to intervene and resolve the matter. Moreover, Tianhai City's official media passionately advocated for their cause, in a country where firearms are strictly prohibited. How could she dare to wield heavy weaponry threatening the safety of citizens? Our military must act to eradicate such malevolent individuals. Here, I call upon all parties to uphold the moral baseline and to act as conscientious individuals, refraining from engaging in actions that undermine ethical standards in the face of calamity. Following the conclusion of the report, the video resumed its loop. The man in black silently bowed his head and opened the comment section.
To speak candidly,
He discerned the underlying issues within the video. However, he feared that the official unverified narrative might incite an irreversible tide of malevolent commentary, casting a severe negative shadow over Jiang Jin, potentially impacting her future life and even leading to wrongful imprisonment. Can one truly be poisoned by eating apples indiscriminately? How could such a thing be true? Are heavy weapons really appearing in the hands of civilians in our country? What nonsense! If this were in rural areas, there might be some credence, but in the city? Surely, the water meter inspections have already taken place. 654 likes. Lu Xionyang from Ingbin Garden Management stated, "I can attest that Jiang Jin is from our community. That night, the sound of heavy machine guns was incessant. I believe everyone in our community must have heard it." 888 likes. Jia Yufeng remarked, "Damn it. I wondered how she could possess so much food. It turns out she was stealing. We have no idea where her gun came from, but I've heard she has trade dealings abroad. We certainly cannot provide her with false testimony." 881 likes. There were other comments as well, but the overall fervor had yet to reach a peak. "Is it still time to explain?" He pondered, promptly editing a message on his phone. "Yang Zhong, the caliber of those bullets is clearly incorrect. The bullets we know from machine guns are significantly larger than what appears in the video, and the gunfire could not possibly result in only leg injuries. Given the loudness of the gunfire, it should have been audible upstairs. Your leg should have been utterly mangled, yet the injuries do not align, do they?" After sending his comment, he nervously fidgeted with his phone, hoping for some likes. Only with such acknowledgement would his message be seen by others. Otherwise, his words would be in vain, falling into the abyss of obscurity, rendering no assistance to Jiang Jin. After a tense moment of waiting, he saw that no red dots lit up on the right side of his screen. It was evident that no one had liked his comment.
with a sigh,
He opened the comments section again, refreshing it one like. It was utterly ineffective. Yang Zhong felt a wave of weakness wash over him as he slumped to the ground, his gaze vacant as it drifted to the ceiling. His face was etched with exhaustion and resentment. How could anyone be so malicious as to slander another online? He could not believe that such a kind girl as Jiang Jin could acquire a heavy machine gun and fire it at people. This was clearly an unfounded accusation. What was the official response from Tianhai City? Pondering this, he fumbled for his phone, reopening the screen and sifting through his chat history. He recalled some former colleagues, having enlisted for several years following the death of his parents. Many of those he had met during his service had transitioned to civilian life, some even becoming armed police officers. Perhaps having someone from their ranks clarify the situation through a video would be more effective? Finally, he found a suitable name and clicked to dial. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Lei Yongjun, Huzi, and Xuanzi were overwhelmed with excitement as they looked at their phones. They knew Jiang Jin was just below them. If this situation escalated, the military would undoubtedly take notice. Once the military intervened and breached Jiang Jin's safe house, the supplies would surely be prioritized for the nearby residents, solving their food shortages. It was this shared understanding that prompted the residents of Ingbin Garden to speak out and provide false testimony. Some feared potential repercussions, but they were merely concerned about being implicated in the fabrication. They had no intention of exonerating Jiang Jin. Brother Jun, your idea is brilliant. Xuanzi gazed at Lei Yongjun. His eyes filled with admiration. Huzi chimed in, singing praises. I always said, following the big brother means never regretting it. We just wait for the military to show up, and then we'll share in the relief supplies. As for Jiang Jin, she would never suspect that they were not in their own home but had taken over the residence of her upstairs neighbors. Even if she sought revenge, she would not be able to find them. In the shadows, they reveled in their dark schemes. Lei Yongjun raised a hand to signal his companions to remain calm, whispering, though his face bore no hint of worry, do not celebrate too soon. The strength of that alloy door far exceeds our comprehension. We might find ourselves powerless if the military arrives.
Chapter 46, Yang Song's Mobilisation, Swift Clarification.
The anxious trio of Lei Yongjun at the Tianhai City Police Bureau. Director Zhang Zheng sat at home, glancing at the caller ID on his phone, his expression troubled. A call from the official media of Tianhai City had reached him. Yet his front door was sealed shut. He was trapped at home, unable to step outside. The entire police system was in a state of paralysis, and police cars could not be dispatched. What could he do? Heavy machine guns? The mere existence of such weaponry was highly illegal. He opened the latest trending videos from Tianhai City and clicked on a recent post from the official media, gasping in shock. The bullet head. It was real. Someone was indeed hoarding firearms in Tianhai City. The audacity was astounding. However, the bullet heads did not appear to be from a heavy machine gun. Did this mean the report contained false information? As he scrutinized the footage, he felt a sense of familiarity with the two individuals shown. They resembled inmates he had seen previously at the detention center. Could Jiang Jin be the target of their slander? Suddenly, he recalled there were personnel on duty at the police station. He promptly dialed a number to verify the identities of the two individuals. After confirming their identities, he sighed heavily, internally cursing, what on earth is wrong with this damned official media? Do they not verify reports before sharing them? And now they are pressuring us? What a bunch of fools with their heads up their backsides. Dingling. The phone rang again. Expecting an inquiry, he impatiently picked up the phone. But when he saw the caller ID, his irritation vanished.
Yang Song?
I heard you retired long ago. Why are you only now reaching out to me? In response to his inquiry, Yang Zhong fell silent for a moment. Jiang Zheng sensed his hesitation and quickly shifted the topic, saying, You're not calling to ask for food assistance, are you? With the snow letting up, I could contact some officers nearby to see if they can help you. Just then, Yang Zhong interrupted him. No. I do not need you to send me food. It's about the slanderous video online that has been circulated by the official media. We both come from the military. You should understand that those bullets are not from a heavy machine gun but merely standard revolver ammunition. They are defaming her. As Yang Zhong's tone rose towards the end, Jiang Zheng couldn't help but feel a twinge of surprise. When did Yang Zhong become such a righteous person? Calling just to address an online slanderous video? Something felt off. This call was not merely about the incident, but rather about the individuals involved. Thinking along these lines, Jiang Zheng asked, Is it about that Jiang Jin featured in the video? As the words fell, Jiang Zheng was met with a profound silence from across the table. He continued, unperturbed, I have heard she is currently in the limelight, accused of lacking morality and conscience, indulging in luxuries while disregarding the plight of her elderly parents. She even deceived the family into buying a house and a car for her brother. At this point, Yang Zhong abruptly interrupted him, exclaiming, Enough. Jiang Jin is not the person they claim her to be. At least, I refuse to believe it. Jiang Zheng noted the sudden elevation in Yang Zhong's tone and the fervent defense of Jiang Jin, which triggered a recollection from his military days. It seemed Yang Zhong had frequently mentioned a certain girl. Could it be Jiang Jin? Upon this realization, Jiang Zheng chuckled, teasing, So she's your brother's wife. I see. I have noted this, and I was just about to discuss it with the official media of Tianhai City. They seem utterly clueless about the situation, yet they dare to pressure me to dispatch nearby officers. It is quite absurd. I had planned to clarify things later, but now that you've called, I will clarify immediately, and afterward, I shall inform the official media of Tianhai City to retract the video. Furthermore, I will assist in clarifying that this is defamation. On the other end of the line, Yang Zhong's face flushed crimson at the mention of brother's wife. It is worth noting that he had never been in a romantic relationship. Following the death of his parents, he joined the military, surrounded by rugged men. This was his first experience of being teased, leaving him ill-prepared to respond. Yet, inexplicably, a peculiar feeling stirred within him, as if he were yearning to be misunderstood. After hanging up, he silently awaited a message on his phone. Meanwhile, Lung Feng was gazing at the latest short video on his phone, lost in thought. He had been contemplating whether the news of Jiang Jin's shooting would spread. Though he trusted her claims of an impending apocalypse and the paralysis of law enforcement and military, he believed that such chaos was not yet upon them. Having emerged from the military, he understood better than most the endurance and conviction of soldiers. They had not yet reached their limits. As long as there was hope, they would hasten to rescue civilians. Only if such calamity persisted for over a year would the military truly be rendered powerless, as the command system itself would face collapse. With these thoughts, Lung Feng fiddled with his phone, repeatedly accessing the contact page, hesitating to call Commander Liu. Just wait a little longer. The authorities cannot possibly be oblivious to the fact that it was a handgun bullet, he reassured himself, hoping the situation would stabilize. Just as he reopened the short video to review the earlier footage, he was astonished to find that the video he intended to view no longer existed. It was gone. Had the authorities intervened? In a flurry, he noticed a new video posted by Jiang Zheng, the police chief, which was gaining traction. Clearly, the official channels had stepped in. After watching the clarification video, Lung Feng let out a sigh of relief. It seemed Jiang Jin was safe. He tossed his phone aside and succumbed to a deep slumber. Having spent the night in anxious worry, the following morning, Lei Yongjun and his companions, who had indulged in a celebratory feast the previous night, awoke eager to learn how the situation regarding Jiang Jin had unfolded. Upon checking the homepage video, they were struck with panic as they discovered that their video had been taken down. Big brother, why was the video removed? Huzi shouted. Moreover, the official video has vanished. And the latest upload is a clarification? What of the handgun bullets? The machine gun was real, and so were the handgun bullets. Why the clarification? As chaos ensued among them, a voice that haunted their nightmares echoed in their ears. Chapter 47. The elusive Jiang Jin. I hear there are those who do not adhere to the rules. The food provided yesterday did not reach me. Jiang Jin, brandishing two revolvers, aimed them at the paralyzed Lei Yongjun, Huzi, and Xuanzi, who sat helplessly on the ground. Upon hearing Jiang Jin's voice, Lei Yongjun, trembling with fear, raised his hands and slowly turned his head, only to be met with the ominous muzzle of the gun, causing his heart to plummet. Huzi and Xuanzi, overwhelmed with dread, knelt, pressing their foreheads to the ground, completely stripped of the excitement they had felt after their video had gone viral. How had she appeared so suddenly in their room without a sound? They were perplexed as to how Jiang Jin had tracked them down. When faced with the unknown, fear intensifies. Under immense pressure, Lei Yongjun felt beads of sweat form on his forehead, and he instinctively swallowed, though his parched throat made it a struggle. No. We received the food too late yesterday. We did not wish to disturb your peaceful slumber. We have now procured 60 pounds of grain, ready to deliver it to you. He stammered, eyes tightly shut, fully aware that his excuse was flimsy, especially after the explosive success of their video. Anyone who had seen it online would know. And with the Tianhai City official media's clarification video released this morning, even those who hadn't seen it last night would understand the entire situation. What to do? What to do? Lei Yongjun's mind raced, desperately seeking any glimmer of hope under the threat of the guns. Yet, how could one survive after such self-inflicted trouble? At the same time, he cast a resentful glance at the trembling Huzi and Xuanzi, who had completely lost their will to resist. Jiang Jin's extraordinary marksmanship had shattered the last remnants of their confidence. I did not wish to disturb you, Jiang Jin replied, her expression nonchalant. She had slept through the night without checking the internet or the latest news. Her sole reason for seeking them out was the absence of the food they were supposed to deliver. She intended to give them a lesson. Furthermore, that cold-hearted fellow had yet to receive his due punishment. How could she so easily dispose of them? The road through this apocalypse was still long. With a slight smile curling her lips, Jiang Jin said, I can accept the 60 pounds of grain, but you have erred, and it cannot simply be overlooked. Otherwise, how could I trust you not to treat me with such levity in the future? Lei Yongjun, initially bracing for the worst, felt his heart race with excitement at Jiang Jin's willingness to grant them another chance. His body trembled with overwhelming emotion. We, he stuttered. Huzi and Xuanzi were equally shaken, struggling to rise from the ground, unable to articulate their thoughts. After a long pause, Lei Yongjun finally managed to say, We are willing to offer 3 times the grain as a form of punishment. To him, this penalty seemed severe. Once they delivered all that grain to Jiang Jin, they would be left with nothing, facing uncertain hardships ahead. They would have to borrow grain from their neighbors to survive. Jiang Jin listened intently as Lei Yongjun proposed his self-imposed punishment. The pistol was slowly withdrawn, and then a slender finger gently tapped at the position of the chin, as if pondering. Upon witnessing this, beads of sweat continuously trickled down Lei Yongjun's forehead, sliding down his cheeks. He cautiously scrutinized Jiang Jin's changing expressions, nervously swallowing saliva from time to time. In the living room, the clock ticked incessantly, resonating in his ears like a heavy hammer striking against his heart, making his breath increasingly rapid. Seeing the opportunity ripe, Jiang Jin ceased to intimidate Lei Yongjun and his companions any further. A gentle smile graced her lips as she said, "Do not accuse me of cruelty for denying you a chance. I will take away these 60 kilograms of food. Before sunset tonight, I demand 500 kilograms of sustenance as a punishment for your failure to deliver on time yesterday. Furthermore, from this day forth, the amount of food each of you must provide will double. If there is a single day when I do not receive the food you are to deliver, it will not be something that can be compensated with mere rations." As her words fell, her brows arched gracefully, presenting a facade of amiability that, to Lei Yongjun and his companions, resembled the visage of the Reaper. There was no room for negotiation. They lacked even the courage to contest her. The oppressive aura of death was a sensation they never wished to experience again. It was far more terrifying than the prior confrontation with a heavy machine gun. Understood. Lei Yongjun nodded fervently, assuring Jiang Jin, there will absolutely be no next time. If the food is insufficient, we brothers will take our own lives. Observing the sincerity in their expressions, Jiang Jin's smile widened as she softly replied, that would be for the best. With that, she vanished from her spot, as silently as she had arrived, like a specter. Lei Yongjun and his companions knelt on the ground, their hands resting on their knees, heads bowed, too fearful to lift them. The incessant ticking of the clock echoed, amplifying their sense of oppression. They dared not raise their heads, petrified of inciting Jiang Jin's wrath. After 4 long hours of kneeling, during which his knees had grown utterly numb, Lei Yongjun finally glanced upward, only to find that Jiang Jin's figure had long since disappeared, along with the food they had stored. The realization struck him that the heap of provisions, weighing over 100 kilograms, had been completely taken by Jiang Jin, adding to their workload. With that thought, Lei Yongjun suppressed his anger and swallowed his bitterness. He tentatively called out, "Are you still there? May we rise?" As he spoke, he began to shift his knees, attempting to stand. However, after such a prolonged period of kneeling, his legs had lost all sensation, and the sudden exertion caused him to topple forward. "Ouch!" he exclaimed, yet still received no response from Jiang Jin. After surveying the surroundings once more, he finally let out a sigh and cautiously rose to his feet, inhaling the fresh air deeply, internally acknowledging, it feels good to be alive. Seeing Lei Yongjun stand, Xuanzi and Huzi quickly followed suit. Huzi, unable to contain his frustration, grumbled for hours, and she didn't even say a word before leaving. Just as his words fell, Jiang Jin's voice echoed ominously behind them. "Oh, do you expect me to announce my departure?" Upon hearing Jiang Jin's ghostly voice, Xuanzi and Huzi, still unsteady from their earlier kneeling, immediately collapsed back to the ground. Lei Yongjun, without turning his head, knelt as well, realizing that Jiang Jin had not left after all. With beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, he thought to himself, how could I have been so naive? By the way, Jiang Jin's voice rang out again. Have you just let that woman who accompanied you go? She is still alive. Since you do not intend to kill her, keep her around. From now on, your fates are intertwined. You will provide 80 kilograms of food daily. If I do not receive the food before the clock strikes 12, you will have to consider the consequences of your punishment. As Jiang Jin's footsteps echoed in the living room, the 3 men felt a surge of cold sweat. When her footsteps paused at the door, she suddenly turned around, causing the 3 to lower their heads once more. Jiang Jin continued, "If you are uncertain of your ability to defeat me, do not challenge my authority lightly. The pistol and machine gun are merely toys." With that, Jiang Jin vanished without so much as opening the door. They were left nervously nodding in agreement, but after a considerable time passed without a response, Lei Yongjun, wiser now, glanced toward the door. When he confirmed that Jiang Jin was no longer present, He stood up, turning to Huzi and reprimanding, "Watch your words. We are bound to her now." Huzi, acknowledging his earlier slip, lowered his head, wary of Lei Yongjun's ire. Seeing Huzi recognize his mistake, Lei Yongjun refrained from further scolding and instead cast a sharp gaze toward the door, addressing Xuanzi and Huzi. "We had almost forgotten about that wretched woman, Lung Ningxiang. Where could she have gone? With our supplies, she cannot last long." As Lei Yongjun analyzed the situation, Xuanzi and Huzi's eyes widened in realization. "Under the lamp. It's dark," they exclaimed. Indeed, they had considered many places where she could be, even suspecting she might seek refuge with another man. However, there had been no news of her in recent days. The starving bachelors could not sustain her indefinitely, and those with families would not welcome her presence. This left only two possibilities: the place they had previously resided or Lung Ningxiang's home. "Let's go to our former residence. I will head to Lung Ningxiang's house to intercept her and send a message. We cannot let her escape." As Lei Yongjun spoke, his fists clenched, teeth gritted. "That wretched woman wants us to provide her with 20 kilograms of food daily. Damn it." Xuanzi and Huzi were consumed with regret, lamenting why they hadn't been more ruthless and suggested eliminating Lung Ningxiang when they had the chance. Had they done so, they would not be burdened with the daily provision of food. "We understand, Brother Jun. We will definitely intercept that wretched woman." Xuanzi and Huzi replied in unison, their trio storming up the stairs, parting ways on different floors. Meanwhile, some local ruffians were gathering their belongings, heading toward the Ingbin Garden community with clear intentions to target the second floor of Building 1. At that moment, Lung Ningxiang lay comfortably on her sofa, leisurely scrolling through her phone, dressed lightly due to the warmth of the heating. Instead, she took out her everyday loungewear, occasionally twisting her delicate figure to find a comfortable position to lie down. Suddenly, she realized that the video posted by Huzi had been taken down. Lung Ningxiang chuckled to herself. Well, it makes sense. There is such a stark difference between machine gun bullets and handgun bullets. The officials are not fools. It was only a matter of time before they clarified the situation. If I were there, I certainly wouldn't have allowed them to shoot such an exaggerated and critically flawed video. She closed the homepage and opened the group chat, her gaze honing in on several recently filtered quality men, sending out friend requests. Then, she posed with her phone, striking exaggerated poses as if taking pictures. The food would last for 3 more days. After that, if rescue didn't arrive, they would have to rely on themselves. She hoped they had enough supplies and wouldn't be like those fools from Lei Yongjun's group, who were left without provisions and still had to offer tributes. As her sarcastic thoughts faded, she suddenly heard a series of violent knocks on the door.
Bang! Bang!
The sound grew increasingly louder with each blow. This wasn't merely knocking, it was banging. The abrupt noise startled Lung Ningxiang, causing her to jump. Sitting on the sofa, she leaned back against the cushion, her cautious gaze fixed on the door. She thought to herself, could it be Lei Yongjun's gang coming for me? With that thought, her eyes darted, and she curled up on the sofa, feigning death, not making a sound. After all, it was daytime, and she hadn't turned on the lights. Outside, Lei Yongjun would never suspect she was home. But who was Lei Yongjun? A thug who had once entered her space. He was a thoroughly and scrupulous man, who had managed to make a name for himself through his keen observation skills. He removed his gloves and placed them at the door's crack, feeling the intense heat emanating from within, a stark contrast to the frigid corridor outside. His brows furrowed, and a deep-seated rage flickered across his face, as if he could unleash flames to melt the door before him. You can just pretend to be dead in there. We're on the 8th floor. Escaping through the window is not an option. If you fall, the icy ground will shatter your body. Lei Yongjun threatened while pulling out his phone to dial Huzi and Xuanzi. Hearing the commotion outside, Lung Ningxiang froze in place. Lei Yongjun had discovered her presence in the room. Escape? As Lei Yongjun had pointed out, the window was covered in ice and snow. Whether it could be opened was another matter entirely. There was no way to flee. And in the dim light, that was impossible too. The food left in her home was proof of her residence, and she had not cleaned up. It was far too late for that now. The traces left behind were easily recognizable. What to do? What to do? One hand frantically raked through her hair, rendering her once elegant hairstyle utterly chaotic, resembling a madwoman. Downstairs, Zhang Jin opened her phone to find the first video notification on her short video app was a clarification video from the official media of Tianhai City. Staring at the content, Zhang Jin gasped in disbelief. Is this about me? No wonder when I saw Lei Yongjun and his companions today, they looked terrified. It turns out you three reported me online. With that, the punishment from this morning seemed significantly lighter. Chapter 49, Leng Ningxiang's Descent into Hell. That previous punishment was relatively lenient, Zhang Jin murmured softly. The door to the basement suddenly echoed with a rhythmic knock. Knock, knock, knock. Zhang Jin knew without thinking that it was Cold Peak arriving on schedule to prepare dinner. She immediately called out, "Come in." Upon hearing her consent, Cold Peak opened the basement door and stepped into Zhang Jin's living room. Standing at the junction of the living room and the basement, he dutifully slipped on the pair of baka slippers Zhang Jin had prepared for him, one purple and resembling a dream-eating monster. A stern warrior, typically unsmiling. He wore those silly slippers with large ears at Zhang Jin's insistence. The most ridiculous part was that the slippers glowed as he walked. Zhang Jin watched Cold Peak adapt to the luminous baka slippers, finding it rather amusing. The stark sense of incongruity always evoked a peculiar feeling. As Cold Peak passed by Zhang Jin, he caught a glimpse of her struggling to suppress laughter. His expression freezing in surprise. "It was you who insisted I wear these glowing slippers, yet you're the one laughing the hardest." With that thought, he entered the kitchen, retrieving ingredients and washing them. The rushing water collided with the ingredients, creating a cacophony of splashes. Just when Cold Peak thought he could catch his breath, a burst of unrestrained laughter erupted from the living room. Ha ha.
Clang.
Cold Peak, holding a freshly washed knife, lightly tossed it onto the cutting board, where it embedded itself firmly. Yet, the laughter from outside only grew louder, unaffected by the sound of the knife's impact. Shaking his head in resignation, Cold Peak thought, "Laugh all you want. There's nothing I can do about it." As he paused to wash the vegetables, he glanced down at his baka slippers. The purple hue, coupled with the large ears, was undeniably cute.
Bang. Boom.
A tremendous crash echoed from outside the door. Cold Ningxiang, her hair in disarray, wore a look of panic, nervously scanning her surroundings for a weapon to defend herself. The once rosy hue of her beautiful face had vanished, replaced by a pallor. As her gaze fell upon a knife standing on the table, it was as if she had grasped a final lifeline, and she dashed towards the kitchen, heedless of her bare feet. Upon reaching the kitchen, she grasped the knife tightly. A dull thud resounded as Lei Yongjun forcefully burst through her door. The door slammed against the wall, rebounding with a sharp crack.
Bang.
Lei Yongjun pressed against the door, gritting his teeth as he growled. "You think hiding behind the door will allow you to escape? Leng Ningxiang, you wretched woman. If you hadn't cowardly fled, we wouldn't have to submit food every day." He barked orders to his companions. "You two, keep a close watch at the door. Leng Ningxiang cannot escape." Lei Yongjun shouted fiercely, striding inside while letting out a series of menacing laughs. "You better pray you're hidden well." As he neared, he immediately spotted Cold Ningxiang in the kitchen, holding a knife with a terrified expression. A smirk crept onto Lei Yongjun's face as he sneered. "So you were hiding here? How easy you are to find." He leaned closer, his voice dripping with mockery. "Is that a kitchen knife in your hand? You don't actually think you can use that against me, do you?" Facing his advancing threat and taunting inquiries, Cold Ningxiang felt her courage dissipate. The defiance she had once possessed vanished entirely. As she stumbled backward, the knife trembled in her hand, and she cried out in panic, "Don't come any closer. Stay back." Lei Yongjun, watching her unravel, felt his hatred peak. This damned woman had nearly cost them their lives at Zhang Jin's hands, only for her to escape with their rations. She was utterly despicable. "Come here." Lei Yongjun shouted loudly and took a swift step forward. His large, robust hand immediately grasped Leng Ningxiang's wrist. The sheer strength he possessed was far beyond what the delicate Leng Ningxiang could withstand. With a gentle twist, her wrist was wrenched free with ease.
Ah!
Leng Ningxiang cried out in pain, and the kitchen knife she held fell to the ground with a thud, the back of the blade striking Lei Yongjun's foot. Feeling the sharp pain in his toes, Lei Yongjun's eyes widened in fury, and he tightened his grip. "Let go of me. It hurts," Leng Ningxiang cried, tears streaming down her face. Perhaps due to her terror, her sobs came in gasping fits. Lei Yongjun regarded her trembling form with no hint of compassion, grinding his teeth as he growled, "Such cunning. If that knife had struck true, I would have lost a toe. Damn you, how could I have not seen the malice in your heart?" Tears welling in her eyes, Leng Ningxiang stammered in an attempt to explain, but Lei Yongjun's other hand was already reaching for her neck. He gripped her throat and lifted her body off the ground. As the sensation of suffocation enveloped her, her free hand clawed desperately at his grip, while her legs flailed in a futile attempt to escape. Lung Ningxiang could not utter a coherent word, her consciousness fading as darkness encroached upon her vision. The prolonged lack of oxygen caused her eyes to roll back, and just as they fully turned upward, Lei Yongjun abruptly released his hold, allowing her to plummet to the ground. With a thud, Lung Ningxiang landed on her bottom, her hands clutching her neck as she gasped for fresh air. The dizziness that had clouded her mind began to lift, and when she finally looked up, she met Lei Yongjun's piercing gaze. Before she could plead for mercy, he seized her hair and dragged her toward the door. "Let go of me. I will go. I promise," she shouted, enduring the pain of her scalp scraping against the floor. But Lei Yongjun appeared oblivious to her cries, disregarding her entirely as he forcefully threw her down in front of Huzi and Xuanzi, who awaited by the entrance. A voice, low and sinister, echoed in her ears. "Weren't you both so eager for her? From today on, she is yours. Just one rule. Do not torment her to death." Chapter 50. In this life, I protect your heart, and homeland despair washed over Lung Ningxiang as she gazed at Huzi and Xuanzi. Was her fate truly to be placed in the hands of these two brutes? They were notorious in the neighborhood for their vile deeds, snatching children, berating the elderly, and even riding over an old man in the street. Their crimes, while egregious, had only landed them a few days in jail each time. Since the outbreak of the icy calamity, her choice to align with Lei Yongjun had subjected her to their predatory gazes. However, with Lei Yongjun's presence, they had dared not act overtly. Now, surrendering herself to them, her fate echoed Lei Yongjun's ominous words: she would be tormented to death. With a lingering gaze full of longing, Lung Ningxiang looked towards Lei Yongjun, hoping to awaken some vestige of compassion within him. Alas, she had miscalculated. The expression in his eyes was devoid of anything but disdain. "Take her back," Lei Yongjun commanded Huzi and Xuanzi, turning back to scour Lung Ningxiang's room for any remaining food. These provisions were precious and not to be wasted, after all. He bore the burden of an 80-pound food debt every day. Based on past experiences, even the packaging of instant noodles counted towards that weight, rather than the net content of the noodles themselves. Collecting the items, he estimated they weighed at least 2 pounds. As he headed downstairs, a familiar voice echoed in his ears. "Brother Huzi, I wondered why no one answered the door earlier. You all went out. Brother Xuanzi, is it just you two here? Where's Brother Jun? Didn't he say we should all gather together?" In response to their inquiries, Huzi and Xuanzi tightened their grip on Lung Ningxiang. Huzi opened the door while explaining, "Brother Jun is upstairs. He'll be down shortly." With a click, the door swung open. Huzi and Xuanzi entered, and soon enough, they heard Lei Yongjun's voice from above. "Xiaobing Ma Zi, it's great to see you." As he welcomed them, he added, "Together, we won't lack for food, even if the blizzard returns." Upon hearing Lei Yongjun's voice, the two who had been standing beside Huzi and Xuanzi turned in unison, perfectly synchronized, and exclaimed, "Brother Jun, come inside." Lei Yongjun clasped their shoulders and led them into the room. Meanwhile, Zhang Jin sat comfortably at home, relishing the breakfast prepared by Lung Feng. 42 large plates adorned the table, with 100 fried eggs alone. Even in the days before the apocalypse, no family could feast like this. Yet for Zhang Jin, it was merely a delightful meal, easily consumed. The food would rapidly convert into pure energy, replenishing her body. Fresh milk, chilled to perfection, was available in unlimited quantities of 500 milliliters. As for the shelf life, such concerns were irrelevant to Zhang Jin, who had mastery over space. Any item placed within her storage space remained unchanged, emerging in pristine condition. Watching Zhang Jin devour the breakfast he had prepared filled Lung Feng with a profound sense of happiness. After 2 hours of diligent work, it was already 10 o'clock, but he was invigorated by the task. Just as he began to clear the table, a crisp phone ring interrupted the moment. Initially, he had no intention of answering, but a glance at the caller ID revealed it was none other than Commander Liu from the military. He had previously contemplated calling Liu for assistance, hoping to clarify matters for Zhang Jin, but never followed through. The fact that Liu was now reaching out to him suggested an urgent mission. Resolute, Lung Feng dried his hands and answered the phone. On the other end, Commander Liu sighed with relief upon hearing the call connect. Before Lung Feng could speak, Liu hastily explained, "Lung Feng, listen to me. There has been an incident at the Ice-Era Vegetation Research Laboratory, just 5 meters from your location. The power system has malfunctioned, and academician Shinmabai has been trapped in the lab for over 48 hours, with no contact. His fate is uncertain. Given your expertise in electrical engineering and your advanced electrical engineer credentials, we are assigning you an SS-level mission. However, since you are retired, do you accept the task? The retired Special Forces soldier, Lung Feng, responded decisively, "I accept the mission." Hearing Lu's serious tone, he adopted a solemn expression and pledged, "I will ensure the successful completion of the organization's task. I will rescue academician Shinmabai." As his words hung in the air, a hearty laughter erupted from the other end of the line. Once the laughter subsided, Lu's voice returned to its serious demeanor. "I knew you would accept. The military armed helicopter is set to arrive at your location in the Ingbin Garden community in 20 minutes. You must prepare the necessary tools for emergency power repairs and reach the rooftop in time to board the aircraft. According to national forecasts, a blizzard is likely to sweep across the globe once more. The safety of academician Shinmabai is of paramount importance to the nation. It absolutely cannot be compromised." Listening to Commander Lu's serious instructions over the phone, Cold Front's expression hardened with determination. He glanced towards Jiang Jin in the kitchen, noticing she was also looking at him. He smiled and nodded, then assured the caller once more, "I guarantee the completion of the assigned task." After the call ended, Cold Front paused his dishwashing. Turning his attention to Jiang Jin, he stepped out of the kitchen, approaching her with a slightly bashful demeanor, unsure of how to begin. Jiang Jin observed Cold Front's awkwardness, her mind drifting back to the scene during the initial outbreak of the icy apocalypse. At that time, their safety and basic sustenance were both at stake. When Cold Front received that fateful call, a flicker of hesitation passed through his eyes before he resolutely rejected the mission, citing a more important person in need of his protection. Now, however, with her rebirth, she had constructed a perfect sanctuary that no one could breach. Endowed with powerful spatial abilities and an abundance of food at her disposal, she was utterly confident in her own safety. Thus, national interests were once again elevated to the forefront in Cold Front's priorities, all for the sake of righteousness. Sensing the uncertainty in Cold Front's gaze, Jiang Jin smiled gently. "Go ahead. Everything will proceed smoothly." Cold Front nodded firmly. As he reached the basement door, he turned to Jiang Jin and quietly said, "I'll wash the pots and pans when I return." "All right," Jiang Jin replied with a smile, watching him open the basement door and step inside. She silently thought, "In my past life, you sacrificed national interests for my sake, protecting me for a lifetime. In this life, I have awakened my spatial abilities and am no longer the fragile girl in need of protection. Since you have chosen national righteousness in my safety, let it be my turn to guard you and the cause you have chosen." After donning his gear and securing his scarf, Cold Front squatted to verify that his tool bag was in order, nodding with determination. With a decisive click, he closed the toolbox and strode towards the door, ensuring there was no one waiting outside before opening it. The heavy alloy door creaked as he pushed it open, stepping out into the frigid air. His thick boots crunched on the icy stairs as he made his way to the rooftop, where an armed helicopter approached ominously. Survivors in Ingbin Garden peered out, exclaiming, "It's the WZ-10. The military has indeed dispatched a helicopter. Are they here to investigate whether Jiang Jin possesses firearms? Regardless of the reason, it's certainly aimed at her. After all, she has generated such a significant negative impact online. If they're not going to make an example of her, then who? This is wonderful. We'll be able to await the nation's rescue in safety." Excited chatter erupted throughout the community, with some even opening their windows to shout in exhilaration. As the one directly involved, Jiang Jin frowned. What? Do these people still cling to hope? Do they intend to obtain food from their own home? They are such foolish pigs. The blizzard has ceased, and they have more than enough time to seize the frozen supplies from the supermarket, yet they cower in fear of the cold, entrusting their fate to military rescue and the actions of the state. To refrain from self-rescue is to show a profound disrespect for one's own life. In a few days, when every household runs out of provisions, they will have to brave the blizzard to seek resources. At that point, frostbite will be the least of their worries. It will be a matter of life and death. As the armed helicopter's rotor blades approached the rooftop, a thunderous noise filled the air. Cold Front felt no discomfort, even as the powerful winds tugged at his clothing. Soldiers on the helicopter lowered a ladder and confirmed Cold Front's identity. He nodded in acknowledgement. Once they saw his affirmation, the soldiers hastened to lower the ladder further, assisting Cold Front aboard and taking his toolbox from him. After securing themselves, they did not leave immediately but reiterated, "Please confirm the mission details." Listening to the soldier's reminder, Cold Front nodded, reiterating Commander Lu's words, "Rescue Academician Shinmabe, ensuring his safety. Save the cold-resistant plants." The soldiers nodded in agreement, confirming the mission's accuracy before signaling the pilot to take off. Such a high-stakes mission could not be taken lightly. They bore the hopes of the entire nation, and there was no room for error. Should any task remain unfulfilled, it would be the country and its people who would suffer. With a low hum, the armed helicopter departed from Ingbin Garden, the duration of the stop being less than a minute. The once excited survivors of Ingbin Garden now wore expressions of despair, frantically opening their windows to shout at the helicopter as it flew further away. "Hey, come back. Weren't you supposed to break down Jiangjin's alloy door and distribute food to us? She has a handgun, and even if she lacks heavy weaponry, the existence of a pistol is undeniable. Are you really not going to intervene?" Their urgent cries fell on deaf ears, drowned out by the noise of the rotor blades. Inside the helicopter, Cold Front sat patiently as the soldiers equipped him with the latest military gear. As he donned a set of military-grade cold-weather clothing, the chill that had enveloped him on the rooftop dissipated, leaving him enveloped in warmth. Utilizing her spatial movement and teleportation abilities, Jiang Jin traversed buildings, keeping pace with the helicopter as it headed south. In a little over 10 minutes, she watched as the helicopter touched down in an open area on the outskirts of the city. This region, as Jiang Jin understood, was a villa district in Tianhai City, priced approximately 5 million higher than her home in the city center. It could be said that 70% of the city's wealthy resided here, while the remaining 30 elite lived in standalone villas, which had a strict hierarchical delineation. As the helicopter's rotor blades ceased spinning, Jiang Jin observed Cold Front and the two soldiers disembarking. The icy terrain remained uncleared, making it quite slippery. One soldier lost his footing and fell, landing rather unceremoniously. Cold Front instinctively reached out to help, but the soldier raised a hand in protest.
No.
"I can get up myself." As he rejected the offer, he pushed against the ground, shifting his weight forward and quickly regaining his footing on the slick ice. He then spoke to Cold Front earnestly. "The shoes we have exchanged are suitable for ice skating. When attempting to apprehend someone, it is highly likely that one may fall. Therefore, if you see a teammate tumble, unless it is an emergency, let them rise on their own." Listening to the soldier's warning, Cold Front finally realized his oversight. He had been too preoccupied with the warmth of his clothing in the vehicle to remember that his shoes had been changed. Looking down at his feet, he noticed the sharp ice blades on either side of his soles. He gently rotated on the ice, leaving a pristine white scratch upon the surface. Cold Front now had an intuitive understanding of their sharpness. They could kill effortlessly, slicing through flesh with ease. No wonder the soldier had refused to assist him. If he were to lose his balance, both could easily fall together. Should they come into contact with the ice blades, the consequences would be dire. However, they were unaware that Cold Front ranked among the top 3 for balance within the military district. Ice skates were child's play for him. After a brief survey of the terrain, Cold Front and his two companions, 2 armed and 1 carrying a toolbox, made their way toward the northern section of the terrace villa area. One of the soldiers was heavily laden, carrying a set of military-grade winter gear meant for rescuing academician Shinmabe. In the northern area of the Tianhai City terrace villas, beneath a completely sealed villa, Shinmabe shook his head repeatedly in front of a petri dish in the laboratory, sighing softly, "If help does not arrive soon, this latest cold-resistant plant will surely perish. Furthermore, my oxygen supply is dwindling." Chapter 52. The blurred figure Shinmabe saw. As he spoke, Shinmabe glanced at the watch on his wrist. It displayed the current oxygen level, 5. He estimated he could last about 10 more minutes. As for why he did not simply remove his oxygen suit and breathe normally, plants, without the interference of photosynthesis, require oxygen for respiration and excrete carbon dioxide. Even under normal conditions with the laboratory's power system functioning, he dared not enter without the suit, let alone now, with the power cut and ventilation systems shut down. He could not compete with those plants. Without relying on the oxygen tank, he would have suffocated long ago. As for the outside of the laboratory, he was utterly trapped. The power outage had occurred far too abruptly, and all replaceable oxygen tubes had been exhausted. In other words, in 10 minutes, he would have to remove his oxygen suit and face death. Shun Mabe, summoning his last bit of strength, continued to write the guidelines for cultivating drought-resistant plant seeds in his notebook. Through days of observation in an anoxic environment, he had discovered some breakthroughs in his experimental data, revealing new research directions, and he was confident of achieving great results in this new endeavor. Alas, fortune did not favor him. Just then, urgent alert sounds rang in his ears. Beep, beep, beep. Oxygen level below 1. Please replace the oxygen tank promptly. Hearing the incessant beeping, he finally halted his writing. The feasibility of the new direction had been penned down. The cultivation of cold-resistant seeds would be left for future generations to validate. Outside the refuge, the soldiers accompanying Cold Front observed the tightly shut villa door. After confirming the room number was correct, they swiftly raised their weapons, aiming at the courtyard lock, firing several shots.
Bang! Bang!
The gunfire echoed loudly in the desolate terrace villa area. Following the sounds of the armed helicopter earlier, wealthy residents began peering out. Some, who were closer, rushed toward Cold Front and his team, exclaiming, "Are you the rescue team sent by the military district? I am the chairman of the Tianhai City Tianlong Group, and I have a deep connection with Colonel Wang of your military district. Please take me away from this cursed place." His voice preceded his arrival, causing the two soldiers who had just breached the door to instinctively feel heightened wariness. Halt. Do not approach. The soldiers aimed their firearms at the approaching middle-aged man, showing no leniency. Yet he remained undeterred, repeating, "Colonel Wang, the commander of the Rocket Mix Brigade, is a high-ranking officer in Tianhai City. You must know him. I will call him now." As he spoke, he noticed the soldiers did not stop him again, and instinctively took a step forward. But the next moment, gunfire erupted. Rat-a-tat-tat. The bullets from the automatic rifle struck the ice directly in front of him, shattering it into a flurry of icy shards. This merciless intimidation caused the so-called chairman to soil himself, his hand trembling in midair. Looking down at his arm, he was startled to see a bullet wound. A scream of pain escaped his lips. "Ah, you actually shot at me." Before his words could settle, the soldier barked coldly, "Executing the mission. No one is permitted to approach. Those who come near shall perish." At this, the remaining wealthy individuals rushing over halted in their tracks, some in shock, slipping and falling upon the slick ice. Their shoes, now laden with ice, had diminished their traction, making falls inevitable. Ignoring the startled cries around them, Cold Front and his companions forcefully kicked the villa door inward. With the lock broken, the door swung wide open, crashing against the walls. The trio stepped into the villa. From a distance, Jiang Jin observed from the rooftop of the villa, nodding approvingly before lightly leaping to the ground. She activated her spatial movement again, sinking deeper into the ice layer. A shadow above moved swiftly toward the villa. Her speed surpassed that of Cold Front and his team, and soon she arrived in the laboratory filled with carbon dioxide. The onslaught of carbon dioxide dulled her senses. Retrieving an oxygen tank from her storage space, she donned an oxygen mask, feeling her mind clear. After a brief survey of the laboratory, her gaze finally focused on a circular creature lying on the ground. Approaching, Jiang Jin saw the face hidden beneath the carbon dioxide-filled mask. To her right, the red oxygen indicator starkly read 0. Observing this, Jiang Jin gently reached out, her hand effortlessly penetrating the clothing to feel for a pulse at the wrist. Sensing a faint heartbeat, she was astonished. He was still alive. Without hesitation, Jiang Jin retrieved an oxygen tank from her storage space and replaced the one on Shin Mabe's back. The fresh oxygen tank connected to his suit, instantly filling it with oxygen. The previously reading 0 on the display panel surged to 92. As for why it was an T100, some was due to the filling process, and some was because the carbon dioxide in the suit had consumed a portion. Now breathing fresh oxygen, Shin Mabe's mind gradually regained clarity, though the sweat on his forehead and face hindered him from opening his eyes immediately. However, he felt the warmth radiating from his wrist. He felt an overwhelming sense of reality. Just as the warm palm withdrew from his wrist, Shin Mohite forced his eyes open a sliver and gazed ahead. He inhaled deeply, his lungs heaving violently, causing a thin veil of mist to form on the mask before him. Through the haze, he could vaguely discern a rough outline. Seeing Shin Mohite's body react, Jiang Jin casually tossed another oxygen tank onto the ground, which clinked as it landed. Utilizing a shift in position, he redirected his gaze back to the floor of the villa. There, Lung Feng wore a grave expression as he scrutinized the special alloy door. He spoke softly. Without a power system, this door cannot be breached. Its security level is far too high. The two soldiers nodded in agreement. Lung Feng then stated, "We're left with only two options. First, we must find a sufficiently powerful battery, or dismantle the one on the aircraft to supply power to the villa's laboratory. However, this could lead to a depletion of the helicopter's battery, making it impossible for us to leave by air. Second, we can locate a generator, use it to modify the circuit and restore power. As for repairing the circuit in this external situation, we cannot afford a localized power outage. Repairing high-voltage lines is simply too perilous." Chapter 53. The Hidden Sakura Agent. Reviving hope amidst despair. As Lung Feng finished speaking, the two soldiers exchanged glances. Dismantling the helicopter's battery was out of the question. The helicopter was their sole means of escape to the military refuge. The prospect of finding another battery posed its own challenges, not least the time required to excavate frozen vehicles from beneath the ice and reassemble the batteries. Thus, the first option was not viable. Instead, seeking a generator appeared more feasible, given that this was a villa district likely inhabited by affluent families who might possess generators. "Let us spread out and search for a generator," the two soldiers declared, simultaneously drawing their pistols and handing one along with a magazine to Lung Feng. He accepted the two pistols, pocketing the magazines, and casually discarded the box he was holding within the villa. Such items, neither consumables nor necessities, were unlikely to be stolen. As the three stepped out of the villa in search of a generator, a small figure lurking on the opposite side of the house suddenly dashed forward. Watching the retreating backs of Lung Feng and the others, he retrieved a compact communicator from his pocket. With the communicator glowing red, he fluently spoke in Japanese. "The villa where the scholar Shin Mohite, who is researching cold-resistant plants, is located has been found. China has dispatched advanced soldiers to the villa, who are currently searching for a generator to restore power and open the laboratory doors. Report concluded. Awaiting instructions." Meanwhile, in a subterranean bunker in Japan, the Prime Minister, whose hair had turned gray and was on the verge of dozing off, suddenly perked up at the sound of the alert. Sitting upright, he eagerly confirmed, "Are you referring to the esteemed Shin Mohite, who has published multiple SCI papers on cold-resistant plants?" Upon receiving an affirmative response, his face radiated with excitement. Japan's hope rested on this. According to the latest predictions from meteorological experts, even if the blizzard passed, it would take at least 3 years for the ice to recede and global temperatures to rise to levels suitable for human habitation. Japan's national grain reserves had been plundered, and although he had some supplies, they were insufficient to feed the base's inhabitants for 3 years. He feared that by then, the entire population of Japan might face extinction. Now that the location of the scholar developing cold-resistant plants had been identified, if they could abduct Shin Mohite and secure the most advanced drought-resistant crops, Japan could preserve a significant portion of its national seed stock, reclaiming the glory of the Yamato people. A generator, yes, a generator. The drowsy Prime Minister bolstered his spirits, repeating the key term. After a moment of gathering his thoughts, he commanded, "Mobilize the nearby agents. If they have information regarding a generator, they must seize Shin Mohite before the Chinese military can intervene. This is the hope of our entire nation. Additionally, I will dispatch a medium-range transport aircraft to retrieve him. Do not let me down." As he concluded the communication, a spirited response echoed in his earpiece. After hanging up, he slumped back into his chair, the previous lethargy evaporating, replaced by boundless anticipation for the future. No one understood the severity of the losses Japan faced in this natural disaster better than he, the Prime Minister. The starvation rate among the populace was projected at 70. This was not mere speculation circulating online, but rather the stark findings of post-disaster investigations. The reality was likely worse. Many perished not from the calamity itself, but from hunger. He even envisioned harrowing images of cannibalism. The mere recollection of those scenes threatened to shatter his composure. During his tenure, especially after having disbanded his cabinet once before and being re-elected, the pressure he faced was far greater than that of his predecessors. The theft of the national grain reserves and the brutal cold disaster had left him with a sparse head of hair, shining under the dim light like an oil-slicked surface. Deploy medium-range strategic transport aircraft and fully armed special forces to Tianhai City, China. Ensure the undercover agents fulfill their mission. The Prime Minister issued commands using military communications. However, the military, upon receiving the Prime Minister's orders, was left bewildered. They had not anticipated such a disaster. The sudden calamity caught them off guard. Initially, They had failed to consider snow removal, leading to the airport runway being blanketed in ice and snow. By the time they thought to clear it, it was already too late. Especially after the sun emerged, they failed to organize an effective cleanup promptly. The medium-range strategic transport aircraft remained frozen in the hangar, unable to take off. After the initial confusion, they anxiously responded to the Prime Minister's orders. Prime Minister? Are you issuing orders for the medium-range strategic transport aircraft to take off? Unfortunately, your command cannot be executed at the moment. Our medium-range strategic transport aircraft is trapped in the hangar and cannot depart. However, armed helicopters are available, but their range is insufficient. Please consider alternative methods. Upon hearing the response from the communicator, the Prime Minister's face, once filled with joy, became utterly rigid. His mouth opened, unsure of how to reply. The medium-range strategic transport aircraft cannot take off? What a ridiculous excuse. Just as he grappled with this dilemma, another military base relayed a message. Prime Minister, we have a strategic transport aircraft ready for takeoff. We are currently clearing the airport of ice, and it is expected to be airborne within 2 hours. This news jolted the previously despondent Prime Minister upright in his chair. Good news. The first positive tidings since the disaster struck. However, just as he was about to celebrate this good fortune, a but caught him off guard, sending his heart racing with anxiety. His face was a canvas of tension as he stammered, "What is it?" However, our aviation fuel has been completely stolen, leaving the medium-range strategic transport aircraft with insufficient fuel, which may prevent a safe return upon arrival in Tianhai City. Upon hearing this, the drowsy Prime Minister could not help but sink back into his chair, his vacant gaze fixated on the dark steel above. Beneath the steel, the glaring incandescent lights pierced his eyes, yet he felt no discomfort, merely staring wide-eyed as if in a state of eternal wakefulness. Insufficient aviation fuel? Did this not signify the complete shattering of Japan's final spark of revival? Chapter 54. After forcefully breaking the window, encountering the relentless cold front. Your Excellency, I believe we can utilize armed helicopters to transport aviation fuel within 2 hours. Just as despair began to consume the drowsy Prime Minister, the military base, which had previously reported that the medium-range transport aircraft was frozen in the hangar, responded once more. Why didn't you say so earlier? The Prime Minister exclaimed, gripping the communicator, his voice sharp with accusation. The military base on the other end fell silent. After a prolonged pause, they merely assured him that the transport mission would be completed before abruptly disconnecting the channel. Enraged, the Prime Minister hurled the communicator to the ground. The sound of shattering resonated as he placed his hands on his hips, the glaring lights momentarily blinding him. Once the darkness receded from his vision, he regained his composure. However, his gaze fell upon the communicator, now lying on the floor, anxiety gripping him tightly. He had no backup for this device. It was the sole means of communication with the military base and agents, containing all manner of advanced technology. Cautiously, he approached the fallen communicator, retrieved it, and inspected it for damage. Upon confirming it was intact, he breathed a sigh of relief. The revival of the Yamato nation depended entirely on the efforts of those involved. Meanwhile, in a clandestine communication channel among Japanese agents, one agent in Tianhai City spoke into the communicator. Tianhai City agents, Tianhai City agents. Agents concealed near the row house. Please respond to this communication. Fearing that some may not have heard clearly, he repeated his message. Approximately 30 seconds later, the first responses came through. Kimura Rin received. Aino Yama received. Kurai received. The trio of replies allowed the anxious agent to exhale in relief. He then inquired, who knows the location of the generator? It needs to be the closest generator to Villa number 16. Or, does anyone have a generator available for transport? In response to his inquiry, silence reigned once more in the communicator. A minute passed, then 2, with no replies forthcoming. This left the Japanese agent in a state of heightened anxiety. Did they not have any information about generators? Would this mean they could not abduct academician Shinmobo before the Chinese soldiers returned? In a state of urgency, he commanded his comrades, gather now outside the wall of Villa number 17, and be sure to conceal your identities. Bring your weapons along. If there is no generator, we shall eliminate the 3 soldiers dispatched by China. The order was met with prompt responses. Received. The 3 affirmative voices allowed him to wipe the sweat from his palms. Exiting the villa, he cautiously avoided potential positions where the cold front might appear, scaling the wall to enter the courtyard of Villa number 17. He observed stealthily. Jiang Jin, waiting underground, felt her temples throb as she listened to the Japanese plan. She had initially thought that rescuing Shinmobo would suffice, only to discover that hidden agents from the Cherry Blossom Nation remained a threat. It seemed that their previous theft of the nation's grain reserves had not been sufficient. Days of relentless winter had not paralyzed their centers of power, but soon enough, when the next storm swept the globe, Japan's population might face a death toll exceeding 90%, surpassing 200 million lives. Without her contributions to the chaos, it was likely that the casualty count would have barely reached 30 to 40 million by the end of the second storm. The effects of their grain theft had yet to fully manifest. On the other hand, Cold Front forcefully kicked open the window of Villa No. 25 and immediately spotted a terrified child cowering beneath the covers in a corner of the bed. Observing this, Cold Front softly said, "Apologies. The door did not open, so I had to break the window. Given the warmth, it seems you still have power generation equipment, yes? Please lead me to the location of your generator." In response to Cold Front's apology and request, the child did not calm down but rather screamed in terror, "Mommy, help. Daddy, help." The commotion drew swift footsteps from the hallway. Thud, 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 creak. As the door swung open, a middle-aged couple appeared, each wielding a kitchen knife, ready to fight. Cold Front regarded them, produced his credentials, and gestured towards them, stating solemnly, "This is a military operation. I require your generator. Any damages incurred will be compensated by the state." Upon hearing this, the couple exchanged shocked glances, and the woman, regaining her composure, exclaimed, "State compensation? You broke our window. Our heating will require more power. Where do you expect us to find the fuel? We may freeze to death before the state can rescue us." As her words trailed off, her cheeks flushed with anger, her large eyes fixed intently on Cold Front. Yet she was no Jiangjin. Her anger held no sway over him. Cold Front maintained his stern demeanor, stating, "Please cooperate with the execution of the mission. When we withdraw, your family may accompany the armed helicopter back to the military base, where you'll be sheltered." Faced with Cold Front's firm stance, the middle-aged couple wilted like frostbitten eggplants, their knives drooping limply from their hands. They had no recourse for resistance. Setting aside Cold Front's superior combat skills, the two handguns he bore could easily eliminate them. While the Chinese military is known for its compassion as the People's Army, the complexities of executing military orders could lead to severe consequences. It was wiser to cooperate without hesitation. Realizing this, they stepped out of the room, leading the way to the basement. As Cold Front followed, they arrived at the basement door. The familiar hum of the generator filled the air. Hearing the sound, Cold Front exhaled in relief. He retrieved his walkie-talkie from his chest, stating 0102. "This is 03. Received." As the response echoed back through the device, Cold Front continued, "Villa number 25. Generator located. It appears to be a medium-sized generator. Substantial in size. Assistance required." "Understood," came the reply from the soldier dispatched to locate the generator. Cold Front approached the generator and swiftly shut it off. The middle-aged woman, witnessing this, said, "We'll go change our clothes and leave with you. Is that acceptable?" In response to their inquiry, Cold Front maintained his icy demeanor but nodded. Seeing his agreement, the couple visibly relaxed. Now, if they fail to keep up, once the Cold Front completes its mission, they will simply leave without a second thought. Their lives will be in peril. Moreover, with the window broken, should another blizzard strike, the entire family may meet their demise on the road. "Wife, gather the food as well," the man shouted to the woman heading towards the kitchen while changing the child's clothes. "Understood." 5 minutes later, 6 individuals, 4 of whom were carrying a generator across the icy surface, clearly observed that the middle-aged man was struggling more than the others. In contrast, the middle-aged woman effortlessly wheeled along 2 rolling suitcases. Despite being filled to the brim, the suitcases glided smoothly across the ice. Upon their return to the gate of Villa number 16, a Japanese agent quietly activated the communicator. Chapter 55. An unexpected assault and conflict. Chinese soldiers had already re-entered Villa number 16, awaiting the power supply to be restored and the laboratory password to be verified before launching their attack. Repeat, await power restoration. After the laboratory password is verified, commence the attack. Received. The lurking agents nodded in unison as they heard the response through their earpieces. Minutes before Cold Front and the others returned, they had already laid their ambush, biding their time for Cold Front and his companions to restore power to the laboratory and unlock the main door. Watching Cold Front and his team enter, they concealed themselves in the shadows, eager for action. Once inside the villa area, Cold Front sensed the presence of newcomers within. His brow furrowed slightly, uncertain whether these newcomers were survivors from the vicinity or foreign agents in disguise. If they were the former, it posed no threat to their mission. However, if they were the latter, it could spell disaster. Contemplating this, Cold Front used the generator to shield their view, gesturing to the two soldiers with hand signals. Upon observing his gestures, the soldiers immediately adopted a vigilant demeanor but quickly adjusted their expressions. They openly inquired, "You brought the generator. Can it be operational within 5 minutes?" Indeed, Cold Front silently nodded. The password for the laboratory door had been disclosed only to him by Commander Liu, making it impossible for anyone else to know. Should an unfortunate incident occur, the mission would be doomed to failure. "We'll step outside for a smoke. You carry on for now," the two soldiers said, producing cigarettes from their pockets. The middle-aged man, accompanying them, expressed envy at the sight of the cigarettes. However, being a soldier, he dared not reach out for one directly. Noticing the man's longing gaze, the soldiers exchanged glances and nodded. "Shall we go together for a smoke? This generator hauling must be taxing for you." One soldier, holding the cigarettes, gently shook the box, extracting one and offering it to the middle-aged man as an invitation. Upon hearing the soldier's offer, the middle-aged man, having been deprived of cigarettes for several days, displayed a spark of excitement.
Great,
he exclaimed, swiftly accepting the cigarette. At the doorway, he lit it using the soldier's lighter, taking a deep drag and savoring the smoke as it filled his lungs before exhaling a long plume.
Ah.
"It's been ages since I had a smoke," he sighed, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Only those with a nicotine addiction can truly understand the agony of being without it. "Yesterday, it felt like I was suffocating." The soldiers listened to the middle-aged man's lamentations, offering their companionship as he spilled his thoughts. Yet, their bodies instinctively shifted, scanning the surroundings. Within the brief interlude of smoking, they meticulously assessed their environment. Disposing of the cigarette butt, they extinguished it gently and proceeded indoors, studying the layout of the villa. Upon returning to Cold Front side, one soldier reported, "There are 3 hiding spots outside the villa that I have identified. I found nothing inside. Should we search the second floor?" Cold Front shook his head in response. With a sudden hum, the generator roared to life at his command. The sound of the generator's tracks echoed as the villa's power system was instantly restored. The previously dim lights illuminated the space in an instant. Below, academician Shun Mabe observed the sudden revival of power in the laboratory, his expression a mixture of confusion and disbelief. Logically, the underground laboratory should have regained power during his rescue. Yet he had been saved for quite some time and new oxygen tanks had appeared, yet there was no sign of his rescuers. It was as if the shadow he had glimpsed was merely an illusion. However, he remained alive, and the newly arrived oxygen tanks were tangible, confirming that the shadow had indeed existed. He had simply failed to see it clearly in the bioluminescent plant's glow.
Now,
with the lights restored and the exhaust fan operating normally, his gaze fell upon the newly arrived oxygen tanks, which bore Japanese characters. This was truly absurd. Had he been rescued by the Japanese? Did this imply that the power restoration outside was not carried out by the Chinese, but rather by the Sakura Blossoms? Were they rescuing him to abduct him? As this thought crossed his mind, beads of sweat formed on his forehead, and his breathing quickened.
Suicide?
Destroying the recorded information? Yes. The information he had recorded. With this thought, Shun Mabe immediately sprang into action, searching for the notebook he had previously written in. He swiftly retrieved it from its previous location. Observing that the notebook was intact, with no signs of tampering, he exhaled a sigh of relief. It had not been stolen. Even if the figure had appeared, it must have been fleeting. There had been no sound of paper rustling, meaning there had been no time for the recorded data to be compromised. As for the plants, he had confirmed earlier that none had been taken.
Bang!
The protective door rebooted, and the emergency escape route was now open. A muffled sound echoed from above. Shun Mabe looked anxiously towards the door. To access the laboratory, 2 doors needed to be opened. The first had been breached, and it was only a matter of time before the second door's lock would yield.
Surveillance.
Yes, the surveillance. There were visual feeds outside the second door. As long as he confirmed that the images beyond did not show Chinese soldiers, he would destroy everything within the laboratory. He could not allow his research to fall into the hands of the Japanese. With this determination, Shin Mabe's innate resentment towards the Japanese surged, his fists clenching instinctively. Outside, Cold Front, having opened the door leading to the underground, remained alert and dashed into the interior. With hands clasped behind his back, he drew 2 handguns from his pockets, chambering rounds and aiming towards the entrance. The unfolding events had exceeded his expectations. The sound of the door reopening was alarmingly loud. The emergency escape route. Which damned designer had concocted such an inhumane auditory prompt system? Cold Front silently mused. The villa's main door was not closed, so surely they could hear outside. The Japanese agents would undoubtedly become anxious. A single misstep could lead to mission failure. He could not afford to be careless. This was a task of immense significance for the nation and its people. Outside the courtyard, the Japanese agents, who had initially planned a surprise attack, found themselves unable to contain their impatience upon hearing the activation of the emergency escape route. In the communication channel, a command resonated. The laboratory door swung open. Do not give them a chance to react. Initiate the assault immediately. Capture the esteemed Chinese academician, Shin Mabai, alive. Chapter 56. The Despairing Prime Minister. The Burden.
Bang! Bang!
2 gunshots echoed. Outside, Japanese operatives swiftly assembled, weapons in hand, targeting 2 soldiers who had yet to find cover. Unfortunately, their aim was somewhat lacking. One bullet veered off course, missing its mark, while another struck a bulletproof vest, halted by the specialized steel plate within, causing no actual harm to the soldier. As for heavy machine guns or submachine guns, such armaments were non-existent. The stringent gun prohibitions in China meant that only relics from World War II circulated in the black market, predominantly handguns. In this 4-3 confrontation, they possessed no advantages beyond their numbers. It was precisely for this reason that they opted for a surprise attack. With the sound of gunfire, the 2 soldiers quickly reacted. Their selection to execute a mission of this caliber alongside the king of soldiers, Lung Feng, attested to their formidable abilities. The Japanese operatives had squandered their opportunity with a first shot. Any subsequent chances would be irrevocably lost. The reason was evident. Their figures were exposed in the open doorway. Not to mention they were armed with rifles. In terms of rate of fire and overall superiority, rifles utterly dominated handguns. The bullets from the rifles surged forth like fiery serpents, unleashing chaos. Yet, before they could fire, Lung Feng's pistol had already discharged. It accurately struck 2 Japanese operatives near the sides of the doorway. Blood mingled with the raging snowstorm, sweeping in from outside. The fierce blizzard roared, instantly sweeping back the fleeing cherry blossoms, welcoming them with a hail of rifle bullets. As the rifle bullets struck them, their eyes widened in disbelief. They bore the weight of their nation's future, the hopes of the entire Japanese populace resting upon their shoulders. The last flicker of hope for the revival of the Japanese people was extinguished. And why, with the storm's sudden onslaught, were they denied even the slightest chance to flee or evade? Yet, all their resentment proved futile. Meanwhile, the slumbering Prime Minister of Japan clenched his fists anxiously, silently watching the passage of time. Upon the arrival of the appointed hour, he bellowed, "The time has come. Why has the medium-range strategic transport aircraft not yet taken off? Military base of the 4 nations, military base of the 4 nations, respond." His words were met with a profound silence from the communicator. After 10 long minutes, a voice finally replied, "The medium-range strategic transport aircraft is ready for takeoff. Successful takeoff. Destination Tianhai City." Upon receiving this response, an ominous premonition loomed over the Prime Minister's heart. His right eyelid twitched uncontrollably. What was happening? Was there a problem with the operative team? Contemplating this, he retrieved the communicator and made another call. Call to the sky, or to the operative team, call to the sky, or to the operative team. Awaiting a response. Once.
Twice.
After the 3rd attempt, cold sweat trickled down his spine. A dreadful intuition surged within him. When a reply finally came, it was in Chinese, leaving his face frozen in shock. Failure. The plan had failed. He shut off the communicator, a sense of profound sorrow and hopelessness enveloping him. What would become of the cherry blossom fruit in the days to come? Would he simply allow it to fade away in his grasp? He had long proclaimed he did not wish to be Prime Minister, did not wish to be Prime Minister. After being dismissed and dissolved, he had even fallen asleep, yet still managed to be elected. A true calamity. He would surely be etched in humanity's monument of shame. Just as despair engulfed him, the communicator on a different channel suddenly chimed again. Your Excellency, the blizzard has intensified. Our medium-range transport aircraft is lost in the snowstorm. I repeat, Your Excellency. The blizzard has intensified. Our medium-range strategic transport aircraft is lost in the snowstorm.
What?
The slumbering Prime Minister, startled from his stupor, sat upright and shouted into the communicator. Our nation's only medium-range strategic transport aircraft has gone missing in a crash. Panic-stricken responses echoed from the communicator. Yet, as the conversation progressed, the tone shifted, and panic reached its zenith, evidently receiving intelligence of the crash. In that moment, the Prime Minister was left as still as a stagnant pond, collapsing into his chair. He muttered softly, "It's over. All is lost. Japan's last hope has vanished." Simultaneously, Lung Feng, observing the communicator emitting the cherry blossom language, was taken aback. He thought, is this their internal communication device? Truly relentless in their ambitions. The entire grain store of the island nation has been plundered, yet they still covet China. Following tradition, Lung Feng delivered a final shot to each fallen body. He then turned to the other two soldiers, instructing, "You two stay here to safeguard the generator. Absolutely no one is allowed to damage it. I will descend to rescue Academician Shin Maobai." With that, he strode directly toward the inner door. The two soldiers, watching Lung Feng's retreating figure, earnestly entrusted, "We leave Academician Shin Maobai in your capable hands." In the midst of anxiously monitoring the imagery, Shin Maobai suddenly heard faint gunfire from outside, instantly invigorating him. He thought, could it be that the state has arrived? Would I not need to destroy the documents and resign myself to this fate? Truly, heaven has opened its eyes. With that thought, he nervously awaited by the second door, keenly anticipating. As the final gunshots dissipated, his heart raced to his throat. His excitement was overwhelming. Surely, those coming to rescue me have triumphed. Those foreign operatives could never defeat us on our home turf. Finally, in the hopeful gaze of Shin Maobai, Lung Feng's figure appeared on the imagery page. Observing Lung Feng on the screen, Shin Maobai's thoughts drifted back 3 years, to the snowy expanse where he had been escorted. Despite his lack of professional knowledge, having spent 3 days beside Lung Feng, he ultimately realized that he had survived by absorbing his knowledge of the snow-laden terrain. Thus, Lung Feng had left an indelible impression on him. He never anticipated that the one coming to rescue him would be his old acquaintance. In a surge of excitement, before Lung Feng could test the door's code, it swung open. With a swift sound, Lung Feng looked up, a look of profound confusion crossing his face. Wasn't Academician Shin Maobai on the verge of death? This act of opening the door seemed anything but. Their eyes met, and Lung Feng's widened in astonishment. A burden. Chapter 57. Do you expect to come to my home for a free meal from 20 kilometers away? Upon hearing the term burden directed at him, a tinge of guilt surfaced on Shin Maobai's face. In the snowy wilderness, he had disregarded Lung Feng's guidance, captivated by the scenery, and ventured forth to capture images of the resilient flora amidst the ice and snow, only to inadvertently fall through the thin ice. Had it not been for Lung Feng's swift actions, grasping his clothing and steadfastly pulling him up, he likely would not have reached his current achievements. "Lung, the Soldier King, please refrain from mocking me," Shin Maobai said, fully trusting, as he produced his written notes and placed them into Lung Feng's embrace. "This tome encapsulates the entirety of my research on cold-resistant plants.
Guard it well.
Should we fail to reach the national refuge safely, this compendium will assist future generations in swiftly grasping and assimilating the methods for cultivating cold-resistant flora." Understood. As Cold Front listened intently to Shin Maobai's discourse, he nodded emphatically, sensing the weight of the small notebook intensifying upon Shin's concluding words. After securely stowing the notebook, Cold Front inquired of Shin Maobai, "Are there any plants within that we should take with us?" In response to Cold Front's question, Shin Maobai shook his head decisively. "After 48 hours without power, they have already lost their oxygen and are unlikely to survive. However, I have preserved their seeds. They're all right here." As he spoke, Shin Maobai retrieved an inconspicuous white box from the corner of the laboratory, gently shaking it to reveal the faint clinking of glass within. It certainly did not seem like a container for anything of great value. Cold Front, upon hearing the sounds from the box, rolled his eyes at Shin Maobai. After all this time, he remained as cautious as ever, often selecting the most unassuming vessels to conceal the most crucial items. Nevertheless, this approach spared them some of the hassle of disguise. "Do not underestimate these seeds," Shin Maobai exclaimed, noticing Cold Front turning away towards the exit. He hurried to catch up while enthusiastically elaborating with them, and after cultivating a new generation, we can produce snow potatoes and snow sweet potatoes that are resilient to both cold and snow. Cold Front, in silence, merely elevated the protective rating of the box in Shun Mo Bai's hand to S, opting for minimal conversation. After all, such specialized matters were best left to the experts. His sole responsibility was to ensure the safety of their mission objective. As Cold Front escorted academician Shun Mo Bai through the main entrance, two soldiers promptly saluted the academician and then used their phones to verify his identity. After confirming, they retrieved their communication devices and reported, "The mission objective has been successfully rescued. However, a snowstorm is re-emerging outside, which may pose flight complications for the helicopter. Please advise." A brief silence ensued on the line before Cold Front's phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the caller ID, bewildered. "Commander Liu?" Cold Front murmured, answering the call. Instantly, Commander Liu's voice resonated in his ear. "Cold Front, although this row of villas is on the outskirts, it is only about 20 kilometers from your neighborhood, right? I heard from Xiong Li. The security level there is unparalleled, far surpassing even that of a bank vault. Bring everyone over to your location. The snowstorm has just begun. And with your military-grade cold-resistant gear, traversing 20 kilometers in a day should be no trouble at all. As for food, I trust your little tenant one to be stingy. I've seen the warehouse full of provisions she has stocked. If academician Shun Mo Bai goes hungry and loses weight, I shall hold you accountable." Commander Liu continued to speak without pause, leaving Cold Front no opportunity to interject. He laid out all the intelligence he possessed, providing Cold Front with no room for refusal. Yet, as they were on a mission, and with the task incomplete, could he truly return with a group of men? Including the pilot, they numbered 5. Bringing 4 unfamiliar men home for a free meal? Even if Jiang Jin were to agree, he could not. This did not even account for the family of 3 he had promised to take along, 7 individuals in total. Upon contemplating this, Cold Front firmly declined. But before he could finish, the call abruptly ended with a busy signal. Staring at his phone in disbelief, Cold Front muttered. Hung up, he redialed, only to find the line occupied. Clearly, Commander Liu had blocked his number. Cold Front felt utterly baffled. Meanwhile, laughter resonated from the communication devices of the 2 soldiers. "All right. You will head over to Cold Front's place for the time being. It is not only secure, but there is also ample food. I hear the ventilation system is military-grade as well. You can begin cultivating cold-resistant plants there." "Understood." The soldiers, stifling laughter at Cold Front's flabbergasted expression, responded sincerely. After all, they could differentiate between 20 kilometers and 130 kilometers. No matter how fit one might be, traversing such a distance in this frigid weather was hardly feasible. To speak plainly, even 20 kilometers would require them to undertake the journey in 5 stages. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise along the way, they could easily spend 2 days reaching their destination. Nonetheless, they hoped to arrive swiftly, for the howling winds and snow threatened to cover their knees, making movement increasingly difficult as time passed. "Let us gather the supplies available on the helicopter and then set off." Cold Front signaled to the 2 soldiers while casting a glance at the slightly anxious family of 3 beside him. "Is there sufficient cold-resistant clothing?" Their attire suggested that without military-grade thermal garments, they would struggle to complete the 20-kilometer trek. In response to Cold Front's command, the soldiers first called out to their comrades, then provided an accurate reply. "Only 2 pieces. The child's may not fit. Moreover, the child is merely 10 years old, and her physical condition is concerning. She may not endure the journey." Hearing this, the couple felt a wave of despair wash over them. The middle-aged woman nearly fainted, overwhelmed by the thought of their only child facing any danger during the journey. The middle-aged man consoled his wife, gently pressing on her acupressure points. "It will be fine. It will be fine. It is merely 20 kilometers. Our child will surely manage. Remember when we climbed the Badaling section of the Great Wall? Our child completed the round trip effortlessly, leaving us behind. Let us hope we can keep up with her pace." Jiang Jin, utilizing her spatial positioning, listened to their discussions and weeping, her face a mask of shock. "They want to relocate to my home, 20 kilometers away? They expect me to care for the academician, the soldiers, and that family of 3? Commander Liu, truly, what a character. Please show some humanity. As for whether that family can reach safety, with me accompanying them, who could possibly perish along the way?" Chapter 58. Trouble from the tongue, a calamity from the skies stripped them of their clothing. A cold front commanded one of the soldiers, pointing at several fallen Japanese agents at the doorway. The soldiers exchanged puzzled glances, but complied with the order. Soon, the garments of the cherry blossom agents lay discarded, their lifeless forms exposed on the ground. As they inspected the stripped clothing, realization dawned upon them. Military-grade, cold-resistant attire. The texture of the fabric was remarkably unique. While it might not rival the latest generation of Chinese cold gear, it still possessed adequate protective qualities. Notably, their cold-resistant clothing even featured hoods, ensuring complete coverage for the head and eliminating the risk of frostbite. These cherry blossom designs may lack in some areas, but their attention to detail in this aspect is commendable, remarked the middle-aged man as he accepted the cold-resistant clothing from the soldier. His comment immediately drew four incredulous stares. Realizing his faux pas, the middle-aged man lowered his gaze and bowed in apology to Cold Front and the others. Shen Mo Bai seemed unable to tolerate the naive admiration some had for foreign designs. The explanation unfolded. The design of the hood was originally a concept discarded by our nation. While it offers protection to the ears, it severely restricts neck mobility, which can prove fatal in harsh environments. Consequently, our country has specifically developed the latest military-grade cold-resistant clothing, separating the garment from the hood. The reason you haven't seen it is likely because Lung Feng and his team left the hoods on the aircraft for convenience during the mission. Listening to academician Shen Mo Bai's explanation, the middle-aged man continued to apologize profusely. At the conclusion of his narrative, he discreetly glanced at Lung Feng and his companions, only to notice their instinctive aversion, offering no response. He realized his suspicions were correct. He had even attended the seminar on the upgrades to this cold-resistant clothing. No one present was more aware of the reasons behind the separation of the hood than he was. As the soldier stationed at the helicopter arrived, Lung Feng and his companions promptly approached to remove their clothing. After the handover of the garments and hoods, the soldier guarding the helicopter, with a grave expression, inquired, "Has there been no directive on how to handle the armed helicopter? Our helicopter is armed with heavy machine guns and armor-piercing rounds. If they fall into the wrong hands, it could lead to a significant disaster in Tianhai City." Upon hearing his warning, the expressions of the three men shifted dramatically as they whispered, "Surely not? That glass is military grade. Who could possibly break it? Moreover, once the heavy snowfall ceases, our military district will send personnel to retrieve it. There shouldn't be any major issues." Just then, Lung Feng's phone pinged with a message. Glancing down, his previously calm demeanor was once again shaken. It was Jiang Jin. "I've taken care of the armed helicopter for you. You can head back directly." She had followed him. Aside from himself, no one was aware of her spatial abilities. He had not even realized she had been utilizing her powers to tail him. Thus, the deviation of the bullet when the Japanese agent fired was also due to her abilities. This realization struck him. He owed her a great deal. How was it that he required her assistance to cover his own mistakes while on a mission? At this moment, they were rushing towards the helicopter's location, oblivious to the subtle changes in Lung Feng's expression. Moreover, she was unaware of his thoughts. Had she known, she would surely have confessed. When those agents acted, she had not intervened at all. It was merely the poor marksmanship of the Japanese agents at play. "Let's leave," Lung Feng interjected, disrupting the ongoing debate among the soldiers. The three soldiers turned to look at him simultaneously. The one responsible for guarding the helicopter appeared most agitated. "Colonel Lung, you can't disregard the armed helicopter. Do you not realize the weapons it carries?" Before he could finish, Lung Feng sternly commanded, "We depart immediately. This is a military order." He would not be lectured about the helicopter. He had flown it more than anyone else. Countless times, he had executed missions while piloting the armed helicopter, providing firepower support with machine guns to establish a foundation for victory in local conflicts. To be questioned on whether he would fly the armed helicopter by a mere officer was absurd. Seeing the situation, the soldier had no choice but to comply. Taken aback that Colonel Lung would resort to issuing military orders. Battling the wind and snow, the group traversed the area, seeking refuge from the biting cold wherever possible. The middle-aged man, who had initially criticized the integrated design of the hood, now found himself in a predicament as he instinctively lowered his head against the wind and snow, only to have the hood shift upward, leaving him feeling chilled and somewhat numb. Half an hour passed swiftly, and they had only covered a straight-line distance of about 1 kilometer. While the others seemed to fare well, The middle-aged man was visibly suffering from the cold. He gently grasped Lung Feng's sleeve. Lung Feng's cold gaze shifted towards him, his icy demeanor nearly causing the man to stumble. Fortunately, Lung Feng caught hold of his wrist, steadying him. The middle-aged man, regaining his composure, stammered, "I am feeling a bit hypothermic. Could we find a place to shield ourselves from the wind and snow? I need to warm up." As he spoke, his words faltered, the signs of his cold-induced numbness evident. Noticing this, Lung Feng assessed the surrounding terrain. Though they had exited the villa area, the nearby buildings remained intact due to the landscape, untouched by the snowstorm. Entering one could lead to a scenario akin to storming a generator. "Let us hold on a bit longer. There's a dilapidated building ahead where we can warm up," Lung Feng whispered to the slightly disoriented man, extending his hand to support his elbow. As long as he could still communicate, it indicated that he was not in dire straits. True hypothermia would render one incapable of coherent speech. But before he could finish, a massive white snowball cascaded down from above. Chapter 59. The failed attempt to divert the conflict by Yang Yu. The lecherous innkeeper. Damn. That wretched blizzard is back. In the cramped room, Jiang Dabo shouted to Jia Yufeng, who was in the bathroom. Jia Yufeng, already suffering from nausea due to a lack of nutritious food, lost her balance at the news of the returning blizzard, her head plunging into the toilet.
Ouch,
she cried, pulling her head from the toilet, her scalp tainted with the foul gastric fluid. Ignoring the mess, she dashed to the window, attempting to pry open the ice-locked pane.
To her dismay,
the windows rattled violently against the snow, and despite exerting all her strength, she could not fully open them against the wind. Furthermore, her insistence on opening the window had caused fine cracks to appear along the edges. With all the windows now frosted over, she could not see the damage. Nor did anyone else notice. Once the window was finally sealed, the unmistakable stench of vomit quickly permeated the room. Jiang Dabo, standing closest to Jia Yufeng, instinctively pinched his nose. "Mom, did you just throw up on yourself? That smell is unbearable." His displeasure was palpable, and the spittle flew from his mouth, landing on Jia Yufeng's face. Instead of showing irritation at her son's outburst, Jia Yufeng expressed concern over their predicament. "Dabo, we've sold so many orders. If we can't ship them on time, will we be held accountable for the shipping costs?" She clasped her hands and glanced at Jiang Dabo and Yang Yu with a sigh. Yang Yu observed how Jia Yufeng, in an effort to avoid Jiang Dabo's disdain, distanced herself from him, yet moved closer to her. The nauseating odor of vomit assaulted her senses, prompting her to pinch her nose and fan her face. When Jia Yufeng's gaze shifted to Yang Yu, the forced smile on her face instantly froze. Her previously gentle words morphed into a sarcastic tone. "Old woman, I am of no use. No matter where I go, I am despised. It's as if they want to slap me in the face." Yang Yu was irked by Jia Yufeng's sudden sarcasm. However, with Zhang Ge missing and facing the calamity of a blizzard, she found herself utterly alone and could not afford to confront Jia Yufeng directly. She forced a strained smile, removed her hand from her nose, and apologized. "Not at all. I merely pinched my nose because I noticed my breath was a bit too strong. It has nothing to do with disliking my mother-in-law." Jiang Daba, witnessing Yang Yu's self-deprecation, felt a pang of sympathy and shot an irritated glance at Jia Yufeng.
"Mom,
we need not worry about the freight insurance. Yang Yu thought of that when we signed the contract. She has already signed electronic contracts with the partners. Yet, we have no food left. These days, we've only been using the plastic bags from previously consumed food. I thought the disaster would pass quickly and that national relief supplies would arrive shortly. We have no stock left, and with the blizzard returning, should we buy some from the hotel owner to tide us over?" Upon hearing Jiang Daba's suggestion, Jia Yufeng's anger dissipated, and she nodded repeatedly. "Yes, it's my son Daba who thinks ahead. Yang Yu, go find the hotel owner and buy 2 boxes of instant noodles. For the next few days, we shall subsist on instant noodles. Once the disaster is over, I shall treat you to a $10,000 steak." Upon hearing this, Jiang Daba's face lit up with joy. However, Yang Yu's already strained smile froze entirely. Send her to purchase from the hotel owner? That man was like a lecherous old wolf. Every time she encountered that gaze, she felt a shiver down her spine. To send her alone to confront him was akin to leading a lamb into a lion's den. She had no regard for that filthy, tasteless old man. $10,000 steak?
Indeed.
Jiang Jin could afford such extravagant meals before the disaster struck. Yang Yu pressed her grievances against Jiang Daba and Jia Yufeng, feigning a pitiful demeanor, tears pooling in her eyes. This elicited both sympathy and a rising anger in Jiang Daba. It was all because of that wretched woman, Jiang Pan. If it weren't for her booking such an expensive meal, he would not have been forced to foot the bill. Nor would he have been taken to the police station for being unable to pay. That unfilial daughter. Jia Yufeng gritted her teeth at the mention of Jiang Jin, her animosity evident. Meanwhile, Jiang Xingjian, the old man, stood aside, dismissive of Jia Yufeng and her companions. To him, they were all too mercenary, capitalizing on the online buzz surrounding their daughter to earn ill-gotten gains, thus tarnishing their own noble reputation. Yang Yu saw that Jia Yufeng had indeed been distracted by her ploy, a slight smile tugging at her lips. Unexpectedly, in the next moment, Jia Yufeng redirected her ire back at her, sharply ordering, "Hurry, and buy some food. If everyone realizes it, the hotel owner might refuse to sell. Even if she went now, the prices would likely be exorbitantly higher than usual." Yang Yu was momentarily taken aback by Jia Yufeng's yelling. After casting a deep glance at Jiang Daba, she quietly walked outside. As Jia Yufeng watched Yang Yu's departing figure, a pang of anxiety struck her heart. She wondered if Yang Yu was truly angry with her. What if, after the disaster, she decided to break up with her? Realizing this, Jiang Daba instinctively moved to follow her, but as he lifted his leg, Jia Yufeng grasped his sleeve, preventing him from leaving. It wasn't until the door slammed shut behind Yang Yu that Jiang Daba turned back, confusion etched on his face as he looked at his mother. Jia Yufeng spoke gravely. "Daba, are you foolish? If you go with that woman to buy food now, the money will still come from your pocket. How much can that 600 yuan of yours buy? If it runs out, our family will starve." At Jia Yufeng's reminder, Jiang Daba belatedly realized the gravity of the situation.
600 yuan.
That was all he had left. If he went with her, it could indeed turn out as Jia Yufeng suggested. After a moment of contemplation, he sat down on the bed with a peculiar expression. Meanwhile, Jia Yufeng picked up her phone again, beginning to pester Jiang Jin. Yang Yu stepped out of the room, heading straight for the small storeroom where the hotel owner kept all the food and water. He hadn't originally lived there but moved in when he realized the disaster would last longer than expected, fearing theft of supplies. However, his happy life had begun only after relocating to that cramped storeroom. The guests who had previously ignored him were now overly enthusiastic, even treating him to tofu without disdain. But all of that vanished once the blizzard ceased. Countless times, he wished for disaster to strike again. Now, seeing the blizzard return, he trembled with excitement. The sound of high heels clicking against the floor echoed in the corridor. Upon hearing that familiar, delightful sound, the hotel owner's eyes lit up with joy. "Here she comes. Ultimately, she seeks me out. Let me see who the first visitor is." The footsteps grew closer, and the hotel owner could barely contain his excitement, his breathing becoming heavy. When the owner faced the small storeroom, he nearly leapt from his seat upon seeing Yang Yu. This woman, while hard to describe outside, was undoubtedly the most beautiful guest at their hotel. He had only been able to sneak glances at her when she passed by, fully aware that he had no chance with her. A seasoned player like him was well aware of the online uproar surrounding Jiang Jin's eccentric family. He knew that Jiang Daba was Yang Yu's husband and that they had gained a massive following through their live broadcasts, achieving sales exceeding 100 million in a single session. Such accomplishments would place them among the top tier in peaceful times. Just the other day, he had lamented that he might never see her again, yet here she was, approaching him amidst the returning storm, clearly in search of food. His infatuated expression resurfaced, his eyes gleaming as he fixated on Yang Yu. Yang Yu felt a chill run down her spine under his lecherous gaze. Despite the corridor's mild temperature, she shivered. Rather than feeling embarrassed, the hotel owner grew bolder at the sight of her trembling. Unable to tolerate his leering any longer, she turned to leave. However, she suddenly noticed that the hotel owner continued to stare at her even as she turned away, coupled with Jia Yufeng's commanding tone echoing in her mind. A mix of emotions flooded her, leaving her scalp tingling. In the midst of her inner turmoil, she bit her lip, staining her crimson lips with a hint of purple. After a moment, she released her grip and turned back toward the innkeeper. He observed Yang Yu as she unexpectedly twisted her body to face him. Feeling a pang of disappointment, his allure was evidently more pronounced when she had her back turned. However, as she approached, the fleeting sense of loss evaporated entirely, replaced by the intoxicating fragrance that wafted toward him. Inhaling that scent, he felt the shackles of desire deep within him loosen. Yongyu trembled under the gaze of his softly glowing eyes. "Miss Yongyu, what brings you to my humble inn?" the innkeeper inquired, extending a hand for a handshake. Yongyu hesitated at the sight of his somewhat discolored palm, feeling a strong aversion. Yet, for the sake of sustenance, she steeled herself and accepted his handshake, recognizing that rudeness would surely mean a denial of food, regardless of her monetary offer. As their hands met, she intended to withdraw after a brief contact. But he seized the opportunity, encircling her hand with both of his, applying just enough pressure to prevent her escape. A forced smile froze on her face as she watched him lean in, inhaling the scent of her hand cream like a rose. Witnessing the innkeeper's inappropriate conduct toward her, unable to protest or escape, she found herself harboring a deep resentment toward Jia Yufeng. "Sir, I wish to purchase some food from you," Yongyu stated, realizing she had to voice her intent to expedite her exit. If he refused, she could simply turn and leave, avoiding further exploitation and the discomfort that accompanied it. "Don't be in such a hurry. Wait a moment," the innkeeper replied ambiguously, sensing her impatience. His non-committal response only heightened her anxiety, as she sensed his willingness to sell her food from the tone of his voice. Otherwise, she would have withdrawn her hand immediately. "How much longer must I wait?" she softly pressed. The innkeeper merely closed his eyes, savoring the scent without offering a reply. This lack of response only intensified her urgency for food. Yet she dared not confront him aggressively, for he was their last hope for nourishment after the blizzard. "Are you feeling anxious?" he teased, his hands continuing their unwelcome exploration. After what felt like an eternity, Yongyu felt a dull ache from his grip, but he finally opened his eyes. "All right, what would you like to buy?" he asked, squinting at her. "Instant noodles are 1,000 each, luncheon meat is 20,000 per box, and snacks are 1,800 a bag. That's exorbitant,"
Yongyu exclaimed,
her palms instinctively pressing against his wrist in disbelief. The innkeeper smirked at her reaction. "Expensive? This is merely the price you pay for coming here. If anyone else attempted to purchase, I wouldn't sell, regardless of the offer. Who knows how long this storm will last? Without food, I would have to brave the storm myself to find supplies." As he assessed her hesitance, he threatened, "Madam Yang, I trust you wouldn't want your husband or in-laws to go hungry, would you?" The alarm bells rang in her mind at his words, and she felt a sudden force pulling her closer. "I refuse." She instinctively pushed against him, but her efforts were futile. With a decisive thud, the innkeeper locked the storeroom door, and her cries for mercy echoed in the confined space. Meanwhile, in another room, Jiang Daba suddenly leaped from the sofa, pacing restlessly. Jia Yufeng watched him, her eyes filled with exasperation. "Sit down, Daba. All you're doing is sending Yongyu to buy some food. What are you so worried about? This is still a society governed by law. Once the blizzard passes, with our family's online popularity, making money will be as easy as breathing. Do you think, given Yongyu's nature, she would abandon us for a wealthier family?" Despite his reluctance to admit that Yongyu was with him for financial reasons, Jiang Daba nodded slowly at Jia Yufeng's reasoning. "That's right, your mother would never harm you," she reassured him, feeling relieved by his agreement. "This is merely to temper Yongyu's pride. Once married, she won't be able to wield such influence over you, and your status in the family will be elevated." Yet, as she spoke, Jiang Daba's worries intensified, his frustration mounting to the point where he struck the wall in agitation. The pain radiating from his fist made him recoil slightly, rubbing his hand against his clothing to soothe the sting. After a few moments, he felt the pain dissipate, but the urge to find Yongyu grew stronger, his legs moving uncontrollably toward the door. Jia Yufeng's expression turned to one of disappointment as she witnessed his actions. The inn's door creaked open as Jiang Daba stepped into the dimly lit corridor, the yellowed wallpaper casting a haunting ambience. After taking just a few steps, he spotted a disheveled woman emerging, her form reminiscent of the Yongyu he longed for. The sight of her slow, heavy gait pierced his heart, compelling him to quicken his pace toward her. As he reached out to embrace her, the woman startled at the sound of his hurried footsteps, lifting her head only to see a stranger rushing toward her. In sheer fright, she pushed him away, exclaiming, "Pervert! Help!" The commotion echoed through the corridor, drawing the attention of other survivors, who peeked out of their rooms. Upon seeing Jiang Daba sitting on the floor, expressions of disdain crossed their faces. Many online might misunderstand the situation, but in reality, They were all too aware of the Jiang family's reputation. They had previously invited the family to join them in searching for food, only to be met with disdain. Now, as the blizzard returned, Jiang Daba was caught in a compromising position. Get back to your room. If this happens again, I swear I'll make you regret it. You scoundrel, targeting young girls. Jiang Daba was taken aback by the vitriol aimed at him. He had merely made a mistake, yet the hostility was overwhelming. In the storeroom, Yang Yu, sensing the commotion, emerged with fatigue etched on her face, clutching 4 packs of instant noodles, the only sustenance she had procured. Moreover, the instant noodles in question were the cheapest kind, wrapped in transparent packaging. Despite a prior agreement allowing her to make a purchase, she ultimately capitulated. However, once she yielded, the other party brazenly reneged on their word. After tossing 4 shriveled noodle cakes at her, they dismissed her without a second thought. Even if she were willing to pay for supplies, they would not part with a single noodle cake, for any amount. In her final glance, she perceived a glimmer of greed in the innkeeper's gaze. The recollection of her recent ordeal sent a shiver down her spine. She never wished to endure such humiliation again. How could she find herself in a position of pleading for favors? Yang Yu gently pressed on her lower abdomen, experiencing discomfort, and mused, Jiang Daba, oh Jiang Daba, I have sacrificed so much for your family. Should you betray me, I shall ensure your household knows no peace. Lost in her tumultuous thoughts, she turned a corner and spotted the bewildered Jiang Daba in the corridor. Ignoring the chatter around her, she rushed into his embrace, her expression a portrait of distress. Tears welling in her eyes, an image that evoked deep compassion, particularly in Jiang Daba, who was particularly susceptible to such displays. As he absorbed the warmth of Yang Yu's embrace, his vanity was momentarily appeased, and he softly inquired, did the innkeeper treat you poorly? Or did he charge exorbitantly for the items? How unfair to our dear Yang Yu. Next time, let Jia Yufeng handle the purchases. He glanced at the plastic bag in her hand, which appeared lamentably small. His gaze dropped, revealing 4 flavorless noodle cakes. Jiang Daba's eyes widened in disbelief as he asked, you bought only 4 noodle cakes? Faced with his inquiry, tears streamed down Yang Yu's cheeks. The sobs poured forth uncontrollably. Indeed, after her considerable efforts, all she had to show for it were 4 pitiful noodle cakes, an insultingly low return. Even the streetwalkers would not stoop so low. Yet, for Jiang Daba's sake, she had suppressed her grievances. Damn it! Jiang Daba exclaimed upon witnessing her tears, how much did that innkeeper extort from you? Surely, he did not demand 25,000 for a single noodle cake. With your savings of 100,000, you could have purchased 10. For him to demand 10,000 for 4 noodle cakes equates to 2,500 each. He was acutely aware of Yang Yu's financial situation, knowing her to be quite self-serving, always spending his money while hoarding the funds she had in her bank account, an amount totaling 100,000. She had previously lamented to him how difficult it was to save that sum. Yet, in his infatuation, he had failed to notice that over 60,000 of that had come from his own transfers. Listening now, he could only feel that Yang Yu had sacrificed far too much for him. Little did he realize that her tears stemmed from feeling utterly devalued after exchanging her dignity for mere noodle cakes. Together with Jiang Daba, she returned to their room, where onlookers jeered. For noodle cakes, it seems the innkeeper doesn't sell anything at all. No matter the price, he hasn't sold anything. Could it be that Yang Yu resorted to infidelity for those? Some speculated that the innkeeper, a lecherous man, had gazed at her as if to see through her clothing. For them to trade dignity for such a paltry sum was their own folly. They should have sought sustenance outside instead of resorting to such underhanded dealings. Upon returning to the room, Jiang Daba seemed impervious to the surrounding mockery, as if his ears had been rendered deaf. Once the door closed, Jia Yufeng rose from the sofa to approach him. Upon noticing the small white plastic bag in his hand, she gasped in shock, nearly stumbling backward. With a trembling finger, she pointed at Jiang Daba and exclaimed, "You! Oh, you prodigal fool! Did I not tell you not to spend money? With what little you have, you only managed to buy 4 noodle cakes. Do you intend for us to starve through the impending blizzard? And you miser! What is wrong with spending a little money? Must you wait for Daba to pay?" She continued, "Today that innkeeper sold something. What if he refuses to tomorrow? Will we be left to starve?" Chapter 62. Perilous situations. The cold blade of malice. Listening to Jia Yufeng's tirade, Yang Yu collapsed to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. It was all too suffocating. Her sacrifices for the sake of food had led only to unqualified condemnation. Seeing Yang Yu sobbing on the floor, Jia Yufeng seized the moment. Pressing her advantage, cry, cry, cry. You know how to weep, yet you still expect Daba to pay? What is wrong with spending a little money? Our family earns enough. Will your bride price somehow suffer? At this point, Jia Yufeng unleashed her pent-up frustrations. Yang Yu had long manipulated Jiang Daba, using the threat of loss to extract funds from him, which ultimately lined her own pockets. Now, with her grievances aired, Jia Yufeng felt a weight lift from her shoulders. Yang Yu remained silent, her sobs growing louder. Jiang Daba, witnessing this, felt a pang of anguish. Unable to endure his mother's incessant reproach any longer, he interjected, Jia Yufeng, enough. Those 4 noodle cakes were all Yang Yu's savings. Do you know how unscrupulous that innkeeper is? He charged her 25,000 for a single noodle cake, an inhuman price. Instead of berating Yang Yu, why not confront the innkeeper? She has already spent her savings, yet you continue to blame her without understanding the situation. Perhaps she has displeased you before, but has she not changed now? With that, Jiang Daba shot Jia Yufeng a disapproving look. Adopting a softer demeanor, he gently held Yang Yu, attempting to soothe her cries. Witnessing this, Jia Yufeng's anger surged. The authority she had just established evaporated in an instant, all due to her beloved son. Had Yang Yu truly changed, or was it merely an act? How could she, as a mother, be disregarded in such matters? She had only sought to ensure a better life for him post-marriage. Realizing this, Jia Yufeng felt her own grievances swell. Yet, given her age and position, she could not behave as Yang Yu did. To do so would invite ridicule. In frustration, she stomped on Jiang Xingjian's foot, causing him to cry out in pain. Crazy woman! Why did you step on me? You should confront the innkeeper. His prices are outrageous. We could file a complaint with the authorities. Jiang Xingjian shouted, igniting Jia Yufeng's determination. 10,000 for 4 noodle cakes? She could indeed file a complaint, armed with proof of the transaction. Surely, he would be brought to justice and compelled to return her money. Resolute, Jia Yufeng seized Jiang Daba's arm and declared, come. We must confront the innkeeper. 10,000 for 4 noodle cakes? Has he lost his mind? The money of the Jiang family is not so easily taken. As her words echoed, Jiang Daba rose, following her with a face aflame with anger. How could he allow his beloved to be treated so unjustly? If he did not seek retribution now, he feared he would never rest easy again. A mother and her child traversed the corridor, their shoes striking the ground with a crisp sound, which revived the previously hushed hallway. Upon reaching the storeroom door, Jia Yufeng forcefully knocked on the tightly shut entrance, producing a resounding thud. Simultaneously, a massive snowball plummeted from above, poised to crash upon the middle-aged man and cold front. The man's pupils dilated in shock, his gaze upward, utterly unable to react. Cold Front, however, was far more adept. Sensing the imminent danger, he instinctively lunged towards the middle-aged man, propelling him 2 meters away. A thunderous crash ensued as the colossal snowball struck the ground, erupting in a cloud of debris, revealing a heavy iron mass at its core. This iron block, weighing approximately 10 kilograms, descended from a great height, capable of causing fatal harm. Thus, this snowball was no mere accident. Rising swiftly from the ground, Cold Front's eyes darted towards the iron mass, sweat breaking out in alarm. Jiang Jin, witnessing the enormous iron block, felt a surge of dread. Had she not employed a spatial barrier to alter its trajectory during descent, that heavy mass would have certainly crushed Cold Front. Even if he survived, he would likely be left with lifelong disabilities. It was no wonder the mission required not only soldiers from the military district for rescue, but also the collaboration of Cold Front, retired Special Forces elite. Above, piercing cries echoed. The attack has failed. Drop all the iron balls, crush them. The amplified shouts were anything but subtle. Soon after, a dozen colossal snowballs began cascading from the rooftop, their density promising to injure the unsuspecting Cold Front and his companions. As for the defenseless academician Shin Maobai and the innocent family of 3, they had no hope of escape. In a blink, Cold Front reacted with astonishing speed, diving forward while grasping Shin Maobai's sleeve. Shin Maobai barely had time to register the situation as the biting cold wind rushed into his sleeve, chilling him to the bone. From his vantage point, he observed the immense snowballs tumbling from the rooftop, his heart racing in terror. Hadn't the small Sakura agents outside been eliminated? Who were these agents lurking here, evidently intent on his demise? The remaining two soldiers lacked Cold Front's reflexes. Upon sensing danger, they could only scramble to find safety. Cold Front glanced back, horrified to see the family of three tragically ensnared by the falling snowballs. A pang of guilt surged within him. If it weren't for his forceful intrusion, this family would not have been compelled to flee with him. Ultimately, he had put them in peril. With this realization, Cold Front's guilt intensified, yet his expression grew colder. He cast a piercing, frigid gaze towards the rooms above from which the windows had been flung open. Cheers erupted once more. They've been robbed. The luggage they carry must be filled with provisions. This raucous celebration drew a throng of responses, as many rushed towards Cold Front and his companions. Shinmabai, observing the family of three buried in the snow, gripped Cold Front's sleeve anxiously, asking, "What should we do?" "Kill," Cold Front replied, his words devoid of emotion. Chapter 63. Slaughter? Cold Front's compassionate restraint shocked by his indifference. Shinmabai watched as a dozen individuals emerged from the building, braving the snowstorm, armed with various weapons, some wielding elongated kitchen knives, others brandishing shorter boning knives. All were villains. Cold Front's heart turned to ice as he observed their approach. Drawing two handguns from his waist, he aimed at the advancing group. The blinding snow obscured their vision, rendering them oblivious to Cold Front's presence a mere dozen meters away. As they drew nearer, 10 meters, 8 meters, 5 meters, the first man wielding the extended knife caught sight of the ominous gun barrels. His face registered shock just as a cacophony of urging voices erupted from behind. "Hurry! Kill them and retrieve the goods. It's too cold outside. Don't just stand there. Stab him. Hey, you aren't hesitating, are you?" The voices compelled him. But as he opened his mouth, a gust of frigid wind filled his lungs, silencing him. Then, the sound of gunfire rang out. Yet, amid the raging blizzard, the shot was not as thunderous as one might expect. The others had no time to react. Cold Front had already chambered his guns, aiming at their heads, and fired.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
At such close range, the bullets' trajectories remained largely unaffected by the snowstorm. Striking true, the group fell in silence. Their cries of terror stifled before they could escape their lips, collapsing into the snowstorm. A fountain of blood erupted from their wounds, swiftly frozen by the frigid air. Their traces obliterated by the relentless snow. Cold Front knelt, rummaging through their belongings and confirming they were all compatriots, a faint shadow crossing his gaze. "I had initially believed they were foreign spies. How utterly unexpected." Cold Front murmured softly, discarding the identification cards he had found onto the ground. Shinmabai stared, wide-eyed, at the ID he had tossed aside. Chinese? His own countrymen had resorted to ambushing innocent passers-by. The ice and snow disaster had only erupted a mere 10 days prior. And just the day before, the blizzard had ceased, with the government fervently promoting rescue efforts and order. How could these individuals band together to attack and rob their fellow citizens? Was it a tragedy or the uncontainable malevolence of humanity? Amidst the jubilant cheers from those upstairs awaiting the return of their spoils, Cold Front merely cast a detached glance, showing no intent to eradicate them completely. Had they been spies, he would have shown no mercy, charging straight in. Yet he could not bring himself to harm these individuals. With the absence of these marauding youths, they would lose their capacity to continue their assaults on the innocent. The situation here must be reported once Shinmabai returned home. "Let us depart," Cold Front said softly, guiding Shinmabai towards the ground where the iron masses had fallen. The iron blocks had smashed through the ice, splintering it, and with the snowstorm's relentless filling, they quickly melded into the frozen surface. Remarkably, the family of three he had once believed to be doomed now huddled together, entirely unharmed. Cold Front stared in disbelief. "Was it you who saved them?" His lips parted, yet the words caught in his throat. As a first-hand witness, he was acutely aware of the location where the iron block had fallen. Considering where the trio had been, it was inconceivable that they could have escaped unscathed. Especially the middle-aged man, who had been on the brink of hypothermia. The spot where the iron block had landed was precisely where his head had been. Yet here they stood, completely intact, leaving only one explanation. Jiang Jin had silently intervened to rescue them. Upon contemplating this, a warm feeling enveloped Lung Feng's heart. Addressing the family of three, he suggested, "Let us seek refuge in the adjacent building. We can warm ourselves with some hot water to help him regain his body temperature before we continue our journey." All right. The middle-aged woman among them nodded eagerly upon hearing Lung Feng's call, promptly rising to assist her husband. However, her strength was insufficient, and as she helped him, both fell to the ground, the child getting caught beneath them, resulting in cries of distress. Observing their miserable state, Lung Feng shook his head in resignation, muttering, "Alas, this is all of our own making." He bent down to help the middle-aged man back to his feet. The woman regained her composure, pulling her suitcase behind her as they followed Lung Feng into the building through a window. A campfire was ignited, flames dancing merrily. Lung Feng prepared hot water for them while he also consumed some compressed food to replenish his strength. After regaining some stamina, the middle-aged man expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Zhao Dafu, for your care along this journey. This is my wife, Lin." Lung Feng listened to the man's introduction with his usual icy demeanor, offering no response. The middle-aged man, sensing the atmosphere, quietly returned to his previous spot. With the warmth from the fire and the sustenance of hot water coupled with their military-grade winter clothing, their stiff limbs soon regained mobility. After a brief meal shared with Lung Feng and his companions, they prepared to depart. Suddenly, a loud pounding echoed from outside. Bang!
Bang! Bang!
Open the door. Let us in. You've returned with food but chose to cook it down here instead of sharing it upstairs? That's selfish.
Du tiens-y.
Your son is still hungry. How can you, as a father, eat alone? Aren't you afraid you'll burst? A chorus of irate residents berated from outside, their incessant knocking growing louder. The Zhao family felt a chill of fear. These were the very people who had descended from above, and they had come to confront them. Looking up at Lung Feng and his companions, they noticed their calmness as they continued consuming their food. Witnessing this tranquility juxtaposed with the dark weapons in their hands, a wave of reassurance washed over them. Previously, so many armed individuals had been swiftly dealt with by Lung Feng's pistol. The voices outside were predominantly female. Dealing with them would likely be a simple task. After finishing his last bite, Lung Feng ejected the magazine from his handgun, methodically loading bullets back into it before rechambering. The two pistols were now ready. Outside, the women, frustrated by the lack of response, began to smash the door with tools, shouting incessantly, "You won't open the door? You think you can hoard food for yourselves? You selfish scoundrels, you'll pay for this." With a final resounding strike, the door handle and lock gave way. The door crashing open to reveal a darkened gap. A throng of women, children in tow, eagerly pushed through the entrance. Inside the inn, Jia Yufeng knocked on the warehouse door. A languid voice replied, "We do not sell supplies. If you wish to buy, be gone." Jia Yufeng felt a surge of indignation at the innkeeper's refusal to show his face, his iron door locked from within. Hands on her hips, she shouted, "Not selling? You must have made enough ill-gotten gains to be afraid to earn more. Let everyone judge this unscrupulous innkeeper who sells instant noodles at exorbitant prices." She paused, glancing back at her son. Jiang Debo immediately understood, raising his voice to join in the tirade. 10,000 for 4 packets of noodles? Why don't you just go rob someone instead? Picking on a vulnerable woman, you better return the money, or I swear I'll kill you. This mother-son duo created a ruckus that drew the attention of many guests who peeked out to witness the spectacle. Upon recognizing Jia Yufeng and Jiang Debo, they could hardly contain their amusement, murmuring among themselves, "Are they confronting the innkeeper? 10,000 for 4 packets of noodles? Who would sell at that price?" I remember a mother who had to sleep with the innkeeper for noodles. Their daughter wouldn't dare admit it. How amusing! Jia Yufeng was oblivious to the whispers, feeling emboldened by the onlookers. Inside, the innkeeper, irked by her insults, retorted, "Charge you? What a joke. Since the blizzard began, I haven't sold a single item. The notion that I extorted 10,000 from you is preposterous. If you think I've wronged you, call the police. I'm not driven by greed." His confidence momentarily bewildered Jia Yufeng. No money? His tone was too assured, lacking the scent of deceit. Jiang Debo, alarmed, stepped forward, positioning himself protectively behind his mother. Fists raining down on the door like a torrential downpour. "Open up. Speak clearly. What do you mean you haven't sold anything since that day? What have you been selling? Be clear with me. The noodles Yang Yu has must have come from you. What did you do to her?" His hoarse cries sent a shiver down the innkeeper's spine. He felt that, if not for the iron door, he would have been torn apart by the furious figure outside. The previously inaudible murmurs surged into Jiang Debo's ears. That woman was his wife? How could she trade her body for 4 packets of noodles? That's an insult. Even those on the streets wouldn't agree to that. How did she come to such a fate? Jia Yufeng could not hear the distant murmurs, but noticed her son's face reddening and his muscles tensing. His fist struck the metal door with increasing ferocity, creating indentations. The pain was evident, and she felt a pang of sympathy, reaching out to stop him. But Jiang Debo's fury was beyond her control. Alas, Jia Yufeng failed to grasp him and was instead struck in the chest by his flailing arm, causing her to stumble back with a cry of pain. Jiang Debo, hearing her cry, did not turn back but continued to roar hoarsely. "Get out here. Answer me. What did you do to my Yangyu?" Finally, his explosive energy waned, his arms dropping limply as he sank to the ground, his eyes void of life, embodying an overwhelming sense of desolation and sorrow. Once, there was a man named Zhang, who was an old acquaintance of Yangyu. He reluctantly accepted the situation, having already invested significantly. After all, he had committed his resources, and Yangyu had finally granted him her long-desired promise. However, it was disheartening to see that even a mere hotel owner could make her compromise so easily, with the price being nothing more than 4 packets of instant noodles. What did that make of all the money he had spent in pursuit of Yangyu? Was he merely a fool? He could not accept this. Inside, the hotel owner, startled by the dented metal door, finally mustered the courage to act as the commotion outside began to diminish. Grabbing a wooden baseball bat, he forcefully swung open the locked door. The bat emerged from within, striking Jiang Daba's face with a resounding crack. Jiang Daba felt a sharp pain and spat out a mouthful of blood and teeth, his numbed heart delaying his response to the agony. In his ears, the hotel owner's thunderous voice reverberated. "What have I done to her? Why don't you ask her yourself? What do you want from me? I have food aplenty here. I have no need to seek her out. It was she who hounded me for food, and out of pity, I obliged. Don't come here making a fuss. The next time she shows up, I'll simply refuse to see her and let you lot starve." With that, he struck Jiang Daba's ankle with the bat, the solid wood landing a heavy blow. Jiang Daba's anguished scream echoed through the hotel. "Ah!" His hoarse voice was nearly silenced. The hotel owner wasted no time, shutting the metal door and humming a tune within. Previously, he might have feared the wrath of Jiang Daba's family, but with Jiang Daba's injury, he felt assured that they would not return to trouble him for a long while. If they were wise, they would deliver Yangyu to his doorstep for his enjoyment. But by then, the price would not merely be 4 packets of noodles. "Anyone who dares to damage my metal door will receive a meager offering next time Yangyu comes, just 2 packets of noodles. So you 1T have the strength to meddle with my affairs," he mused. Meanwhile, Jiang Daba's mother, Jia Yufeng, wept bitterly. "My Daba, how could that hotel owner dare to assault you so brazenly? This is a crime. Is there no justice left? I will report him for his heinous acts of assault and injury." The hotel owner, growing weary of her cries, threatened once more. "I don't care if you report me. If you don't take that limping son of yours away, I'll break his other leg." Chapter 65. A Mother's Lament. Has Ling Feng become a demon of carnage? Listening to the threats from within the metal door, Jiang Daba lost control. Jia Yufeng, witnessing her son teetering, reached out to grab him, but her clumsy hands failed, causing her to tumble onto him. Jiang Daba, already unconscious, found himself further overwhelmed by her weight, his eyes bulging as he fell into a deeper state of unconsciousness. When Jia Yufeng scrambled to her feet and noticed Jiang Daba's labored breathing, panic seized her. She shook him vigorously while slapping his face, vowing that this was the first time she had ever struck him. In her anxiety, she hit him hard, causing his face to swell. The pain jolted Jiang Daba back to consciousness, and as he gasped for air, Jia Yufeng held him tightly, weeping uncontrollably. Jiang Daba struggled against her embrace, his face red from the lack of oxygen. Once freed, he inhaled deeply, nearly suffocating. With a disgruntled eye roll, Jiang Daba declared, "Let us return and summon your father. Our family must confront him." Jia Yufeng comforted him, urging him to calm down. Overwhelmed by his near asphyxiation, Jiang Daba had forgotten the hotel owner's words. But with her reminder, fury surged within him, and he rasped, "This matter cannot simply be dismissed." Jia Yufeng, hearing his hoarse yet fervent declaration, nodded emphatically. As a daughter-in-law of the Jiang family, she could not allow such dishonor to befall her son. She would not tolerate the act of betrayal against her family. Despite her love for her son, she had lost hope of dealing with the hotel owner, knowing they were still dependent on his hospitality. If he chose not to provide food and cut off their electricity, they would truly be left in despair. Thus, her ire turned towards Yangyu, the supposed victim, though that consideration was far from her mind. Jia Yufeng's priorities were firmly anchored in preserving the Jiang family lineage. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lung Feng and his group faced a horde of women armed with hammers, who surged through the damaged door. Upon encountering the ominous black muzzles of firearms, they halted in their tracks. Yet, the women and children behind them, unaware of the danger, continued to push forward, calling out, "Move forward.
Don't clog the entrance."
What delectable treats have you brought to stun them?" One of the women quipped nervously. "Surely it's not human flesh? Haven't they set aside food for the frozen dead? We're not at the point of cannibalism yet." In their panic, some women attempted to retreat, only to find their path blocked by others who were resolute in their advance. They banded together, determined to prevent anyone from escaping, knowing that retreat would put their own lives in peril. "Are you soldiers?" one timid woman asked, hoping for safety in the presence of armed men. If they were indeed soldiers, they would not recklessly open fire on innocent civilians. However, if they were robbers, the consequences could be dire. Lung Feng, observing their anxiety, barked, "Get out!" With that command, the women and children, like defeated soldiers, dropped their hammers and scrambled to flee, but the entrance was too narrow, compounded by many women's post-pregnancy figures, which got stuck in the doorway, effectively blocking the exit. Several individuals, exerting force from multiple directions, found themselves unable to budge the obstruction. The forces at play were reciprocal, with some of their efforts resulting in counteractions. In fact, it would have been far easier to simply push without the added complexity. Yet, in the heat of the moment, who had the presence of mind to contemplate such intricacies? Suddenly, a middle-aged woman at the entrance erupted in a tirade. "Get your big backside out of the way. You've trapped me and my child. I've long been telling you to lose weight, and yet you prattle on about secondary development, claiming I shouldn't envy you.
Well,
I envy you now. Can you please stop blocking the door?" With a kick to her waist, she fell, likely getting stuck in the process. Following her words, someone indeed took action. In their desperation to survive, they did not hold back. They succeeded in pushing the impediment aside. Cold Feng stood aloof, observing their escape with indifference. He then addressed those beside him, stating, "Once we have gathered ourselves, we shall depart." With that, he turned first, making his way toward the window. Following in his footsteps, a group of 7 embarked on their journey back to Jiang Jin's residence. Naturally, the women had no time to ascend the stairs to further obstruct them. They huddled together, continually thumping their chests. Only after confirming that Cold Feng and his companions had not pursued did they exhale a collective sigh of relief. Phew, that was terrifying. Thank goodness they were soldiers, otherwise, we would have been doomed. Indeed, my daughter is only 12. If she had fallen into the hands of those beasts, who knows how horrific it could have been. "Who kicked me in the kidney?" one cried out. "My back hurts terribly now. Someone help me." Suddenly, a wail erupted from within the crowd, drawing everyone's attention to her. Her ample bosom and curvaceous figure incited envy. Had there been any adult men present, they would surely have been captivated by her form. Yet there was none, and not a single soul was willing to lend her assistance. "Where are our men?" A woman voiced the collective concern, reigniting the previously subdued atmosphere. "Good heavens! The soldiers in that room. Where has my husband gone? Where is the father of my child? We must go look for them. Surely they haven't gone to another building?" As she spoke, a throng of women surged outside. Upon discovering the men lying in the snowstorm, a wave of helpless panic washed over them, leading to anguished cries. Yet, their tears quickly froze, obstructing their view of the world outside. Embracing the bodies, they returned indoors. The ice that had clouded their vision began to show signs of melting. In the harsh outdoors, weeping was a grave mistake. In temperatures plunging below 60 degrees, their tears could freeze solid in their sockets. Even upon entering a warm space, it would take time for the ice to thaw. Their eyes would require even longer to recover from the assault of frost. Gunshot wounds. "It's those soldiers. They are the ones." One woman screamed upon seeing the fatal injury on her husband's head. "How dare they commit such slaughter, leaving no survivors? Damn it. I will expose them, a bunch of thugs." With her proclamation, the women feigned victimhood, raising their phones to capture video evidence of their lamentations. The public sentiment in Tianhai City erupted instantaneously. The populace, already fraught with anxiety due to the unexpected second blizzard, now witnessed the military executing individuals indiscriminately on the streets. Their fury had no outlet but the internet. Moreover, some astute women had covertly recorded images of Cold Phone and his group, sharing them in the comment sections to bolster the credibility of their videos. Justice for the slain. The military has unleashed a massacre in residential areas, disregarding civilian lives. Clicking through, viewers were met with countless women weeping for their husbands' corpses. Draped in white mourning cloth, they passionately recounted how Cold Phone and his fellow soldiers had forcibly invaded, plundering supplies and gunning down their men. In their narratives, Cold Feng's group appeared as malevolent demons, ruthlessly cruel. The comment section overflowed with scathing reviews, each garnering hundreds of thousands of likes. Wow. I wondered why I hadn't seen military aid. Turns out they were too busy rescuing the wealthy. We were too restrained in our earlier views on state rescue efforts. They save the affluent first, and when the wealthy are in peril. What hope do the common folk have? To slaughter civilians for the sake of the rich. This is the people's army. No wonder I said the blizzard ceased for a day and a half, and yet I saw no assistance. I must not be worthy. The online discourse thrust the military of Tianhai City into the spotlight. In Commander Lu's office, a fiery rage ignited in his eyes. Look at how the online narrative has been twisted. The Cold Phong's mission was for the benefit of the entire nation. Yet he is being vilified as a murderer of innocents. This is utterly malicious. Chapter 66, Jiang Daba's new nickname, Old Tortoise. Seal and take down those videos. Commander Lu's orders echoed through the military district, promptly reaching the short video platforms. In Tianhai City, upon receiving such pressure, they swiftly commenced deletions, erasing one related video after another. However, such measures could not halt the online activity of the city's residents, who remained home and engaged in witty banter. The military's image was further tarnished by these actions, compounded by the efforts of those with ulterior motives. The issue quickly gained traction, breaking through barriers and becoming a national sensation. Top trending topics included military's indiscriminate slaughter of civilians, what secrets are being hidden in the deleted videos, the shattering of numerous families, should the wealthy bear the responsibility, or the involved soldiers. Our tax money has ultimately become the bullets aimed at us. These trending topics left the owners of the trending web services in a cold sweat. Regardless of who was stirring the pot, they dared not attach their names to it and could only intervene artificially. Cold Phone and his group trudged through the snow, lacking the time to attend to online developments. Meanwhile, the rumor-mongering women, having ceased their video posts to garner sympathy, spontaneously became their own army online, sharing various incriminating photos to heighten the event's visibility. Zhuang's mother. Do you think what we're doing is truly alright? Xilinx's mother. What are you afraid of? The state must compensate us. We've kept the iron scraps. If they later try to justify it, they have no ground to stand on and will have to admit it's murder. Doesn't that mean we keep the situation lively? And when the blizzard ends, we'll receive state aid? For ourselves and for our children, we must rally together. And if we are blocked, we will simply register anew. United in their resolve, their solidarity was unprecedented. Suddenly, a power line was violently torn down by the blizzard. Crackling, it made contact with the storm, sparking briefly before extinguishing. The vast area was plunged into darkness. The women, who had been illuminated by light, gathering evidence on their phones, were thrown into complete disarray. Zhuang's mother, do you think the state has pinpointed our locations and cut off our electricity?
What?
The state can track IPs to cut power? That's too ruthless. Without electricity, our heating will soon dissipate. Does that mean we will freeze to death? I had warned against offending the authorities. I had expressed my desire not to be left out in the cold. A chorus of wails emanated from their lips. The once steadfast alliance began to waver, as if on the brink of collapse. We must not yield. This situation must be reported. Zhuang's mother wore a grim expression and shouted, if we capitulate, the power supply will surely be cut off. After all, they would fabricate a story of a circuit malfunction, but do you believe that? Just days ago, during the blizzard, the circuits held firm. Suddenly, due to our online remarks, they malfunction? We must unite to expose the deliberate power cut and the murder that it entails. Her thunderous voice resonated. The crowd obediently lowered their heads in agreement. Inside the hotel, Jiang Daba, dragging his battered body, returned to his room. Yang Yu quickly noticed him, hastily wiping away her tears as she rushed over, concerned. Daba, what happened to your ankle? Did you twist it? Faced with Yang Yu's concern, A trickle of blood escaped from the corner of Jiang Daba's mouth. His seemingly innocent and naive girlfriend had, unbeknownst to him, committed such an act behind his back. She could still dry her tears and come to comfort him. He had thought she was merely a victim of deception, but it turned out she had exchanged herself for food. How could she be so lowly?
Zheng wept internally.
Yet he could not bring himself to harbor any hatred towards her. Perhaps he simply lacked a strong character. He could only act tough in front of Jiang Pantai and Jia Yufeng. Seeing Yang Yu reaching out to embrace her daughter, Jia Yufeng immediately pushed her away with such force that Yang Yu, unprepared, fell to the ground. Pain etched across her face, filled with confusion and grievance. As if tears were about to spill, Jiang Daber felt a pang of sympathy, but Jia Yufeng was unfazed. Her eyes widened fiercely as she scolded, "You shameless harlot! Selling your body for food. Does my family lack your meager contribution? Look at your worthlessness, trading yourself for mere 4 pieces of flatbread. If I were you, I would be so ashamed I'd want to find a tofu block to end it all." Crying. And now you dare to come back and weep in front of our daughter, causing misunderstandings that led him to confront the hotel manager, who humiliated him thoroughly. Ultimately, he even injured Daba's ankle, calling him names. All of this was because of you. Her final outburst struck Yang Yu's heart like a hammer, the words echoing in her mind. It was all because of her that he was injured and humiliated by the hotel manager. Tears streamed down her cheeks.
Zheng,
feeling compassion, interjected, "Enough." Yang Yu was coerced. The only 4 pieces of flatbread at home were her exchange. We should unite and confront that hotel manager. Hearing Jiang Daber's furious outburst, Jia Yufeng's heart raced. Would they really go after the hotel manager? She doubted her husband, Zhang Xingjian, would even accompany them. Glancing at him, she noticed he had turned his head away, refusing to look at her. This only fueled her frustration. She had spent the longest time with Zhang Xingjian and knew his character all too well. Perhaps it was best to let it go. The 2 women couldn't possibly confront the hotel manager. Jia Yufeng sighed deeply. Jiang Daber, incredulous that his mother would have him swallow this indignation, stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Shaking his finger at Jia Yufeng, he was about to speak when she sighed. If only Pantai had delivered the food earlier, we wouldn't be in this situation. Ultimately, all of this falls on Jiang Jin. As her words fell, the resentment Jiang Daber felt towards Jia Yufeng momentarily faded into confusion. Once he grasped his mother's logic, his anger flared once more. Fixing his gaze out the window, he declared, "Let us go find Jiang Pantai." If she had delivered the food, Yang Yu wouldn't have suffered this humiliation. Clearly, her provisions were mine. She didn't send them to me, but chose to indulge herself selfishly. How could I have such a sister? Jiang Daber shouted with fervor, his agitation evident. Yang Yu, alarmed, could only cling to Jiang Daber, crying to elicit his sympathy. She knew that without him, she might have been cast out by Jia Yufeng and others, ultimately becoming a plaything for the hotel manager. By staying close to Jiang Daber's family, she hoped to secure months, if not years, of worry-free living once they reached Jiang Jin's side. Her mind involuntarily conjured images of Jiang Jin hoarding supplies, all long-lasting canned goods. Even with the power system failing, there would still be food to eat. "Let us go." Jia Yufeng, noticing her son's fury, took a deep breath and replied. Meanwhile, Zhang Xingjian, upon hearing that Jia Yufeng intended to go to the welcoming garden where their daughter was, widened his eyes in shock. Going out now? The blizzard raged fiercely outside. The straight distance was 2,000 meters. They would surely freeze before reaching their destination. As he opened his mouth to object, Jiang Daber, Jia Yufeng, and Yang Yu had already stepped out the door, offering him no chance to voice his opinion. In the corridor, their footsteps piqued the curiosity of onlookers. Upon recognizing Jiang Daber's family, some troublemakers called out, "Hey, is Grandpa Turtle looking for trouble with the hotel manager?" Chapter 67. The Frozen Door. Jia mother visits at the sound of this mockery. Jiang Daber nearly stumbled again, but Yang Yu caught him just in time. As she listened to the names they called him, a dark demon stirred within her. Unconsciously, a shiver coursed through her body. The moment they stepped out of the hotel, the biting cold of the snowstorm struck like an arrow to their cores. Jiang Daber felt the frigid air pierce him, instinctively curling his neck. His head, unprotected, was exposed to the raging storm. At -65°C, the cold was unbearable. In an instant, he lost sensation in his ears. In a panic, Jiang Daber pushed past Jia Yufeng and Yang Yu, racing back inside the hotel. Although the hallway lacked heating, the guest rooms were equipped with air conditioning, maintaining a temperature of around 30 degrees Celsius. Even so, the corridor felt significantly warmer, thanks to the temperature difference. Once back inside, Zhang Daber hurriedly rubbed his hands together and held them to his ears to warm them. Jia Yufeng and the others quickly followed him back inside, clearly suffering from the cold as well. Seeing Zhang Daber's disheveled state, Jia Yufeng rushed to pat the snow off him, remarking, "It's impossible to stay out there without a hat." Zhang Daber sneezed as he spoke. Jia Yufeng, filled with concern, nodded eagerly. "I'll make you a hat right away, ensuring it keeps you nice and warm." As the words fell, the family once again made their way back to the room they had previously departed from. There was no other option. Being out in the world without tools meant they had to rely solely on the materials available within the confines of the room. The survivors who had previously mocked Jiang Debao's family were quick to resume their derision upon their return. "Oh, isn't this the Jiang family that was supposed to brave the storm? Why have you come back?" They had called for supplies when the snowstorm had paused, and now they wished to venture out again? They deserved to be frozen back. It was hard to fathom how such individuals had survived the first snowstorm. The taunting voices echoed incessantly in Jiang Debao's ears, causing him to lower his head in embarrassment. Unable to lift it again, once their hats were secured, they opened the hotel door once more. This time, they managed to withstand the blizzard for a brief moment. As Jiang Debao's was assisted along, he remarked to Jia Yufeng, "I must say, the hat you made is truly warm." Despite the howling winds, he continued to speak, only for a gust of frigid air to rush into his mouth. Jia Yufeng and Yang Yu, walking beside him, were oblivious to his words and called out in confusion. "What did you say?" "Nothing." Jiang Debao's shook his head, muttering softly. As they trudged through the blizzard, Jiang Debao's felt as though every footfall echoed back to his ears. The gritty sensation traveled through the soles of his feet, the cold seeping into his bones. Each step was an ordeal, the icy chill gnawing at his frail nerves, contorting his face in distress. Unfortunately, in such harsh conditions, communication was a challenge. Any attempt to utter a complete sentence was met with a mouthful of icy wind, exacerbating his body's loss of warmth. Consequently, he gritted his teeth, persisting onward, though the cold had already rendered his ankles purple. A fact he remained blissfully unaware of as he continued to lean on Yang Yu and Jia Yufeng for support. The three of them huddled together, allowing some of their inquiries to be shared amongst them. However, Zhang Xinjian, Jiang Debao's father, stood alone, quickly losing body heat. Each cautious breath he took was met with a biting cold. At this point, only a mere 100 meters separated him from the entrance of the Welcome Garden community. If he could just hold on a bit longer, he would be able to rest comfortably within the compound. Turning back, he asked the trio, "Can you still hold on?" They nodded in affirmation, and upon receiving their confirmation, he once again braved the storm towards the community entrance. Upon reaching the gate, he noticed that the barrier meant to block vehicles had inexplicably been raised. To add to the absurdity, a thick wall of ice had formed where the barrier had once fallen. It was hard to believe that such a structure could have been created without a mold. It seemed almost ludicrous that someone had taken the time to construct an ice wall at the entrance to the community. Who were they attempting to impede? At just over a meter in height, if the snowstorm continued for another 10 days or even a month, it would be easily surmountable. It appeared that they would have to climb the fence, he thought, glancing at the iron railing nearby. Now, with the ice having piled high, they could easily scale it. He couldn't help but ponder who had thought it wise to barricade the entrance. Meanwhile, Zhang Jin returned home, reclining comfortably in an armchair, swaying lazily. Anyone who caught sight of such a leisurely posture would undoubtedly feel a pang of envy. Pulling out her phone from the storage space, it immediately erupted with notifications, each ping echoing like a frenzy. Upon glancing at the call log, she was astonished to see an astonishing 99 missed calls. A quick scroll revealed a barrage of repeated numbers. The Jiang family had not given up hope. They still intended to drain her of her resources. Opening her chat app, the messages from Jia Yufeng appeared as a sea of red dots. Upon entering, she was inundated with a stream of Jia Yufeng's messages. "The unscrupulous hotel owner has put a green hat on your brother. He's done for. Your brother's leg has been broken by him. You must contact your local doctor. I'll take your brother to you. We'll team up to drive Yang Yu away. She is unworthy of marrying into the Jiang family. Don't play dead. You scoundrel, is it so hard to respond to your mother, please? Is this how you repay my nurturing?" Jiang Jin stared at the barrage of messages, her mouth agape in shock, but she quickly regained her composure. In her previous life, being kept in the dark had made it difficult to assess Yangyu. However, in this life, she was wide awake. She had not only witnessed the affair with the so-called Zhang Ge, but had also gained insight into Yangyu's true sentiments. Her understanding of Yangyu was now crystal clear. The betrayal, the act of placing a green hat upon Jiang Debao's, was something she had anticipated. After a moment's reflection, Jiang Jin crafted a response to Jia Yufeng. Don't come. There's no one here to cater to your family. She closed the chat app and opened a short video. The trending topics immediately caught her eye, and the sensational headlines sent a chill down her spine. Chapter 68. Clearing Cold Feng's name, a gunshot of warning. The skies over Tianhai City were shrouded in ominous clouds. How long could they conceal their shame? Soldiers killing civilians was a grim reality. Yet an unseen hand obscured the truth. With no avenue for redress, the entire community faced a blackout, awaiting the grim fate of freezing to death. One click led her to discussions about Cold Feng and his comrades shooting at the assailants. However, the way they framed the narrative transformed it from a tale of reluctant defense into one of premeditated slaughter and looting. The individuals posting these narratives were utterly misguided. Yet, there were still many who believed them. Jiang Jin was increasingly astounded, discovering photographs of the deceased. Clearly, this was a premeditated attack. Fortunately, she possessed the original video of the ambush on Cold Feng and his group, with her account holding sufficient sway in Tianhai City. Posting it would undoubtedly elevate her standing among detractors and supporters alike. She had not anticipated that those who had previously criticized her for being unfilial and selfish would become useful allies in this moment. After editing and uploading the video, Jiang Jin patiently awaited the outcome. In less than 10 seconds, the review was complete, and she received a flurry of comments. However, these comments were largely meaningless drivel, spam, or unabashed vitriol. Jiang Jin ignored them, knowing that she needed the engagement from these critics to boost her video's visibility. To her astonishment, within 10 minutes, the video had amassed 5 million views. Such a rapid spread was extraordinary, even in times of peace. She speculated that the platform must have played a role in amplifying her reach. As she watched her video claim the top spot on the trending list, she perused the hot comments. Forever. The reality is that these individuals attacked soldiers on a mission. Goodness. If it weren't for this video clarification, I might have been misled for life. Little Pine Nut King. These people are detestable, throwing iron snowballs from above. If they hit someone, wouldn't that jeopardize the soldiers' mission? How dare they complain online? Stainless steel rod. I wondered why the authorities responded so swiftly. It turns out there was more to the story. And it was not the soldiers' fault at all. Jiang Jin observed the tide of positive comments, realizing that the majority still possess common sense. Yet, some were curious about where she had obtained the video. Jiang Jin merely rolled her eyes, choosing not to respond. She certainly could not reveal her spatial abilities. In an office in Kyoto, Commander Liu was in a state of distress, pondering how to vindicate Cold Feng. After all, he understood Cold Front. Had it not been for the threats posed to his mission by those individuals, Cold Front would never have resorted to violence against civilians. Protecting the dignity of heroes was his unwavering principle. Otherwise, who would heed the call of the nation to undertake perilous tasks after retiring? Excellent. Commander Liu clapped his hands in approval. This video was released splendidly. Unexpectedly, it was his tenant who ultimately aided in vindicating Cold Front. How intriguing, truly captivating. He was well aware of Jiang Jin's identity, a social media influencer embroiled in familial discord. Selling her house and seeking online loans, she transformed Cold Front's residence into a military-grade refuge. There was something peculiar about it all. Yet, as it posed no danger to others, he chose to turn a blind eye. Perhaps some individuals possess an innate foresight, capable of glimpsing certain future events, such as the current calamity. But that was where it ended. After all, there were countless talents in Long Nation, with numerous verifiable precedents. As for the notion of reincarnation, Commander Liu was skeptical. In his mind, he classified Jiang Jin among those with precognitive abilities.
Come in.
Commander Liu bellowed towards the door. Immediately, a young man in military attire entered, standing respectfully at attention. Go to the comment section of Jiang Jin's video and disclose Cold Front's identity and mission details. Understood. The young man responded without hesitation and promptly exited. Online, due to the military's blue verification account commenting, Jiang Jin's comment section exploded once more. The total number of comments soared from 500,000 to 6 million. It was evident that all survivors were now aware. Military blue verification. The shooter in the video. The soldier King Cold Front holds the rank of colonel and is undertaking an SSS-level mission to rescue the cold-resistant plant researcher, Shin Mabe. A mere succinct explanation, coupled with the evidence in the video, caused public opinion to shift dramatically. Little Gray requested a resurrection scroll. What a spectacle! The military has intervened. Those accounts spreading rumors are justly banned. Ching 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 ching. So, the power outage in our neighborhood wasn't an official act against us? It was merely a circuit malfunction? Heartbroken celebrity. I always said it was impossible for the authorities to selectively cut off power to a neighborhood. It turns out it was a power failure. Those who attack the soldiers on duty deserve condemnation. Mahjong room enthusiasts. Researching cold-resistant plants sounds beneficial for the country and its people. The blizzard has plunged temperatures to -65 degrees Celsius. Who knows what we will eat when our supplies run out? Jiang Jin observed the presence of the military blue verification account in the comments, her heart settling with reassurance. She reclined in the armchair, swaying gently into slumber. Throughout the journey, her efforts to protect Cold Front during his mission had drained her significantly. Meanwhile, Cold Front, as the primary beneficiary, had finally returned to the building with the 6 individuals following behind him. Gazing at the snowstorm that completely obscured the normal exit, he pondered, would he have to break a window to enter? Which house would he choose? After some contemplation, he quickly decided on Unit 202. This household had previously been occupied by Lei Yongjun and his associates. Breaking the window would absolve him of any responsibility. With this thought, Cold Front swiftly took action, climbing to the 2nd floor and forcefully pushing the window.
Bang!
The glass emitted a dull thud. Inside, Lei Yongjun and his companions were gathered. And upon hearing the noise from the window, they all looked up. A sense of foreboding surged within Lei Yongjun as he spotted the figure at the window. He shouted, "Hey, don't smash it! Open the window and let him in." At Lei Yongjun's furious command, the surrounding ruffians sprang into action. They approached the window and forcefully unlatched the lock, then gently lifted it. The ferocity of the blizzard combined with their efforts caused the window to open wide, and a gust of cold wind blew in, accompanied by a flurry of snowflakes, which melted upon entry. This sudden influx caused the indoor temperature to plummet. Cold Front stepped through the window, brandishing 2 handguns and coldly commanded, "Everyone step back. Do not approach the window by even an inch." As his words fell, to ensure their compliance and to deter any untoward thoughts, Cold Front fired a shot at the foot of one individual.
Bang!
The bullet shattered the floor tiles, embedding itself into the concrete. The ruffians scattered in panic, clutching their heads. Guns. Real guns. Chapter 69, The Composed Cold Front and the Astonished Shin Mabe. Big brother. Don't point that gun at me. Be careful of misfires. Lei Yongjun, seeing one of the guns aimed at him, quickly raised his hands. What a joke. He was not uninformed. How could he not recognize Cold Front? The ladies had been gossiping about Cold Front's appearance, and with Jiang Jin's viral video, they were all too familiar with it. That visage was etched in their memories, an elite soldier undertaking an SSS-level mission. They would be insane to confront such an individual. The ghastly scenes of those who had been shot in the head lingered vividly in their minds. As soldiers entered through the window with researcher Shin Mabe and a family of 3, the last soldier finally closed the window. Observing Cold Front's swift and orderly actions, Lei Yongjun became increasingly convinced of his suspicions. Jiang Jin had military connections. These individuals must surely be here for Jiang Jin. Otherwise, how could she obtain heavy machine guns? And where did the ammunition come from? This was the city. If she were merely the minor influencer described by Cold Condensation, how could she possess such a fortified residence? Clearly, there were channels within the military that provided her with information. Or perhaps she was a member of the military herself. It was inconceivable for her account to post a video clarifying the current situation for these individuals. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, cold sweat streamed down Lei Yongjun's back, soaking his clothes. His eyes were tightly shut, his throat constricting as he nervously swallowed. Tiger and Xuanzi were equally overwhelmed, collapsing to the ground, paralyzed with fear, looking more wretched than Cold Condensation had under their torment. "Let us go," Cold Front gestured lightly, signaling the 2 soldiers to escort Shin Mabe past the crowd. Once they had all exited the room, Cold Front warily retreated. A group of ruffians posed no hindrance to his mission. He had no intention of unnecessarily eliminating them. Downstairs, After exiting the room, Cold Front issued another command to those beside him. Upon hearing the order, two soldiers moved forward, paving the way downwards. When they reached the basement level and encountered the superalloy door, which was more secure than a bank's vault, they collectively inhaled sharply, particularly Shinmabe. He could scarcely believe his eyes, hastening to approach and gently caress the alloy door as if it were the skin of an infant. Titanium alloy 9225, superalloy. This security level surpasses even that of my laboratory's door by 2 tiers. Cold Front, you cannot be telling me that this is where you reside. The security level was astonishingly high. Moreover, it was situated within an ordinary residential building. Who could possibly intrude to cause him trouble? Listening to Shinmabe's astonishment, Cold Front couldn't help but roll his eyes in disbelief. Such a lack of knowledge. As he spoke, Cold Front produced a specially designed 5-lock key and gently inserted it into the lock. With a click, the door unlocked, and he forcefully turned the circular handle. The door emitted an extraordinarily high decibel sound as it swung open. Cold Front was mentally prepared for this. After all, this door was indeed heavy. And even if it was only an inch above the ground, it was not resting on it. Its immense weight caused it to creak at the connection points. If there was one flaw to note, it would surely be the button connecting the door frame and the door itself. Once an unexpected incident occurs with the button, the door will be firmly sealed. At that point, attempting to open it will prove to be quite troublesome. Please come in, Cold Front said to Shin Mo-bai. Upon hearing this, Shin Mo-bai complied and stepped into Cold Front's abode. The design was minimalist, apart from a sofa and a coffee table. The only other piece of furniture was a dining table made of marble. However, a projector was mounted on the wall in the center of the living room, serving as the sole entertainment facility of the room. Glancing toward the kitchen, it was exceptionally tidy, with many kitchen utensils still in their original packaging, quietly placed where they belonged. Upon entering Cold Front's room, the family of 3 was immediately struck by a wave of heat. The middle-aged man, Zhao Fu, could not help but exclaim, "I never expected to find such a secure house within an ordinary urban building. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would find it hard to believe." Just then, Shin Mo-bai let out another gasp. "Ah. Cold Front, the floor-to-ceiling windows are made of aerospace-grade glass. This section must have cost over 1,200,000, right? What a waste, no. It's simply a squandering of resources. Speaking of which, as a poor soldier, where did you find the funds to construct such a safe house?" Shin Mo-bai spoke without an ounce of emotional intelligence, failing to regard Cold Front's reaction or expression, and continued to wander around the room. "Oil bottle." Cold Front snapped with a displeased expression. "What materials do you require to cultivate cold-resistant plant seeds? Focus on your duties and refrain from asking unnecessary questions." Upon hearing Cold Front's stern reprimand, Shin Mo-bai felt a tinge of disappointment. "I'm not asking for much, just some ordinary soil, sufficient water, and energy." After careful consideration, he articulated his needs. He believed that soil could still be excavated from outside, and water could be easily obtained by melting snow. However, energy was an entirely different matter. Given the harsh weather outside, it was impossible to venture out in search of fuel. Thus, he would have to rely on residential electricity. Setting aside the question of whether residential electricity could meet his daily needs, he was concerned about its sustainability. Given the conditions of the blizzard outside, it would be difficult to last more than half a month. "Is that all?" Cold Front's expression turned peculiar upon hearing Shin Mo-bai's requests. Seeing Cold Front's nonchalance, Shin Mo-bai exclaimed in disbelief, "Is it really that simple? You want to obtain soil, yet you will have to break through the frozen hard ice layer outside. Then dig for soil in the permafrost and bring it back. As for energy, your dilapidated community would be lucky to last another half-month in this blizzard. What will you do then? Do you have a nuclear power plant to provide energy indefinitely?" In response to Shin Mo-bai's forceful questioning, Cold Front remained calm and replied softly, "What did you say?" Without allowing Shin Mo-bai to finish, he maintained his placid tone. Shin Mo-bai, noticing Cold Front's composure, felt his breath quicken as he repeated his question. "Are you suggesting that you have a nuclear power plant to ensure there is always electricity available in the safe house?" "Yes, that's exactly what I mean," Cold Front affirmed with a nod. "I can guarantee that you will always have electricity." He silently added, "Jongjin should be fine, right? She mentioned before that she had siphoned an entire oil reserve from Japan." Chapter 70, Shin Mo-bai's scolding and Jiang Dabao's hypothermia. Building a nuclear power plant in a residential area? Are you joking?
Shen Montag by shout an alarm.
This thing emits radiation, and it's extremely powerful. Even workers using various radiation-proof materials must wear protective clothing 24 hours a day. Not to mention, residential buildings don't utilize radiation-proof materials. And the residents certainly wouldn't wear protective clothing. It merely states that it can continuously supply you with the energy you need, nothing more. Observing Shen Mo Bai's overly serious expression, Cold Front calmly uttered 2 sentences that left Shen Mo Bai utterly confounded. He could not fathom how. Apart from a nuclear power plant, any other power station could provide an almost limitless supply of electricity. It's a secret, Cold Front said just as Shen Mo Bai was about to press further, and then he began assigning rooms with the 2 soldiers and the family of 3. The family was unceremoniously assigned to the master bedroom, while the 2 soldiers took the guest room. As for Shen Mo Bai, he was left to occupy a small study, while Cold Front, unsurprisingly, chose to remain in the living room. After arranging the accommodations, Cold Front adjusted his attire and eagerly approached the basement door. After entering the correct password, he gently pushed the door open. The well-lit basement came into view. Just as Cold Front was about to step inside, he heard footsteps behind him. Turning around, he was surprised to find Shen Mo Bai. The basement?
Shen Montag by exclaimed.
Wanting to rush in and see what Cold Front claimed was a power station capable of providing unlimited electricity, something that transcended his understanding. However, as he approached Cold Front, not waiting to pass by him, Cold Front seized his shirt and pulled him back from the basement steps. No one is allowed to enter the basement without my permission. This is a military order. With that, he left Shen Mo Bai at the basement door and turned to the 2 soldiers standing in the living room. They nodded in understanding. They were not curious about what lay in the basement. Commander Liu had sent them here for a reason, and they would simply follow orders. Besides, what happened in the basement was of no concern to them. Their task was to protect Shen Mo Bai. Though Shen Mo Bai felt disgruntled, he dared not provoke Cold Front, as he was, after all, under someone else's roof. Once inside the basement, Cold Front shut the door firmly, leaving Shen Mo Bai standing at the entrance, staring blankly at the closed door. Knock, knock, knock. Cold Front approached the other door of the basement and knocked. Jiang Jin, who was engrossed in scrolling through short videos, heard the knocking and softly called out, "Come in." Upon hearing Jiang Jin's voice, Cold Front's earlier worries dissipated. Before opening the basement door, a hint of excitement crossed his face, but when he saw the slight fatigue on Jiang Jin's face, his excitement vanished, replaced by concern. He felt he had caused her considerable trouble during this mission. Restoring his usual cold demeanor, Cold Front strode confidently toward the kitchen. Jiang Jin naturally noticed the change in Cold Front's expression and chuckled inwardly. What is there to hide? Nestled comfortably in her armchair, Jiang Jin soon drifted off to sleep. Using her spatial abilities took a toll on her physical and mental energy, leaving no room for pretense. Meanwhile, the Jiang family was making their way through the storm, huddled together for warmth. Jiang Fu, who had previously walked apart from the group, now joined them in their embrace. Alas, the wind and snow swirled all around, making it impossible to escape its grasp, with those at the forefront facing the brunt of the icy gusts. Regrettably, Jia Yufeng had volunteered to walk at the front for Jiang Dabao's safety. Behind her were Jiang Dabao and Yang Yu, with Jiang Dabao keeping his head lowered, hiding behind Jia Yufeng and gasping for breath. The snow had enveloped his thighs, making each step a struggle. After trudging a few more paces, Jiang Daba suddenly felt a peculiar warmth within the snowy expanse. Continuing onward, he deliberately sank his body deeper into the snow, experiencing a sensation akin to being immersed in a hot spring. How delightful! How exhilarating! Naturally, Jia Yufeng, who walked ahead, remained oblivious to this anomaly, as she had no eyes in the back of her head. However, Yang Yu noticed it. Despite Jiang Daba's considerable height advantage, his backside was now completely buried, and his waist was gradually sinking as well. A gentle tug revealed that she could feel the force of Jiang Daba descending into the snow.
Daba, Yang Yu showed that.
The biting wind and swirling snow infiltrated her throat, threatening to freeze it solid. Yet, it was this very shout that startled Jia Yufeng, who was leading the group. She turned sharply, and upon seeing her son's chest submerged in snow, panic gripped her heart, prompting her to act frantically. Slap. The heavy cotton glove, laden with snow, struck Jiang Daba's face. Awakening slightly, he recognized Jia Yufeng and broke into a foolish grin. Jia Yufeng, haha, it's so warm, hurry, squat down. The snow truly feels warm, like a hot spring. He said this, almost ready to close his eyes again. Jia Yufeng was alarmed. How could it be warm in the snow? It was clear that her child was succumbing to the cold. The sound of the slap echoed in the vast snowy landscape. Jia Yufeng cried out, "Don't sleep. Daba, you mustn't sleep. There is still over 100 meters to the Ingbin garden community. You cannot collapse now." She turned to Yang Yu, "You better hold on to Daba. If anything happens to him, I swear I won't let you off easily." Her voice, strained and her eyes wide with fear, compelled Yang Yu to nod repeatedly as she pulled at the sinking Jiang Daba. At this moment, Jiang Xingjian, also anxious, joined in to assist, pulling Jiang Daba along. After over 20 minutes of exertion, they finally reached the community, but the building directly ahead was not Block 1, but Block 8. After forcing their way through a broken window, Jia Yufeng quickly realized that another window in the unit had already been shattered. The wind and snow filled the room as they continued to move Jiang Daba outside, knocking on door after door. Simultaneously, Jia Yufeng wrested her hand from the cotton glove and fiercely slapped Jiang Daba's frostbitten face, causing blood vessels to burst, spraying blood around.
Don't sleep, hold on.
Daba, please hold on. Why won't anyone open the door? Daba must not have any issues. Jia Yufeng murmured almost in a daze.
Sektorina helfias, Shu Yun spoke.
100 boxes of instant noodles for exorbitant medical fees. With a creaking sound, a door slowly opened. Jia Yufeng instinctively turned to see a middle-aged man in a white medical uniform stepping out, beckoning her with his hand. Seeing this, Jia Yufeng hurriedly carried her son Jiang Daba towards him. The moment Yang Yu caught sight of the man's face, her expression shifted. By the time she regained her composure, Jia Yufeng had already moved several meters ahead. Yang Yu hurriedly followed, shrinking behind Jia Yufeng, too afraid to raise her head. Yet Jia Yufeng was entirely unaware of this, thinking Yang Yu was slacking and delaying her son's treatment, and she couldn't help but shout, "Yang Yu, what are you doing? Why are you just standing there? Don't you know to come and help?" Faced with Jia Yufeng's outburst, Yang Yu wished to hide her head away. However, Jiang Xingjian was right behind her, leaving her nowhere to escape. She could only steel herself and step forward to assist Jia Yufeng in supporting Jiang Daba. Upon recognizing Yang Yu's familiar face, the middle-aged Dr. Zhu Jun displayed a faint smile. Jia Yufeng glanced up just in time to catch that smile, thinking to herself, "This doctor seems fairly approachable." Together with Yang Yu, they helped carry Jiang Daba into Zhu Jun's home. Zhu Jun immediately employed a heating device to provide physical warmth to Jiang Daba. The most direct rescue method for frostbite and hypothermia is to raise the temperature through physical means. However, before doing so, he had to conduct some emergency tests, as the young man's consciousness had already waned significantly. It was essential to restore a degree of awareness before warming him physically, to maintain rational consciousness. Otherwise, there was a risk of separating the mind from the body, essentially leading to a vegetative state. Watching Zhu Jun diligently attempt to save her son, Jia Yufeng let out a sigh of relief. In stark contrast, Yang Yu felt her heart drop as she observed Zhu Jun's fervent efforts, memories of past horrors flooding back, leaving her momentarily breathless, engulfed in darkness. She was roused back to reality by Jia Yufeng's voice. "What's with that expression? Can't you bear to see our Daba being saved?" Jia Yufeng demanded. It is true that once one harbors discontent towards someone, everything about them becomes irksome.
Yang Yu,
Listening to Jia Yufeng's scolding, silently lowered her head, offering no response. Jia Yufeng, like a victorious rooster, gripped Yang Yu's hair, incessantly chattering in her ear. Meanwhile, Yang Yu's mind was filled with terrifying memories, the face of that horrific man almost identical to Zhu Jun's. Her first love was a painful memory she could never forget. Who would have thought that she would encounter him again, under such dire circumstances in a completely unfamiliar city? What kind of karma had led to this second meeting, especially when she was at her wit's end, seeking his help? Realizing that her scolding had little effect, Jia Yufeng finally released Yang Yu's hair, sulking in frustration as she sat nearby, her chest heaving with anger at Yang Yu's silence. "Enough!"
Shu Yun exclaimed.
Removing his gloves and turning to Jia Yufeng and Yang Yu, his gaze finally settled on Yang Yu, a faint smile reminiscent of their shared past. "Is Daba going to be okay?" Jia Yufeng exclaimed, leaping from the sofa to Jiang Daba's side, grasping his wrist to check his pulse. Zhu Jun did not respond to her question but instead focused on the trembling Yang Yu, his eyes betraying an unsettling intensity that sent waves of fear through her. Throughout this ordeal, Zhang Xingzhan remained seated in front of the television, seemingly detached from the unfolding drama, while Jia Yufeng's heart was solely invested in her son. Confirming that Jiang Daba was safe, she excitedly rubbed his body to warm him. What about the medical fees? Yang Yu finally could no longer withstand Zhu Jun's possessive gaze and spoke up. Her intention was to redirect Jia Yufeng's attention toward her.
Hoping to alleviate Zhu Yun's unwavering stare.
But unexpectedly, upon hearing Yang Yu mention the medical fees, Jia Yufeng erupted in anger. You wasteful thing. What do we have to pay for medical expenses? We can barely afford our next meal. I am truly perplexed as to why Dabao would take a liking to someone as frivolous as you. The echoes of responsibility emanated from behind Zhu Jun. Rather than diverting Zhu Jun's attention, Jia Yufeng inadvertently intensified the playful glimmer in Zhu Jun's gaze directed towards Yang Yu. Yang Yu's body involuntarily shuddered once more. A peculiar switch within her being activated in an instant. Doctor. Jia Yufeng moved away from Jiang Dabao and approached Dr. Zhu Jun, gently tugging at his white coat, pleading, we truly cannot provide food at this moment. However, fret not, for we possess ample funds. We are willing to offer you a generous sum. In response to Jia Yufeng's assurances, Zhu Jun raised a hand, interrupting her words, and continued, currently, a tempest rages outside, hindering the resupply of medical resources. Each item is becoming increasingly scarce. What gives you the impression that you can pay me with those notes that have turned to worthless paper? The speaker's intent was oblivious. Yet the listener grasped the underlying message. Jia Yufeng's pleas were met with rejection as she recounted her hardships. Yet Yang Yu understood the true implication behind Zhu Jun's words. The drunken man's interest lay not in the food, but rather in her, Yang Yu. The mere thought that he would refuse to accept any form of payment for food left no doubt that he intended for Jiang Dabao to settle the debt with his own being. Recollections of terror surged forth, causing her body to tremble violently. Seeing that Dr. Zhu Jun remained silent, Jia Yufeng, in a fit of urgency, proposed, Doctor, would this form of payment suffice? Jiang Pan is the daughter of our family. We have come to rely on Jiang Jin. We will procure food from her to settle your medical fees. What price do you require? As her words fell, Jia Yufeng raised her gaze with a hint of worry. Assessing Zhu Jun's expression, it was known that he had previously charged exorbitant fees for treatment within the community, demanding nearly all of a person's worth, revealing his inherent greed. Now, upon hearing Jia Yufeng disclose her identity and claim to seek food from Jiang Jin, his eyes lit up. In times of icy calamity, the value of food often eclipsed that of medicine. Clearly, this price could not be trivialized. After careful consideration, Zhu Jun unveiled his avarice. 100 boxes of instant noodles.
What?
Are you out of your mind? Both Jia Yufeng and Yang Yu gasped in astonishment upon hearing this outrageous demand. Their eyes wide with disbelief as they stared at Zhu Jun, regarding the two, merely shrugged. Do you truly believe that a life is worth less than 100 boxes of instant noodles? If it is not, I shall reclaim that life. A blatant threat. Jia Yufeng, upon hearing this, resorted to force, attempting to pull Zhu Jun to the ground. But Zhu Jun was no ordinary individual, aside from his medical credentials. He was firmly grounded and not easily toppled. During his past relationship with Yang Yu, he had been the provincial martial arts champion. Otherwise, Yang Yu would not have felt the need to change cities and identities to evade him. Get away. Zhu Jun's furious voice erupted from his throat as he propelled Jia Yufeng away with a kick. Her corpulent form collided with the iron bed.
Ouch!
She cried in pain. He is a murderer. The crazy doctor is killing me. Help! Her antics, which had proven effective in peaceful times, were now met with a madman. Shu Yun, his agitation mounting, seized a surgical knife and barked, silence. If you wish for your precious son to retain his faculties, you'll keep your mouth shut. Otherwise, one slice, and he shall never be a man again. In the brief moments before and after Jia Yufeng entered the room, Zhu Jun had discerned that she was merely an overly indulgent old woman, her threat level non-existent. Moreover, he could leverage her son to compel her compliance.
Indeed.
When he threatened to excise certain parts of Jiang Dabao, Jia Yufeng, who had been distressed, abruptly ceased her protests as if a switch had been flipped. Yang Yu, witnessing this, felt a deep melancholy rise within her. 100 boxes of instant noodles, no room for negotiation. Zhu Jun's expression remained cold as he reiterated his terms. He had approached this matter with the intent to rob, and upon hearing the name Jiang Jin, he had inflated the price sky-high. After all, anyone residing in the Welcome Garden community was well aware of her. Accumulating stockpiles in a basement, it was nearly impossible for her to remain anonymous. Little did he expect that the simple act of opening the door to Rob would not only involve Jiang Jin's family, but also lead him to an unexpected reunion with his first love.
Yang Yu.
This inflated the price even further. Thus, he had a solid rationale to expel Jia Yufeng and Jiang Xingjian, creating an opportunity for himself to be alone with Yang Yu in the room. Very well, 100 boxes. Seeing Zhu Jun's emotions fluctuate, Jia Yufeng, disregarding her own pain, raised her hand to halt him, conceding 100 boxes it is. We will ensure Jiang Jin delivers them. In response to Jia Yufeng's capitulation, a subtle smile graced Zhu Jun's lips. He deftly turned the surgical knife and with a swift motion, severed a lock of his own hair. Jia Yufeng, witnessing this, was alarmed. This was clearly a threat. Yet, there was no alternative. She had to grit her teeth and accept it. Otherwise, her beloved son would face dire consequences. What are you still doing standing there? Zhu Jun, noticing Jia Yufeng's hesitation, irritably tossed the severed hair towards her face, demanding loudly, "Are you not hastening to procure the food? Do you intend for me to kill your son?" Faced with Zhu Jun's inquiry, Jia Yufeng felt utterly humiliated and dashed out. Jiang Xingjian, engrossed in the television, was abruptly pulled to his feet. Turning around, Jia Yufeng spotted Yang Yu and was about to call out. Yet, unexpectedly, the doctor preempted her. "This woman stays. If you all leave and no one claims him, I shall have no means to demand payment for my medical services, thus rendering my efforts in vain." While Jia Yufeng found his reasoning somewhat valid, an unease lingered as she softly inquired, "Then, shall we keep him here?" As she spoke, she pushed the elderly Jiang Xingjian forward. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Xingjian shook his head vigorously. "Oh, absolutely not. At my age, I cannot be confined in such a manner." With Jiang Xingjian's refusal, Zhu Jun felt emboldened. What use is there in keeping an old man? Your intentions are nefarious. Do you plan to abandon your son while leaving the old man here for me to care for? As his words echoed, Jiang Xingjian cast a wary glance toward Jia Yufeng. Years of marital bonds were shattered by this single act of sowing discord. "Old man," Jia Yufeng chastised loudly. "You lack heart. Everything I do is for the Jiang family, for our son." Hearing Jia Yufeng's lamentations, Jiang Xingjian felt a headache coming on. As they were once again expelled by Zhu Jun, the clamor finally ceased.
Bang!
Staring at the closed door, Jiang Xingjian and Jia Yufeng exchanged glances. Jiang Xingjian then asked, "What now?" "Find your daughter. We need instant noodles to save him." Jia Yufeng shot Jiang Xingjian a glare before striding toward the other building. Building 1, Apartment 101. All this information had long been uncovered online. They simply had to follow the markings. Inside the room, Yang Yu gazed at the closed door, her face etched with profound despair. "Are you ready?" Zhu Jun turned his head, a peculiar smile gracing his lips as he looked at Yang Yu. Startled, she stumbled backward and fell, exclaiming in a panicked voice, "No, no. Don't come closer. I beg you, we have been apart for years. Just let me go." Her voice was hoarse, revealing her exhaustion and lack of strength to scream any further. "Separated?" Zhu Jun chuckled at the mention of those words, an instinctive reaction. As he approached Yang Yu, his voice took on a sinister whisper. "That seems to be your unilateral declaration, doesn't it? I never agreed to that. How can this even be considered a separation? Do you have any idea how hard I've searched for you all these years?" With that, Zhu Jun's hand grasped Yang Yu's face. Throughout this ordeal, she remained visibly terrified, shaking her head vigorously, beads of sweat pouring down her forehead. She could hardly utter a coherent word. Suddenly, a piercing scream escaped her lips, and in an instant, her face began to swell. Zhu Jun, resembling a remorseful child, repeatedly apologized. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have hit you so hard." Yet, without warning, he erupted again, striking and kicking Yang Yu while harshly berating her. "You wretched woman. Not only did you break up with me, but you also sought out another man behind my back. I'll make you regret it." Chapter 73. A Battle for Food. No time to hesitate. Mealtime. Jiang Jin's nose twitched as she inhaled the delightful aromas wafting through the air. Abruptly, she opened her eyes and was greeted by a table laden with food, exclaiming in astonishment. Hearing her outcry, Lung Feng, busy in the kitchen, surprisingly showed a smile. However, he quickly adopted a stern tone, saying, "It's not ready yet. Wait until it's done." Undeterred, Jiang Jin seized her chopsticks and began to devour the food with gusto: braised Christian carp, ribs, and braised beef. "Oh, this is so delicious," she exclaimed, her face radiating satisfaction. In the desolate cold of the apocalypse, being able to enjoy such a sumptuous feast was something Jiang Jin had never dared to dream of in her past life. As the last dish was served, Lung Feng watched Jiang Jin indulge with immense joy swelling within him, though his expression remained aloof. "You eat first. I'll take some with me," he said, casually gathering some untouched dishes into a small bowl. His keen observation skills made him the best in Tianhai City. He knew that if Jiang Jin loved a dish, she would take a second helping, leaving only a portion for him. Conversely, with the dishes she disliked, he noted them for future reference to improve or omit them. Of course, Jiang Jin had very few dislikes. Her experiences in the apocalypse had instilled in her the virtue of not wasting food. However, now that times had improved, she instinctively left the less appetizing dishes for last. After preparing a bowl, he left the room. As he passed through the basement, he noticed Shin Maobai and his companions waiting silently. Particularly, when his gaze met Shin Maobai's, he could see the look of grievance in his eyes, a feeling that felt oddly misplaced, reminiscent of a discarded spouse. "Let us eat," Lung Feng said, dismissively tossing the small bowl in front of them, completely ignoring their gazes as he returned to the basement. With a resounding bang, the basement door shut, leaving Shin Maobai and the others in a state of bewilderment. The two soldiers pondered in shock. What on earth is in that basement? How did Lung Feng come out with a steaming bowl of food? Fresh vegetables? Normal people would stockpile instant or dehydrated food, right? But this bowl contains seasonal vegetables. Fresh, as if just picked from the garden. Shin Maobai was equally astonished. What preservation technology could possibly keep food this fresh after so many days? Unless there's a garden underground, how can plants grow without sunlight? Simulated sunlight? This basement truly harbors a great secret. However, when his gaze returned to the food, he was taken aback. Each dish appeared to be merely a mouthful, as if scraped from a complete plate. Did Lung Feng have access to many dishes? Were there other research teams in the underground storage? As a top-tier academic in the country, he found the idea of eating leftovers rather disheartening. Yet, despite his internal turmoil, Shin Maobai's hands remained honest. He wielded disposable chopsticks, continuously shoveling food into his mouth. The two soldiers showed no signs of restraint, their hands moving with such speed they seemed to blur. Zhao Dafeng's family watched in disbelief, having not been invited or even called to eat. As they observed the bowl rapidly depleting, the child tugged at Zhao Dafeng's arm, swallowing hard, and asked, "Dad, I'm hungry. Can I eat those things?" Caught off guard by his son's inquiry, Zhao Dafeng hesitated, glancing at the two soldiers and the researcher, unsure if he could speak up. They were effectively at the bottom of the hierarchy, feeling unworthy to ask. Yet the soldiers and Shin Maobai heard him. Their hands momentarily paused, and they exchanged wary glances, relieved when they noticed the others had stopped as well. "Just grab some chopsticks and eat. We won't hold back," one soldier declared. Shin Maobai fixed his gaze on the two soldiers, ready to rejoin the food competition. To his surprise, the soldiers were quite disciplined, their hands remaining suspended in midair without moving an inch. As Zhao Dafeng's family took their disposable chopsticks and began to grab food, the soldiers' eyes widened in anticipation. The moment they lifted their chopsticks to grab meat, the soldiers unleashed their prowess. The clattering of chopsticks echoed as they fought over the food, and with each clink, Zhao Dafeng's family could see the bowl of food swiftly diminishing. In a mere minute and a half, what had once been a half-full bowl was reduced to mere scraps. Had they not reacted quickly, Zhao Dafeng's family would have had nothing. After the bowl was emptied, the soldiers and Shin Maobai wore expressions of lingering satisfaction, reclining slightly against the ground. Zhao Dafeng's family, however, clutched their stomachs, feeling far from full. No. It was impossible to feel satiated. It all happened too quickly. The three of them, the soldiers and Shin Maobai, devoured their food as if they were starved ghosts, swallowing without chewing. In the end, they could only endure hunger. Yet, Shin Maobai, having previously experienced life with Lung Feng, was familiar with such situations. He dove right into the fray and managed to fill himself to about 80%. Just as they were about to collapse from their meal, the previously closed basement door swung open once more. Lung Feng had returned, holding a large basin of rice. He had initially intended to bring some dishes, but completely forgot the rice. Upon returning with the rice, he was taken aback at the sight of the empty dish. It was astonishing to witness such a vast quantity vanish in mere moments. Not a morsel remained. The only remnants were the sauce and a smidgen of vegetable broth. Your speed is truly remarkable, Cold Front frowned. When Shen Maobai heard his reprimand, frustration surged within him. How can you even say that? Coming from the military. Who doesn't move swiftly? If one is even a moment slower, they would miss their meal, he grumbled. Cold Front rolled his eyes and addressed the famished Zhao Dafu and his family, stating, "The rice is here. There's chili sauce in the living room. You can mix it with the rice. I'm heading back to eat." Chapter 74. Jia Yufeng knocks. The malicious neighbor what? You have somewhere else to eat? Shen Maobai exclaimed, eyes widening in displeasure. He was implying that this was someone else's leftover food. Cold Front, hearing Shen Maobai's complaints, rolled his eyes again, remarking, "This is not a military camp. You think you can't find a meal here?" With that, he turned and waved as he walked into the basement. Observing Cold Front's departing figure, Shen Maobai couldn't help but inquire, "Are there other research teams in the basement?" Implicitly, he meant that he should be included in their meals. However, Cold Front, being straightforward, simply shook his head. With a resounding thud, he closed the basement door, denying the existence of other research teams. To Shen Maobai, this was clearly a rejection of his inclusion in the basement's research endeavors. Arms crossed, Shen Maobai displayed an indignant demeanor, resembling a young bride left alone at home. He truly left? Shen Maobai pondered for a moment, staring at the locked basement door. Doubt creeping in. Approaching the door, he found it securely shut, extinguishing his last glimmer of hope. Biting his lip, he let out a disgruntled huff. How despicable. To be so heartless. This is a freezing apocalypse. My worth is not less than that of any other researcher. To dine with them would be a privilege. Yet they disdain my presence. With that, Shen Maobai haughtily walked toward the seeds he had brought. He had already noticed the soil in the flower pot at Cold Front's residence. Opening his suitcase, he retrieved the seeds preserved in a deep blue liquid. Gently, he tucked them into the soil and poured a portion of the energy liquid over the surface, moistening the soil to nourish the seeds and help them take root. Yet, this process was exceedingly slow. It would take at least 3 days to see results. After completing this task, Shen Maobai felt utterly drained, collapsing onto the ground in a state of lethargy. All he could do was wait. Research is like this. One does what one can and leaves the rest to fate. As for fluorescent cultivation, his supply of soil was limited and his energy consumption was minimal. Simply plugging in would suffice. When conditions improved, he could exponentially plant a larger batch of seeds. The scope of fluorescent cultivation would need to expand. Only then would energy consumption become a significant concern. Meanwhile, after closing the basement door, Cold Front felt a sense of bewilderment. How could he possibly invite another man to dine at Jiang Jin's home? That would only create a rival. Despite his emotional bluntness, he was not foolish, especially since Shen Maobai possessed numerous admirable qualities. Appearing fair-skinned in stark contrast to his own sun-kissed complexion, the difference was stark. No, it was imperative to prevent Shen Maobai from meeting Jiang Jin. Cold Front, lacking confidence in his own allure, resolved silently. As the basement door creaked open, Cold Front re-entered Jiang Jin's living room. Jiang Jin, engrossed in her meal, glanced at Cold Front and, noticing his troubled expression, asked softly, "What's wrong?" Cold Front, jolted back to reality by her question, shook his head vigorously. How could he let Jiang Jin know the turmoil within? Yet, feeling it inappropriate to remain silent, he concocted an excuse. "I noticed while delivering the food that they had already finished what was on the table. Their eagerness reminded me of life in the military." Jiang Jin, perceiving Cold Front's reluctance to divulge more, raised an eyebrow but did not press further. She continued to enjoy her meal. Had she been aware of Cold Front's concerns, she would have laughed heartily. She was no stranger to Shen Maobai. Based on her past experiences, she would hardly be swayed to form new attachments easily. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Jiang Jin was halfway through her meal, a heavy knocking resounded at the door. At this hour, who could possibly be knocking? Cold Front stared in disbelief. "I have no idea," Jiang Jin replied nonchalantly, continuing to eat. The knocking persisted. "Jiang Pundi, open the door. Let me in." This familiar voice caused Jiang Jin's hand to pause mid-motion, her face displaying deep confusion. "Jia Yufeng? What is she doing here at the Welcome Garden community? Shouldn't they be at the hotel?" Realizing this, Jiang Jin furrowed her brow. Having underestimated the family's resilience to the cold, Open the door. I know you're in there. Open the door for me. Jia Yufeng shouted. If you don't let me in, I'll keep knocking until I break the door down. I refuse to believe you can't hear me.
Bang, bang, bang.
Cold Front, listening to the threats from outside, raised an eyebrow, silently inquiring Jiang Jin what they should do. Jiang Jin, casually brushing her hair aside, pondered for a moment before saying, let her bang away. Regardless of the racket outside, it's over -40 degrees. Let her make noise while we enjoy our meal. As she spoke, she continued to savor her food, undeterred by the commotion outside. In fact, the rhythmic knocking became a melody that accompanied her dining experience, making it all the more delightful. Seeing this, Cold Front followed suit, chewing in time with the knocking rhythm. Was there not a unique flavor to it? It was a far cry from the ravenous eating habits of military life. He found the meal he prepared infinitely superior to those compressed rations. It was a pity for Jia Yufeng, who continued to pound on the door. Her eyes widened as she watched her red, frost-bitten hands, screaming, you heartless wretch. I am your mother. The debt of nurturing is greater than the heavens. How can you bear to let me suffer in hunger and cold outside? My heavens! She ceased her banging, collapsing onto the frozen ground, wailing. Jiang Xingjian stood by, completely uninterested in intervening, waiting for Jia Yufeng to force open Jiang Jin's door so he could reap the benefits. The commotion was astonishingly loud. Many residents in the same building opened their doors to listen intently. Conversations sparked in the community chat group, Unit 302. One adult and 2 children. Jiang Jin truly has no heart. Her mother is here, yet she refuses to open the door for her to eat. With so many rooms, can't she support her elderly mother? Unit 601. 3 adults and 3 children. I feel sorry for her mother, regardless of how incompetent she is. Shouldn't her children show some compassion? How can one be so cruel? Unit 202. 2 elderly and 1 child. Thankfully, my child is filial and often sends us things. Otherwise, my spouse and I, along with our grandchild, would starve, unlike Jiang Jin, who has raised a white-eyed wolf. The discussions continued. Suddenly, someone proposed. Unit 401. 2 elderly and 2 adults. 1 pregnant. Why don't we invite Jiang Jin's mother in? When the time comes to break down Jiang Jin's door, I cannot believe she would aim a gun at her own mother. Chapter 75. The winds rise. The beginning of chaos. A proposal emerged, instantly resonating with the crowd. In Building 4, Apartment 402, an adult and a child remarked, I find this idea quite appealing. Let us proceed with it. Bring Jiang Jin's mother into the group and offer her advice. No matter how skilled she is with a firearm, she will still have her concerns. In Building 2, Apartment 601, 3 adults and 2 children expressed their hesitations. I reside in one of the units here, but I am somewhat apprehensive about going over. Is anyone willing to accompany me? I have observed Jia Yufeng's formidable presence online. She is certainly not to be trifled with. Jiang Jin will likely find it difficult to deal with her. In Building 1, Apartment 801, an adult said, my husband can accompany you. Let us gather in the 3rd floor corridor. As they spoke, the 3 families had already agreed to assemble in the corridor of the 3rd floor of Building 1.
Lee Yongjun,
glancing at the group messages, felt a twitch in his right eyelid. He was inwardly alarmed. Jiang Jin possesses a military background. According to the official reports, the individuals they had brought back were academicians researching cold-resistant plants with exceptionally high credentials. If a crisis were to arise, there would be no need for Jiang Jin to intervene. Those soldiers might resort to violence. The encounter with cold foam had frightened him. Just a single glance had sent chills down his spine, a memory he would never forget. Boss, should we get involved? A new subordinate quietly inquired, observing the discussions within the property group. The prospect was indeed tempting. Moreover, with the proposal on the table, all the younger members exhibited eager anticipation. Cold Ningxiang lay on the ground, enduring her bodily pain and the stench, her eyes flashing with intense resentment. If it weren't for Jiang Jin, she would not have found herself in such a predicament. The events of today were entirely attributable to Jiang Jin. If she had produced the food, and they had seized the granary, surely the entire building's residents would have revered them as their leaders. She could have leveraged her physique and tactics to become a person of immense power. Now, if Lei Yongjun could engage Jiang Jin in conflict, perhaps she could alter her circumstances. When she glanced at Lei Yongjun, a faint spark of excitement flickered in her eyes. However, Lei Yongjun merely swept his gaze over the crowd and, with a stern expression, commanded, No one is to interfere. Under no circumstances are you to become entangled in the conflict with Jiang Jin. Do not say I did not warn you. If I discover anyone meddling, do not expect me to uphold brotherhood. His words sent a jolt of alarm through the younger members, their eyes widening in disbelief. When had their leader become so timid? Yet, given Lei Yongjun's notorious fierce reputation, no one dared to challenge him at that moment. They all nodded in agreement. Even cold Ningxiang retracted her hopeful gaze, lowering her head to feign death. Only two individuals, upon hearing Lei Yongjun's decision, felt tears welling in their eyes. Xuanzi and Huzai vividly recalled the terror of Jiang Jin's marksmanship and the subsequent horror when she brandished a heavy machine gun aimed at them. They had no desire to face such a situation again. The few official interventions online had instilled fear in them regarding Jiang Jin. They could no longer afford to associate with her. Moreover, they were obligated to provide food to Jiang Jin daily, which caused them considerable distress. The supplies previously brought by the younger members were barely sufficient for tomorrow's rationing. If they failed to secure a new food source, they might indeed face dire consequences. Seeing that he had subdued the younger members, Lei Yongjun exchanged a glance with Xuanzi and Huzai and made his way toward his bedroom. Xuanzi and Huzai shared a look before following him inside. As they entered, the younger members erupted into a frenzy. What is the boss thinking? How can he let such a golden opportunity slip away? There's a basement full of compressed food. If we get our hands on it, we could thrive for 2 years. Exactly. With that food, we could live comfortably. We wouldn't have to ration supplies daily. My 8-pack abs are at risk of disappearing. 2 weeks ago, I weighed 145 pounds. Now, I'm down to 116. I'm starving and feeling anxious. The hushed commotion reached cold Ningxiang's ears. Listening to their chatter, a glint of malice flashed in her eyes. Lei Yongjun, since you lack the courage to confront Jiang Jin, I shall incite your subordinates instead. In times of disaster, the capable rise while the weak fall. Such is the nature of the environment. With this in mind, cold Ningxiang proposed to the group, this existence is hardly livable. Why not secretly intervene? Once we secure the food, we can inform military brother. By then, with the food in hand, how could he possibly blame us? Initially embroiled in quarrels and complaints, the younger members fell silent upon hearing cold Ningxiang's suggestion. All gazes converged on her, causing her to feel a surge of anxiety. Her breath quickening. Finally, one subordinate voiced approval. Great idea. Once we obtain the basement's compressed food, we can inform military brother. And he would surely overlook our disobedience for the sake of the supplies. Let us proceed. We'll devise a plan to take turns watching. Once the door opens, we must not let the original residents beat us to it. Seeing her persuasion succeed, cold Ningxiang allowed a barely perceptible smile to grace her lips. Inside the room, Lei Yongjun called Xuanzi and Huzai together, his expression grave. We have only enough protection money for 1 more day. Lei Yongjun broke the silence, stating, if we do not find another way to acquire food, we may. He paused, failing to continue. Yet Xuanzi and Huzai understood, their faces reflecting the weight of the situation. After a moment, Lei Yongjun proposed, we outnumber them. My first suggestion is to directly seize the residents' food supplies. I have seen many of them returning with large bags. As for the second suggestion, we could venture out to search for food. More people mean greater strength and better chances of success. What do you think? Xuanzi and Huzai looked at Lei Yongjun's proposal, their expressions turning serious. Choosing the first option would provide safety from the harsh calamities, while the second option would confront immediate danger. The thought of the frigid weather alone sent shivers down their spines, and they were well aware of their concealed injuries. Thus, although 2 options appeared available, they truly had no choice. Let us rob the neighbors. Huzai gritted his teeth, sharing a resolute glance with Xuanzi before they nodded in agreement. Seeing their determination,
Lei Yongjun exhaled deeply. Excellent.
When the time comes, we must exhibit brotherhood. If trouble arises and we are pursued, the 3 of us shall bear the burden. Military brother's loyalty. Xuanzi and Huzai echoed in unison. Just as the 3 prepared to exit the door, they were met with a cacophony of noise in the corridor. Lei Yongjun's hand froze on the doorknob. Chapter 76, Home Invasion, Targeting Vulnerabilities. Ma San, you scoundrel, stealing my Oreos. Lu Guizi, am I the scoundrel? Don't accuse me without evidence. I didn't steal your Oreos. I could just as easily claim you stole mine. With a creak, the door swung open, and Lei Yongjun caught the tail end of the commotion. The others nearby chimed in, shouting, "It was definitely that rascal Ma-san who took them. Look at the crumbs on his lips. It's clearly Oreo cream. He is guilty. Just look at him licking his lips. Luguezi, you have such peculiar tastes. Don't be shy. I'll save some for you later. Otherwise, it's a waste." "Enough," Lei Yongjun bellowed, cutting off the squabbling between the two. Fighting over food was an occurrence that, under normal circumstances, would never have arisen. In the midst of a frigid calamity, where purchasing provisions was rendered impossible, and the demand for tribute of ginger silk added to the burden of rationing, Lei Yongjun felt a twinge of remorse towards his comrades. This matter was one he hesitated to adjudicate directly, fearing it might sow seeds of discontent among his brothers. Once the commotion subsided, he stepped out of the room, taking a few strides before the agitated Ma-san and Luguezi, who had been embroiled in a heated argument, stiffened in anxiety. Instinctively they swallowed hard, for their guilt weighed heavily upon them. The quarrel was but a ruse, fraught with too many flaws. Should it be uncovered, they would undoubtedly face repercussions. However, Lei Yongjun merely strolled a few steps before calmly issuing his command. "You two, step outside and resolve your issues. Do not return until it is settled." "Yes, Brother Jun," they replied, glaring at each other as they grasped one another's collars and exited. The door slammed shut behind them, and the clamor only grew louder. "Will you admit to eating my Oreos?" one shouted. "You are the one who consumed the Oreos. I distinctly refused them when the food was allocated. Were your ears deaf?" The voices of their dispute faded into the distance, and the sounds of a scuffle diminished as well. Yet, Lei Yongjun displayed no sign of concern. Disputes among his subordinates were commonplace, and whatever the cause this time, they would return once resolved. The pressing matter at hand was securing sustenance, for the provisions stored in others' homes would surely be consumed. Realizing this, Lei Yongjun's expression hardened as he addressed his men. "They have gone to settle their quarrel, and we must focus on the urgent task at hand." Upon hearing this, the spirits of his subordinates were instantly lifted. Lei Yongjun, acknowledging their newfound resolve, solemnly declared, "We shall raid, break into the homes of those who possess food, particularly targeting those with children and no men present, as well as households led by the elderly caring for children." As these words fell from his lips, the room filled with quickened breaths, and some timid souls clenched their fists, beads of sweat forming from the tension. Robbery was a far cry from merely maintaining order or engaging in brawls. This was an entirely different realm of danger. "Brother, we can't do this," a quaking voice from the crowd called out, attempting to reason with Lei Yongjun. But his icy gaze silenced any further protest. He bellowed, "Xuanzi, Huzi, come here." Both responded in unison, standing tall. Lei Yongjun continued, "If complications arise, Xuanzi, Huzi, and I will take full responsibility. You will assert that you were coerced or completely unaware. Do you understand?" At this proclamation, the air thickened with anxiety, and wide-eyed, the younger men struggled to digest the gravity of the situation. This course of action seemed to lead them toward inevitable doom. The calamity of winter would pass, but the chaos was merely temporary. They would surely face repercussions once order was restored. "Brother, this is unthinkable. We cannot shift the blame onto you." They fell to their knees, grasping at Lei Yongjun's garments, pleading fervently. Yet, in the face of their desperation, he stood resolute, commanding, "Listen, if things go awry, it will be on the three of us. You will all still have your lives ahead of you. Enough of this chatter. We must act immediately." With a fervent call to action, he declared, "The longer we delay, the more of our provisions may be consumed. It is only by securing them for ourselves that we ensure our safety." "Understood." The chorus of voices erupted in agreement. Excitement and eagerness etched upon their faces as they surged forth from the dwelling. Xuanzi led the charge, scouting for households with the elderly or children, particularly those lacking adult male presence, while avoiding homes of fitness enthusiasts to avert retaliation. "Unit 401, you 5 take this one. Ensure every morsel is gathered," Xuanzi commanded as the group split upon reaching the 4th floor. "Unit 902, we will handle this one. It's a solitary woman's residence. If we play our cards right, we might score big." The enthusiasm was palpable as they ascended the stairs. Upon reaching the 4th floor, the thunderous knock echoed through the hall. Bang, bang, bang. The occupants of Units 401 and 402 heard the commotion, yet the latter remained still, deeming it unnecessary to involve themselves. Hearing the noise, an elderly woman approached her door, peering out into the dark void. "Who goes there?" she called out cautiously, aware of the perilous nature of such times. "Open up, old lady, or I'll smash your door down," a thug threatened menacingly. The ruckus was loud enough for the neighbors to be alarmed. The two men in Unit 402, sensing the danger, shouted from behind their door, "Have you lost your minds? Are you not afraid of the police?" Upon hearing the threats, the thug's eyes widened in disbelief as one brandished an axe and swung it towards the door. Smash! The door splintered. "Shut your mouths. If you dare speak again, we'll storm in and take what we want. Let us see if your children can withstand a blade." Chapter 77. The disturbance of order, robbery exposed, the property group erupts. The violent scene left the father and son across the hall in shock. A mere disagreement escalated to the wielding of an axe. They realized that with children in the house, should those 5 thugs invade, they could easily overpower them, leaving the vulnerable exposed. The youth, filled with youthful bravado, rushed to the kitchen, brandishing a knife. "Stay back," the father exclaimed, pulling him close. "Think about your brother and mother. You cannot take them on. They will be in danger." Defeated, the young man dropped the knife, which clattered to the floor. "If we don't stand up now, when it's our turn, who will defend us?" The father understood this truth. Yet he also recognized that opening the door would jeopardize their current safety. While it might be possible to subdue 5 thugs, what if there were more? He could not risk the lives of his family for such a gamble. With a helpless roar, the father extinguished the fire of passion within his son. Next door, the door was breached, and the air filled with both exuberant shouts and desperate pleas for mercy. "Bring out the child and have the old woman gather the food. We want it all. If she dares to withhold anything, we'll take a piece of flesh from her grandson. Please spare my grandson. We have no grievances with you. If you want food, I'll give it to you. Run, little da, run. Little brat, aren't you fast-legged? I'll break your leg. Let you run. Don't, please. Don't hurt Xiaoda. I beg you, I'll kneel down for you." The sound of mournful cries even spread from inside the house to the hallway, causing the 2 big men from the opposite household to suffer greatly in conscience. Sorry for the middle-aged man biting his lip lightly, continuously apologizing. It was his weakness that caused the current situation. If he really had the courage, the old lady's family across from him wouldn't have been humiliated alive. As the head of the household, don't stay at the door anymore. Instead of suffering, it's better to block your ears inside the house and slowly walk out with the wife who lulls her youngest son to sleep, holding a cotton swab that blocks your ears. The father and son both looked at her and nodded at the same time. In the face of disaster, they can take care of themselves, endure one more day, and the safety of their family is the most important. Leaving from the doorway, they began to reinforce their own door, and from now on, even when going out, they would never go through the main entrance. If you encounter those scoundrels, those who stay at home will be in danger. Upstairs, the dangerous situation is even more severe. A group of hooligans broke into the room and rushed straight to the bedroom, where they caught the skinny girl and tied her up with ropes. No matter how hard she struggles, it's to no avail, because they acted simultaneously. The father and son felt guilty and complained in the property management group. A rogue broke into a building for a while, directly cut off the door handle, rushed into the house and injured and disabled people. And then we have to rob all the food. Is there no one to take care of it? Lu Xionyang, property manager. Comments from anonymous users, immediately causing panic among everyone. Building 202, 2 adults and 1 child. What? Did a thug break into the house and rob? They're crazy. This is a rule of law society. How dare they? Room 901, Building 6, adults and children. Record it, record it, otherwise I won't believe it. The network and power are not paralyzed. Who dares to do such a thing with such audacity? Building 102, 4 adults and 1 child. There are many men in my family. We had a gathering at my house before. What kind of hooligans, and what are their origins? I'll help you guys fight against hooligans. As they watched, in a state of panic and fear, some brave individuals spoke out boldly in the group. Lei Yongjun sat at home, listening to the thumping beeps on his phone, his face gloomy. With a loud bang, his foot landed heavily on the frosty calf. Cold frost couldn't bear the pain, and immediately let out a painful howl. Ah! The sound of piercing the eardrum stimulated Lei Yongjun, seemingly releasing some of his angry emotions. But the veins on the forehead still bulged. A bunch of useless people. If there is substantial evidence, how could we, the dozen or so of us, be able to withstand the anger of the entire community? Only Lei Yongjun and Lung Ningxuang stayed at home. She was stepped on by Lei Yongjun and almost fainted from the pain. So it naturally became Lei Yongjun's outlet for venting his anger. As for why it caused her pain, the cold frost that has been thrown to the younger brothers has completely lost its value to him. He felt disgusted from the bottom of his heart even when he touched the cold frost. Do. Lei Yongjun picked up his phone, slid his fingers lightly on the page, found Xuanzi's phone number, and dialed it. Xuanzi, who was searching for supplies in the home of a woman living alone, heard the alert sound on her phone and felt a bad premonition in her heart. Quickly reach out and grab the phone. Perhaps due to palpitations, the phone was not held firmly and fell directly to the ground. Once again, he flipped open the phone he was holding on from the ground, and the notes of his younger brother, Jun-go, suddenly appeared in front of him. Looking at this note, Xuanzi instinctively swallowed a mouthful of water. The bad premonition is even stronger.
Bang, 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 bang.
The sound of a heart beating wildly fills my ears. In an instant, the person's cold sweat flowed down. After answering the phone, before Xuanzi could ask, as he had expected, a roar of insults came from the receiver of his phone. There's no need to turn on the external hands-free speaker at all. The sound is much louder than turning on the hands-free speaker. Useless. Look at what you've done. Isn't it said to target households with fewer people? Why did someone in the property group spread the news of your home invasion robbery? Are you saying that we live too simply, adding a countdown to our lives? Faced with Lei Yongjun's questioning, Xuanzi suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. I almost fell to the ground in front of me. The most worrying thing has happened. I'm sure there's no problem here. The residents living across from me don't even have an IP address. They're not in Tianhai City. So, the problem lies with those guys on the 4th floor. But aren't they dealing with an old lady and a young child? Can't this handle it? At this point, his face darkened as he said to his 2 little brothers, "You guys have her watch. You can move things down by yourself. You too. Follow me to the 4th floor and see what's going on over there." Chapter 78. There are 2 sides to catching mice. Jiang Jin sighed. Jia Yufeng outside the door kept shouting and banging. The neighbors who gathered quietly appeared. Standing beside Jia Yufeng, she asked softly, "Auntie, why aren't you knocking now?" Upon hearing the sound, Jia Yufeng suddenly turned around. At a glance, he saw 3 strong men approaching and was startled. "What?
Who are you?"
How could it appear here? Her panic was almost written on her face. After all, the place was unfamiliar to her. And she was just an old lady looking back for the figure of her husband Jiang Jianjian. After looking for a long time, I couldn't find Jiang Jianjian at all. That guy quietly left my side. These 3 strong men are not going to cause trouble for themselves, are they? Jia Yufeng felt a sense of fear in the 3 of them. Her eyes met, and at the same time, a faint smile appeared. Then a man took the initiative to say to Jia Yufeng, "Let me introduce you, Wang Meng. They are the owners and residents here. These 2 are also the owners here. We came to see you mainly because your daughter is not filial and wants to open the door with you. You can give us some food as compensation when the time comes. What do you think?" Jia Yufeng breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing their proposal. It's not enough to cause trouble for oneself. Moreover, they are willing to take the initiative to help themselves and deceive Jiang Jin into opening the door. Which is even better. Okay. Jia Yufeng didn't hesitate at all and nodded in agreement. Everyone has the same goal. She wanted food, and also to save her son. These people are purely for the sake of food. Anyway, they were all bought at a loss by Jiang Pundi. She promised to go out without any heartache.
What should we do then?
Jia Yufeng glanced at Jiang Jin's alloy gate and lowered her voice to inquire about the 3 of them. Listening to Jia Yufeng's inquiry, the 3 of them raised their eyebrows simultaneously. Wang Meng, who took the initiative to speak, said again, "This way, then this way." Jia Yufeng widened her eyes as she listened to their proposal. With an incredulous expression, he stepped back. "I'm an old lady. Don't joke with me like this. This is not necessary." Jia Yufeng looked serious and scolded Wang Meng. Wang Meng opened his mouth wide, knowing that it had been misunderstood. Apologies repeatedly, kidnapping, imprisonment. These are just means of deceiving people into opening doors and obtaining supplies. After all, her alloy door can't even be broken by a chainsaw. So, we definitely can't break in forcefully. This is the best way. We won't really do anything to you. Upon hearing their explanation, Jia Yufeng's previously hanging heart suddenly relaxed. Nodding is considered a response. Upstairs, Jiang Jiancheng, who had originally escaped, slowly poked his head out and said, "Let's go then." Smashing the door like this is indeed a foolish method. Jia Yufeng glared at Jiang Xingzhan, who had just poked his head out, seething with anger. Moments ago, when danger loomed, he had fled with remarkable swiftness. Now that the threat had dissipated, he emerged to chastise her. Jiang Xingjian, you scoundrel! Jia Yufeng shouted furiously. How could you abandon me here? I have sacrificed so much for this family, and you heartlessly deserted me without even a word of warning. Do you have no conscience at all? Her dramatic lament truly startled Jiang Xingjian. He felt an overwhelming urge to escape. Swatting his sleeves dismissively, he retorted loudly, You shrew! You are utterly unreasonable. How can you claim I abandoned you? I merely went to the restroom, and upon my return, you accuse me of running away. How dare you call me a shrew? Hearing Jiang Xingjian's insult further ignited Jia Yufeng's fury. When you sought my hand, you did not possess this attitude. Had I known you would behave this way, I would never have accepted your proposal. I have managed this household single-handedly. Do you have any idea how difficult that has been for me? Jiang Jin, listening to the raucous argument outside, could not help but laugh heartily, her amusement echoing from within. Upon hearing Jiang Jin's laughter, Jia Yufeng was infuriated to the point of nearly fainting. You, Jiang Panty, your mother is right outside, calling for you, and you choose to ignore her? You dare to laugh inside? I will make you regret it. With that, Jia Yufeng's fist struck the alloy door with a resounding bang, resulting in a pained cry escaping her lips. Ah! Cursed be this! Jiang Jin found the scene utterly hilarious. After a prolonged fit of rage, Jia Yufeng finally calmed down and left. Once she departed, Jiang Jin reclined comfortably in her chair, completely ignoring her buzzing phone. As if her ears had ceased to function, she drifted into a peaceful slumber. In Unit 402, a father and son exchanged glances, contemplating the messages in their group chat with hesitation. Dad, what should we do? The son asked softly. This predicament had originated from the father leaking information in the property management group. If they were to be caught by the thugs at their door, it could lead to dire consequences. Facing 2 against 5, their chances of survival were slim, especially with the potential repercussions of being near the door. Brother, mother. Observing his son's clenched fists, the father's brow furrowed deeply, his head bowed in silence. They could neither go outside nor record anything should a confrontation arise. Both his wife and child would be in peril. In the chat group, Lu Xiaonian arrived late and, after reading the messages, posted, Property Management Lu Xiaonian. Is there a burglary occurring? How could someone do such a thing? Property Management Lu Xiaonian. To the occupants of Unit 402. 2 adults and 2 children, please respond. Is this true? If recording a video is inconvenient, audio will suffice. Property Management Lu Xiaonian. Unit 402. 2 adults and 2 children. Please reply. One message followed another. The father and son in Unit 402 observed a flurry of notifications, with the son urging, Dad, respond quickly. The commotion outside continued. Record audio, hurry. Listening to his son's insistence, the father took action, rushing to the door with his phone ready to record. However, before he could begin, he heard a cacophony of shouts from outside. You useless lot. Can't you do a single task right? Letting someone leak information in the property management group. Are you all just a bunch of freeloaders? The father's heart sank. They had been discovered. Although he had acted discreetly, it was easy for others to deduce the source of the leak. With so many residents in the building, only a handful could have sent messages in the group. He was undoubtedly a prime suspect and had no hope of escaping scrutiny. Just as he activated the recording, the argument outside abruptly ceased, followed by the sound of approaching footsteps. Conversations faded, footsteps disappeared, and then, bang. Chapter 79. Escape? Blocking the door to buy time, the sound of frantic banging on the door soon erupted, echoing violently. The father and son in 402 could not see what was happening outside. They only knew that the messages in the property group had drawn attention to them, and they could hear the scolding voices of new arrivals. The doorknob was wobbling from the relentless blows of an axe. The father of Unit 402 was paralyzed with fear, flailing his arms in a futile attempt to signal his son to escape, but the words stuck in his throat. His son, however, reacted quickly, shouting to his mother, Take the younger brother and run. Jump down. The snow is deep enough to cushion the fall. At her son's urgent call, the mother, who had lost her composure, snapped back to reality. Grabbing her child without a moment to gather their belongings, she pulled on a heavy winter coat and hurried to the window. The urgency of the moment was palpable. The door was struck again, the doorknob rattling ominously. The next blow caused the doorknob to fall away with a clatter, and the lock was loosening dangerously.
Come on. We still have time.
The father shouted, finally regaining his wits. Son, grab some food from our supplies. We can still escape. The door is already blocked. Even if the lock breaks, we can buy ourselves a couple of minutes. Upon hearing his father's plan, the son wasted no time and sprang into action. In a matter of seconds, he had dragged out a box of emergency rations, then grabbed a pot and made his way to the window. The middle-aged woman had already prepared her clothing. As he approached, she swiftly helped him into it and tossed the box out the window. With the younger son in her arms, she climbed up to the window, standing there, feeling the biting wind and snow against her face, gazing down with a sense of dread. They were on the 4th floor, and the height was daunting. Even if the snow provided some cushioning, a fall from this height could lead to serious injury.
Outside.
The sounds of the door being battered and the cries of anger filled the air amid the fierce winds and snow.
Bang!
Brother Xian. This family is barricading the door with heavy objects. We can't get in. Hurry and help. Don't let these vermin escape. Who are you calling vermin? The clamor spurred her heart to muster courage. With her eyes closed, she jumped down with her younger son in her arms. Mom, are we playing a game? The innocent voice of her son broke through her thoughts. In response to his query, her mind went blank, overwhelmed by guilt. As a mother, she felt powerless to ensure her child's safety.
Bang!
They landed in the snow, an overwhelming cold enveloping her. Her face was numb, and she gasped for breath. The warmth of her exhalation meeting the icy air, causing her nose to feel even more frozen. Am I still alive? The middle-aged woman wondered, quickly attempting to move. But the pain surged through her body.
Ah!
A pained cry escaped her throat, raspy and weak. The little boy in her arms asked, Mom, are we going to have a snowball fight? Get up, don't lie on the ground. It's so cold. His cherubic face filled her vision, evoking a twinge of sorrow within her. But moments later, she found solace in the reality of the situation. Jumping from the 4th floor, even with the snow to cushion her fall, she had landed at the level of the 2nd floor. A few meters in height, it was only natural that she would be injured upon landing. As long as her son was safe, that was what mattered. At least in this moment, she had indeed protected him. 2 more thuds followed as they landed in the snow, having braced themselves before hitting the ground. The descent's impact was mitigated to the utmost extent, leaving his legs and backside numb from squatting. Above, Xuanzi, accompanied by 7 ruffians, had already burst through the door. Brandishing a knife, he bellowed, Get the hell out here. If you dare to speak out in the group, you're finished. However, as Xuanzi's words echoed, his gaze roamed the room, which was utterly vacant. Only a single window stood ajar, allowing the swirling snow and wind to intrude, forming a puddle on the floor. Damn it! Xuanzi cursed under his breath as he hurried to the window and peered down. Upon seeing the snow pits below, he slammed his palm against the window ledge, producing a rhythmic clatter. You think you can escape after causing a ruckus in the group? He snarled, gritting his teeth. He then commanded his subordinates, Go grab a knife from the kitchen. I need to test my aim. At his command, the lackeys dashed toward the kitchen. Downstairs, a father and son had both risen, shoveling snow as they called out, Mom.
Dad.
I'm here. Your mother is here too. Help me lift her up. As they spoke, they reunited. Gazing at the mother lying in the snow, her eyes glazed with frost, and a wave of frustration washed over the elder son. But it was too late for words. Together with his father, they hoisted her from the ground. The middle-aged woman, initially feeling as if she might fall apart from the pain, suddenly sensed she could move. She gently twisted her body, and the pain dissipated. Her eyes widened in surprise.
EM me fine.
This is wonderful. Truly wonderful, she exclaimed, her icy eyes filled with warmth, brushing against her husband and son as the pain receded. The younger son, nestled in the middle, softly protested, Dad, Mom, you're going to squish me. It's so cramped. Hearing their youngest's complaints, the family erupted into laughter. Meanwhile, Xuanzi, observing their embrace from above, felt a surge of disgust. Just then, his phone vibrated with an incoming call. Picking it up, he was taken aback by the caller ID. Junge. Trembling, he answered, only to be met with a tirade. You still haven't handled it? How long does it take to resolve such a trivial matter? That wretched woman in the owneress group has also spoken up. Don't let them have a chance to respond. And certainly don't let them gather evidence against you. Let this matter remain shrouded in mystery for at least half a month. Understand? The barrage of reprimands left Xuanzi agape. After a moment, he managed to utter, "I understand." Behind him, a subordinate chimed in, "Xianga, I've brought the knives."
6 of them.
This family may not have much, but they sure have plenty of knives. With that, Xuanzi's expression darkened as he hung up. Weighing the knife in his hand, he lightly swung it, aiming at the family below, and hurled it forcefully.
Whoosh.
Chapter 80. The Deadly Rival. A greater storm brewing. The kitchen knife sliced through the blizzard. Its trajectory was slightly off, tracing a parabolic arc that landed in the snow beside the family, completely submerged. Yet, the sound of the knife hitting the snow was drowned out by the howling winds. Meanwhile, Xuanzi, watching his calculated throw, noted that he had only exerted 70% of his strength, reserving the remaining 30% to observe the wind as effect.
Whoosh.
Another knife was deftly launched, aimed directly at the embracing family. With a dull thud, the middle-aged woman, caught in a loving embrace with her sons, suddenly widened her eyes in shock as a steel blade embedded itself in her back, piercing through her chest. Blood instantly soaked her front, staining her clothing, which quickly froze in the frigid air. As she gasped, blood spilled from her mouth, mingling with warm breath that crystallized upon contact with the cold. Hearing a faint murmur, the elder son jerked his head up, eyes wide. Blood splattered from his mother's lips, hitting his face, where warmth and cold collided in a disorienting dance.
Mom.
He cried out in anguish. The middle-aged man, realizing too late, reached out to embrace his wife, only to feel her body slump toward him. The second knife, thrown by Xuanzi from above, struck true, piercing her heart. With both knives thrown, the woman's vitality was extinguished. Upstairs, the son cried, gazing upward to see Xuanzi, who was preparing to throw another knife. In that moment, the family's despair deepened as they realized the impending danger.
Run.
Get away, the elder son shouted, clutching his mother's waist with one arm while pulling his father with the other as they staggered backward. In his haste, he overlooked his younger brother, who, tugged by their mother's lifeless form, fell into the snow. The child, kneeling, raised his small head just in time for a knife to strike, shattering his skull and silencing him forever. Witnessing his son fall, the middle-aged man unleashed a heart-wrenching scream, "Dabao!"
Zabao.
Overwhelmed with rage, he cursed the fiends above, vowing to confront them. "If only I hadn't hesitated, you wouldn't have suffered this fate. It's my fault." Bitterness consumed him, a loathing for his own weakness and for the thugs who had invaded their home. If not for their intrusion, his family would not have faced such calamity. "Father, we must go. He still has knives," the elder son urged, summoning every ounce of strength to pull his father backward. Together, they stumbled away, tears blurring their vision. They managed to traverse several meters, despite the overwhelming grief. Meanwhile, Xuanzi, observing the 6 knives he had thrown, shook his head in disappointment. His aim had faltered, allowing the family to escape. He knew he would face Jungo's wrath for this failure. "What should we do, Xianga?" one of the thugs asked, approaching Xuanzi hesitantly. The dull expression on his face only fueled Xuanzi's frustration, leading him to slap him sharply across the face. "That was my aim. You bumped into me several times, causing me to miss. How dare you question me?" After the blow, Xuanzi glared at the thug, who was left speechless. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he chose to remain silent. Ultimately, avoiding punishment from Jungo was paramount.
What are you staring at?
Xuanzi bellowed at the gathered ruffians. "It's this idiot who messed up my throw, allowing them to escape. What bad luck." With that, he stormed out, seeking to distance himself from the chaos he had wrought. Simultaneously, he shouted at the few individuals remaining in the room, "Remember to scavenge every morsel of food. Not a single crumb should be left behind. I'll come to inspect later, and if anyone has overlooked any provisions, beware of my wrath." A group of thuggish subordinates exchanged glances, uncertain. Half an hour later, a father and son, struggling against the blizzard, entered the 3-story building of the property management. At that moment, the building was engulfed in darkness. The two shivered uncontrollably from the cold, their bodies nearly succumbing to hypothermia. "Father, hold on," the eldest son urged repeatedly, imploring his father not to succumb to sleep. "We'll soon warm up. Just a little hot water, and then we can rest. I cannot avenge mother and my brother without you." It seemed that this declaration struck a chord within the father. Adrenaline surged through him, his eyes widening like those of a bull, blood coursing through his veins. Revenge. Yes. I shall avenge my wife and son. The father roared, feeling the stiffness in his legs ease considerably. With his unsteady son, he staggered toward a duty room in the management office. Upon activating the heater, a wave of warmth enveloped them. After a brief search, they discovered a small heater beneath a desk. Quickly, they lifted it and turned it on, allowing the comforting heat to wash over them. In this cozy room, the father and son prepared instant noodles, devouring them heartily. Had it been before, their family of 4 would have been more cautious, rationing their food and enduring a little longer while awaiting rescue. But now, their mother and wife lay dead before them, while their brother's life was taken by a single blow. Their once blissful family had been shattered in an instant. "Father, eat more," the son urged, his tone growing stern. "You should eat as well. The vengeance for our family lies with us." Hearing this, the father dutifully placed a braised egg into his son's bowl, relishing the meal. The combination of warm food and a cozy environment soon lulled them into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, on the second floor, anguish screams echoed. After the cries subsided, within room 202 of the Welcome Garden community, Lee Yongjun sat on the sofa, taking out a cherished cigarette and lighting it. He inhaled deeply, releasing a smoke ring into the air. The dense fog filled the room as Xuanzai and his gang silently savored the secondhand smoke, their faces reflecting bliss. They were all seasoned smokers, having endured a near-total cessation of cigarettes since the onset of the icy apocalypse. On rare occasions, they might receive a stray cigarette, but otherwise, they endured the craving. As for purchasing cigarettes, there were no vendors left. This time, their scavenging yielded no cigarettes from the 2 families they raided. Lee Yongjun expelled another cloud of smoke, and everyone inhaled eagerly, anxious not to miss the precious second-hand smoke. Glancing at his phone, he noted the group chat had remained unchanged for quite some time. Gradually, his annoyance subsided. "Brother Jun," Xuanzai remarked as he opened his phone, noting the silence in the group chat. "That family, even if they weren't killed by my knife, they're likely frozen to death in the snow. Otherwise, the owner-s group wouldn't be so quiet." Lee Yongjun acknowledged Xuanzai's explanation with a soft murmur of agreement. The external temperature was so frigid that exposed skin would freeze rapidly. If left outside even a moment longer, re-entering the warmth would result in severe injury. This temperature was unbearable even with ordinary winter coats. Without proper thermal gear, survival was impossible. The lack of communication likely indicated that they had indeed perished. "Disperse. Continue gathering food," Lee Yongjun commanded, waving his hand to his thuggish subordinates. They immediately armed themselves and spread out. After the previous 2 families had their doors and communication devices destroyed, they continued their collection from the ground floor upward. Time was of the essence. They needed to secure provisions before anyone could unite against them. Awakening, Zhang Jin observed the neatly stacked food at the door and nodded in satisfaction. With a wave, she stored it in her spatial realm. With a thought, she activated her spatial ability, transporting herself directly to the second floor. At that moment, the second-floor room was shrouded in darkness, with only intermittent sounds of a woman pleading in agony. Zhang Jin, aware of the harsh realities of the world, had grown accustomed to the brutality against the weak. Even if she intervened, the woman's fate would likely remain grim unless she took her home. But in this post-apocalyptic world, why burden herself further? Therefore, she chose to feign ignorance. Moving quietly, the sound of her high heels echoed in the living room, yet the slumbering thugs remained oblivious. She approached the master bedroom and, with a gentle twist, found the previously locked door easily yielding to her. In truth, she had simply removed the lock mechanism and stored it away. Upon entering the room, she snapped her fingers, illuminating the space. However, under the influence of her spatial abilities, the light refracted and distorted. A brilliant beam shot towards Lee Yongjun's eyes, the sudden heat causing him discomfort. As he blinked and adjusted, the blinding light struck him once more, sending him into momentary disorientation.
"Ah!" Lee Yongjun exclaimed, hastily retreating.
Once his vision cleared, he lifted his gaze toward the source of the light. A stunning figure hovered in midair, illuminated as if she were a divine being. Her ethereal presence rendered her existence as anything but ordinary. Terrified, Lee Yongjun instinctively lowered his head, transforming his previously slumped posture into a kneeling one. "I know not which deity has descended, but Lee Yongjun bows before you," he exclaimed, repeatedly prostrating himself before Zhang Jin. His fervent devotion and fear elicited a quiet amusement from her, This was the very tyrant who once ruled the Welcome Garden community, demanding tributes from all who ventured forth to brave the icy terrain. Indeed, the world had always operated under the principle that the strong govern and establish the rules. In this lifetime, reborn with formidable spatial abilities, she would undoubtedly claim her rightful place as the new sovereign of the Welcome Garden community and perhaps even the world itself. Enough with the bowing. Jiang Jin's icy voice resonated through the air, landing in Lei Yongjun's ears like a decree of clemency. She gently arched her back, delicately wiping the sweat from her brow, which had dampened her sleeves. Something about her voice felt eerily familiar. He felt as though he had heard it before. As he pondered, Jiang Jin's voice rang out again. From this day forth, your tribute increases to 150 pounds of supplies daily. In an instant, Lei Yongjun recalled the owner of that voice, Jiang Jin. He knew him well. The image of the machine gun positioned at the entrance was still vivid in his mind. Recently, this individual had unexpectedly come knocking once more. Without hesitation, he illuminated himself with a blinding light, awakening completely. His thoughts surged as he realized, could it be that the arrival of those soldiers and academicians had prompted a rapid depletion of their resources, compelling them to seek an increase in his daily resource contributions? At this realization, Lei Yongjun's expression shifted, and he solemnly assured, I will do my utmost to meet the daily resource quota. He was not foolish. Aligning himself with Jiang Jin meant aligning with the might of the military. Should any unforeseen events arise, he might be secretly preserved. Jiang Jin discerned Lei Yongjun's thoughts immediately, but chose not to expose them. After all, he had neither promised nor guaranteed anything. It was merely speculation on Lei Yongjun's part. Just as Lei Yongjun's anxiety peaked, Jiang Jin's voice, cold yet piercing, resounded once more. What I require is not your utmost effort, but a precise and unwavering contribution. Should you fail to comply, as before, I shall ensure your severed remains. This was an order. Chapter 82. Exploitation. One loop within another. Listening intently, Lei Yongjun felt a cold sweat break out upon his brow. Nodding vigorously, I will ensure timely and adequate contributions every day. Observing his earnest promise, Jiang Jin nodded in satisfaction. I shall sell you these Japanese military-grade thermal suits. With a casual wave of her hand, she produced 30 such suits from her storage space. She had an abundance of these items. They could easily equip an army of 10,000. Each suit could be valued at a minimum of 10,000 pounds of resources. You now owe me 300,000 pounds in total resources, in addition to the daily food supply. You must also pay me an extra 10,000 pounds in interest each month. As for the principal, you need not repay it for now. As her words settled, Jiang Jin's gaze bore down on Lei Yongjun, imposing immense pressure upon him, causing him to bow his head, afraid to lift it. From the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the Japanese military-grade thermal suits illuminated by the light behind Jiang Jin, leaving him in shock. He comprehended the gravity of the situation. 10,000 pounds. 10,000 pounds each month. This demand was more than double his daily quota of 150 pounds, which amounted to 4,500 pounds of food per month. Seeing Lei Yongjun acquiesce, Jiang Jin offered no further response. With a mere thought, she returned from the second floor to her bedroom on the first floor, comfortably reclining in her armchair, stretching her limbs. Now that the important business is concluded, I shall indulge in a brief nap, she murmured, her eyes already fluttering shut. After all, she need not worry about breakfast. Lung Feng would handle that. All she needed to do was await her meal. Of course, Jiang Jin did not require much food at each meal. For breakfast, a mere token portion sufficient for 10 would suffice, as she had expended little energy during the night and thus did not require excessive replenishment. Upstairs, while Jiang Jin departed, Lei Yongjun in the master bedroom was left utterly dumbfounded. To float in midair and manipulate the direction of light within the room, was such a feat truly achievable by human effort? His mind was now entirely alert. Just as he pondered how to meet Jiang Jin's demands, a sudden series of soft rustling sounds reached his ears. Followed by a loud clatter, the sound of a metal object colliding with the floor tiles. Turning his head, he was astounded to find the doorknob of his bedroom door had fallen off, creating a small gap in the door. Outside, faint moans of a woman's agony drifted into his ears. Wiping the sweat from his brow with his sleeve, Lei Yongjun felt an overwhelming tension rising within him, his eyes slowly rolling upward to catch a glimpse of whether Jiang Jin had left. Tentatively, He raised his head and finally discerned that Jiang Jin's previous seat was now empty. As he attempted to rise from the bed, he suddenly collided with something above him.
Bang!
A muffled sound escaped his lips. He realized he could not stand on the bed due to an obstruction. This was a bedroom, after all. One should easily see the ceiling from here.
Yet,
he did not possess such an exaggerated height that he would strike his head against the ceiling while standing on the bed. Trying again, he still found his head colliding with the air above. The pain was unmistakable, instilling within him a greater sense of dread. Jiang Jin had departed, yet the spatial manipulation techniques she had employed remained, leaving him in a predicament. No matter which angle or position he attempted to stand from, he would inevitably bump his head. At times, he would strike against sharp edges, sending jolts of pain throughout his body, forcing him to remain still for several minutes. Ultimately, Lei Yongjun had no choice but to concede. He lay flat on the bed, gradually curling his body to maneuver beneath it. Remarkably, this tactic allowed him to evade the spatial medium Jiang Jin had left behind. Upon reaching the doorway, he gazed at the fallen doorknob, astonished. The door lock was missing, yet the outer doorknob remained intact. It could only be attributed to supernatural forces. There was no doubt about it. How could such an extraordinary feat be accomplished solely by technological means? The thought of lockpicking never crossed his mind. Who would steal the lock cylinder after successfully picking a lock? That would be superfluous. Furthermore, Jiang Jin did not strike him as someone skilled in lockpicking. The bizarre appearance of the room left him utterly perplexed about the methods used. Turning back, he noticed the remarkable light beams still lingering where Jiang Jin had previously sat, creating an enchanting sight. Reaching out, he touched the light switch. With a click, the magical beam vanished. Activating it once more, the light reappeared, refracting in the same mysterious manner, dispersing to form a silhouette. How wondrous, Lei Yongjun murmured softly. Exiting the room, he was once again met with the sounds of pained pleas. He retrieved a cigarette and lit it. Military-grade thermal suits, he mused after inhaling deeply. Robbing the neighbors was not a sustainable strategy. Perhaps he could engage in lending, utilizing the military-grade thermal suits to send others out in search of resources, making them work for him? As this notion crystallized in his mind, Lei Yongjun's eyes lit up. 30 military-grade thermal suits. If he charged 100 pounds of resources per day, would yield 3,000 pounds multiplied by 30, totaling 90,000 pounds. This would far exceed the required resource contributions. However, 100 pounds might prove excessive for those venturing out to explore. He could consider a half-day rental, as even with military-grade thermal suits, no one could endure the outside conditions for a full day. Once he devised a strategy for utilizing the suits, he fixed his gaze upon the clock hanging on the living room wall. When the clock struck 8 in the morning, he seized the salvaged loudspeaker and bellowed, "Rise and shine." His voice resonated throughout the house, awakening even the occupants of the neighboring room 201. What happened? What's going on? Military brother. An anxious chorus of voices emerged from 2 rooms, followed by a surge of individuals, a dozen or more, spilling out in disarray, some standing and others bouncing about. However, Lei Yongjun had long since grown accustomed to such chaos. With a casual glance, he addressed the crowd, proclaiming, "The business of plundering supplies is not sustainable. I have acquired some warm clothing. Perhaps we can trade with families lacking resources." Upon hearing Lei Yongjun's intent to alter their existing plan, the crowd's eyes widened in surprise. Renting clothes? The concept sounded appealing, yet it paled in comparison to the immediacy of their current looting spree. Moreover, they had scarcely abducted a few women. It was hardly sufficient. Just last night, one had nearly perished under their torment. Seemingly attuned to the group's resistance, Lei Yongjun furrowed his brow and turned to Huzai, who chuckled and said, "I wholeheartedly support all of Brother Jun's actions. But let us first finish raiding this building. The more supplies we gather, the more our brothers can indulge in some merriment." Realizing the wisdom in Huzai's suggestion, Lei Yongjun nodded. "Very well. Let us thoroughly ransack this building first. I will also post about the clothing rental in the owner's group chat. Renting may prove more challenging than anticipated, so we shall proceed together." Listening to Brother Jun, Huzai responded eagerly, and the rest of the subordinates expressed no dissent. Once dispersed, each individual busied themselves with their respective tasks. Lei Yongjun pulled out his phone and opened the owner's group chat, only to find it unusually quiet, devoid of any chatter. Just as he was about to send a message, A video suddenly popped up, revealing a resident from Unit 402. A family of 4 from Unit 402 lamented, "These wretched beasts have broken into our home, killing my wife and children. Before they smashed the door, they warned us. Now, I fear many within the building have met a similar fate. I implore everyone to unite and not allow these outsiders to bully us." After sending this distressing message, he tagged the property manager, Lu Xionyang, who was busy coaxing her grandson to eat breakfast. Suddenly, her phone vibrated, and a look of confusion crossed her face as she muttered complaints about being disturbed. Yet, her hand instinctively reached for her phone. Upon realizing it was a mention from Unit 402, her anxiety surged. She had been fully aware of the events that transpired in the group chat the previous day, including some who had indeed heard the sounds of destruction but had been unable to capture any recordings, with no one daring to venture outside to investigate the source. Concerned that the marauders might come for her home, she felt vulnerable in her solitary situation. With a swift motion, she unlocked her phone and opened the group chat, where she was met with the alarming message from Unit 402. Responses flooded in from the owners below. Family from Unit 802. What about the family next door? An elderly woman and her grandson? Have they been killed? Why haven't we heard from them yet? Family from Unit 601. Do you know which floor they reside on? We can confront them. I refuse to believe the men in our community cannot handle a few thugs. Family from Unit 902. My wife and I practice martial arts. Together, we can take on 5 of those ruffians. The 2 individuals who had initially pinned their hopes for vengeance on their familial strength were moved to tears upon witnessing the outpouring of support in the chat. It became apparent that many still possessed a kind heart. Then, the chat was punctuated by 2 more notification sounds, abruptly silencing the previous chatter. Property manager Lu Xionyang interjected. Unit 402, I heard your recording. Do you have any other information? Where have those who abducted you gone? Unit 402, where is your residence? You must have seen the food transport, right? Unit 402, any little piece of useful information would be appreciated. Gazing at Lu Xionyang's inquiries, the father and son exchanged a solemn glance, their faces etched with despair, for they truly had no idea which floor or unit the assailants occupied. Nor could they even ascertain if they were indeed residents of their building. Unit 402, apologies, we possess no additional useful information. We have been forced out and dare not return. However, if we gather as a whole building, starting from our unit, we can surely locate them. After this response, the father and son anxiously awaited a reply. The more individuals they could rally to confront the thugs, the better their chances of success. If it were merely the 2 of them, the odds of failure loomed large. They could potentially eliminate a few of the henchmen, but at what cost? They could not even reach the true perpetrators.
Ding.
Moments after sending the message, a flurry of responses erupted. Family from Unit 1102. Beasts. You have driven them out. Where do they reside? They are pushing us to the brink. Family from Unit 901. Come stay at our place. We will eliminate those thugs together. And then you can return home. Family from Unit 802. My father and I will join the search for those scoundrels. They deserve to pay. Each response brought tears to the eyes of the father and son, who felt as though they were at the end of their rope. Humanity still prevailed. Seeing the messages in the property management group, Lu Xionyang felt a surge of determination, an opportunity, a second chance to unite everyone. With her influence, she was confident that she and her grandson would not have to endure hunger and cold during this calamity. With this thought, Lu Xionyang composed a message. Addressing all, a group of outsiders has infiltrated our Welcome Garden community, committing abduction and robbery, causing severe harm to us. I invite everyone to unite and search the first floor together. Please, families with the means, send adult men armed and gather in the building. Responses poured in, and the father and son quickly gathered their belongings, especially food. Once they left, it would be unlikely they could return, and they could not afford to leave their provisions behind. Meanwhile, trapped in a sealed room, Jia Yufeng found herself bound with sturdy climbing rope, her mouth stuffed with a filthy sock. Terrifying shouts echoed around her. Jia Yufeng? Jia Yufeng! I never imagined you to be so foolish and easily deceived. With a sharp tone, the captor removed the foul fabric from her mouth. Jia Yufeng, unable to suppress her nausea, retched violently before unleashing a torrent of curses. You scoundrel! You deceived me. Stuffing a dirty sock in my mouth, do you know that kidnapping is a crime? I will report you. Before she could finish her tirade, a resounding slap struck her face.
Slap.
The sting echoed in the air. Jia Yufeng's words faltered as she turned her face away, her eyes glaring at Wang Meng with an expression that seemed ready to devour him. Rather than feeling angered, Wang Meng's face broke into a smile as he remarked, "This video is perfectly recorded. I shall send it to Jiang Jin using your phone. I eagerly anticipate her reaction upon seeing it."
Ha!
Jia Yufeng listened.
Her cold laughter resounding.
Her reaction? She probably won't to even see the message I send her. Humph. Wang Meng snorted disdainfully, stepping before Jia Yufeng, gently lifting her wrinkled, plump face with his palm and lightly smacking it as a warning. "You had better pray she reacts. If she doesn't, I shall bind you here until your last breath." With that, Wang Meng retreated, wary of Jia Yufeng's potential violent outburst. His cautious demeanor only fueled her irritation. As Wang Meng searched for Jiang Jin's name on the phone, he found it absent, but came across the names Jiang Daba and Jiang Pundi instead. Frowning, he inquired, "Where is Jiang Jin? Why can't I find her?" Jia Yufeng shook her head dismissively, avoiding his question. Yet in the next moment, a crisp slap echoed through the air. The sharp pain rendered Jia Yufeng's left cheek numb, her teeth loosening. She was utterly stunned. Wang Meng demanded again, "Where is Jiang Jin?" I shan't ask a third time. As he spoke, he raised 3 fingers, pressing them down one by one. By the time she regained her senses, only 1 finger remained, startling Jia Yufeng. Just as Wang Meng was about to raise his palm once more, Jia Yufeng finally suppressed her arrogance, closed her eyes, and shouted, "Pundi." "Jiang Pundi. That is Jiang Jin." With her declaration, the impending slap hesitated. Jia Yufeng cautiously opened her eyes to find Wang Meng's raised hand had vanished. He was engrossed in sending 2 messages to Jiang Jin using her phone. Following this, Wang Meng settled into a prolonged wait. Seeing that enough time had passed, a broad smile spread across Jia Yufeng's face. "Can't you let me go now? Our aim is to demand food from Jiang Jin. You can always move first when the time comes." Wang Meng, hearing her plea for release, let out a cold laugh. "Stay put. If I untie you, what if you, that old hag, sneak away? Who would we turn to for accountability? I want to run. I promise," Jia Yufeng insisted, desperately scanning the surroundings for any sign of her husband, Jiang Xingjian. Ever since her arrival, she had not seen him. Perhaps he had sensed something amiss and hidden away. If that were the case, she might still have a chance to escape. This thought ignited a flicker of excitement deep within her. She refused to believe that Jiang Xingjian would abandon her to flee alone after their earlier altercation. Wang Meng seemed to discern her thoughts, mocking her sharply. "Are you waiting for your husband to rescue you? You might be waiting in vain. We tossed him from the building. That frail body of his likely couldn't withstand it. You." Jia Yufeng felt her last glimmer of hope extinguished, her heart heavy with despair. "He is already of that age. How could you be so cruel?" Her accusations rang out, but Wang Meng offered no response. Half an hour passed without any reply from Jiang Jin, causing the kidnappers to grow restless, especially Wang Meng, whose anxious expression betrayed his agitation. The longer it took, the more frantic he became. What if Jiang Jin reported them after receiving the video? The police would undoubtedly conduct searches in the vicinity. They could not endure such scrutiny. In this residential building, the decor and layout could easily be analyzed. Thus, he paced back and forth like an ant on a hot stove, reviewing his chat with Jiang Jin, but to no avail. She was utterly indifferent. In a fit of worry, he sent another threatening message to Jiang Jin. Yet another half-hour passed. Meanwhile, Jiang Jin enjoyed a sumptuous meal prepared by Lung Feng at home, completely ignoring her phone. How could she possibly pay attention to the messages from the muted Jia Yufeng? Expecting Jiang Jin, who lacked compulsive tendencies, to open the notification? That was as difficult as climbing a mountain. On the other side, Jiang Jin's continued silence caused Wang Meng and his accomplices to gradually lose their patience, particularly Wang Meng, who was at home. If they were caught, he would undoubtedly be deemed the mastermind. "Jia Yufeng, you better tell me the truth. Why hasn't he?" Jiang Jin replied. "Even if your relationship is strained, she shouldn't ignore you like this. Seeing you kidnapped, not a single word in response. Speak up, or I swear I'll make you regret it." His fierce gaze bore down on Jia Yufeng, instilling a profound fear within her. She blocked me. You have to create a group chat to receive messages. This is what Daba told me. Yes, Daba told me. Just follow this method, and it will work." As she spoke, her teeth chattered in fear, colliding painfully with one another, causing one of her few remaining teeth to fall out. Finally, you're showing some sense, old hag. Wang Meng barked, his voice laced with fury. If you had delayed even a second longer, my hand would have slipped. Jia Yufeng's face reflected sheer panic, her body trembling in terror. A distinct scent of age emanated from her. Wang Meng, seizing the information, promptly created a group chat and began bombarding Jiang Jin with messages. The incessant notification sounds would irritate anyone. Jiang Jin couldn't help but furrow her brow. Why was someone still trying to reach her after her previous phone number had been deactivated? Was it related to her loans? Were they still working during the disaster? As these thoughts crossed her mind, her phone suddenly appeared in her hand due to her spatial abilities. Upon receiving it, Jiang Ji noticed that the latest notifications came from a group chat, and to her dismay, it involved the very person she despised the most, Jia Yufeng.